Chapter 16, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 16, Part 2. 6 miles, I didn't know that, said Renzo. Well, resumed he, with a still greater air of indifference, almost amounting to affectation. Well, I suppose there are other places for crossing, if anybody is inclined to take a short-cut. There are certainly, replied the landlord, fixing his eyes upon him with a look full of malicious curiosity. This was enough to silence all the other inquiries which our youth had ready on his lips. He drew his plate before him, and, looking at the small measure of wine which the landlord had set down on the table, said, "Is the wine pure?" "As gold," said the host. "Ask all the people of the village and neighbourhood, for they know it, and besides you can taste yourself." So saying, he turned towards his other customers. "Plague on these landlords," exclaimed Renzo in his heart. "The more I know of them, the worse I find them." However, he began to eat very heartily, listening at the same time without appearing to pay any attention, to see what he could learn, to discover what was the general impression here about the great event in which he had had no little share, and, above all, to ascertain if, amongst these talkers, there was one honest man, of whom a poor fellow might venture to make inquiries, without fear of getting into a scrape, and being forced to talk about his own doings. "But," said one, "this time it seems clear the Milanese wanted to bring about a very good thing. Well, tomorrow at latest, we shall know something." "I'm sorry I didn't go to Milan this morning," said another. "If you do go tomorrow, I'll go with you," said a third. "So will I," said another. "And I," said another. "What I want to know," resumed the first, "is whether these Milanese gentlemen will think of us poor people out of the city, or if they'll only get good laws made for themselves." "Do you know how they do, eh? They are all proud citizens, every one for himself, and we strangers mightn't be Christians." "We've mouths too, either to eat or to give our own opinions," said another, with a voice as modest as the proposition was daring. "And when things have gone a little further—" But he did not think fit to finish the sentence. "There's corn hidden, not only at Milan," another was beginning, with a dark and designing countenance. When they heard the trampling of a horse approaching, they ran to the door, and having discovered who it was, they all went out to meet him. It was a Milanese merchant who generally passed the night at this inn, in journeying 2 or 3 times a year to Bergamo on business, and as he almost always found the same company there, they were all his acquaintances. They now crowded around him. One took his bridle, another his stirrup, and saluted him with, "Welcome. I'm glad to see you. Have you had a good journey?" "Very good, and how are you all?" "Pretty well, pretty well. What's the news from Milan?" "Ah, you are always for news," said the merchant, dismounting and leaving his horse in the care of a boy. "And besides," continued he, entering the door with the rest of the party, "by this time you know it, perhaps, better than I do." "I assure you we know nothing," said more than one, laying his hand on his heart. "Is it possible?" said the merchant. "Then you shall hear some fine, or rather some bad news. Hey, landlord, is my usual bed at liberty?" "Very well, a glass of wine and my usual meal. Be quick, for I must go to bed early and set off tomorrow morning very early, so as to get to Bergamo by dinner time. And you," continued he, sitting down at the opposite end of the table to where Renzo was seated, silently but attentively listening, "you don't know about all the diabolical doings of yesterday?" "Yes, we heard something about yesterday." "You see now," rejoined the merchant, You know the news. I thought when you are stationed here all day to watch and sound everybody that comes by. But today, how have matters gone today? Ah, today. Do you know nothing about today? Nothing whatever. Nobody has come by. Then let me wet my lips, and afterwards I'll tell you about everything. You shall hear. Having filled his glass, he took it in his right hand, and lifting up his mustachios with the first two fingers of his left, and then settling his beard with the palm, he drank it off and continued. There was little wanting, my worthy friends, to make today as rough as a day as yesterday, or worse. I can scarcely believe it true that I am here to tell you about it, for I had once put aside every thought of my journey to stay and take care of my unfortunate shop. What was the matter then? Said one of his auditors. What was the matter? You shall hear. And carving the meat that was set before him, he began to eat, at the same time continuing his narration. The crowd, standing at both sides of the table, listened to him with open mouths, and Renzo, apparently giving no heed to what he said, listened, perhaps more eagerly than any of the others, as he slowly finished the last few mouthfuls. This morning, then, those rascals who made such a horrible uproar yesterday repaired to the appointed places of meeting. There was already an understanding between them, and everything was arranged. They united together and began again the old story of going from street to street, shouting to collect a crowd. You know it is like when one sweeps a house. With respect be it spoken, the heap of dust increases as one goes along. When they thought they had assembled enough people, they set off towards the house of the superintendent of provisions, as if the treatment they gave him yesterday was not enough, to a gentleman of his character. The villains! And the lies they told about him, all inventions. He is a worthy, exact gentleman, and I may say so, for I am very intimate with him, and serve him with cloth for his servant's livery. They proceeded then towards this house. You ought to see what a rabble, and what faces. Just fancy their having passed my shop, with faces that the Jews of the Via Crucis are nothing to them, and such things as they uttered. Enough to make one stop one's ears, if it had not been that it might have turned to account in discovering one. They went forward then with the kind intention of plundering the house, but here he raises his left hand and extended it in the air, placing the end of his thumb on the point of his nose. But, said almost all his auditors. But, continued the merchant, they found the street blockaded with planks and carts, and behind this barricado, a good file of soldiers with their guns levelled and the butt ends resting on their shoulders. When they saw this preparation, what would you have done? Turned back. To be sure, and so did they. But just listen, if it wasn't the devil that inspired them. They reached the Carduzio, and there saw the bakehouse which they wanted to plunder the day before. Here they were busy in distributing bread to their customers. There were noblemen there, aye, the very flower of the nobility, to watch that everything went on in good order. But the mob, they had the devil within them, I tell you, and besides, there was some whispering in their ears, and urging them on. The mob rushed in furiously, seized away, and I will seize too. In the twinkling of an eye, noblemen, bakers, customers, loaves, benches, counters, troughs, chests, bags, sieves, bran, flour, dough, all were turned upside down. And the soldiers? The soldiers had the vicar's house to defend. One cannot sing and carry the cross at the same time. It was all done in the twinkling of an eye, I tell you. Off and away, everything that could be put to any use was carried off, and then they proposed again the beautiful scene of yesterday, dragging the rest to the square and making a bonfire. They had already begun, the villains, to carry something out of the house, when one greater villain than the rest. What do you think was the proposal he made? What? What? To make a pile of everything in the shop, and to set fire to the heap and the house together. No sooner said than done. Did they set fire to it? Wait. A worthy man of the neighborhood had an inspiration from heaven. He ran upstairs, sought for a crucifix, found one, and hung it in front of one of the windows. Then he took 2 candles which had been blessed, lit them, and set them outside on the windowsill, one on each side of the crucifix. The mob looked up. It must be owned there is still some fear of God in Milan. Everybody came to their senses. At least, I mean, most of them. There were some, certainly, devils enough to have set fire to paradise for the sake of plunder. But, finding that the crowd was not of their opinion, they were obliged to abandon their design and keep quiet. Just fancy now who arrived. All their graces of the cathedral, in procession, with the cross elevated, and in their canonical robes, and my lord the archpresbyter began preaching on one side, and my lord the plenipotentiary on the other, and the others again, scattered here and there. But, good people, what would you do? Is this the example you set your children? Go home, go home. You shall have bread at a low price. If you'll only look, you'll see the rate is pasted up at every corner. Was it so? What? Was it so? Do you think that their graces of the cathedral would come in their magnificent robes to tell them falsehoods? And what did the people do? They dispersed by degrees. Some ran to the corners of the street, and for those who could read, there was a fixed rate, sure enough. What do you think of it? 8 ounces of bread for a penny. What good luck! The proof of the pudding is in the eating. How much flour do you think they have wasted yesterday and this morning? Enough to support the duchy for 2 months. Then they've made no good laws for us in the country. What has been done at Milan is entirely at the expense of the city. I don't know what to say to you. It must be as God wills. Fortunately, the sedition is finished, for I haven't told you all yet. Here comes the best part. What is there besides? Only that, last evening or this morning, I'm not sure which, many of the leaders have been seized, and 4 of them, it is known, are to be hung directly. No sooner did they get this abroad than everybody went home the shortest way, not to run the risk of becoming number 5. When I left Milan, it looked like a convent of friars. But will they really hang them? Undoubtedly, and quickly too, replied the merchant. And what will the people do? Asked the same interrogator as had put the other question. The people will go to see them, said the merchant. They had such a desire to see a Christian hanging in the open air, that they wanted, the vagabonds, to dispatch the superintendent of provisions in that way. By this exchange they will have 4 wretches, attended with every formality, accompanied by capuchins, and by friars of the Buona Morte. But they deserve it. It is an interference of Providence, you see, and it is a necessary thing. They were already beginning to divert themselves by entering the shops and helping themselves without paying. If they let them go on so, after bread, wine would have had its turn, and so on from thing to thing. You may imagine whether they would abandon so convenient a practice of their own free will, and I can tell you that was no very pleasant thought for an honest man keeping a shop. Certainly not, said one of his hearers. Certainly not, replied the rest in chorus. And, continued the merchant, wiping his beard with the tablecloth, it had all been projected for some time. There was a league, you know. A league was there? Yes, there was a league, all cabals formed by the Navarrinis, but by that French cardinal there, you know, with a half-Turkish name, who every day contrived something fresh to annoy the court of Spain. But above all he aims at playing some trick in Milan, for he knows well enough, the knave, that the strength of the king lies there. Aye, shall I give you proof of it? Those who've made the greatest noise were strangers. They were faces going about which had never before been seen in Milan. By the by, I forgot to tell you one thing which was told me for certain. The police had caught one of those fellows in an inn. Renzo, who had not lost a single syllable of this conversation, was taken with a cold shudder on the hearing this chord touched, and almost slipped under the table before he thought of trying to contain himself. No one, however, perceived it, and the speaker, without interrupting his relation for a moment, had continued. They don't exactly know where he came from, who sent him, nor what kind of man he was, but he was certainly one of the leaders. Yesterday, in the midst of the uproar, he played the very devil, and then, not content with that, he must begin to harangue the people, and proposed, a mere trifle, to murder all the nobility. The great rascal! Who would support the poor if all the nobles were killed? The police, who had been watching him, laid hands upon him. They found on his person a great bundle of letters, and were leading him away to prison. But his companions, who were keeping guard round the inn, came in great numbers and delivered him. The villain! And what became of him? It isn't known. He may be fled, or he may be concealed in Milan. There are people who have neither house nor home, and yet find lodging and a place of refuge everywhere. However, though the devil can and will help them, yet they may fall into the hands of justice when they least expect it. For when the pear is ripe, it must fall. For the present, it is well known that the letters are in possession of the government, and that the whole conspiracy is therein described, and they say that many people are implicated in it. This much is certain, that they have turned Milan upside down, and would have done much worse. It is said that the bakers are rogues. I know they are, but they ought to be hung in the course of justice. They say there is corn hidden. Who doesn't know that? But it is the business of the government to keep a good lookout, to bring it to light, and to hang the monopolists in company with the bakers. And if the government does nothing, the city ought to remonstrate. And if they don't listen the first time, remonstrate again. For by dint or appeals they will get what they want, but not adopt the villainous practice of furiously entering shops and warehouses to get booty. Renzo's small meal had turned into poison. It seemed like an age before he could get out of and away from the inn and the village, and a dozen times at least he had said to himself, "Now I may surely go." But the fear of exciting suspicion now increased beyond measure, and prevailing over every other thought, had kept him still nailed to his seat. In this perplexity he thought the chatterer must at last stop talking about him, and determined in his own mind to make his escape as soon as another subject was started. "For this reason," said one of the party, knowing how these things go, and that the honest men fare but badly in such disturbances, "I wouldn't let my curiosity conquer, and have therefore remained quietly at home." "Neither would I move, for the same reason," said another. "I," added a third. "If I had happened by chance to be at Milan, I would have left any business whatever unfinished, and have returned home as quickly as possible. I have a wife and children, and besides, to tell the truth, I don't like such stirs." At this moment the landlord, who had been eagerly listening with the rest, advanced towards the other end of the table to see what the stranger was doing. Renzo seized the opportunity, and beckoning to the host, asked for his account, settled it without dispute, though his purse was by this time very low, and without further delay went directly to the door, passed the threshold, and taking care not to turn along the same road as that by which he had arrived, set off in the opposite direction. trusting to the guidance of Providence. End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 17, part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 17, Part 1. One wish is often enough to allow a man no peace. What, then, must two have been? One at war with the other. Our poor Renzo, as the reader knows, has had two such conflicting desires in his mind for several hours, the wish to make his escape with the wish to remain undiscovered. And the unfortunate words of the merchant had increased both one and the other to an extravagant degree. His adventure, then, had got abroad. There were means, then, employed to seize him. Who knew how many bailiffs were in the field to give him chase, or what orders had been forwarded to keep a watch in the villages, at the inn, on the roads? He reflected, however, that after all, there were but two bailiffs who knew him, and that his name was not written upon his forehead. But then, again, 100 stories he had heard rushed into his mind, of fugitives caught and discovered in many strange ways, recognized by their walk, by their suspicious air, and other unthought-of tokens. Everything excited his alarm, although, as he left Gorgonzola, the tolling of the Ave Maria sounded in his ears, and the increasing darkness every moment diminished his danger. Yet it was very unwillingly that he took the high road, proposing to follow the first by-lane which seemed likely to bring him to the point he was so anxious to reach. At first he occasionally met a traveller, but so full was his imagination of direful apprehensions that he had not the courage to detain anyone to inquire his way. That innkeeper said 6 miles, thought he. If, by taking these footpaths and by-lanes, I make them 8 or even 10, my legs, which have lasted me so far, will manage these too. I'm certainly not going towards Milan, so I must be going towards the Adda. Walk away, then. Sooner or later I shall get there. The Adda has a good voice, and when once I'm near it, I shan't want anyone to point it out to me. If any boat is there, I'll cross directly. If not, I'll wait till morning, in a field or on a tree, like the sparrows, better on a tree than in prison. Very soon he saw a lane turning down to the left, and he pursued it. At this hour, if he had met with anyone, he would no longer have hesitated to address him. But he heard not a footstep of a living creature. He followed, therefore, the windings of the lane, indulging the meanwhile in such reflections as these. I play the devil. I murder all the nobility. A packet of letters. My companions keeping guard around me. I'd give something to meet with that merchant face to face, on the other side of the Adda. When shall I get across that blessed Adda? I'd make him stand and ask him, at my convenience, where he had picked up all this fine information. Just pleased to be informed, my dear sir, that the thing went so and so, and that all the mischief I played was helping Ferrer, as if he had been my brother. No, moreover, that those rascals who, to hear you talk, one would think were my friends, because once I said a word or two, like a good Christian, wanted to play me a very rough trick. Know, too, that while you were taking care of your own shop, I was endangering my ribs to save your signor, the superintendent of provisions, a man I never either knew or saw in my life. Wait and see if I ever stir again to help gentlemen. It is true we ought to do it for our souls' good. They are neighbors too. and that great bundle of letters where all the conspiracy was revealed, and which you know for certain is in the hands of the government. Sure enough, I couldn't show it to you here without the help of the devil. Would you have any curiosity to see this mighty packet? Look here, a single letter. Yes, my good sir, one letter only, and this letter, if you'd like to know, was written by a monk capable of instructing you in any point of doctrine you wish. A monk without doing you injustice, a single hair of whose beard is worth all yours put together. And this letter, I should like to tell you, is written, you see, to another monk, also a man. Just see, now, who my rascally friends are. Learn, if you please, how to talk another time, particularly when you are talking about a fellow creature. After a little time, however, these and similar reflections gave way to others, his present circumstances occupying the whole attention of our poor traveller. The dread of being pursued and discovered, which had so incessantly embittered his day's journey, now no longer gave him any uneasiness. But how many things made his nightly wanderings sufficiently uncomfortable? Darkness, solitude, increasing and now painful, fatigue, a gentle but steady and piercing breeze, which would be far from agreeable to a man still dressed in the same clothes which he had put on to go to a short distance to a wedding, and quickly to return in triumph to his home, only a few steps off. And what rendered everything doubly irksome, walking at a venture in search of a place of rest and security. If he happened to pass through a village, he would walk as quietly and warily as possible, lest any of the doors should be still open. But he saw no further signs of remaining wakefulness among the inhabitants than occasionally a glancing light in one of the windows. When on the road, away from every abode, he would pause every now and then and listen eagerly for the beloved murmur of the Ada, but in vain. He heard no sound but the distant howling of dogs at some solitary dwelling, which floated through the air, at once mournful and threatening. On approaching any of these abodes, the howling was changed into an irritated, angry bark, and in the passing before the door, he heard, and almost fancied he saw, the fierce creatures with their heads at the crack of the door, reiterating their howls. This quickly removed all temptation to knock and ask shelter, and probably his courage would have failed had there been no such obstacle in his way. "Who's there?" thought he. "What do you want at this hour? How did you come here? Tell who you are. Isn't there an inn where you can get a bed?" This, at best, is what they will say to me if I knock, even if it shouldn't be a cowardly sleeper who would begin to shout out lustily, "Help, thieves!" I must have something ready for an answer, and what could I say? If anybody hears a noise in the night, nothing enters their head but robbers, villains, and rogues. They never think that an honest man may be benighted, not to say a gentleman in his carriage. He determined, therefore, to reserve this plan as a last resource in the case of necessity, and continued his way, still with the hope of at least discovering the Ada, if not of crossing it that night, and not being obliged again to go in search of it in the broad daylight. On, therefore, he went, till he reached a part where the country changed from cultivated fields into a heath of ferns and broom. These seemed, if not a sure indication, at least, a kind of argument that there was a river in the neighbourhood, and he advanced across the common, pursuing the path which traversed it. After walking a few paces, he stopped to listen, but in vain. The tediousness of the journey seemed to be increased by the wildness of the place. Not a mulberry nor a vine was to be seen, nor any other signs of human culture, which, in the early part of his progress, seemed almost like half companions to him. However, he still went forward, beguiling the time and endeavoring to drive away the images and apparitions which haunted his mind, the relics of 100 wonderful stories he had heard, by repeating, as he went along, some of the prayers for the dead. By degrees he entered among the larger patches of brushwood, wild plum trees, dwarf oaks, and brambles. Continuing his way with more impatience than alacrity, he saw scattered occasionally throughout these patches a solitary tree, and, still following the guidance of the footpath, perceived that he was entering a wood. He felt a kind of reluctance to proceed, but he conquered it and unwillingly went forward. The further he went, the more this unwillingness increased, and the more did everything he saw vex and harass his imagination. The bushes he discerned before him assumed strange, marvellous, and uncouth forms. The shadows of the tops of the trees alarmed him, as, slightly agitated by the breeze, they quivered on his path, illuminated by the pale light of the moon. The very rustling of the withered leaves, as he trampled them underfoot, had in it something hateful to his ear. His limbs felt a strange impulse to run, and at the same time seemed scarcely able to support him. The cold night breeze blew more chilly and sharply against his forehead and throat. He felt it piercing through his thin clothes to his skin, which shivered in the blast, and penetrating more subtly to his very bones, extinguishing the last remains of vigour. At one time, the weariness and undefined horror with which he had so long been struggling had suddenly almost overwhelmed him. He nearly lost his self-government, but terrified above all things at his own terror, he summoned up his former spirits, and by a great effort forced them to assume their usual sway. Thus fortified for a moment, he stood still to deliberate, and resolved to leave the wood by the same path as he had traversed, to go straight to the last village he had passed, to return once more among mankind, and there to seek shelter even at the inn. While he thus stood, the rustling of his feet among the leaves hushed, and perfectly silent around him, a noise reached his ear, a murmur of running water. He listens, assures himself, and exclaims, "It's the Adda." It was like the restoration of a friend, of a brother, of a deliverer. His weariness almost disappeared. His pulse again beat. He felt his blood circulate freely and warmly through all his veins. His confidence increased. The gloominess and oppression of his mind in great part vanished away, and he no longer hesitated to penetrate farther into the wood towards the friendly murmur. At last he reached the extremity of the flat, at the edge of the steep declivity, and, peeping through the bushes that everywhere covered its surface, he discerned, at the bottom, the glittering of the running water. Then, raising his eyes, he surveyed the extensive plain on the opposite side, scattered with villages. Beyond this the hills, and on one of these a large whitish track in which he fancied he could distinguish a city. Bergamo, undoubtedly. He descended the steep a little way, separating and pushing aside the brushwood with his hands and arms, and looked down to see if there were any boat moving on the water, or to listen if he could hear the splashing of oars. But he saw and heard nothing. Had it been anything less than the Adda, Renzo would have descended at once and attempted to ford it. But this, he knew well, in such a river, was not a matter of very great facility. He therefore stood to consult with himself what were best to be done. To clamber up into the tree, and there await the dawn of morning, in the chill night breeze, in a frosty air, and in his present dress, was more than enough to benumb him. To pace up and down, for constant exercise, all that time, Besides that, it would have been a very inefficacious defense against the severity of the temperature, was also asking too much of those unfortunate limbs which had already done much more than their duty. Suddenly he remembered having seen a cassonado in one of the fields adjoining the uncultivated down. Thus the peasants of the Milanese plain designated certain little cottages, thatched with straw, constructed of the trunks and branches of trees, fastened together and filled up with mud, where they are in the habit of depositing their harvest during the summer season, repairing thither at night to protect it. During the rest of the year they are usually unoccupied. He quickly fixed upon this as his resting place for the night, and again setting off on his way, repassed the wood, the tract of bushes, and the heath, and entering upon the cultivated land, he quickly espied the cassonado and went towards it. A worm-eaten and tumble-down door, without lock or chain, blocked up the entrance. Renzo drew it towards him, and on entering saw a hurdle, intended to serve the purpose of a hammock, suspended in the air and supported by bands formed of little twigs. He did not, however, make use of it, but seeing a little straw lying on the ground, thought that, even there, sleep would be very welcome. Before stretching his weary frame on the bed Providence had prepared for him, he knelt down to offer up his thanks for this blessing, and for all the assistance he had received that terrible day. He then repeated his usual prayers, and, having finished them, begged pardon of God for having omitted them the evening before, and gone to rest, as he said, like a dog, or even worse. And for this reason, added he to himself, resting his hands upon the straw, and from kneeling changing his posture to that of lying, for this reason I was awaked by such agreeable visitors in the morning. He then gathered up all the straw that was scattered around and spread it over him, so as to make the best covering he could to secure himself from the cold, which, even there under shelter, made itself sufficiently felt, and crouching beneath it, he tried to get a little sleep, thinking that he had purchased it that day more dearly than usual. Scarcely, however, had he closed his eyes before visions began to throng his memory or his fancy. I cannot undertake to indicate the exact spot. Visions so crowded, so incessant, that they quickly banished every idea of sleep. The merchant, the notary, the bailiff, the sword cutler, the landlord, Ferrer, the superintendent, the party at the inn, the crowds in the streets, then Don Abbondio, then Don Rodrigo, and, among so many, there were none that did not bring some sad remembrance of misfortune or aversion. There were but 3 images that presented themselves to his mind, divested of every bitter recollection, clear of every suspicion, pleasing in every aspect, and 2, principally, certainly very dissimilar, but closely connected in the heart of the youth, the black-locked Lucia and the white-bearded Father Cristoforo. Yet the consolation he felt in contemplating even these objects was anything but unmixed and tranquil. In picturing to himself the good friar, he felt more keenly than ever the disgrace of his faults, his shameful intemperance, and his neglect of the kind father's paternal advice, and in contemplating the image of Lucia, we will not attempt to describe what he felt. The reader knows the circumstances and must imagine it himself. Neither did he forget the poor Agnes, who had chosen him for her son-in-law, who had considered him almost as one with her only daughter, and before receiving from him the title of mother, had assumed the language and affection of one, and demonstrated parental solicitude for him by her actions. But it was an additional grief to him, and not the least bitter one, that exactly on account of these affectionate and benevolent intentions, the poor woman was now homeless and almost houseless, uncertain of the future, and reaping sorrows and troubles from those very circumstances which he had hoped would be the joy and comfort of her declining years. What a night, poor Renzo, which was to have been the 5th of his nuptials! What a room! What a matrimonial couch! And after such a day, and to precede such a morrow, such a succession of days! What God wills, replied he to the thoughts which most tormented him. What God wills, he knows what he does. It is for our good too. Let it be as a penance for my sins. Lucia is so good. God surely will not let her suffer for long, for very long. Harassed by such thoughts as these, despairing of obtaining any sleep, and the piercing cold becoming more and more insufferable, so that from time to time his whole frame shook, and his teeth chattered in spite of himself, Renzo longed for the approach of day, and impatiently measured the slow progress of the hours. I say measured because every half hour he heard resounding through the deep silence the stroke of the large clock, probably that of Trezzo. The first time the sound reached his ears so unexpectedly, without his having the least idea whence it came, it brought with it something solemn and mysterious to his mind, the feeling of a warning uttered in an unknown voice by some invisible person. When at last the clock had tolled 11, the hour Renzo had determined to get up. Footnote: it must be borne in mind by the reader that, according to Italian computation of time, the first hour of the day is 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock answerable to 8 with us, and so on, till 7 o'clock in the evening becomes 1 again. This arrangement would make 11 o'clock in the text the same as 5 o'clock in the morning in England. End of footnote. He rose, half benumbed with the cold, and falling upon his knees, repeated his Matin prayers with more than ordinary devotion. Then, standing up, he stretched his limbs and shook his body as if to settle and unite his members, which seemed almost dissevered from each other, breathed upon his hands and rubbed them together, and then opened the door of the cassonado, first taking the precaution to look warily about him. Perchance anyone might be there. No one being visible, he cast his eye round to discover the path he had followed the preceding evening, and quickly recognizing it, much clearer and more distinct than his memory pictured it, he set off in that direction. End of chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 17, Part 2. The sky announced a beautiful day. The pale and rayless moon was yet visible near the horizon, in the spacious field of azure, still softened by a tinge of morning grey, which shaded gradually towards the east into a rosy and primrose hue. Still nearer the horizon, a few irregular clouds stretched out in lengthened waves, rather azure than grey, their lower sides edged with almost a streak of flame, becoming every moment more vivid and sharply defined, while higher up, light and fleecy clouds, mingling with each other and of 1,000 nameless hues, floated on the surface of the placid heavens. A true Lombard sky, so beautiful when it is beautiful, so brilliant, so calm, Had Renzo been here to enjoy himself, he would certainly have looked upwards and admired a dawn so different to what he had been accustomed to see among his native mountains. But his eyes were bent to the ground, and he walked on rapidly, both to regain a little warmth and to reach the river as quickly as he could. He retraced the fields, the groves, the bushes, traversed the wood, with a kind of compassion, as he looked around and remembered the horror he had felt there a few hours before, reached the edge of the precipitous bank, and looking down through the crags and bushes, discovered a fisherman's bark slowly making its way against the stream, close by the shore. He hastily descended the shortest way through the bushes, stood upon the bank, and gently called to the fisherman, and with the intention of appearing to ask a favour of little importance, but without being aware of it, in a half supplicatory manner, beckoned to him to approach. The fisherman cast a glance along the shore, looked carefully both up and down the river, and then turning the prow towards Renzo, approached the side. Renzo, who stood at the very edge of the stream, almost with one foot in the water, seized the prow as it drew near, and jumped into the boat. "Be good enough to take me across to the other side, and I'll pay you for it," said he. The fisherman had already guessed his object, and had turned the prow to the opposite bank. Renzo, seeing another oar at the bottom of the boat, stooped down and took it up. "Softly, softly," said the owner, but on seeing how dexterously the youth laid hold of the implement and prepared to handle it, "Aha!" added he, "you know your business." "A little," replied Renzo, and he began to row with a vigour and skill beyond those of an amateur. While thus exerting himself, he cast an occasional dark glance at the shore he had just left, and then a look of anxiety to the one they were approaching. He was annoyed at having to go at all down the stream, but the current here was too rapid to cut directly across it, so that the bark, partly cleaving and partly following the course of the water, was obliged to take a diagonal direction. As it happened in all dark and intricate undertakings, that difficulties present themselves to the mind at first only in general, but in the execution of the enterprise are more minutely observable. So, now that the Adda was forded, so to say, Renzo felt a good deal of disquietude at not knowing for certain whether here it was the boundary of the two states, or whether when this obstacle was overcome there might not be others still to surmount. Addressing the fisherman, therefore, and nodding with his head towards the whitish spot which he had noticed the night before, and which now appeared much more distinct, "Is that Bergamo?" said he. "That town?" "The city of Bergamo," replied the fisherman. "And that shore there, does it belong to Bergamo?" "The territory of Saint Mark." "Long live Saint Mark!" exclaimed Renzo. The fisherman made no reply. They reached at length the opposite shore. Renzo jumped out upon it, and thanking God in his heart, expressed his gratitude in words to the boatman. Then putting his hand in his pocket, he drew out thence a berlinga, which, considering his circumstances, was no little loss to him, and handed it to the worthy man, who, giving another glance at the Milanese shore and along the river in either direction, stretched out his hand and received the gift. He put it into his pocket, and after compressing his lips, at the same time laying his forefinger across them, with a significant expression of countenance, said, "A good journey to you," and turned back. That the reader may not be surprised at the prompt yet cautious civility of this man towards a perfect stranger, it will be necessary to inform him that, frequently requested to perform a similar service to smugglers and banditti, he was accustomed to do so, not so much for the sake of the trifling and uncertain gains which he might thereby obtain, as to avoid making himself enemies among these classes. He afforded this assistance whenever he could assure himself of not being discovered by the custom-house officers, bailiffs, or spies. Thus, without particularly favouring one party more than the other, he endeavoured to satisfy all, with that impartiality usually exercised by those who are compelled to deal with a certain set of people, while liable to give account to another. Renzo paused a moment on the bank to contemplate the opposite shore, that ground which just before had almost burnt beneath his feet. "Ah, I'm really out of it," was his first thought. "Hateful country that you are," was his second, bidding it farewell. But the third recurred to those whom he had left there. Then he crossed his arms on his breast, heaved a sigh, bent his eyes on the water which flowed at his feet, and thought, "It has passed under the bridge." Thus at Lecco was generally called among his fellow countrymen, by way of eminence. Ah, hateful world! Enough, whatever God wills. He turned his back upon these mournful objects, and went forward, taking for a mark the white track on the side of the hill, until he met with someone to give him more particular directions in his way. It was amusing to see with what carelessness and disembarrassment he now accosted travellers, and how boldly he pronounced the name of the village where his cousin resided, without hesitation or disguise. From the first person who directed him, he learnt that he had yet 9 miles to travel. His journey was not very blithesome. Independent of his own troubles, his eyes rested every moment on pitiable objects, which told him that he would find in the country he was entering the poverty he had left in his own. All along the way, but more particularly in the villages and large towns, he saw beggars hastening along, mendicants rather from circumstances than profession, who revealed their misery more in their countenances than their clothing. Peasants, mountaineers, artisans, entire families, and a mingled murmur of entreaties, disputes, and infants' cries. Besides the mournful pity that it woke in Renzo's mind, this sight also aroused in him to the remembrance of his own circumstances. "Who knows," thought he as he went along, "if I shall find anything to do, if there is any work now to be got, as there used to be. Well, Bartolo is kindly inclined to me. He is a good fellow. He has made some money, and has invited me very often. He surely won't forsake me. Besides, Providence has helped me hitherto, and will help me, I hope, for the future." In the meanwhile, his appetite, already considerably sharpened, became, as he went on his way, more and more craving, and though he felt that he could manage very well to the end of his journey, which was now only about 2 miles, without great inconvenience, yet he reflected that it would not be exactly the thing to make his appearance before his cousin like a beggar, and address him with the salutation, "Give me something to eat." So drawing on all his riches from his pocket, he counted them over on the palm of his hand to ascertain the amount. It was an amount that required little calculation, yet still there was more than enough to make a small meal. He therefore entered an inn to get a little refreshment, and, on paying the account, found that he had still a few pence remaining. Just outside, lying in the streets, and so close to the door that he would have fallen over them had he not been looking about him, Renzo saw 2 women, one rather elderly, and the other a younger person, with an infant at her breast, which, after vainly endeavouring to satisfy its hunger, was crying bitterly. They were all 3 as pale as death, and standing by them was a man in whose face and limbs there might still be discerned tokens of former robustness, though now broken and almost destroyed by long poverty. The 3 beggars stretched out their hands to Renzo as he left the inn with a free step and revigorated air, but none of them spoke. What more could language have expressed? "There's a godsend for you," said Renzo, as he hastily thrust his hand into his pocket, and, taking out his last pence, put them in the hand that was nearest to him, and went on his way. The refreshment and this good work together, since we are made of both soul and body, had gladdened and cheered all his thoughts. Certain it is that he felt more confidence for the future from having thus deprived himself of his last penny, than if he had found 10 such. For if Providence had kept in reserve, for the support of 3 wretched beggars, almost fainting on the road, the last farthing of a stranger, himself a fugitive, far from his own home and uncertain how to get a living, could he think that Providence would leave in destitution him whom he had made use of for this purpose, and to whom he had given so vivid, so effective, so self-abandoning an inclination? Such was, in general, the feeling of the youth, though probably not so clearly defined as that which we have expressed in words. During the remainder of his walk, as his mind recurred to the different circumstances and contingencies which had hitherto appeared the most dark and perplexing, all seemed to brighten. The famine and poverty must come to an end, for there was a harvest every year. In the meantime he had his cousin Bartolo and his own abilities, and, as a help towards his support, a little store of money at home, which he could easily send for. With this assistance, at the worst, he could live from day to day as economically as possible, till better times. Then, when good times have come at last, continued Renzo, in his fanciful dreams, the demand for work will be renewed. Masters will strive who shall get Milanese weavers, because they know their trade best. The Milanese weavers will hold their heads high. They who want clever workmen must pay for them. We shall make something to live upon, and still have some to spare. We can then furnish a cottage, and write to the women to come. And besides, why wait so long? Shouldn't we have lived upon my little store at home all this winter, so we can live here? There are curates everywhere. Those 2 dear women might come now, and we could keep house together. Oh, what a pleasure, to go walking all together on this very road, to go as far as Ada in a cart, and have a picnic on the shore. Yes, just on the shore, and I'd show them the place where I embarked, the thorny path I came down, and the spot where I stood to look if there was a boat. At length he reached his cousin's village, and, just at the entrance, even before he set foot in it, distinguished a house considerably higher than the rest, with several rows of long windows, one above another, and separated by a much smaller space than the divisions between the different stories required. He at once recognized a silk mill, and going in, asked in a loud voice, so as to be heard amidst the noise of the running water and the machinery, if Bartolo Castagnari lived there. "The Signor Bartolo, he's there." "The Signor, that's a good sign," thought Renzo, and seeing his cousin, he ran towards him. Bartolo turned round, recognized his relation, as he exclaimed, "Here I am myself," and received him with an "Oh!" of surprise, as they mutually threw their arms around each other's neck. After the first welcome, Bartolo took his cousin into another room, apart from the noise of the machinery and the eyes of the curious, and greeted him with, "I'm very glad to see you, but you're a pretty fellow. I've invited you so often, and you never would come, and now you arrive in rather a troubled time. Since you will have me tell you, I have not come with my own good will," said Renzo, and then, as briefly as possible, and not without some emotion, he related his mournful story. "That's quite another thing," said Bartolo. "Oh, poor Renzo! But you've depended upon me, and I'll not forsake you. Certainly, there's no great demand for workmen just now. Indeed, it's all we can do not to turn off those we have, and give up the business. But my master likes me, and he has got some money. And to tell you the truth, without boasting, he mostly owes it to me. He has the capital, and I give my abilities, such as they are. I'm the head workman, you know, and besides, between you and me, I'm quite his factotum. Poor Lucia Mondella. I remember her as it were but yesterday. A good girl she was, always the best behaved in church, and whenever one passed her cottage, I see that cottage in my mind's eye outside the village with a fine fig tree peeping over the wall. No, don't let us talk about it. I was only going to say that whenever one passed that cottage, there was the real always going, and that Don Rodrigo. Even in my time he was inclined that way, but now he's playing the devil outright, from what I hear, so long as God leaves him to take his own course. Well, as I was saying, here too we are suffering a little from the famine. Apropos, how are you for appetite? I got something to eat a little while ago on the road. And how are you for money? Renzo held out one of his hands, and putting it to his mouth, gently puffed upon it. Never mind, said Bartolo. I've plenty. Pluck up your heart, for I hope things will soon change, please God, and then you can repay me and lay up also a little for yourself. I've a trifling sum at home, and will send for it. Very well, and in the meantime, you may depend upon me. God has given me wealth that I may give to others, and whom shall I serve so soon as my own relations and friends? I said I should be provided for, exclaimed Renzo, affectionately pressing his good cousin's hand. Then, rejoined his companion, they've had a regular uproar at Milan. I think they're all a little mad. The rumour has already reached here, but I want you to tell me things a little more particularly. We've plenty to talk about. Here, however, you see, we go about it more quietly and do things with rather more prudence. The city purchased 2,000 loads of corn from a merchant who lives at Venice. The corn came from Turkey, but when life depends upon it, such things are not looked into very narrowly. See now what this occasioned. The governors of Verona and Brescia stopped up the passages and said, no corn shall pass this way. What did the Bermascans do, think you? They dispatched a man to Venice who knew how to talk. The messenger went off in haste, presented himself to the Doge, and asked him what was the meaning of such a trick, and such a speech he made. They say fit to be printed. What a thing it is to have a man who knows what to say. An order was immediately issued for the free transit of corn, requiring the governors not only to let it pass, but to assist in forwarding it, and now it is on its way. There is provision also for the surrounding country. Another worthy man gave the Senate to understand that the people in the country were starving, and they have ordered them 4,000 bushels of millet. This helps, you know, to make bread. And then I needn't say that if there isn't bread for us, we will eat meat. God has given me wealth, as I told you. Now then, I'll take you to my master. I've often mentioned you to him, and I know he'll welcome you. He's a Bergamascan of the old sort, and a kind-hearted man. Certainly he doesn't expect you just now, but when he hears your history, and besides he knows how to value good workmen, for the famine must come to an end, and business will go on. But, first of all, I must warn you of one thing. Do you know what they call us, Milanese, in this country? No, what is it? They call us blockheads. That's not a very nice name. So it is. Whoever is born in the territory of Milan, and would make a living in that of Bergamo, must be content to bear it patiently. It is as common among these people to give the name of blockhead to a Milanese as your illustrious lordship to a cavalier. They only say so, I fancy, to those who will put up with it. My dear fellow, if you are not disposed continually to brook the title, don't reckon that you can live here. You would be obliged always to have a knife in your hand, and when you have killed, we will suppose 2, 3, or 4 of your neighbours, you'd meet with somebody who would kill you. And what a nice prospect, to have to appear before God's tribunal with 3 or 4 murders on your head, and a Milanese who has a little—" here he tapped his forehead with his forefinger as he had done at the sign of the full moon. "I mean, one who understands his business. It's all the same. He, too, would be a blockhead. Do you know what my master says when he's talking of me to his friends? Heaven has sent me this blockhead to conduct my business. If it were not for this blockhead, I should do very badly. It's the custom to say so. It's a very foolish custom, especially considering what we do. For who was it, in fact, that brought the art here, and now carries it on, but us? Is it possible there's no help for it? Not hitherto, there may be, in the course of time, among the young people who are growing up, but in this generation there is no remedy. They've acquired the habit and won't leave it off. After all, what is it? It's nothing to the tricks they've played upon you, and that most of our precious fellow countrymen would still play upon you. Well, that's true, if there's no other evil. Now that you are persuaded of this, all will go well. Come, let us go to my master, and be of good heart." Everything, in fact, did go well, and so exactly in accordance with Bartolo's promises, that it is needless to give any particular description. And it was truly an ordering of Providence, for we shall soon see how little dependence was to be placed upon the small savings Renzo had left at home. End of chapter 17, part 2. Chapter 18, part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 18, Part 1. That same day, the 13th of November, an express arrived to the Signor Podesta of Lecchio, and presented him with a dispatch from the Signor the High Sheriff, containing an order to make every possible strict investigation, to ascertain whether a certain young man, bearing the name of Renzo Tramaglino, silk weaver, who had escaped from the hands of Predisi Egrigii Domini Capitanii, had returned, palam vel clam, to his own country, ignotum, the exact village, Vernum in territorio Lucii, quod si compertum furit sic esse. The Signor Podesta must endeavor, quanta maxima diligentia fereri poterit, to get him into his hands, and having sufficiently secured him, videlicet, with strong handcuffs, seeing that the insufficiency of smaller manacles for the aforementioned person has been proved, must cause him to be conducted to prison and there detained under strong custody until he be consigned to the officer who shall be sent to take him, and in case either of success or non-success, acceditis ad domum praedisti Laurentii Tramellini, et facta debita diligentia quid ad rem repertum furit offeratis, et informationis de illius prava qualitate, vita et complicibus summatis, and of all his sayings and doings, what is found and not found, what is taken and not taken, diligenter referatis. After humanely assuring himself that the object of inquiry had not returned home, the Signor Podesta summoned the village constable, and under his direction proceeded with a large retinue of notaries and bailiffs to the above-mentioned house. The door was locked, and either no one had the key, or he was not to be found. They, therefore, forced the locks with all due and praiseworthy zeal, which is equivalent to saying that they proceeded as if taking a city by assault. The report of this expedition immediately spread in the neighborhood and reached the ears of Father Cristoforo, who, no less astonished than grieved, sought for some information as to the cause of so unexpected an event from everybody he met with. He could only, however, gather airy conjectures and contradictory reports, and at last, therefore, wrote to Father Bonaventura, from whom he imagined he should be able to acquire some more precise information. In the meanwhile, Renzo's relations and friends were summoned to depose all that they knew about his depraved habits. To bear the name of Tramaglino became a misfortune, a disgrace, a crime, and the village was quite in a commotion. By degrees it became known that Renzo had escaped from the hands of justice during the disturbance at Milan, and had not since been seen. It was whispered about that he had been guilty of some high crime and misdemeanor, but what it was no one could tell, or they told it in 100 different ways. The more heinous the offence with which he was charged, the less was it believed in the village, where Renzo was universally known as an honest, respectable youth, and many conjectured and spread the report that it was merely a machination set on foot by the powerful Don Rodrigo to bring about the ruin of his unfortunate rival. So true is it that, judging only by induction, and without the necessary knowledge of facts, even the greatest villains are sometimes wrongfully accused. But we who have the facts in our possession, as the saying is, can affirm that, if Don Rodrigo had had no share in Renzo's misfortunes, yet that he had rejoiced in them as if he had been his own work, and triumphed over them among his confidants, especially with Count Attilio. This friend, according to his first intention, should have been by this time at Milan, but on the first announcement of the disturbances that had arisen there, and of the rabble whom he might encounter in a far different mood than tamely to submit to a beating, he thought it expedient to postpone his journey until he received better accounts. And the more so because, having offended many, he had good reason to fear that some who had remained passive only from impotency might now be encouraged by circumstances, and judge it a favourable opportunity for taking their revenge. The journey, however, was not long delayed. The order dispatched from Milan for the execution against Renzo had already given some indication that things had returned to their ordinary course, and the positive notices which followed quick upon it confirmed the truth of these appearances. Count Attilio set off immediately, enjoining his cousin to persist in his undertaking and bring it to an issue, and promising, on his part, that he would use every means to rid him of the friar, to whom the fortunate accident of his cousin's beggarly rival would be a wonderful blow. Scarcely had Attilio gone, when Grisio arrived safe and sound from Monza, and related to his master what he had been able to gather, that Lucia had found refuge in such a monastery under the protection of the Signora so-and-so, that she was concealed there as if she were a nun herself, never setting foot outside the threshold, and assisting at the services of the church behind a little grated window, an arrangement which was unsatisfactory to many who, having heard some mention of her adventures and great reports of her beauty, were anxious for once to see what she was like. This account inspired Don Rodrigo with every evil passion, or to speak more truly, rendered still more ungovernable those with which he was already possessed. So many circumstances favorable to his design had only further inflamed that mixture of punctilio, rage, and infamous desire of which his passion was composed. Renzo absent, banished, outlawed, so that any proceedings against him became lawful, and even that his betrothed bride might be considered, in a measure, as the property of a rebel, the only man in the world who would and could interest himself for her, and make a stir that would be noticed in headquarters, and at a distance. The enraged friar would himself probably be soon incapable of acting for her. Yet here was a new impediment which not only outweighed all these advantages, but rendered them, it might be said, unavailing. A monastery at Monza, even had there not been a princess in the way, was a bone too hard even for the teeth of a Rodrigo, and wandered in his fancy round this retreat as he would, he could devise no way or means of assaulting it, either by force or fraud. He was almost resolved to give up the enterprise, to go to Milan by a circuitous route, so as to avoid passing through Monza, and there to plunge himself into the society of his friends and their recreations, so as to drown in thoughts of gaiety the one idea which had now become so tormenting. But, his friends, softly a little with these friends, instead of diverting his mind, he might reasonably expect to find in their company an incessant renewal and memento of his vexation. For Attilio would certainly have published the affair and put them all in expectation. Everybody would make inquiries about the mountain girl, and he must give some answer. He had wished, he had tried, and how had he succeeded? He had engaged in an undertaking, rather an unworthy one, certainly, but what of that? One cannot always regulate one's caprices. The point is to satisfy them, and how had he come off in the enterprise? How? Put down by a peasant and a friar. And when an unexpected turn of good fortune had rid him of one, and a skilful friend of the other, without any trouble on the part of the principal person concerned, he, like a fool, knew not how to profit by the juncture, and basely withdrew from the undertaking. It would be enough to make him never again dare to hold up his head among men of spirit, or compel him always to keep his hand on his sword. And then, again, how could he ever return to, however remain in, that village and that country where, let alone the incessant and bitter remembrances of his passion, he should always bear about with him the disgrace of its failure, where the public hatred would have increased, while his reputation for power and superiority would have proportionately diminished, where he might read in the face of every ragamuffin, even through a veil of profound references, a galling, "You've been gulled, and I'm glad of it." The path of iniquity, as our manuscript here remarks, is broad, but that does not mean that it is easy. It has its stumbling blocks and its thorns, and its course is tedious and wearisome, though it be a downward course. In this perplexity, unwilling either to give up his purpose, to go back, or to stop, and unable by himself to go forward, a plan occurred to Don Rodrigo's mind, by which he hoped to effect his design. This was to take as a partner and assistant in his enterprise one whose hands could often reach beyond the views of others, a man at once and devil, to whom the difficulty of an undertaking was frequently an incentive to engage in it. But this course also had its inconveniences and its dangers, the more pressing, the less they could be calculated upon beforehand, since it was impossible to foresee where one might be led, whence one embarked in an affair with this man, a powerful auxiliary certainly, but a not less absolute and dangerous guide. These thoughts kept Don Rodrigo for several days in a state of worse than tedious perplexity. In the meanwhile, a letter arrived from his cousin informing him that the plot against the friar was going on very well. Following close upon the lightning burst forth the thunderclap. One fine morning, Don Rodrigo heard that Father Cristoforo had left the convent at Pescarenico. This success, so prompt and so complete, together with Attilio's letter, encouraging him onward and threatening him with intolerable ridicule if he withdrew, inclined Don Rodrigo still more to hazard everything rather than give up. But that which finally decided him was the unexpected news that Agnes had returned home, thus removing the one obstacle from around Lucia. We will relate how these two circumstances were brought about, beginning with the last. The two unfortunate women were scarcely settled in their retreat when the report of the disturbances in Milan spread rapidly over Monza and, consequently, through the monastery. And following the grand news came an infinite succession of particulars, which multiplied and varied every moment. The portress, situated just between the street and the monastery, was the channel of information both from within and from without, and, eagerly receiving these reports, retailed them at will to her guests. 2, 6, 8, 4, 7 had been imprisoned. They would hang them, some before the bakehouse of the Crutches, some at the end of the street where the superintendent of provisions lived. Aye, just listen now. One of them escaped, a man somewhere from Lecchio, or thereabouts. I don't know the name, but someone will be passing who will be able to tell me, to see if you know him. This announcement, together with the circumstances that Renzo would just have arrived at Milan on the fatal day, occasioned a great deal of disquietude to the women, and especially to Lucia. But what must it have been when the portress came to tell them, "It is a man from your very village who has escaped being hung, a silk weaver of the name of Tramaglino. Do you know him?" Lucia, who was sitting hemming some needlework, immediately let it fall from her hands. She became extremely pale, and changed countenance so much that the portress would certainly have observed it, had she been nearer to her. Fortunately, however, she was standing at the door with Agnes, who, though much disturbed, yet not to such a degree as her daughter, preserved a calm countenance, and forced herself to reply that in a little village everybody knew everybody, that she was acquainted with him, and could scarcely bring herself to believe that anything of the kind had happened to him. He was so peaceable a youth. She then asked if it was known for certain that he had escaped, and whither. Everyone says he has escaped. Where to, they cannot say. It may be that they will catch him again, or it may be he is in safety, but if they do get hold of him, your peaceable youth. Fortunately, at this juncture, the portress was called away and left them. The reader may imagine in what state of mind, for more than a day were the poor woman and her afflicted daughter obliged to remain in this painful suspense, imagining the causes, ways, and consequences of this unhappy event, and commenting in their own minds or in a low voice with each other on the terrible words their informer had left unfinished. At length, one Thursday, a man arrived at the monastery in search of Agnes. It was a fishmonger of Pescarenico, going to Milan as usual to dispose of his fish, and the good Father Cristoforo had requested him, in passing through Monza, to call in at the monastery, to greet the women in his name, to tell them all he knew about this sad affair of Renzo's, to beseech them to have patience and put their trust in God, and to assure them that he would certainly not forget them, but would watch his opportunity for rendering them assistance, and, in the meantime, would not fail to send them all the news he could collect every week, either by this means or a similar one. The messenger could tell nothing new or certain about Renzo except of the execution put into his house, and at the search that was being made for him, but at the same time that this had been hitherto in vain, and that it was known for certain that he had reached the territory of Bergamo. Such a certainty, it is unnecessary to say, was a balm to poor Lucia's wounded heart. From that time her tears flowed more freely and calmly. She felt more comforted in her secret bursts of feeling with her mother, and expressions of thankfulness began to be mingled with her prayers. Gertrude frequently invited her into her private apartment, and sometimes detained her there a long time, feeling a pleasure in the ingenuousness and gentleness of the poor girl, and in hearing the thanks and blessings she poured upon her benefactress. She even related to her, in confidence, the blameless part, of her history, and of what she had suffered, that she might come there to suffer, till Lucia's first suspicious astonishment gradually changed to compassion. In that history she found reasons more than enough to explain what she thought rather strange in the behaviour of her patroness, especially when she brought in to her aid Agnes's doctrine about the characters of the nobility. Nevertheless, though sometimes induced to return the confidence which Gertrude reposed in her, yet she carefully avoided any mention of her fresh causes of alarm, of her new misfortune, and of the ties which bound her to the escaped silk weaver, lest she should run any risk of spreading a report so full of her shame and sorrow. She also parried, to the best of her ability, all Gertrude's inquisitive questions about herself previous to her betrothal. But this was not so much from prudential motives, as because such an account appeared to the simple-minded girl more perplexing, more difficult to relate, than all she had heard, or thought it possible to hear, from the Signora. In the history of that lady there was oppression, intrigue, suffering, sad and mournful things, but which, nevertheless, could be named. In her own there was a pervading sentiment, a word which she did not feel it possible to pronounce when speaking of herself, and as a substitute for which she could never find periphrases that did not seem to her mind indelicate: love. Gertrude was sometimes tempted to be angry at these repulses, but there always appeared behind them so much affection, so much respect, so much gratitude, and even so much trustfulness. Sometimes, perhaps, that modesty, so delicate, so sensitive and mysterious, displeased her still more on another account. But all was quickly forgotten in the soothing thought that every moment recurred to her mind when contemplating Lucia. I'm doing her good, and this was true, for, besides the asylum she had provided, these conversations and her familiar treatment were some comfort to Lucia. The poor girl also found another satisfaction in constant employment. She always petitioned for something to do, and when she went into the Signora's parlour, generally took a little needlework with her to keep her fingers employed. But what melancholy thoughts crowded her mind wherever she went, while plying her needle, an occupation to which hitherto she had given little attention. Her reel constantly presented itself to her view, and with the reel, how many other things. The second Thursday, the same or another messenger arrived, bringing salutations and encouragement from Father Cristoforo, and an additional confirmation of Renzo's escape, but no more positive information about his misfortunes. The reader may remember that the Capuchin had hoped for some account from his brother friar at Milan, to whom he had given Renzo a letter of recommendation. He only replied, however, that he had seen neither letter nor person, that a stranger from the country had certainly been to the convent in search of him, but finding him out, had gone away, and had not again made his appearance. The third Thursday no messenger came, which was not only depriving the poor woman of an anticipated and hoped for source of consolation, but, as it usually happens on every trifling occasion to those in sorrow and suspense, was also a subject of much disquietude and 100 tormenting suspicions. Agnes had for some time been contemplating a visit to her native village, and this unexpected non-appearance of the promised messenger determined her upon taking such a step. Lucia felt very strange at the thought of being left without the shelter of her mother's wing, but the longing desire she felt to know something, and her sense of security in that guarded and sacred asylum, conquered her great unwillingness, and it was arranged between them that Agnes should watch in the street the following day for the fishmonger, who must necessarily pass that way on his return from Milan, and that she would ask him to be so good as to give her a seat in his cart to take her to her own mountains. She met with him accordingly, and asked if Father Cristoforo had given him no commission for her. The fishmonger said that he had been out fishing the whole day before his departure, and had received news nor message from the father. Agnes then made her request, which being granted without hesitation, she took her leave of the signora and her daughter, with many tears, and promising to send them some news soon, and return as quickly as possible, she set off. End of chapter 18, part 1. Chapter 18, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 18, Part 2. The journey was performed without accident. They passed part of the night in an inn on the roadside, as usual, and setting off on their way before sunrise, arrived early in the morning at Pescarenico. Agnes alighted on the little square before the convent, dismissed her conductor with many thanks, and since she was at the place, determined before going home to see her benefactor, the worthy friar. She rang the bell. The person who came to open the door was Fra Galdino, the nut-seeker. "Oh, my good woman, what wind has brought you here?" "I want to see Father Cristoforo." "Father Cristoforo? He's not here." "Oh, will he be long before he comes back?" "Long," said the friar, shrugging his shoulders so as almost to bury his shorn head in his hood. "Where has he gone?" "To Rimini." To Rimini? Where is that?" replied the friar, vertically waving his extended hand in the air to signify a great distance. "Alas me! But why has he gone away so suddenly?" "Because the Father Provincial ordered it." "And why have they sent him away at all, when he was doing so much good here?" "Ah, poor me! If superiors were obliged to render a reason for all the orders they give, where would be our obedience, my good woman?" "Yes, but this is my ruin." "This is the way it will be. They will have wanted a good preacher at Rimini. There are some everywhere, to be sure, but sometimes they want a particular man on purpose. The Father Provincial there will have written to the Father Provincial here to know if he had such and such a person, and the Father Provincial will have said, Father Cristoforo is the man for him, as, in fact, you see it is." "Oh, poor us! When did he go?" "The day before yesterday." See now, if I had only done as I first wished, and come a few days sooner. And don't you know when he may return? Can't you guess at all?" My good woman, nobody knows except the Father Provincial, if even he does. When once one of our preaching friars has taken the wing, one can never foresee on what branch he will finally alight. They are sought after here and there and everywhere, and we have convents in all the 4 quarters of the globe. Rest assured, Father Cristoforo will make a great noise with his course of Lent sermons at Rimini, for he doesn't always preach extempore, as he did here, that the poor people might understand him. For the city pulpits he has his beautiful written sermons and his best robes. The fame of this great preacher will spread, and they may ask for him at, I don't know where. Besides, we ought to give him up, for we live on the charity of the whole world, and it is but just that we should serve the whole world. "Oh dear, dear," again cried Agnes, almost weeping. "What can I do without him? He was like a father to us. It is the undoing of us." "Listen, my good woman. Father Cristoforo was certainly an admirable man. But we have others, you know, full of charity and ability, and who know how to deal with either rich or poor. Will you have Father Antanasio, or Father Girolamo, or Father Zachariah? Father Zachariah, you know, is a man of great worth, and don't you wonder, as some ignorant people do, that he is so thin and has such a weak voice and such a miserable beard. I don't say that he is a good preacher, because everybody has his particular gifts, but he is just the man to give advice, you know." "Oh, holy patience!" exclaimed Agnes, with that mixture of gratitude and impatience that one feels at an offer in which there is more good nature than suitableness. "What does it matter to me what a man is or is not, when that good man who is no longer here was he who knew all our affairs and had made preparations to help us?" "Then you must be patient." "I know that," replied Agnes. "Forgive me for troubling you." "Oh, don't say a word, my good woman. I am very sorry for you. And if you determine upon consulting any of the fathers, the convent is here and won't go away. I shall see you soon when I collect the oil." "Goodbye," said Agnes, and she turned towards her little village, forlorn, perplexed, and disconcerted, like a blind man who has lost his staff. Rather better informed than Fra Galdino, we will now relate how things had really happened. Immediately on Attilio's arrival at Milan, he went, as he had promised Don Rodrigo, to pay a visit to their common uncle of the Privy Council. This was a committee composed at that time of 13 persons of rank, with whom the governor usually consulted, and who, when he either died or resigned his office, temporarily assumed the command. Their uncle, the Count, a robed member, and one of the oldest of the council, enjoyed there a certain authority, but in displaying this authority and making it felt by those around him, there was not his equal. Ambiguous language, significant silence, abrupt pauses in speaking, a wink of the eye that seemed to say, "I may not speak," flattery without promises, and formal threatenings, all were directed to this end, and all, more or less, produced the desired effect, so that even the positive declaration, "I can do nothing in this business," pronounced sometimes in absolute truth, but pronounced so that it was not believed, only served to increase the idea, and therefore the reality, of his power, like the Japan boxes which may still be occasionally seen in the apothecary's shop, with sundry Arabic characters stamped upon them, actually containing nothing, yet serving to keep up the credit of the shop. That of the Count, which had been for a long time increasing by very gradual steps, had at last made a giant stride, as the saying is, on an extraordinary occasion, namely, a journey to Madrid, on an embassy to the court, where the reception that he met with should be related by himself. To mention nothing else, the Count Duke had treated him with particular condescension, and admitted him into his confidence so far as to have asked him, in the presence, he might say, of half the court, how he liked Madrid, and to have told him another time, when standing in the recess of the window, that the Cathedral of Milan was the largest Christian temple in the king's dominions. After paying all due ceremony to his uncle and delivering his cousin's compliments, Attilio addressed him with a look of seriousness, such as he knew how and when to assume. I think I am only doing my duty without betraying Rodrigo's confidence when I acquaint my uncle with an affair, which, unless you interfere, may become serious and produce consequences. One of his usual scrapes, I suppose. I can assure you that the fault is not on Rodrigo's side, but his spirit is roused, and, as I said, no one but you can. Well, let us hear. There is a Capuchin friar in that neighbourhood who bears a grudge against my cousin, and things have gone to such a pitch that— How often have I told you both to let the monks fry their own fish? It is quite sufficient for those to have to do with them who are obliged, whose business it is, and here he sighed, but you can avoid them. Signor Uncle, I am bound to tell you that Rodrigo would have left them alone, had it been possible. It is that friar who is determined to quarrel with him, and has tried in every way to provoke him. What has the friar to do with my nephew? First of all, he is well known as a restless spirit, who prides himself upon quarrelling with gentlemen. This fellow, too, has taken under his protection and direction, and I don't know what besides, a country girl of the village, whom he regards with an affection. An affection, I don't say of what kind, but a very jealous, suspicious, and sullen affection. I understand, said the Count, and a ray of cunning intelligence shot across the depths of dullness nature had stamped upon his countenance, now, however, partially veiled under the mask of a politician. Now, for some time, continued Attilio, this friar has taken a fancy that Rodrigo has. I don't know what designs upon this. Taken a fancy, eh? Taken a fancy. I know the Señor Don Rodrigo too well, and it needs another advocate besides your lordship to justify him in these matters. That Rodrigo, Señor Uncle, may have had some idle jesting with this girl when he met her on the road. I can easily believe. He is young, and besides, not a Capuchin, but these are mere nonsenses, not worth mentioning to my noble uncle. The serious part of the business is that the friar has begun to talk of Rodrigo as he would of a common fellow, and has tried to instigate all the country against him. And the other friars? They don't meddle with it, because they know him to be a hot-headed fool, and bear a great respect to Rodrigo. But, on the other side, this monk has great reputation among the villagers as a saint, and I fancy he doesn't know that Rodrigo is my nephew. Doesn't he, though? It is just this that urges him onward. How? Because, and he scruples not to publish it, he takes greater delight in vexing Rodrigo, exactly because he has a natural protector of such authority as your lordship. He laughs at great people and politicians, and says that the cord of St. Francis binds even swords, and— The rash villain, what is his name? Fra Cristoforo of— said Attilio, and his uncle, taking a tablet from his desk, and considerably incensed, inscribed within it the unfortunate name. In the meanwhile, Attilio continued, this fellow has always had such a disposition. His former life is well known. He was a plebeian who possessed a little money, and would, therefore, compete with the noblemen of his country, and out of rage at not being able to make all yield to him, He killed one, and then turned friar to escape the gallows." "Bravo! Capital! We will see, we will see," exclaimed the Count, panting and puffing with an important air. "Lately," continued Attilio, "he is more enraged than ever, because he has failed in a design which he was very eager about. And from this my noble uncle will understand what sort of man he is. This fellow wanted to marry his protégée, whether to remove her from the perils of the world, you understand, or whatever it might be. At any rate, he was determined to marry her, and he had found the man another of his protégés, a person whose name my honoured uncle may not improbably have heard, for I dare say the Privy Council have had some transactions with this worthy subject." "Who is he?" "A silk weaver, Lorenzo Tramaglino, he who—" "Lorenzo Tramaglino!" exclaimed his uncle. "Well done, my brave friar. Certainly, indeed, he has a letter for a crime but it matters not very well. And why did Don Rodrigo tell me nothing of all this, but let things go so far, without applying to one who is both able and willing to direct and help him? I will be candid with you. On the one hand, knowing how many intrigues and affairs you had in your head," here his uncle drew a long breath and put his hand to his forehead, as if to intimate the fatigue he underwent in the settlement of so many intricate undertakings. "He felt in a manner bound," continued Attilio, "not to give you any additional trouble. And besides, I will tell you the whole. From what I can gather, he is so vexed, so angry, so annoyed at the insults offered him by this friar, that he is more desirous of getting justice for himself by some summary means, than of obtaining it in a regular way of prudence by the assistance of your lordship. I have tried to extinguish the flame, but seeing things taking a wrong course, I thought it my duty to inform your lordship of everything, who after all is the head and chief prop of the house." "You would have done better to have spoken a little sooner." "True, but I continued to hope that the thing would die off of itself, or that the friar would at last come to his senses, or would perhaps leave the convent, as is often the case among the monks, who are one day here and another there, and then all would have been quietly ended. But now it is my business to settle it. So I have thought. I said to myself, the Signor, my uncle, with his discretion and authority, will know well enough how to prevent a quarrel, and at the same time secure Rodrigo's honour, which is almost, as it were, his own. This friar, thought I, is always boasting of the girdle of St. Francis, but to employ this girdle seasonably, it is not necessary to have it always buckled around one's waist. My noble uncle has many means that I know not of. I only know that the Father Provincial has, as is but right, a great respect for him, and if my honoured uncle thought that the best course, in this instance, would be to give the friar a change of air, 2 words. Your lordship will be pleased to leave the arrangement to the person it belongs to, said his uncle, rather abruptly. "Oh, certainly," exclaimed Attilio, with a toss of his head and a disguised smile of disdainful compassion. "I am not intending to give advice to your lordship, but the regard I have for the reputation of the family made me speak, and I am afraid I have been guilty of another error," added he, with a thoughtful air. "I fear I have wronged Rodrigo in your lordship's opinion. I should have no peace if I were the cause of making you think that Rodrigo had not all the confidence in you, and all the submission to your will, that he ought to have. Believe me, Signor Uncle, that in this instance it is merely— Come, you two won't wrong each other, if you can help it. You will always be friends, till one of you becomes prudent, ever getting into some scrape or another, and expecting me to settle it. For You will force me to say so. You give me more to think about, you two, than—" Here he heaved a profound sigh. "All these blessed affairs of state." Attilio made a few more excuses, promises, and compliments, and then took his leave, accompanied by "Be prudent," the Count's usual form of dismissal to his nephews. End of chapter 18, part 2. Chapter 19, part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 19, Part 1. If a weed be discovered in a badly cultivated field, a fine root of sorrel, for example, and the spectator wish to ascertain with certainty whether it has sprung up from seed, either ripened in the field itself, or wafted thither by the wind, or dropped there by a bird in its flight, let him think as he will about it, he will never come to a satisfactory conclusion. For the same reason we are unable to decide whether the resolution formed by the Count of making use of the Father Provincial to cut in two, as the best and easiest method, this intricate knot, arose from his own unassisted imagination, or from the suggestions of Attilio. Certain it is that Attilio had not thrown out the hint unintentionally, and however naturally he might expect that the jealous haughtiness of his noble relative would recoil at so open an insinuation, he was determined at any rate to make the idea of such a resource flash before his eyes, and let him know the course which he desired he should pursue. On the other hand, the plan was so exactly consonant with his uncle's disposition, and so naturally marked out by circumstances, that one might safely venture the assertion that he had thought of and embraced it without the suggestion of anyone. It was a most essential point towards the reputation of power which he had so much at heart, that one of his name, a nephew of his, should not be worsted in a dispute of such notoriety. The satisfaction that his nephew would take for himself would have been a remedy worse than the disease, a foundation for future troubles which it was necessary to overthrow at any cost, and without loss of time. Command him at once to quit his palace, and he would not obey, and, even should he submit, it would be surrendering of the contest, a submission of their house to the superiority of a convent. Commands, legal force, or any terrors of that nature, were of no value against an adversary of such a character as Father Cristoforo. The regular and secular clergy were entirely exempt, not only in their persons, but in their places of abode, from all lay jurisdiction, as must have been observed even by one who has read no other story than the one before him. Otherwise they would often have fared very badly. All that could be attempted against such a rival was his removal, and the only means for obtaining this was the Father Provincial, at whose pleasure Father Cristoforo was either stationary or on the move. Between this Father Provincial and the Count of the Privy Council there existed an acquaintanceship of long standing. They seldom saw each other, but whenever they met, it was with great demonstrations of friendship, and reiterated offers of service. It is sometimes easier to transact business advantageously with a person who presides over many individuals than with only one of those same individuals who sees but his own motives, feels but his own passions, seeks only his own ends, while the former instantly perceives 100 relations, contingencies, and interests, 100 objects to secure or avoid, and can therefore be taken on 100 different sides. When all had been arranged in his mind, the Count one day invited the Father Provincial to dinner, to meet a circle of guests selected with superlative judgment, an assemblage of men of the highest rank, whose family alone bore a lofty title, and who by their carriage, by a certain native boldness, by a lordly air of disdain, and by taking of great things in familiar terms, succeeded, even without intending it, in impressing and on every occasion keeping up the idea of their superiority and power, together with a few clients bound to the house by a hereditary devotion, and to its head by the servitude of a whole life, who, beginning with the soup to say yes, with their lips, their eyes, their ears, their head, their whole body, and their whole heart, had made a man, by dessert time, almost forget how to say no. At table, the noble host quickly turned the conversation upon Madrid. There are many ways and means of accomplishing one's object, and he tried all. He spoke of the court, the Count Duke, the ministers, and the governor's family, of the bull baits, which he could accurately describe, having been a spectator from a very advantageous post, and of the Escurial, of which he could give a minute account, because of the Count Duke's pages had conducted him through every nook and corner of it. For some time the company continued like an audience, attentive to him alone, but by degrees they divided into small groups of talkers, and he then proceeded to relate further anecdotes of the great things he had seen, as in confidence, to the Father Provincial, who was seated near him, and who suffered him to talk on without interruption. But at a certain point he gave a turn to the conversation, and, leaving Madrid, proceeded from court to court, and from dignitary to dignitary, till he had brought upon the tapis Cardinal Barberini, a Capuchin, and brother to the then reigning Pope Urban VIII. The Count was at last obliged to cease talking for a while, and to be content to listen, and remember that, after all, there were some people in the world who were not born to live and act only for him. Shortly after leaving the table, he requested the Father Provincial to step with him into another apartment. Two men of authority, age, and consummate experience now found themselves standing opposite to each other. The noble lord requested the Reverend Father to take a seat, and, placing himself at his side, began as follows. Considering the friendship that exists between us, I thought I might venture to speak a word to your reverence on a matter of mutual interest, which it would be better to settle between ourselves, without taking any other courses, which might. But, without further preface, I will candidly tell you to what I allude, and I doubt not you will immediately agree with me. Tell me, in your convent of Pescarenico there is a certain Father Cristoforo of. The provincial bowed assent. Your paternity will be good enough then, frankly like a friend, to tell me this person, this father. I don't know him personally. I am acquainted with several Capuchin fathers, zealous, prudent, humble men who are worth their weight in gold. I have been a friend to the order from my boyhood, but in every rather numerous family there is always some individual, some wild, and this Father Cristoforo, I know by several occurrences that he is a person rather inclined to disputes, who has not all the prudence, all the circumspection. I dare say he has more than once given your paternity some anxiety. I understand this is a specimen, thought the provincial in the meantime. It is my fault. I know that blessed Cristoforo was fitter to go about from pulpit to pulpit than to be set down for 6 months in one place, especially in a country convent. Oh, said he aloud, I am really very sorry to hear that your Highness entertains such an opinion of Father Cristoforo, for as far as I know, he is a most exemplary monk in the convent, and is held in much esteem also in the neighbourhood. I understand perfectly, your reverence ought. However, as a sincere friend, I wish to inform you of a thing which is important for you to know, and even if you are already acquainted with it, I think, without exceeding my duty, I should caution you against I only say, possible consequences. Do you know that this Father Cristoforo has taken under his protection a man of that country, a man of whom your paternity has doubtless heard mention, him who escaped in such disgrace from the hands of justice, after having done things on that terrible day of St. Martin's, things, Lorenzo Tramaglino? Alas, thought the provincial, as he replied, this particular is quite new to me, but your Highness is sufficiently aware that it is part of our office to seek those who have gone astray, to recall them. Yes, yes, but intercourse with offenders of a certain kind is rather a dangerous thing, a very delicate affair. And here, instead of puffing out his cheeks and panting, he compressed his lips, and drew in as much air as he was accustomed to send forth with such profound importance. He then resumed, I thought it as well to give you this hint, because if ever His Excellency, he may have had some business at Rome, I don't know, though, and there might come to you from Rome. I am much obliged to your lordship for this information, but I feel confident that if they would make inquiries on this subject, they would find that Father Cristoforo has had no intercourse with the person you mention, unless it be to try and set him right again. I know Father Cristoforo well. You know probably already better than I do what kind of a man he was as a layman, and the life he led in his youth. It is one of the glories of our habit, Señor Count, that a man who has given ever so much occasion in the world for men to talk about him becomes a different person when he has assumed this dress. And ever since Father Cristoforo has worn the habit, I would gladly believe it, I assure you. I would gladly believe it, but sometimes, as the proverb says, it is not the cowl that makes the friar. The proverb was not exactly to the purpose, but the Count had cited it instead of another, which had crossed his mind. The wolf changes its skin, but not its nature. I have facts, continued he. I have positive proofs. If you can know for certain, interrupted the provincial, that this friar has been guilty of any fault, and we are all liable to err, you will do me a favour to inform me of it. I am his superior, though unworthily, but it is, therefore, my duty to correct and reprove. I will tell you, together with the unpleasing circumstances of the favour this father displays towards the person I have mentioned, there is another grievous thing, which may, but we will settle all this between ourselves at once. This same Father Cristoforo has begun a quarrel with my nephew, Don Rodrigo. Indeed, I am very sorry to hear it. Very sorry indeed. My nephew is young and hot-tempered. He feels what he is and is not accustomed to be provoked. It shall be my business to make every inquiry on the subject, as I have often told your lordship, and as you must know, with your great experience in the world and your noble judgment, far better than I, we are all human and liable to err, some one way, some another, and if our Father Cristoforo has failed, your reverence must perceive that these are matters, as I said, which had better be settled between ourselves, and remain buried with us, things which, if much meddled with, will only be made worse. You know how it often happens, these strifes and disputes frequently originate from a mere bagatelle, and become more and more serious as they are suffered to proceed. It is better to strike at the root before they grow to a head, or becomes the cause of 100 other contentions. Suppress it and cut it short, most reverend Father, suppress and cut it short. My nephew is young. The monk, from what I hear, has still all the spirit, all the inclinations of a young man, and it belongs to us who have some years on our shoulders. Too many, are there not, most reverend Father? It belongs to us, I say, to have judgment for the young and try to remedy their errors. Fortunately, we are still in good time. The matter has made no stir. It is still a case of a good principiis obsta. Let us remove the straw from the flame. A man who has not done well, or who may be a cause of some trouble in one place, sometimes gets on surprisingly in another. Your paternity, doubtless, knows where to find a convenient post for this friar. This will also meet the other circumstance of his having, perhaps, fallen under the suspicion of one who would be very glad that he should be removed, and thus by placing him at a little distance we shall kill 2 birds with 1 stone. All will be quietly settled, or rather there will be no harm done. The Father Provincial had expected this conclusion from the beginning of the interview. I, thought he to himself, I see well enough what you would bring me to. It is the usual way. If a poor friar has an encounter with you, or with any one of you, or gives you any offence, right or wrong, the superior must make him march immediately. When the Count was at last silent, and had puffed forth a long-drawn breath, which was equivalent to a full stop, I understand very well, said the Provincial, what your noble lordship would say, but before taking a step, it is a step, and it is not a step, most reverend Father. It is a natural thing enough, a very common occurrence, and if it does not come to this, and quickly too, I foresee a mountain of disorders, an Iliad of woes, a mistake. My nephew, I do not believe I am here for this, but at the point at which matters have now arrived, if we do not put a stop to it between ourselves, without loss of time, by one decided blow, it is not possible that it should remain a secret, and then it is not only my nephew. We raise a hornet's nest, most reverend Father. You know, we are a powerful family. We have adherents. Plainly enough. You understand me. They are all persons who have some blood in their veins, and who count as somebody in the world. Their honour will come in. It will become a common affair, and then even one who is a friend to peace. It will be a great grief to me to be obliged to find myself, I, who have always had so much kind feeling toward the Capuchin fathers, you reverend fathers, to continue to do good as you have hitherto done, with so much edification among the people, stand in need of peace, should be free from strifes, and in harmony with those who, and besides you have friends in the world, and these affairs of honour, if they go any length, extend themselves, branch out on every side, and draw in half the world. I am in a situation which obliges me to maintain a certain dignity. His Excellency, my noble colleagues, it becomes quite a party matter, particularly with that other circumstance. You know how these things go. Certainly, said Father Provincial. Father Cristoforo is a preacher, and I have already some thoughts. I have just been asked, but at this juncture and under the present circumstances, it might look like a punishment, and a punishment before having fully ascertained. Pshaw! Punishment, pshaw! Merely a prudential arrangement, a convenient resource for preventing evils which might ensue. I have explained myself. Between the Signor Count and me, things stand in this light, I am aware, but as your lordship has related the circumstances, it is impossible, I should say, but that something is known in the country around. There are everywhere firebrands, mischief makers, or at least malicious priors, who take a mad delight in seeing the nobility and the religious orders at variance. They observe it immediately, report it, and enlarge upon it. Everybody has his dignity to maintain, and I also, as superior, though unworthily, have an express duty, the honour of the habit. It is not my private concern. It is a deposit of which your noble nephew, since he is so high-spirited as your lordship describes him, might take it as a satisfaction offered to him, and, I do not say boast of it, and triumph over him, but, is your paternity joking with me? My nephew is a gentleman of some consideration in the world, that is, according to his rank and the claims he has, but in my presence he is a mere boy, and will do neither more nor less than I bid him. I will go further and tell you that my nephew shall know nothing about it. Why need we give any account of what we do? It is all transacted between ourselves as old friends, and never need come to light. Don't give yourself a thought about this. I ought to be accustomed to be silent." And he heaved a deep sigh. "As to gossips," resumed he, "what do you suppose they can say? The departure of a monk to preach somewhere else is nothing so very uncommon. And then we who see, we who foresee, we who ought, we need not give ourselves any concern about gossipings. At any rate, it would be well to try and prevent them on this occasion, by your noble nephew's making some demonstration, giving some open proof of friendship and deference, not for our sakes as individuals, but for the sake of the habit." "Certainly, certainly, this is but fair. However, there is no need of it. I know that the Capuchins are always received as they ought to be by my nephew. He does so from inclination. It is quite the disposition of the family, and besides he knows it is gratifying to me. In this instance, however, something more marked. It is only right. Leave me to settle it, most reverend Father. I will order my nephew. That is, I must cautiously suggest it to him, lest he should suspect what has passed between us. It would not do, you know, to lay a plaster where there is no wound. And as to what we have determined upon, the quicker the better. If you can find some post at a little distance, to obviate every occasion. I have just been asked for a preacher at Rimini, and perhaps, even without any other reason, I should have thought of—" exactly apropos, and when? Since the thing must be done, it had better be done at once. Directly, most reverend Father, better today than tomorrow. And," continued he, as he rose from his seat, "if I can do anything, I or my friends, for our worthy Capuchin fathers." "We know by experience the kindness of your house," said the Father Provincial, also rising and advancing towards the door behind his vanquisher. "We have extinguished the spark," said the Count, walking slowly forward. "A spark, most reverend Father, which might have been fanned into a wide-spreading and dangerous flame. Between friends, 2 or 3 words will often settle great things." On reaching the other apartment, he threw open the door, and insisted upon the Father's first entering. Then, following him in, they mingled with the rest of the company. This nobleman employed a studied politeness, great dexterity, and fine words, to accomplish his designs, and they produced corresponding effects. In fact, he succeeded by the conversation we have related in making Father Cristoforo go on foot from Piscarenico to Rimini, which is a very tolerable distance. End of chapter 19, part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 19, Part 2. One evening, a Capuchin arrived at Pescaranico from Milan with a dispatch to the Father Guardian. It contained an order for Father Cristoforo to repair at once to Rimini, where he was appointed to preach the course of Lent sermons. The letter to the Guardian contained instructions to insinuate to the said friar that he must give up all thoughts of any business he might have had in hand at the neighbourhood he was about to leave, and was not to keep up any correspondence there. The bearer would be his companion by the way. The Guardian said nothing that evening, but next morning he summoned Father Cristoforo, showed him the command, and bade him take his wallet, staff, maniple, and girdle, and with the Father, whom he presented to him as a companion, immediately set off on his journey. What a blow this would be to the poor friar, the reader must imagine. Renzo, Lucia, Agnes instantly rushed into his mind, and he exclaimed, so to say, to himself, "Oh my God, what will these poor creatures do when I'm no longer here?" But instantly raising his eyes to heaven, he reproached himself for want of faith, and for having supposed that he was necessary in anything. He crossed his hands on his breast, in token of obedience, and bowed his head before the Guardian, who, taking him aside, told him the rest of the message, adding a few words of advice and some sensible precepts. Father Cristoforo then went on into his cell, took his basket, and placed therein his breviary, his sermons, and the bread of forgiveness, bound round his waist a leathern girdle, took leave of his brethren whom he found in the convent, went to request the Guardian's blessing, and then, with his companion, took the route which had been prescribed for him. We have said that Don Rodrigo, more than ever resolved to accomplish his praiseworthy undertaking, had determined to seek the assistance of a very formidable character. Of this personage we can give neither the name, surname, nor title, nor can we even venture a conjecture on any one of them, which is the more remarkable, as we find mention of him in more than one published book of those times. That is the same personage. The identity of facts leave no room for doubt, but everywhere a studious endeavour may be traced to conceal his name, as if the mention of it would have ignited the pen and scorched the writer's hand. Francisco Revola, in his life of the Cardinal Federigo Borromeo, speaking of this person, says, "A nobleman as powerful by wealth as illustrious by birth, and nothing more." Giuseppe Ripamonti, who in the 5th book of the 5th decade of his Storia Patria makes more exclusive mention of him, describes him as one, this person, that person, this man, that personage. "I will relate," says he in his elegant Latin, which we translate as follows, "the case of one who, as being among the first of the great men of the city, took up his residence in the country, where, securing himself by the force of crime, he set at naught justice and judges, all magisterial, and even all sovereign power. Situated on the very confines of the state, he led an independent life, a harbourer of outlaws, an outlaw at one time himself, and then safely returned." We will extract in the sequel some other passages from this writer, which will serve to confirm and elucidate the account of our anonymous author, with whom we are travelling onward. to do what was forbidden by the public laws or rendered difficult by an opposing power, to be the arbiter, the judge in other people's affairs, without further interest in them than the love of command, to be feared by all, and to have the upper hand among those who were accustomed to hold the same station over others. Such had ever been the principal object and desires of this man. From his youth he had always had mingled feelings of contempt and impatient envy at the sight or report of the power, rencounters, strifes, and oppressive tyranny of others. Young and living in a city, he omitted no opportunity, nay, even sought for them, of setting himself up against the most renowned of this profession, either entirely to subdue them, to struggle with them and keep them in awe, or to induce them to solicit his friendship. Superior to most in riches and retinue, and perhaps to all in presumption and intrepidity, he compelled many to retire from competition. Some he treated with haughtiness or contempt, some he took as friends, not however on an equality with himself, but as alone would satisfy his proud and arrogant mind, as subordinate friends who would be content to acknowledge their inferiority and use their hands in his service. In fact, however, he became at length the great actor and the instrument of his companions, who never failed to solicit the aid of so powerful an auxiliary in all their undertakings, while for him to draw back would be to forfeit his reputation and come short of what he had assumed. He went on thus, till, on his own service and that of others, he had gone to such a length that neither his name, family, friends, nor even his own audacity sufficed to secure him against public proclamations and outlawry, and he was compelled to give way and leave the state. I believe it is to this circumstance that a remarkable incident related by Ripamonti refers. On one occasion, when obliged to quit the country, the secrecy he used and the respect and timidity he displayed were such that he rode through the city on horseback, followed by a pack of hounds, and accompanied with the sound of the trumpet, and, in passing before the palace of the court, left an insolent message with the guards for the governor. During his absence he continued the same practices, not even intermitting his correspondence with those of his friends who remained united to him. To translate literally from Ripamonti, in the secret alliance of atrocious consultations and fatal deeds. It even appears that he engaged the foreign courts in other new and formidable undertakings, of which the above cited historian speaks with mysterious brevity. Some foreign princes several times availed themselves of his assistance in important murders, and frequently sent him reinforcement of soldiers from a considerable distance to act under his orders. At length, it is not exactly known how long afterwards, either the sentence of banishment against him being withdrawn by some powerful intercession, or the audacity of the man serving him in place of any other liberation, he resolved to return home, and, in fact, did return, not however to Milan, but to a castle on his manor, situated on the confines of the Bergamascan territory. At that time, as most of our readers know, under Venetian government, and here he fixed his abode. This dwelling, we again quoted Ripamonti, was as it were a dispensary of sanguinary mandates. The servants were outlaws and murderers. The very cooks and scullions were not exempt from homicide. The hands of the children were stained with blood. Besides this amiable domestic circle, he had, as the same historian affirms, another set of dependents of a similar character dispersed abroad and quartered, so to say, at different posts in the two states on the borders of which he lived, who were always ready to execute his orders. All the tyrannical noblemen, for a considerable distance round, had been obliged on one occasion or another to choose between the friendship or the enmity of this supereminent tyrant. Those, however, who at first attempted to resist him came off so badly in the contest that no one was ever induced to make a second trial. Neither was it possible, by maintaining a neutral course, or standing, as the saying is, in their own shoes, to keep themselves independent of him, if a message arrived, intimating that such a person must desist from such an undertaking, or cease to molest such a debtor, or so forth. It was necessary to give a decided answer one way or the other. When one party came, with the homage of a vassal, to refer any business to his arbitration, the other party was reduced to the hard alternative of either abiding by his sentence or publicly declaring hostilities, which was equivalent to being, as the saying is, in the last stage of consumption. Men who were in the wrong had recourse to him that they might be right in effect. Many, being in the right, yet resorted to him to pre-engage so powerful a patronage, and close the way against their adversaries. Thus both bad and good came to be dependent upon him. It sometimes happened that the weak, oppressed, harassed, and tyrannized over by some powerful lord, turned to him for protection. He would then take the part of the oppressed, and force the oppressor to abstain from further injuries, to repair the wrongs he had committed, and even to stoop to apologies, or, in case of his proving stubborn and unbending, he would completely crush his power, constrain him to quit the place where he had exercised such unjust influence, or even make him pay a more expeditious and more terrible penalty. In these cases his name, usually so dreaded and abhorred, became for a time an object of blessing. For, I will not say this justice, but this remedy, this recompense of some sort, could not have been expected, under the circumstances of the times, for any other either public or private source. More frequently, and indeed ordinarily, his power and authority ministered to iniquitous desires, atrocious revenge, or outrageous caprice. But the very opposite uses he made of this power produced in the end the self-same effect, that of impressing all minds with the lofty idea of how much he could will and execute in spite of equity or inequity, those two things which interpose so many impediments to the accomplishment of man's desires, and so often forced him to turn back. The fame of ordinary oppressors was for the most part restricted to the limited tract of country where they continually or frequently exercised their oppression. Each district had its own tyrant, and these so resembled each other that there was no reason that people should interfere with those from whom they sustained neither injury nor molestation. But the fame of this man had long been diffused throughout every corner of the Milanese. His life was everywhere the subject of popular stories, and his very name carried with it the idea of something formidable, dark and fabulous. The suspicions that were everywhere entertained of his confederates and tools of assassination contributed to keep alive a constant memento of him. There were nothing more than suspicions, since who would have openly acknowledged such a dependence? But every tyrant might be his associate, every robber one of his assassins, and the very uncertainty of the fact rendered the opinion more general, and the terror more profound. At every appearance of an unknown ruffian, more savage looking than usual, at every enormous crime, the author of which could not be at first pointed out or conjectured. The name of this man was pronounced and whispered about, whom, thanks to the unhappy circumspection, to give it no other epithet, of our authors, we shall be obliged to designate the unnamed. The distance between his castle and the palace of Don Rodrigo was not more than 7 miles, and no sooner had the latter become a lord and tyrant than he could not help seeing that, at so short a distance from such a personage, it would not be possible to carry on this profession without either coming to blows or walking hand in hand with him. He had, therefore, offered himself and been accepted for a friend in the same way, that is, as the rest. He had rendered him more than one service. The manuscript says nothing further, and had each time been rewarded by promises of requital and assistance in any cases of emergency. He took great pains, however, to conceal such a friendship, or at least of what nature and how strict it was. Don Rodrigo liked well enough to play the tyrant, but not the fierce and savage tyrant. The profession was to him a means, not an end. He wished to live at freedom in the city, to enjoy the conveniences, diversions, and honours of social life, and for this end he was obliged to keep a certain appearance, make much of his family, cultivate the friendship of persons in place, and keep one hand on the scales of justice, so as on any occasion to make them preponderate in his favour, either removing them altogether from view, or bringing them to bear with double force on the head of some individual, on whom he could thus more easily accomplish his designs than by the arm of private violence. Now, an intimacy, or it would be better to say an alliance, with a person of such notoriety, an open enemy of the public power, would certainly not have advanced his interests in these respects, and particularly with his uncle. However, the slight acquaintance, which he was unable to conceal, might pass very well for an indispensable attention towards a man whose enmity was much to be deprecated, and thus it might receive excuse from necessity, since one who assumes the charge of providing for another without the will or the means, in the long run consents that his protégé should provide for himself up to a certain point in his own affairs, and if he does not expressly give his consent, at least he winks at it. One morning Don Rodrigo set off on horseback in the guise of a hunter, with a small escort of bravados on foot, Grigio at his side and 4 others following behind him, and took the road to the castle of the unnamed. End of chapter 19, part 2.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 20, Part 1. The castle of the unnamed was commandingly situated over a dark and narrow valley, on the summit of a cliff projecting from a rugged ridge of hills. Whether united to them or separated from them it is difficult to say, by a mass of crags and rocks, and by a boundary of caverns and abrupt precipices, both flanking it and on the rear. The side which overlooked the valley was the only accessible one, rather a steep acclivity certainly, but even and unbroken. The summit was used for pasturage, while the lower grounds were cultivated and scattered here and there with habitations. The bottom was a bed of large stones, the channel, according to the season, of either a rivulet or a noisy torrent, which at that time formed the boundary of the 2 states. The opposite ridges, forming, so to speak, the other wall of the valley, had a small cultivated tract, gently inclining from the base, and the rest was covered with crags, stones, and abrupt risings, untrodden and destitute of vegetation, excepting here and there a solitary bush in the interstices or on the edges of the rocks. From the height of this castle, like an eagle from his sanguinary nest, the savage nobleman surveyed every spot around where the foot of man could tread, and heard no human sound above him. At one view he could overlook the whole vale, the declivities, the bed of the stream, and the practicable paths intersecting the valley. That which approached his terrible abode by a zigzag and serpentine course appeared to a spectator from below like a winding thread, while from the windows and loopholes on the summit the signor could leisurely observe anyone who was ascending and 100 times catch a view of him. With the garrison of bravos whom he there maintained, he could even oppose a tolerable numerous troop of assailants, stretching any number of them on the ground or hurling them to the bottom before they could succeed in gaining the heights. He was not very likely, however, to be put to that trial, since no one who was not on good terms with the owner of the castle would venture to set foot within its walls, or even in the valley or its environs. The bailiff, who should have chanced to be seen there, would have been treated like an enemy spy seized within the camp. Tragical stories were related of the last who had dared to attempt the undertaking, but they were then tales of bygone days, and none of the village youths could remember having seen one of this race of beings, either dead or alive. Such is the description our anonymous author gives to the place. Nothing is said of the name, and for fear of putting us in the way of discovering it, he avoids all notice of Don Rodrigo's journey, bringing him at one jump into the midst of the valley, and setting him down at the foot of the ascent, just at the entrance of the steep and winding footpath. Here stood an inn, which might also be called a guard-house. An antique sign suspended over the door displayed on each side in glowing colours a radiant sun, but the public voice, which sometimes repeats names as they are first pronounced, and sometimes remodels them after its own fashion, never designated this tavern but by the title of the Malanotte. At the sound of a party approaching on horseback, an ill-looking lad appeared at the doorway, well armed with knives and pistols, and after giving a glance at them, re-entered to inform 3 ruffians, who, seated at table, were playing with a very dirty pack of cards, reversed and laid upon one another like so many tiles. He who seemed to be the leader rose, and, advancing towards the door, recognized a friend of his master's, and saluted him with a bow. Don Rodrigo, returning the salutation with great politeness, inquired if his master were in the castle, and receiving for an answer that he believed so, he dismounted from his horse, throwing the reins to Tiradrito, one of his retinue. Then, taking his musket from his shoulder, he handed it to Montenarola, as if to disencumber himself from a useless weight, and to render his ascent easier, but in reality because he knew well enough that no one was permitted to mount that steep who carried a gun. Then, taking out of his purse 2 or 3 berline, he gave them to Tanabuso, saying, "Wait here for me, and in the meantime enjoy yourself with these good people." He then presented the estimable chief of the party with a few gold coins, 1/2 for himself, and the rest to be divided among his companions, and at length, in the company of Griso, who had also laid aside his weapons, began to ascend the cliff on foot. In the meanwhile, the 3 above-mentioned bravos, together with their 4th companion, Squintanoto, what amiable names to be preserved with so much care, remained behind with the 3 players, and the unfortunate boy who was training for the gallows, to game, drink, and relate by turns their various feats of prowess. Another bravo belonging to the unnamed shortly overtook Don Rodrigo in his ascent, and, after eyeing him for a moment, recognized a friend of his master's, and bore him company, by this means sparing him the annoyance of telling his name and giving a further account of himself to the many others whom he met and with whom he was unacquainted. On reaching the castle and being admitted, Having left Griso, however, outside, he was conducted a roundabout way through dark corridors and various apartments, hung with muskets, sabres, and partisans, in each of which a bravo stood on guard, and, after waiting some time, was at last ushered into the room where the unnamed was expecting him. The signor advanced to meet Don Rodrigo, returning his salutation, and at the same time eyeing him from head to foot with the closest scrutiny, according to his usual habit, now almost an involuntary one, towards any one who approached him, even towards his oldest and most tried friends. He was tall, sunburnt, and bald, and at first sight this baldness, the whiteness of his few remaining hairs, and the wrinkles on his face would have induced the judgment that he was considerably beyond the 60 years he had scarcely yet attained, though on a nearer survey his carriage and movements, the cutting sarcasm of his features, and the deep fire that sparkled in his eye indicated a vigour of body and mind which would have been remarkable even in a young man. Don Rodrigo told him that he came to solicit his advice and assistance, that, finding himself engaged in a difficult undertaking, from which his honour would not now suffer him to retire, he had called to mind the promises of his noble friend, who had never promised too much or in vain, and he then proceeded to relate his infamous enterprise. The unnamed, who already had some indefinite knowledge of the affair, listened attentively to the recital, both because he was naturally fond of such stories, and because there was implicated in it a name well known and exceedingly odious to him, that of Father Cristoforo, the open enemy of tyrants, not only in word, but also, when possible, in deed also. The narrator then proceeded to exaggerate, in evidence, the difficulties of the undertaking, the distance of the place, a monastery, the signora. At this word the unnamed, as if a demon hidden in his heart had suggested it, abruptly interrupted him, saying that he would take the enterprise upon himself. He took down the name of our poor Lucia, and dismissed Don Rodrigo with the promise, "You shall shortly hear from me what you are to do." If the reader remembers that infamous Egidio, whose residence adjoined the monastery where poor Lucia had found a retreat, we will now inform him that he was one of the nearest and most intimate associates in iniquity of the unnamed, and it was for this reason that the latter had so promptly and resolutely taken upon him to pledge his word. Nevertheless, he was no sooner left alone than he began to feel, I will not say repentance, but vexation at having made the promise. For some time past he had experienced, not exactly remorse, but a kind of weariness of his wicked course of life. These feelings, which accumulated rather in his memory than in his conscience, were renewed each time any new crime was committed, and each time they seemed more multiplied and intolerable. It was like constantly adding and adding to an already incommodious weight. A certain repugnance experienced on the commission of his earlier crimes, afterwards overcome and almost entirely excluded, again returned to make itself felt. But in his first misgivings, the image of a distant and uncertain future, together with the consciousness of a vigorous habit of body and a strong constitution, had only confirmed him in a supine and presumptuous confidence. Now, on the contrary, it was thoughts of the future that embittered the retrospect of the past. To grow old, to die, and then? It was worthy of notice that the image of death, which in present danger, when facing an enemy, usually only nerved his spirit, and inspired him with impetuous courage, this same image, when presented to his mind in the solemn stillness of the night, and in the security of his own castle, was always accompanied by a feeling of undefined horror and alarm. It was not death threatened by an enemy who was himself mortal. It was not to be repulsed by stronger weapons or a readier arm. It came alone, it was suggested from within. It might still be distant, but every moment brought it a step nearer, and even while he hopelessly struggling to banish the remembrance of this dreaded enemy, it was coming fast upon him. In his early days, the frequent examples of violence, revenge, and murder, which were perpetually exhibited in his view, while they inspired him to daring emulation, served at the same time as a kind of authority against the voice of conscience. Now an indistinct but terrible idea of individual responsibility and judgment independent of example incessantly haunted his mind. Now the thoughts of his having left the ordinary crowd of wicked doers and surpassed them all sometimes impressed him with a feeling of dreadful solitude. That God, of whom he had once heard, but whom he had long ceased either to deny or acknowledge, solely occupied as he was in acting as though he existed not, now, at certain moments of depression without cause and terror without danger, he imagined he heard repeating within him, "Nevertheless I am." In the first heat of youthful passion, the laws which he had heard announced in his name had only appeared hateful to him. Now, when they returned unbidden to his mind, he regarded them in spite of himself as something which would have a fulfilment. But that he might suffer nothing of this new disquietude to be apparent either in word or deed, he carefully endeavoured to conceal it under the mask of deeper and more vehement ferocity, and by this means also he sought to disguise it from himself or entirely to stifle it. Envying, since he could neither annihilate nor forget them, the days in which he had been accustomed to commit iniquity without remorse and without further solicitude than for its success, he used every endeavour to recall them, and to retain or recover his former unfettered, daring, and undisturbed will, that he might convince himself he was still the same man. On this occasion, therefore, he had hastily pledged his word to Don Rodrigo, that he might close the door against all hesitation. Feeling, however, on his visitor's departure, a failing of the resolution that he had summoned up to make the promise, and gradually overwhelmed with thoughts presenting themselves to his mind, which tempted him to break his word, and which, if yielded to, would have made him sink very low in the eyes of his friend, a secondary accomplice, he resolved at once to cut short the painful conflict, and summoned Nibbio to his presence, one of the most dexterous and venturesome ministers of his enormities, and the one whom he was accustomed to employ in his correspondence with Egidio. With a resolute countenance he ordered him immediately to mount his horse, go straight to Monza, to inform Egidio of the engagement he had made, and to request his counsel and assistance in fulfilling it. The worthless messenger returned more expeditiously than his master expected, with Egidio's reply that the undertaking was easy and secure. If the unnamed would send a carriage which would not be known as his, with 2 or 3 well-disguised bravos, Egidio would undertake the charge of all the rest and would manage the whole affair. At this announcement, the unnamed, whatever might be passing in his mind, hastily gave orders to Nibbio to arrange all as Egidio required, and to go himself with 2 others whom he named upon this expedition. Had Egidio been obliged to reckon only on ordinary means for the accomplishment of the horrible service he had been requested to undertake, he certainly would not thus readily have given so unhesitating a promise. But in that very asylum, where it would seem all ought to have been an obstacle, the atrocious villain had a resource known only to himself, and that which would have been the greatest difficulty to others became an instrument to him. We have already related how the unhappy Signora on one occasion lent an ear to his addresses, and the reader may have understood that this was not the last time, that it was but the first step in a career of abomination and bloodshed. The same voice, rendered imperative and almost authoritative through guilt, now imposed upon her the sacrifice of the innocent creature who had been committed to her care. The proposal was frightful to Gertrude. To lose Lucia to an unforeseen accident, and without any fault on her part, would have seemed to her a misfortune, a bitter punishment. But now she was enjoined to deprive herself of her society by a base act of perfidy, and to convert a means of expiation into a fresh subject for remorse. The unhappy lady tried every method to extricate herself from the horrible command. Every method, except the only one which would have been infallible, and which still remained in her power. Guilt is a rigid and inflexible tyrant, against whom all are powerless but those who entirely rebel. On this Gertrude could not resolve, and she obeyed. It was the day fixed. The appointed hour approached. Gertrude retired with Lucia to her private apartment, and there lavished upon her more caresses than usual, which Lucia received and returned with increasing affection. As the lamb, trembling under the hand of the shepherd as he coaxes and gently urges it forward, turns to lick that very hand, unconscious that the butcher waits outside the sheepfold to whom the shepherd a moment before has sold it. I want you to do me a great service, one that nobody but you can do. I have plenty of persons ready to obey me, but none whom I dare trust. On some very important business, which I will tell you about afterwards, I want to speak to the Father Guardian of the Capuchins who brought you here to me, my poor Lucia, but it is absolutely necessary that no one should know that I have sent for him. I have nobody but you who can secretly carry this message. Lucia was terrified at such a request, and with her own native modesty, yet not without a strong expression of surprise, she endeavoured to dissuade her by adducing reasons which the Signora ought to have understood and foreseen. Without her mother, without an escort, by a solitary road, in an unknown country. But Gertrude, instructed in an infernal school, manifested much surprise and displeasure at finding this stubborn opposition in one whom she had greatly benefited, and pretended to think her excuses very frivolous. In broad daylight, a mere step, a road Lucia had travelled only a few days before, and which could be so described that even a person who had never seen it could not possibly go astray. In short, she said so much that the poor girl, touched at once with gratitude and shame, suffered the words to escape. Well, what am I to do? Go to the convent of the Capuchins, and here she again described the road. Ask for the Father Guardian, and tell him to come to me as quickly as possible, but not to let anyone know that he comes at my request. But what shall I say to the portress, who has never seen me go out, and will therefore be sure to ask whither I am going? Try to get out without her seeing you, and if you can't manage it, tell her that you are going to such a church where you have vowed to offer up some prayers. Here was a new difficulty for Lucia, to tell a falsehood. But the Signora again showed herself so vexed by her repulses, and made her so ashamed of herself for interposing a vain scruple in the way of gratitude, that the poor girl, stupefied rather than convinced, and greatly affected by her words, replied, "Very well, I will go, and may God help me." And she set off. But Gertrude, who from her grated window followed her with a fixed and anxious look, no sooner saw her set foot on the threshold than, overcome with an irresistible emotion, she exclaimed, "Listen, Lucia!" Lucia turned round and advanced towards the window, but another thought, the thought accustomed to predominate, had already prevailed over Gertrude's unhappy mind. Pretending that she was not yet satisfied with the instructions she had given, she again described to Lucia the road she must follow, and dismissed her, saying, "Do everything as I have told you, and return quickly." Lucia departed. End of Chapter 20, Part 1. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England. Chapter 20, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 20, Part 2. She passed the gate of the cloister unobserved, and took the road along the side of the wall, with her eyes bent to the ground. By the help of the direction she had received, and her own recollection, she found the city gate, and went out. Self-possessed, but still rather trembling, she proceeded along the high road, and shortly reached the turn to the convent, which she immediately recognized. This road was, and still is, buried like the bed of a river, between two high banks bordered with trees which spread their branches over it like a vaulted roof. Lucia felt her fears increase and quickened her steps as she found herself quite alone on entering it. But a few paces further her courage revived on seeing a travelling carriage standing and two travellers looking this way and that, as if uncertain of the road. On drawing nearer, she overheard one of them say, "Here is a good woman who will show us the way." In fact, when she had got opposite the carriage, the same person, with a more courteous manner than countenance, turned and addressed her. "My good girl, can you tell us which is the way to Monza?" "You have taken the wrong direction," replied the poor girl. "Monza is there," and turning to point it out with her finger, the other companion, it was Nibbio, seized her unexpectedly round the waist and lifted her from the ground. Lucia, in great alarm, turned her head and uttered a scream. The ruffian pushed her into the carriage. A third, who was seated at the back of it, concealed from view, received her and forced her, in spite of her struggles and cries, to sit down opposite him, while another put a handkerchief over her mouth and stifled her cries. Nibbio now hastily threw himself into the carriage, shut the door, and they set off at a rapid pace. The other, who had made the treacherous inquiry, remained in the road, and looked hurriedly around. No one was to be seen. He therefore sprang upon the bank, grasped a branch of the hedge which was planted upon the summit, pushed through the fence, and entering a plantation of green oaks which, for a short distance, ran alongside the road, stooped down there that he might not be seen by the people who would probably be attracted by the cries. This man was one of Egidio's villains. He had been to watch near the gate of the monastery, had seen Lucia go out, had noticed her dress and figure, and had then run by a shorter way to wait for her at the appointed spot. Who can represent the terror, the anguish of the unfortunate girl, or describe what was passing in her mind? She opened her terrified eyes from anxiety to ascertain her horrible situation, and quickly closed them again with a shudder of fear at the sight of the dreadful faces that met her view. She writhed her body, but found that she was held down on all sides. She collected all her strength and made a desperate effort to push towards the door, but two sinewy arms held her as if she were nailed to the bottom of the carriage, while four other powerful hands supported her there. At every signal she gave of intending to utter a cry, the handkerchief was instantly stuffed into her mouth to smother the sound, while three infernal mouths, with voices more human than they were accustomed to utter, continued to repeat, "Be still, don't be afraid, we don't want to do you any harm." After a few moments of agonized struggle, she seemed to become quieter. Her arms sank by her side, her head fell backwards, she half opened her eyelids, and her eyes became fixed. The horrible faces which surrounded her appeared to mingle and flock before her in one monstrous image. The colour fled from her cheek, the cold moisture overspread her face, her consciousness vanished, and she fainted away. "Come, courage," said Nibbio. "Courage, courage," repeated the other ruffians, but the prostration of every faculty preserved Lucia, at that moment, from hearing the consolations addressed to her by these horrible voices. She seems to be dead," said one of them. "If she's really dead—" "Pho," said the other, "it's only a swoon, such as women often fall into. I know well enough that when I've wanted to send another, be it man or woman, to the other world, it has required something more than this." "Hold your tongue," said Nibbio. "Attend to your own business and mind nothing else. Take your muskets from under the seat and keep them in readiness, for there are always some villains hidden in the wood we are entering. Not in your hands, put them behind your backs and let them lie there. Don't you see that she's cowardly chicken who faints for nothing? If she sees firearms, it will be enough to kill her outright. When she recovers, take good care you don't frighten her. Don't touch her unless I beckon to you. I am enough to manage her. And hold your tongues. Leave me to talk to her." In the meanwhile, the carriage, which was proceeding at a very rapid pace, entered the wood. After some time, the unhappy Lucia gradually began to come to her senses, as if awakening from a profound and troubled sleep, and slowly opened her eyes. At first she found it difficult to distinguish the gloomy objects that surrounded her and collect her scattered thoughts, but she at last succeeded in recalling her fearful situation. The first use she made of her newly recovered, though still feeble, powers was to rush towards the door and attempt to throw herself out, but she was forcibly restrained, and had only time to get a glance at the wild solitude of the place through which they were passing. She again uttered a cry, but Nibbio, holding up the handkerchief in his dreaded hand, "Come," he said, in the gentlest tone he could command, "be quiet, and it will be better for you. We don't want to do you any harm, but if you don't hold your tongue, we'll make you." "Let me go! Who are you? Where are you taking me? Why have you seized me? Let me go! Let me go!" "I tell you, you don't need to be afraid. You're not a baby, and you ought to understand that we don't want to do you any harm. Don't you see that we might have murdered you 100 times if we had any bad intentions? So be quiet." "No, no, let me go, on my own business. I don't know you." "We know you, however." "O most holy Virgin, let me go for pity's sake. Who are you? Why have you taken me?" "Because we have been bid to do so." "Who? Who can have bid you?" "Hush," said Nibbio with a stern look. "You mustn't ask such questions." Lucia made a third attempt to throw herself suddenly out of the window, but finding it in vain, she again had recourse to entreaties, and with her head bent, her cheeks bathed with tears, her voice interrupted by sobs, and her hands clasped before her, "Oh," she cried, "for the love of God and the most holy Virgin, let me go. What harm have I done? I am an innocent creature, and I have done nobody any harm. I forgive you the wrongs you have done me, from the bottom of my heart, and will pray to God for you. If any of you have a daughter, a wife, a mother, think what they would suffer if they were in this state. Remember that we all must die, and that you will one day want God to be merciful towards you. Let me go. Leave me here. The Lord will teach me to find my way." "We cannot." "You cannot? Oh my God, why can't you? Where are you taking me? Why?" "We cannot. It's no use asking. Don't be afraid, for we won't harm you. Be quiet, and nobody will touch you." Overcome with distress, agony, and terror at finding her words made no impression, Lucia turned to him who holds the hearts of men in his hand, and can, when it pleaseth him, soften the most obdurate. She sank back into the corner where she had been placed, crossed her arms on her breast, and prayed fervently from the bottom of her heart. Then, drawing out her rosary, she began to repeat the prayers with more faith and devotion than she had ever done before in her life. From time to time she would turn to entreat her companions, in hopes that she might gain the mercy she implored, but she implored in vain. Then she fell back and again became senseless, only to wake to new anguish. But we have not the heart to relate these agonizing vicissitudes more at length. A feeling of overpowering compassion makes us hasten to the close of this mournful journey, which lasted for more than 4 hours, succeeding which we shall be obliged to describe many hours of still more bitter anguish. We will transport ourselves to the castle where the unhappy girl was expected. She was awaited by the unnamed with a solicitude and anxiety of mind which were very unusual. Strange that he who had disposed of so many lives with an imperturbed heart, who in so many undertakings had considered as nothing the sufferings he inflicted, unless it were sometimes to glut his appetite with fierce enjoyment of revenge, should now feel a recoiling, a regret, I might almost say a feeling of alarm at the authority he was exercising over this Lucia, a stranger, a poor peasant girl. From a lofty window in his castle he had been for some time watching the entrance of the valley. By and by the carriage made its appearance, slowly advancing along the road, for the rapid pace at which they had first started had curbed the mettle and cooled the ardour of the horses. And although, from the post where he stood and watched, the convoy looked no larger than one of those diminutive vehicles with which children are wont to amuse themselves, yet he hesitated not a moment to recognize it, and his heart began afresh to beat violently. "Will she be there?" thought he immediately, and he continued to say to himself, "What trouble this creature gives me! I will free myself from it." And he prepared to summon one of his men and dispatch him immediately to meet the carriage, with orders to Nibbio to turn around and conduct her at once to Don Rodrigo's palace. But an imperative no that instantly flashed across his mind made him at once abandon this design. Wearied at length by the desire of ordering something to be done, and intolerably tired of the idly waiting the approach of the carriage as it advanced slowly, step by step, like a traitor to his punishment, he at length summoned an old woman of his household. This person was the daughter of a former keeper of the castle, had been born within its walls, and had spent all her life there. All that she had seen and heard around her from her very infancy had contributed to impress upon her mind a lofty and terrible idea of the power of her masters, and the principal maxim that she had acquired from instruction and example was, that they must be obeyed in everything, because they were capable of doing either great good or great harm. The idea of duty, deposited like a germ in the hearts of all men, and mingled in hers with the sentiments of respect, dread, and servile devotion, was associated with, and solely directed to, these objects. When the unnamed became her lord, and began to make such terrible use of his power, she felt from the first a kind of horror, and at the same time a more profound feeling of subjection. In time she became habituated to what she daily saw and heard around her. The potent and unbridled will of such a signor was, in her idea, a kind of justice appointed by fate. When somewhat advanced in years, she had married a servant of the household, who, being sent on some hazardous expedition, shortly afterwards left his bones on the highway, and her a widow in the castle. The vengeance which the signor quickly took on the instruments of his death yielded her a savage consolation, and increased her pride at being under such protection. From that time forward she rarely set foot outside the castle, and, by degrees, retained no other ideas of human life than such as she had received within its precincts. She was not confined to any particular branch of service, but among such a crowd of ruffians, one or other was constantly finding her something to do, which furnished her with a never-failing subject for grumbling. Sometimes she would have clothes to repair, sometimes a meal to provide in haste for one who had returned from an expedition, and sometimes she was called upon to exercise her medical skills in dressing a wound. The commands, reproaches, and thanks of these ruffians were generally seasoned with jokes and rude speeches. "Old woman" was her usual appellation, while the adjuncts which were perpetually attached to it varied according to the circumstances and humour of the speaker. Crossed thus in her idleness, and irritated in her peevish temper, which were her two predominant passions, she sometimes returned these compliments with language in which Satan might have recognized more of his own spirit than in that of her tormentors. "You see that carriage down there?" said the signor to this amiable specimen of womankind. "I see it," she replied, protruding her sharp chin and staring with her sunken eyes, as if trying to force them out of their sockets. "Bid them prepare a litter immediately. Get into it yourself, and let it be carried to Malanotte instantly, that you may get there before the carriage. It is coming on at a funeral pace. In that carriage there ought to be, a young girl. If she's there, tell Nibbio it is my order that she should be put into the litter, and that she must come directly to me. You will come up in the litter with the girl, and when you get up here, take her into your own room. If she asks you where you are taking her, whom the castle belongs to, take care—" "Oh," said the old woman. "But," continued the unnamed, "try to encourage her." "What must I say to her?" "What must you say to her? Try to encourage her, I tell you. Have you come to this age and you don't know how to encourage others when you want it? Have you ever known a sorrow of heart? Have you never been afraid? Don't you know what words soothe and comfort at such moments? Say those words to her. Find them in the remembrance of your own sorrows. Go, directly." As soon as she had taken her departure, He stood for a while at the window with his eyes fixed on the carriage, which had already considerably increased in size. Afterwards he watched the sun, at that moment sinking behind the mountain. Then he contemplated the fleecy clouds scattered above the setting orb, and from their usual greyish hue almost instantaneously assuming a fiery tinge. He drew back, closed the window, and began to pace up and down the apartment with the step of a hurried traveller. End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Chapter 21, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 21, Part 1. The old woman immediately hastened to obey and to give commands under the sanction of that name, which by whomsoever pronounced always set the whole household on alert, for it never entered the imagination of anyone that another person would venture to use it unauthorized. She reached Malinotti shortly before the carriage arrived, and on seeing it approach, got out of the litter, beckoned to the driver to stop, advanced towards the door, and whispered to Nebbio, who put his head out of the window, the wishes of his master. Lucia aroused herself on feeling the carriage stop, and awakening from a kind of lethargy, was seized with renewed terror as she wildly gazed around her. Nebbio had pushed himself back on the seat, and the old woman, with her chin resting on the door, was looking at Lucia and saying, "Come, my good girl, come, you poor thing, come with me, for I have orders to treat you well and try to comfort you." At the sound of the female voice, the poor girl felt a ray of comfort, a momentary flash of courage, but she quickly relapsed into still more terrible fears. "Who are you?" asked she, in a trembling voice, fixing her astonished gaze on the old woman's face. "Come, come, you poor creature," was the unvaried answer she received. Nebbio and his two companions, gathering from the words and the unusually softened tones of the old hag what were intentions of their lord, endeavoured by kind and soothing words to persuade the unhappy girl to obey. She only continued, however, to stare wildly around, and though the unknown and savage character of the place, and the close guardianship of her keepers, forbade her indulging a hope of relief, she nevertheless attempted to cry out, but seeing Nebbio cast a glance towards the handkerchief, she stopped, trembled, gave a momentary shudder, and was then seized and placed in the litter. The old woman entered after her. Nebbio left the other two villains to follow behind as an escort, while he himself took the shortest ascent to attend to the call of his master. "Who are you?" anxiously demanded Lucia of her unknown and ugly-visaged companion. "Why am I with you?" "Where am I? Where are you taking me?" "To one who wishes to do you good," replied the aged dame. "To a great... Happy are they to whom he wishes good. You are very lucky, I can tell you. Don't be afraid. Be cheerful. He bid me try to encourage you. You'll tell him, won't you, that I tried to comfort you? Who is he? Why? What does he want with me? Tell him where I am. Let me go. Bid these people let me go. Bid them carry me to some church. Oh, you are a woman. In the name of Mary the Virgin." This holy and soothing name, once repeated with veneration in her early years, and now for so long a time uninvoked, and perhaps unheard, produced in the mind of the unhappy creature, on again reaching her ear, a strange, confused, and distant recollection, like the remembrance of light and form in an aged person who has been blind from infancy. In the meanwhile, the unnamed, standing at the door of his castle, was looking downwards and watching the litter, as before he had watched the carriage, while it slowly ascended step by step, Nebbio rapidly advancing before it at a distance which every moment became greater. When he had at length attained the summit, "Come this way," cried the signor, and taking the lead, he entered the castle, and went into one of the apartments. "Well," said he, making a stand. "Everything exactly right," replied Nebbio, with a profound obeisance. "The intelligence in time, the girl in time, nobody on the spot, only one scream, nobody attracted by it, the coachman ready, the horses swift, nobody met with, but what? But, I will tell the truth, I would rather have been commanded to shoot her in the back, without hearing her speak, without seeing her face." What do you mean?" "I mean that all this time, I've felt too much compassion for her." "Compassion? What do you know of compassion? What is compassion?" "I never understood so well what it was as this time. It is something that resembles fear. Let it once take possession of you, and you are no longer a man." "Let me hear a little of what she did to excite your compassion." "Oh, most noble signor, such a time! Weeping, praying, and looking at one with such eyes, and becoming pale as death, and then sobbing, and praying again, and certain words." "I won't have this creature in my house," thought the unnamed. Meanwhile, to himself, "In an evil hour I engaged to do it, but I've promised. When she's far away," and raising his face with an imperious air towards Nebbio, "Now," said he, "you must lay aside compassion, mount your horse, take a companion, two if you like, and ride away, till you get to the palace of this Don Rodrigo. You know, tell him to send immediately or else." But another internal no, more imperative than the first, prohibited his finishing. "No," said he, in a resolute tone, almost as it were to express to himself the command of this secret voice. "No, go and take some rest, and tomorrow morning you shall do as I will tell you." "This girl must have some demon of her own," thought he, when left alone, standing with his arms crossed on his breast, and his gaze fixed upon a spot on the floor, where the rays of the moon, entering through a lofty window, traced out a square of pale light, checkered like a draught board by the massive iron bars, and more minutely divided into smaller compartments by the little panes of glass. Some demon, or some angel who protects her. Compassion in Nebbio? Tomorrow morning, early she must be off from this. She must go to her place of destination, and she shall not be spoken of again. And," continued he to himself, with the resolution with which one gives a command to a rebellious child, knowing that it will not be obeyed, "and she shall not be thought of again either. That animal of a Don Rodrigo must not come to pester me with thanks, for I don't want to hear her spoken of any more. I have served him because I promised, and I promised because it was my destiny. But I am determined the fellow shall pay me well for this piece of service. Let me see a little." And he tried to devise some intricate undertaking to impose upon Don Rodrigo by way of compensation, and almost as a punishment. But the words again shot across his mind. "Compassion in Nebbio? What can this girl have done?" continued he, following out the thought. "I must see her. Yes, I will see her." He went from one room to another, came to the foot of the flight of stairs, and irresolutely ascending, proceeded to the old woman's apartment. Here he knocked with his foot at the door. "Who's there? Open the door." The old woman made 3 bounds at the sound of his voice. The bolt was quickly heard grating harshly in the staples, and the door was thrown wide open. The unnamed cast a glance around the room as he paused in the doorway, and by the light of a lamp which stood on the 3-legged table, discovered Lucia crouched down on the floor in the corner farthest from the entrance. "Who bid you throw her there, like a bag of rags, you civil old beldam?" said he to the aged matron, with an angry frown. "She chose it herself," replied she, in a humble tone. "I've done my best to encourage her. She can tell you so herself, but she won't mind me. Get up," said he to Lucia, approaching her. But she, whose already terrified mind had experienced a fresh and mysterious addition to her terror at the knocking, the opening of the door, his footsteps, and his voice, only gathered herself still closer into the corner, and with her face buried in her hands, remained perfectly motionless, excepting that she trembled from head to foot. "Get up, I will do you no harm, and I can do you some good," repeated the Signor. "Get up," thundered he forth at last, irritated at having twice commanded in vain. As if invigorated by fear, the unhappy girl instantly raised herself upon her knees, and joining her hands as she would have knelt before a sacred image, lifted her eyes to the face of the unnamed, and instantly dropping them, said, "Here I am, kill me if you will." "I have told you I would do you no harm," replied the unnamed, in a softened tone, gazing at her agonized features of grief and terror. "Courage, courage," said the old woman. "If he himself tells you he will do you no harm." "And why?" rejoined Lucia, with a voice in which the daringness of despairing indignation was mingled with the tremor of fear. "Why make me suffer the agonies of hell? What have I done to you? Perhaps they have treated you badly. Tell me." "Treated me badly? They have seized me by treachery, by force. Why? Why have they seized me? Why am I here? Where am I? I'm a poor harmless girl. What have I done to you? In the name of God." "God, God," interrupted the unnamed. "Always God. They who cannot defend themselves, who have not the strength to do it, must always bring forward this God, as if they had spoken to him. What do you expect by this word? To make me—" and he left the sentence unfinished. "Oh, Signor, expect? What can a poor girl like me expect, except that you should have mercy upon me?" "God pardons so many sins for one deed of mercy. Let me go, for charity's sake, let me go. It will do no good to one who must die, to make a poor creature suffer thus. Oh, you who can give the command, bid them let me go. They brought me here by force. Bid them send me again with this woman, and take me to where my mother is. Oh, most holy Virgin, my mother, for pity's sake, my mother. Perhaps she is not far from here. I saw my mountains. Why do you give me all this suffering? Bid them take me to a church. I will pray for you all my life. What will it cost you to say one word? Oh, see, you are moved to pity. Say one word. Oh, say it. God pardons so many sins for one's deed of mercy. Oh, why isn't she the daughter of one of those rascally dogs that outlawed me?" thought the unnamed. "Of one of the villains who wished me dead, then I should enjoy her sufferings. But instead—" "Don't drive away a good inspiration," continued Lucia earnestly, reanimated by seeing a certain air of hesitation in the countenance and behaviour of her oppressor. "If you don't grant me this mercy, the Lord will do it for me. I shall die, and all will be over with me. But you, perhaps some day, even you. But no, no, I will always pray the Lord to keep you from every evil. What will it cost you to say one word? if you knew what it was to suffer this agony. Come, take courage, interrupted the unnamed, with a gentleness that astonished the old woman. Have I done you any harm? Have I threatened you? Oh no, I see that you have a kind heart and feel some pity for an unhappy creature. If you chose, you could terrify me more than all the others. You could kill me with fear, but instead of that, you have rather lightened my heart. God will reward you for it. Finish your deed of mercy. Set me free. Set me free. Tomorrow morning. Oh, set me free now. Now. Tomorrow morning I will see you again, I say. Come in the meanwhile, be of good courage, take a little rest. You must want something to eat. They shall bring you something directly. No, no, I shall die. If anybody comes here, I shall die. Take me to a church. God will reward you for that step. A woman shall bring you something to eat, said the unnamed, and having said so, he stood wondering at himself how such a remedy had entered his mind, and how the wish had arisen to seek a remedy for the sorrows of a poor humble villager. And you, resumed he hastily, turning to the aged matron, persuade her to eat something, and let her lie down to rest on this bed, and if she is willing to have you as a companion, well, if not, you can sleep well enough for one night on the floor. Encourage her, I say, and keep her cheerful. Beware that she has no cause to complain of you. So saying, he moved quickly towards the door. Lucia sprang up and ran to detain him and renew her entreaties, but he was gone. Oh, poor me! Shut the door quickly. And having heard the door closed and the bolt again drawn, she returned to seat herself in her corner. Oh, poor me, repeated she, sobbing. Whom shall I implore now? Where am I? Do you tell me? Tell me, for pity's sake, who is this signor? He who has been speaking to me. Who is he, eh? Who is he? Do you think I may tell you? Wait till he tells you himself. You are proud because he protects you, and you want to be satisfied and make me your go-between. Ask him yourself. If I were to tell you this, I shouldn't get the good words he has just given you. I am an old woman, continued she, muttering between her teeth. Hang these young folks, who may make a fine show of either laughing or crying, just as they like, and yet are always in the right. But hearing Lucia's sobs and the commands of her master returning in a threatening manner to her memory, she stooped toward the poor crouching girl, and, in a gentle and more humane tone, resumed, Come, I have said no harm to you. Be cheerful. Don't ask me questions which I have no business to answer, but pluck up your heart, my good girl. Ah, if you knew how many people would be glad to hear him speak as he has spoken to you. Be cheerful, for he will send you something to eat just now, and I know, by the way he spoke, I'm sure it will be something good. And then you lie down, and you will leave just a little corner for me, added she, with an accent of suppressed rancor. I don't want to eat. I don't want to sleep. Let me alone. Don't come near me. But you won't leave the room. No, no, not I, said the old woman, drawing back and seating herself on an old armchair, whence she cast sundry glances of alarm, and at the same time of envy, towards the poor girl. Then she looked at the bed, vexed at the idea of being perhaps excluded from it for the whole night, and grumbling at the cold. But she comforted herself with the thoughts of supper, and with the hope that there might be some to spare for her. Lucia was sensible of neither cold nor hunger, and, almost as if deprived of her senses, had but a confused idea of her very grief and terror, like the undefined object seen by a delirious patient. She roused herself when she heard a knocking at the door, and raising her head exclaimed in much alarm, Who's there? Who's there? Don't let anyone in. Nobody. Good news, said the old woman. It's Martha bringing something to eat. Shut the door, cried Lucia. Aye, directly, replied the old woman, and taking a basket out of Martha's hand, she hastily nodded to her, shut the door, and came and set the basket on a table in the middle of the room. She then repeatedly invited Lucia to come and partake of the tempting repast, and employing words which, according to her ideas, were most likely to be efficacious in restoring the poor girl's appetite, broke forth into exclamations on the excellence of the food. Morsels which, when common people have once got a taste, they don't forget in a hurry. Wine, which her master drank with his friends when any of them happened to arrive, and they wanted to be merry. But seeing that all these charms produced no effect, it is you who won't eat, said she. Don't you be saying tomorrow that I didn't try to persuade you. I'll eat something, however, and then there'll be more than enough left for you when you come to your senses, and are willing to do as you are bid. So saying, she applied herself with avidity to the refreshments. When she had satisfied herself, she rose, advanced towards the corner, and bending over Lucia, again invited her to take something, and then lie down. No, I don't want anything, replied she, with a feeble and almost drowsy voice. Then with more energy she continued, Is the door locked? Is it well secured? And having looked around, she rose, and feeling with her hands, walked with a suspicious step towards the door. The old woman sprang thither before her, stretched out her hand to the lock, seized the handle, shook it, rattled the bolt, and made it grate against the staple that received and secured it. Do you hear? Do you see? It is well locked. Are you content now? Oh, content. I content here, said Lucia, again arranging herself in her corner. But the Lord knows I'm here. Come to bed. What would you do there, crouching like a dog? Did ever anybody see a person refuse comforts when he could get them? No, let me alone. Well, it's your own wish, see? I'll leave you the best place. I'm lying here at the very edge. I shall be uncomfortable enough for your sake. If you want to come to bed, you know what you have to do. Remember, I've asked you very often. So saying, she crept, dressed as she was, under the counterpane, and soon all was silent. End of chapter 21, part 1. Chapter 21, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 21, Part 2. Lucia remained motionless, shrunk up in the corner, her knees drawn close to her breast, her hands resting on her knees and her face buried in her hands. She was neither asleep nor awake, but worn out with a rapid succession, a tumultuous alternation of thoughts, anticipations, and heart-throbbings, recalled in some degree to consciousness, and recollecting more distinctly the horrors she had seen and suffered that terrible day. She would now dwell mournfully on the dark and formidable realities in which she found herself involved. Then, her mind being carried onward into a still more obscure region, she had to struggle against the phantoms conjured up by uncertainty and terror. In this distressing state she continued for a long time, which we would here prefer to pass over rapidly. But at length, exhausted and overcome, she relaxed her hold on her benumbed limbs, and sinking at full length upon the floor, remained for some time in a state closely resembling real sleep. But suddenly awakening, as at some inward call, she tried to arouse herself completely, to regain her scattered senses, and to remember where she was, and how and why. She listened to some sound that caught her ear. It was the slow, deep breathing of the old woman. She opened her eyes and saw a faint light now glimmering for a moment, and then again dying away. It was the wick of a lamp, which, almost ready to expire, emitted a tremulous gleam, and quickly drew it back, so to say, like the ebb and flow of a wave on the seashore, and thus withdrawing from the surrounding objects ere there was time to display them in distinct colouring and relief. It merely presented to the eye a succession of confused and indistinct glimpses. But the recent impression she had received quickly returned to her mind, and assisted her in distinguishing what appeared so disorderly to her visual organs. When fully aroused, the unhappy girl recognized her prison. All the recollections of the horrible day that was fled, all the uncertain terrors of the future, rushed at once upon her mind. The very calm in which she now found herself after so much agitation, the sort of repose she had just tasted, the desertion in which she was left, all combined to inspire her with a new dread, till, overcome by alarm, she earnestly longed for death. But at this juncture she remembered that she could still pray, and with that thought there seemed to shine forth a sudden ray of comfort. She once more took out her rosary and began to repeat the prayers, and in proportion as the words fell from her trembling lips, she felt an indefinite confiding faith taking possession of her heart. Suddenly another thought rushed into her mind, that her prayer might, perhaps, be more readily accepted and more certainly heard if she were to make some offering in her desolate condition. She tried to remember what she most prized, or rather what she had once most prized, for at this moment her heart could feel no other affection than that of fear, nor conceive any other desire than that of deliverance. She did remember it, and resolved at once to make the sacrifice. Rising upon her knees, and clasping her hands from whence the rosary was suspended before her breast, she raised her face and eyes to heaven, and said, "O most holy Virgin, thou to whom I have so often recommended myself, and who hast so often comforted me, thou hast borne so many sorrows and art now so glorious. Thou who hast wrought so many miracles for the poor and afflicted, help me. Bring me out of this danger. Bring me safely to my mother, O Mother of our Lord, and I vow unto thee to continue a virgin. I renounce for ever my unfortunate betrothed, that from henceforth I may belong only to thee." Having uttered these words, she bowed her head and placed the beads around her neck, almost as a token of her consecration, and, at the same time, as a safeguard, a part of the armour for the new warfare to which she had devoted herself. Seating herself again on the floor, a king of tranquillity, a more childlike reliance, gradually diffused themselves over her soul. The "tomorrow morning," repeated by the unknown nobleman, came to her mind, and seemed to her ear to convey a promise of deliverance. Her senses, wearied by such struggles, gradually gave way before these soothing thoughts, until at length, towards daybreak, and with the name of her protectress upon her lips, Lucia sank into a profound and unbroken sleep. But in this same castle there was one who would willingly have followed her example, yet who tried in vain. after departing, or rather escaping from Lucia, giving orders for her supper, and paying his customary visits to several posts in his castle, with her image ever vividly before his eyes, and her words resounding in his ears, the nobleman had hastily retired to his chamber, impetuously shut the door behind him, and hurriedly undressing had laid down. But that image, which now most closely than ever haunted his mind, seemed at that moment to say, "Thou shalt not sleep." What absurd womanly curiosity tempted me to go to see her, thought he. That fool of a Nibio was right. One is no longer a man. Yes, one is no longer a man. Am I no longer a man? What has happened? What devil has got possession of me? What is there new in all this? Didn't I know before now that women always weep and implore? Even men do sometimes, when they have not the power to rebel. Have I never heard a woman cry before? And here, without giving himself much trouble to task his memory, it suggested to him, of its own accord, more than one instant in which neither entreaties nor lamentations availed to deter him from the completion of enterprises upon which he had once resolved. But these remembrances, instead of inspiring him with the courage he now needed to prosecute his present design, as it would seem he expected and wished they might, instead of helping to dispel his feelings of compassion, only added to them those of terror and consternation, until they compelled him to return to that first image of Lucia, against which he had been seeking to fortify his courage. "She still lives," said he. "She is here. I am in time. I can yet say to her, 'Go and be happy.' I can yet see that countenance change. I can even say, 'Forgive me. Forgive me.' I ask for forgiveness. And of a woman, too. However, if one such word could do me good, could rid me of the demon that now possesses me, I would say it. Yes, I feel that I would say it. To what am I reduced? I am no longer a man, surely no longer a man. Away," said he, turning himself with impetuosity on the couch which had now become so hard, under the covering which had now become so intolerable a weight. "Away, these are fooleries which have many a time passed through my head. This will take its flight too." And to effect such a riddance he began seeking some important subject, some of the many which often so busily occupied his mind, in hopes he might be entirely engrossed by it. But he sought in vain. All appeared changed. That which once most urgently stimulated his desires, now no longer possessed any charm for him. His passions, like a steed suddenly become restive at the sight of a shadow, refused to carry him any further. In reflecting on enterprises engaged in and not yet concluded, instead of animating himself to their completion, and feeling irritated at the obstacles interposed, for an anger at this moment would have been sweet to him, he felt regret, nay, almost consternation, at the steps already taken. His life presented itself to his mind devoid of all interest, deprived of all will, divested of every action, and only laden with insupportable recollections, every hour resembling that which now rolled so slowly and heavily over his head. He drew out before his fancy all his ruffians in a kind of battle array, and could contrive nothing of importance in which to employ one of them. Nay, the very idea of seeing them again, and mixing among them, was an additional weight, a fresh object of annoyance and detestation. And when he sought an occupation for the morrow, a feasible employment, he could only remember that on the morrow he might liberate his unfortunate prisoner. "I will set her free, yes, I will. I will fly to her by daybreak and bid her depart safely. She shall be accompanied by, and my promise, my engagement, Don Rodrigo. Who is Don Rodrigo? Like one suddenly surprised by an unexpected and embarrassing question from a superior, the unnamed hastily sought for an answer to the query he had just put to himself, or rather which had been suggested to him by that new voice which had all at once made itself heard, and sprung up to be, as it were, a judge of his former self. He tried to imagine any reason which could have induced him, almost before being requested, to engage in inflicting so much suffering, without any incentive of hatred or fear, on a poor unknown creature, only to render a service to this man. But instead of succeeding in discovering such motives as he would now have deemed sufficient to excuse the deed, he could not even imagine how he had ever been induced to undertake it. The willingness, rather than the determination to do so, had been the instantaneous impulse of a mind obedient to its old and habitual feelings, the consequence of 1,000 antecedent actions. And to account for this one deed, the unhappy self-examiner found himself involved in an examination of his whole life, backwards from year to year, from engagement to engagement, from bloodshed to bloodshed, from crime to crime. Each one stood before his conscience-stricken soul, divested of the feelings which had induced him to will and commit it, and therefore appearing in all its monstrousness, which those feelings had, at the time, prevented his perceiving. They were all his own, they made up himself, and the horror of this thought, renewed with each fresh remembrance, and cleaving to all, increased at last to desperation. He sprang up impetuously in his bed, eagerly stretched out his hand towards the wall at his side, touched a pistol, grasped it, reached it down, and, at the moment of finishing a life which had become insupportable, his thoughts seized with terror and so as to say, superstitious dread, rushed forward to the time which would still continue to flow on after his end. He pictured with horror his disfigured corpse lying motionless and in the power of his vilest survivor. The astonishment, the confusion of the castle in the morning, everything turned upside down, and he, powerless and voiceless, thrown aside, he knew not whither. He fancied the reports that would be spread, the conversations to which it would give rise, both in the castle, the neighbourhood, and at a distance, together with the rejoicing of his enemies. The darkness and the silence around him presented death in a still more mournful and frightful aspect. It seemed to him that he would not have hesitated in open day, out of doors, and in the presence of spectators, to throw himself into the water and vanish. Absorbed in such tormenting reflections, he continued alternately snapping and unsnapping the cock of his pistol with a convulsive movement of his thumb, when another thought flashed across his mind. If this other life, of which they told me when I was a boy, of which everybody talks now, as if it were a certain thing, if there be not such a thing, if it be an invention of the priests, what am I doing? Why should I die? What matters all that I have done? What matters it? It is an absurdity. But if there really be another life, at such a doubt, at such a risk, he was seized with a blacker and deeper despair, from which even death afforded no escape. He dropped the pistol, and lay with his fingers twined among his hair, his teeth chattering and trembling in every limb. Suddenly the words he had heard repeated a few hours before rose to his remembrance. God pardons so many sins for one deed of mercy. They did not come to him with that tone of humble supplication in which they had been pronounced. They came with a voice of authority, which at the same time excited a distant glimmering of hope. It was a moment of relief. He raised his hands from his temples, and in a more composed attitude, fixed his mind's eye on her who had uttered the words. She seemed to him no longer like his prisoner and suppliant, but in a posture of one who dispenses mercy and consolation. He anxiously awaited the dawn of day, that he might fly to liberate her, and to hear from her lips other words of alleviation and life, and even thought of conducting her himself to her mother. And then, what shall I do tomorrow for the rest of the day? What shall I do the day after tomorrow, and the day after that again? And at night, the night which will return in 12 hours. Oh, the night, no, no, the night. And falling again into the weary void of the future, he sought in vain for some employment of time, some way of living through the days and nights. One moment he proposed leaving his castle and going into some distant country, where he had never been known or heard of, but he felt that he should carry himself with him. Then a dark hope would arise that he should resume his former courage and inclinations, and that this would prove only a transient delirium. Now he dreaded the light which would show him to his followers so miserably changed. Then he longed for it, as if it would bring light also to his gloomy thoughts. And lo, about the break of day, a few moments after Lucia had fallen asleep, while he was seated motionless in his bed, a floating and confused murmur reached his ear, bringing with it something joyous and festive in its sound. Assuming a listening posture, he distinguished a distant chiming of bells, and, giving still more attention, could hear the mountain echo every now and then, languidly repeating the harmony and mingling itself with it. Immediately afterwards his ear caught another and still nearer peal, and then another and another. What rejoicings are these? What are they so merry about? What is their cause of gladness? He sprang from his bed of thorns, and, half dressing himself in haste, went to the window, threw up the sash, and looked out. The mountains were still wrapped in gloom. The sky was not so much cloudy as composed of one entire lead-coloured cloud, but by the already glimmering light of day, he distinguished in the road at the bottom of the valley numbers of people passing eagerly along, some leaving their dwellings and moving on with the crowd, and all taking the same direction towards the outlet of the vale on the right of the castle. He could even distinguish the joyous bearing and holiday dress of the passengers. What is the matter with these people? What cause of merriment can there be in this cursed neighbourhood? And calling a confidential bravo who slept in the adjoining room, he asked him what was the cause of this movement. The man replied that he knew no more than his master, but would go directly to make inquiry. The signor remained with his eyes riveted upon the moving spectacle, which increasing day rendered every moment more distinct. He watched crowds pass by, and new crowds constantly appear. Men, women, children, in groups, in couples, or alone, one overtaking another who was before him, walked in company with him, another, just leaving his door, accompanied the first he fell in with by the way, and so they proceeded together like friends in a preconcerted journey. Their behaviour evidently indicated a common haste and joy, and the unharmonious but simultaneous burst of the different chimes, some more, some less contiguous and distinct, seemed, so to say, the common voice of these gestures, and a supplement to the words which could not reach him from below. He looked and looked, till he felt more than common curiosity to know what could communicate so unanimous a will, so general a festivity, to so many different people. End of chapter 21, part 2.
Chapter 22, Part 1, of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Betrothed, by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 22, Part 1. Shortly afterwards, the bravo returned with the information that Cardinal Federigo Borromeo, Archbishop of Milan, had arrived the day before with the purpose of spending there that which was now just dawning. That the news of his arrival, which had been spread around for a considerable distance the preceding evening, had excited a desire in the people to go and see this great man, and that the bells were ringing, both to express their joy, and more widely to diffuse the glad intelligence. When again alone, the Signor continued to look down into the valley, still more absorbed in thought. For a man, everybody eager, everybody joyful at the sight of a man. And yet, doubtless, each has his own demon that torments him. But none will have one like mine. None will have passed such a night as I have. What has this man about him to make so many people merry? Some pence, perhaps, that he will distribute at random among them. But all these cannot be going for alms. Well, then, a few acknowledgments and salutations, a word or two. Oh, if he had any words for me that could impart peace. If! Why shouldn't I go too? Why not? I will go. What else can I do? I will go, and I will talk with him. Face to face I'll have some talk with him. What shall I say, though? Well, whatever. I'll hear first what the man has to say for himself. Having come to this vague determination, he hastily finished dressing himself, and put on over all a greatcoat, which had something of a military cut about it. He then took up the pistol which lay upon the bed, and secured it on one side of his belt, fastening at the other its fellow, which hung upon a nail in the wall, stuck a dagger into this same girdle, and taking a carabine from the wall, which was almost as famous as himself, swung it across his shoulders. Then he put on his hat, quitted the apartment, and repaired at once to that in which he had left Lucia. Setting down his carabine in a corner near the door, he knocked, at the same time letting them know by his voice who he was. The old woman sprang out of bed, threw some articles of clothing around her, and flew to open the door. The Signor entered, and casting a glance around the room, saw Lucia lying in her little corner, and perfectly quiet. "Does she sleep?" asked he in an undertone of the old woman. "What is she sleeping there? Were these my orders, you old hag?" "I did all I could," replied the woman, "but she wouldn't eat, and she wouldn't come." "Let her sleep quietly. Take care you don't disturb her, and when she awakes, Martha shall wait in the next room, and you must send her to fetch anything that she may ask for. When she awakes, tell her that the master has gone out for a little while, that he will be back soon, and that he will do all that she wishes." The old woman stood perfectly astonished, thinking to herself, "This girl must surely be some princess." The Signor then left the room, took up his carabine, sent Martha to wait in the adjoining apartment, and the first bravo whom he met to keep guard, that no one but this woman might presume to approach Lucia, and then, leaving the castle, took the descent with a rapid step. The manuscript here fails to mention the distance from the castle to the village where the cardinal was staying. It cannot, however, have been more than a moderate walk. We do not infer the proximity merely from the flocking thither of the inhabitants of the valley, since we find, in the histories of these times, that people came for 20 miles or more to get but one sight of Cardinal Federigo. From the circumstances that we are about to relate, as happening on this day, we may, however, easily conjecture that the distance cannot have been very great. The bravos whom he met ascending stopped respectfully as their lord passed, waiting to see if he had any orders to give, or if he wished of them to accompany him on some expedition, and seemed perfectly astonished at his countenance, and the glances he returned in answer to their salutations. When, however, he reached the base, and entered the public road, it was a very different matter. There was a general whispering among the first passengers who observed him, an exchange of suspicious looks, and an endeavour on each side to get out of his reach. For the whole length of the way he could not take 2 steps by the side of another passenger, for every one who found him quickly gaining upon him cast an uneasy look around, made him a low bow, and slackened his pace so as to remain behind. On reaching the village, he found a large crowd assembled. His name spread rapidly from mouth to mouth the moment he made his appearance, and the throng fell back to make way for him. He accosted one of these prudent gentry, and asked where the cardinal was. "In the curate's house," replied the addressed party reverently, and at the same time pointing out the mansion. The signor went forward, entered a little court where many priests were assembled, all of whom regarded him with surprised and doubtful looks, and saw before him an open door which gave admission into a small hall, where there were also collected a considerable number of priests. Taking his carabine from his shoulders, he deposited it in one corner of the little court, and then entered the hall, where he was received with significant glances, murmurs, and his oft-repeated name. Then all was silent. Turning to one of those who surrounded him, he asked where the cardinal was, and said that he wished to speak to him. "I am a stranger," replied the priest, but hastily glancing around, he called the chaplain and the cross-bearer, who, seated in a corner of the hall, was saying in an undertone to his companion, "This man, this notorious character, what can he have to do here? Make way." However, at this call, which resounded in the general silence, he was obliged to come forward. He made a lowly reverence to the unnamed, listened to his inquiry, raised his eyes with uneasy curiosity towards his face, and instantly bending them on the ground, stood hesitating for a moment, and then said, or rather stammered out, "I don't know whether his illustrious lordship, just now, is to be but I will go and see." And he very unwillingly carried the message into the adjoining room, where the cardinal was by himself. At this point in our story we cannot do less than pause for a little while, as the traveller, wearied and worn out with a lengthened journey through a wild and sterile country, retards his pace, and halts for a little time under the shade of a noble tree, reclining on the grassy bank of a stream of running water. We have now fallen upon a person whose name and memory, occurring when they will to the mind, refresh it with a calm emotion of reverence, and a pleasurable feeling of sympathy. How much more, then, after so many mournful pictures, after the contemplation of such fearful and hateful depravity? On the history of this personage we must absolutely expend a few words. He who cares not about hearing them, and is anxious to proceed with the story, may pass on at once to the succeeding chapter. Federigo Borromeo, born in 1564, was among those characters, rare in whatever age, who have employed singular talents, all the resources of great wealth, all the advantages of privileged rank, and an unwearying diligence in the search and exercise of the highest objects and principles. His life resembles a rivulet, which, issuing limpid from the rock, flows in a ceaseless and unruffled, though lengthened course, through various lands, and, clear and limpid still, falls at last into the ocean. Amidst comforts and luxuries, he attended even from childhood to those lessons of self-denial and humility, and those maxims on the vanity of worldly pleasures, and the sinfulness of pride, on true dignity and true riches, which, whether acknowledged or not in the heart, have been transmitted from one generation to another in the most elementary instruction in religion. He attended, I say, to these lessons and maxims. He received them in real earnest. He tried them, and found them true. He saw, therefore, that other and contrary lessons and maxims could not possibly be true, which yet were transmitted from age to age with the same asseveration, and sometimes by the same lips. And he resolved to take as the rule of his thoughts and actions those which were indeed right. By these he understood that life was not designed to be a burden to many, and a pleasure to only a few, but was intended as a time of employment for all, of which every one would have to give an account. And he began from a child to consider how he could render his useful and holy. In 1580 he declared his resolution of dedicating himself to the ministry of the Church, and received ordination from the hands of his cousin Carlo, whom long and universal suffrage had already signalized as a saint. Shortly afterwards he entered the college founded by this relative in Pavia, which still bears the name of their house. And here, while applying himself with assiduity to the occupations which were prescribed, he added to them 2 others of his own free will, and these were to give instruction to the most ignorant and neglected among the population in the doctrines of the Christian religion, and to visit, assist, comfort, and relieve the sick and needy. He employed the authority conceded to him by all around in including his companions to second him in such works of charity, and set a noble example of spending, in every honest and beneficial employment, a preeminence which, considering his superior mind and talents, he would perhaps equally have attained had he been the lowest in rank and fortune. The advantages of a different nature, which the circumstances of fortune could have procured for him, he not only sought not after, but studiously neglected. He kept a table rather meagre than frugal, and wore a dress rather mean than decent, while the whole tenor of his life and behaviour was in conformity with these particulars. Nor did he think it necessary to alter it because some of his relatives exclaimed loudly against such a practice, and complained that by this means he would degrade the dignity of the house. He had also another warfare to maintain against his instructors, who stealthily, and as it were by surprise, endeavoured to place before, behind, and around him more noble appendages, something which might distinguish him from others, and make him appear the first in the place, either thinking by this means to ingratiate themselves with him in the long run, or influenced by that servile attachment which prides itself in, and rejoices at, the splendour of others, or being among the number of those prudent persons who shrink back with alarm from the extreme of virtue as well as vice, are forever proclaiming that perfection lies in a medium between the two, and fix that medium exactly at the point which they have reached, and where they find themselves very much at their ease. Federigo not only refused these kindly offices, but rebuked the officious instruments, and that between the ages of childhood and youth. That, during the life of the Cardinal Carlo, his senior by 26 years, in his authoritative and, so to say, solemn presence, surrounded by homage and respectful silence, incited by the fame and impressed with the tokens of sanctity, Federigo, as a boy and a youth, should have endeavoured to conform himself to the behaviour and talents of such a cousin, is certainly not to be wondered at. But it is indeed much to be able to say that after his death no one could perceive that Federigo, then 20 years of age, had lost a guide and censor. The increasing fame of his talents, erudition, and piety, the relationship and connection of more than one powerful cardinal, the credit of his family, his very name, to which Carlo had almost annexed in people's minds an idea of sanctity and sacerdotal preeminence, all that should and all that could lead men to ecclesiastical dignities, concurred to predict them for him. But he, persuaded in heart of what no one who professes Christianity can deny with the lips, that there is no real superiority of a man over his fellow men, excepting in so far as he devotes himself to their service, both dreaded exaltation and sought to avoid it. Not indeed that he might shrink from serving others, for few lives have been more devoted to this object than his own, but because he considered himself neither worthy enough of so high and perilous a service, nor sufficiently competent for it. For these reasons, the Archbishopric of Milan being offered to him in 1595 by Clement VIII, he seemed much disturbed, and refused the charge without hesitation. He yielded afterwards, however, to the express command of the Pope. Such demonstrations, who knows it not, are neither difficult nor uncommon, and it requires no greater effort of subtlety for hypocrisy to make them, than for raillery to deride them and hold them cheap on every occasion. But do they, therefore, cease to be the natural expression of a wise and virtuous principle? One's life is the touchstone of profession, and the profession of this sentiment, though it may have been on the tongue of all the impostors and all the scoffers in the world, will ever be worthy of admiration, when preceded and followed by a life of disinterested self-sacrifice. End of chapter 22, part 1. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 22, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 22, part 2. In Federigo, as Archbishop, was apparent a remarkable and constant carefulness to devote to himself no more of his wealth, his time, his care, in short of his whole self, than was absolutely necessary. He said, as everybody says, that ecclesiastical revenues are the patrimony of the poor. How he showed he understood such a maxim in reality will be evident from this fact. He caused an estimate to be taken of the sum required for his own expenditure, and that of those in his personal service, and being told that 600 scudi would be sufficient. Scudo was at that time the name of a golden coin, which, retaining the same weight and value, was afterwards called a zecchino. He gave orders that this sum should annually be set apart out of his patrimonial estate for the expenses of the table. So sparing and scrupulous was he in his personal outlay, that he was careful never to leave off a dress which was not completely worn out, uniting, however, as was recorded by contemporary writers, to this habit of simplicity, that of singular neatness, two remarkable qualities, in fact, in this age of ostentation and uncleanliness. That nothing again might be wasted of the remnants of his frugal table, he assigned them to a hospital for the poor, one of whom came daily, by his orders, to the dining apartment to gather up all that remained. Such instances of economy might perhaps suggest the idea of a close, parsimonious, over-careful virtue, of a mind wrapped up in attention to minutiae and incapable of elevated designs, were it not for the Ambrosian library, still standing, which Federigo projected with such noble magnificence, and executed from the foundations upwards with such munificent liberality, to supply which with books and manuscripts, besides the presentation of those he had already collected with great labour and expense, he sent 8 of the most learned and experienced men he could find, to make purchases throughout Italy, France, Spain, Germany, Flanders, Greece, Lebanon, and Jerusalem. By this means he succeeded in gathering together about 30,000 printed volumes and 14,000 manuscripts. To this library he united a college of doctors, 9 in number at first, and maintained at his charge while he lived. Afterwards, the ordinary income not sufficing for this expense, they were reduced to 2. Their office was to cultivate various branches of study, theology, history, polite literature, and the Oriental languages, obliging each one to publish some work on the subject assigned to him. To this he also added a college, which he called Trilingue, for the study of Greek, Latin, and Italian languages, a college of pupils for instruction in these several faculties and languages, that they might become professors in their turn, a printing office for the Oriental languages, for Hebrew, that is to say, Chaldaic, Arabic, Persian, and Armenian, a gallery of paintings, another of statues, and a school for the 3 principal arts of design. For these last he could find professors already existing, but as to the rest, we have seen the trouble it cost him to collect books and manuscripts. Undoubtedly, it would be more difficult to meet with types in those languages, then much less cultivated in Europe than they are at present, and still more difficult than types would be men who understood them. Suffice it to say that out of 9 professors, 8 were taken from among the young pupils of the seminary, from which circumstance we may infer what was his opinion of the schools then established, and the celebrity gained in those days, an opinion agreeing with that which posterity seems to have formed of them, by suffering both one and the other to sink into oblivion. In the regulations which he left for the use and government of the library, a provision for perpetual utility is conspicuous, not only admirable in itself, but in many particulars judicious and elegant, far beyond the general ideas and habits of the age. He required the librarian to keep up a correspondence with the most learned men in Europe, that he might have information of the state of science, and intelligence of the best works on any subject that should be published, and immediately purchase them. He gave him in charge to point out to the students those works which might assist them in their designs, and ordered that the advantages of consulting the works here preserved should be open to all, whether citizens or strangers. Such a regulation will now appear quite natural, one and the same thing with the founding of a library, but in those days it was not so. In a history of the Ambrosian Library, written with the precision and elegance usual in that age, by one Pierpaolo Bosca, a librarian after the death of Federigo, it is expressly noted as a remarkable fact that in this library, built by a private individual almost entirely at his own expense, the books were accessible to the view of all, and brought to any one who should demand them, with liberty to sit down and study them, and the provision of pen, ink, and paper to take notes, while in some other celebrated public libraries in Italy, the volumes were not only not visible, but concealed in closets, where they were never disturbed, except when the humanity, as he says, of the presidents prompted them sometimes to display them, for a moment. As to accommodation and conveniences for study provided for those who frequented it, they had not the least idea of such a thing, so that to furnish such libraries was to withdraw books from the use of the public, one of those means of cultivation, many of which were and still are employed, that only serve to render the soil more sterile. It were useless to inquire what were the effects of this foundation of Borromeo on public education. It would be easy enough to demonstrate in 2 words, according to the general method of demonstration, that they were miraculous, or that they were nothing. But to investigate and explain, up to a certain point, what they really were, would be a work of much difficulty, little advantage, and somewhat ill-timed. Rather, let us think what a generous, judicious, benevolent, persevering lover of the improvement of mankind he must have been, who planned such an undertaking, who planned it on so grand a scale, and who executed it in the midst of ignorance, inertness, and general contempt of all studious application, and consequently, in spite of "what does it matter?" and "there's something else to think about," and What a fine invention! And this was certainly wanting, and similar remarks, which undoubtedly will have been more in number than the scudi expended by him in the undertaking, amounting to 105,000, the greatest part of his property. To style such a man beneficent and liberal in a high degree, it would be unnecessary, perhaps, that he should have spent much in the immediate relief of the needy. And there are, besides, many in whose opinion expenditure of the character we have described, and indeed I may say all expenditure, is the best and more beneficial almsgiving. But in Federigo's opinion, almsgiving, properly speaking, was a paramount duty. And here, as in everything else, his actions were in accordance with his principles. His life was one continual overflowing charity. On occasion of this very scarcity, to which our story has already alluded, we shall have presently to relate several traits which will exhibit the judgment and delicacy he knew how to employ, even in his liberality. Of the many remarkable examples which his biographers have recorded of this virtue, we will here cite but one. Having heard that a certain nobleman was using artifices and compulsion to force into a convent one of his daughters who wished rather to be married, he had an interview with her father, and drawing from him the acknowledgment that the true motive of this oppression was the want of 4,000 scudi, which, according to his idea, were necessary towards marrying his daughter suitably, Federigo immediately presented the required dowry. Some may perhaps think this an extravagant act of bounty, not well judged, and too condescending to the foolish caprices of a vain nobleman, and that 4,000 scudi might have been better employed in this or that manner. To which we have nothing to answer, excepting that it were devoutly to be wished that one could more frequently see excesses of a virtue so unfettered by prevailing opinion. Every age has its own, and so free from the general tendency, as in this instance that must have been, which induced a man to give 4,000 scudi, that a young person might not be made a nun. The inexhaustible charity of this man appeared not only in his almsgiving, but in his whole behaviour. Easy of access to all, he considered a cheerful countenance and an affectionate courtesy particularly due to those in the lower ranks of life, and the more so in proportion as they were little thought of by the world. Here, therefore, he had to combat with the gentlemen of the ne quid nimis school, who were anxious to keep him within limits, i.e. within their limits. One of these, on occasion of a visit to a wild and mountainous country, when Federigo was teaching some poor children, and during the interrogations and instruction was fondly caressing them, besought him to be more cautious in handling such children, as they were dirty and repelling, as if the worthy gentleman supposed that Federigo had not discernment enough to make the discovery, or acumen enough to suggest this recondite counsel for himself. Such, in certain circumstances of times and things, is the misfortune of men exalted to high stations, that while they so seldom find any one to inform them of their failings, there is no lack of persons courageous enough to reprove them for doing right. But the good bishop, not without anger, replied, "They are my lambs, and perhaps may never again see my face, and would you not have me caress them?" Very seldom, however, did he exhibit any anger, being admired for his mild and imperturbable gentleness of behaviour, which might be attributed to an extraordinarily happy temperament of mind, while in truth it was the effect of constant discipline over a naturally hasty and passionate disposition. If ever he showed himself severe, nay, even harsh, it was towards those pastors under his authority whom he discovered guilty of avarice or negligence or any other conduct opposed to the spirit of their high vocation. Upon what might affect his own interest or temporal glory, he never betokened either joy, regret, eagerness, or anxiety. Wonderful indeed if these emotions were not excited in his mind. More wonderful if they were. Not only in the many conclaves at which he assisted did he acquire the reputation of having never aspired to that lofty post, so desirable to ambition, and so terrible to piety, but on one occasion, when a colleague who possessed considerable influence came to offer him his vote and those of his, so alas it was termed, faction, Federigo refused the proposal in such a manner that his friend immediately abandoned the idea and turned his views elsewhere. This same humility, this dread of preeminence, was equally apparent in the more common occurrences of life. Careful and indefatigable in ordering and governing everything where he considered it his duty to do so, he always shrank from intruding into the affairs of others, and even when solicited, refused, if possible, to interfere. Discretion and temperance are from common, as everybody knows, in men as zealous in the cause of good as Federigo was. Were we to allow ourselves to prosecute the pleasing task of collecting together the remarkable points in his character, the result would certainly be a complication of virtues in apparent opposition to each other, and assuredly difficult to find combined. We cannot, however, omit to notice one more excellency in his excellent life. Replete as it was with action, government, functions, instruction, audiences, diocesan visitations, journeys, and controversies, he not only found time for study, but devoted as much to this object as a professor of literature would have required. Indeed, among many other and various titles of commendation, he possessed in a high degree among his contemporaries that of a man of learning. We must not, however, conceal that he held with firm persuasion, and maintained, in fact, with persevering constancy, some opinions which in the present day would appear to every one rather singular than ill-founded, even to such as would be anxious to consider them sound. For any one who would defend him on this head, there is the current and commonly received excuse that they were the errors of the age rather than his own. An excuse, to say the truth, which, when it results from the minute consideration of facts, may be valid and significant, but which generally, applied in the usual naked way, and as we must do in this instance, comes in the end to mean exactly nothing at all. And besides, not wishing to resolve complicated questions with simple formulae, we will venture to leave this unsolved, resting satisfied with having thus cursorily mentioned that in a character so admirable as a whole, we do not pretend to affirm that every particular was equally so, lest we should seem to have intended making a funeral oration. We shall not be doing injustice to our readers to suppose that some of them may inquire, whether this person has left any monument of so much talent and erudition, whether he has left any. The works remaining from him, great and small, Latin and Italian, published and manuscript, amount to about 100 volumes, preserved in the library he himself founded, moral treatises, discourses, dissertations on history, sacred and profane antiquities, literature, arts, and various other subjects. And however does it happen, this inquirer may ask, that so many works are forgotten, or at least so little known, so little sought after? How is it that with such talents, such learning, such experience of men and things, such profound thought, such a sense of the good and the beautiful, such purity of mind, and so many other qualities which constitute the elegant author, how is it that out of 100 works he has not left even one to be considered excellent by those who approve not of the whole, and to be known by title even by those who have never read it? How is it that all of them together have not sufficed, at least by their number, to procure for his name a literary fame among posterity? The inquiry is undoubtedly reasonable, and the question sufficiently interesting, because the reasons of this phenomenon are to be found, or at least must be sought for, in many general facts, and when found, would lead to the explanation of other similar phenomena. But they would be many and prolix, and what if they should not prove satisfactory? If they should make the reader turn away in disgust? So that it will be better to resume our walk through the story, and instead of digressing more at length on the character of this wonderful man, proceed to observe him in action under the conduct of our anonymous author. End of chapter 22. Part 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Section 45, Chapter 23, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 23, Part 1. Cardinal Federigo was employed, according to his usual custom in every leisure interval, in study, until the hour arrived for repairing to the church for the celebration of divine service, when the chaplain and cross-bearer entered with a disturbed and gloomy countenance. "A strange visitor, my noble lord, strange indeed." "Who?" asked the cardinal. "No less a personage than the signor," replied the chaplain, and pronouncing the syllables with a very significant tone, he uttered the name which we cannot give to our readers. He then added, "He is here outside in person, and demands nothing less than to be introduced to your illustrious grace." "He!" said the cardinal, with an animated look, shutting his book, and rising from his seat. "Let him come in directly." "But," rejoined the chaplain, without attempting to move, "your illustrious lordship must surely be aware who he is, that outlaw, that famous—" "And is it not a most happy circumstance for a bishop that such a man should feel a wish to come and seek an interview with him?" "But," insisted the chaplain, "we may never speak of certain things, because my lord says that it is all nonsense. But when it comes to the point, I think it is a duty. Zeal makes many enemies, my lord, and we know positively that more than one ruffian dared to boast that some day or other— "And what have they done?" interrupted the cardinal. "I say that this man is a plotter of mischief, a desperate character who holds correspondence with the most violent desperadoes, and who may be sent—" "Oh, what discipline is this?" again interrupted Federigo, smiling. "For the soldiers to exhort their general to cowardice, then resuming a grave and thoughtful air, he continued, "Saint Carlo would not have deliberated whether he ought to receive such a man. He would have gone to seek him. Let him be admitted directly. He has already waited too long." The chaplain moved towards the door, saying in his heart, "There's no remedy. These saints are all obstinate." Having opened the door and surveyed the room where the signor and his companions were, he saw that the latter had crowded together on one side, where they sat whispering and cautiously peeping at their visitor, while he was left alone in one corner. The chaplain advanced towards him, eyeing him guardedly from head to foot, and wondering what weapons he might have hidden under that great coat, thinking at the same time that really before admitting him he ought at least to have proposed. But he could not resolve what to do. He approached him, saying, "His Grace waits for your lordship. Will you be good enough to come with me?" And as he preceded him through the little crowd, which instantly gave way for him, he kept casting glances on each side, which meant to say, "What could I do? Don't you know yourselves that he always has his own way?" On reaching the apartment, the chaplain opened the door and introduced the unnamed. Federigo advanced to meet him with a happy and serene look, and his hand extended, as if to welcome an unexpected guest, at the same time making a sign to the chaplain to go out, which was immediately obeyed. When thus left alone, they both stood for a moment silent and in suspense, though from widely different feelings. The unnamed, who had, as it were, been forcibly carried there by an inexplicable compulsion, rather than led by a determinate intention, now stood there also, as it were, by compulsion, torn by two contending feelings. On the one side, a desire and confused hope of meeting with some alleviation of his inward torment. On the other, a feeling of self-rebuked shame at having come thither, like a penitent, subdued and wretched, to confess himself guilty, and to make application to a man. He was at a loss for words, and indeed scarcely sought for them. Raising his eyes, however, to the archbishop's face, he became gradually filled with a feeling of veneration, authoritative and at the same time soothing, which, while it increased his confidence, gently subdued his haughtiness, and without offending his pride, compelled it to give way and imposed silence. The bearing of Federigo was, in fact, one which announced superiority, and at the same time excited love. It was naturally sedate, and almost involuntarily commanding, his figure being not in the least bowed or wasted by age, while his solemn yet sparkling eye, his open and thoughtful forehead, a kind of virginal floridness, which might be distinguished even among grey locks, paleness, and the traces of abstinence, meditation, and labour. In short, all his features indicated that they had once possessed that which is most strictly entitled beauty. The habit of serious and benevolent thought, the inward peace of a long life, the love that he felt towards his fellow creatures, and the uninterrupted enjoyment of an ineffable hope had now substituted the beauty, so to say, of old age, which shone forth more attractively from the magnificent simplicity of the purple. He fixed for a moment on the countenance of the unnamed a penetrating look. Long accustomed to gather from this index what was passing in the mind, and imagining he discovered under that dark and troubled mien something every moment more corresponding with the hope that he had conceived on the first announcement of such a visit. "Oh," cried he in an animated voice, "what a welcome visit is this, and how thankful I ought to be to you for taking such a step, although it may convey to me a little reproof." "Reproof?" exclaimed the signor, much surprised, but soothed by his words and manner, and glad that the cardinal had broken the ice, and started some sort of conversation. "Certainly, it conveys to me a reproof," replied the archbishop, "for allowing you to be beforehand with me when so often, and for so long a time, I might and ought to have come to you myself." "You come to me? Do you know who I am? Did they deliver in my name rightly? And the happiness I feel, and which must surely be evident in my countenance, do you think I should feel it at the announcement and visit of a stranger? It is you who make me experience it. You, I say, whom I ought to have sought. You whom I have at least loved and wept over, and for whom I have so often prayed. You among all my children, for each one I love from the bottom of my heart, whom I should most have desired to receive and embrace, if I had thought I might hope for such a thing. But God alone knows how to work wonders, and supplies the weakness and tardiness of his unworthy servants. The unnamed stood astonished at this warm reception, in language which corresponded so exactly with that which he had not yet expressed, nor indeed had fully determined to express, and affected, but exceedingly surprised, he remained silent. "Well," resumed Federigo, still more affectionately, "you have good news to tell me, and you keep me so long expecting it?" "Good news? I have hell in my heart. And can I tell you any good tidings? Tell me, if you know, what good news you can expect from such as I am." "That God has touched your heart, and would make you his own," replied the cardinal calmly. "God, God, God! If I could see him, if I could hear him, where is this God?" "Do you ask this? You? And who has him nearer than you? Do you not feel him in your heart, overcoming, agitating you, never leaving you at ease, and at the same time drawing you forward, presenting to your view a hope of tranquillity and consolation, a consolation which shall be full and boundless as soon as you recognize him, acknowledge and implore him?" "Oh, surely there is something within that oppresses, that consumes me. But God? If this be God, if he be such as they say, what do you suppose he can do with me?" These words were uttered with an accent of despair, but Federigo, with a solemn tone, as of calm inspiration, replied, "What can God do with you? What would he wish to make of you? A token of his power and goodness? He would acquire you through a glory such as others could not give him. The world has long cried out against you. Hundreds and thousands of voices have declared their detestation of your deeds." The unnamed shuddered, and felt for a moment surprised at hearing such unusual language addressed to him. and still more surprised that he felt no anger, but rather almost a relief. What glory, pursued Federigo, will thus redound to God? They may be voices of alarm, of self-interest, of justice, perhaps, a justice so easy, so natural. Some, perhaps, yea, too many, may be voices of envy of your wretched power, of your hitherto deplorable security of heart. But when you, yourself, rise up to condemn your past life, to become your own accuser, then indeed God will be glorified. And you ask what God can do with you? Who am I, a poor mortal, that I can tell you what use such a being may choose henceforth to make of you? How he can employ your impetuous will, your unwavering perseverance, when he shall have animated and invigorated them with love, with hope, with repentance? Who are you, weak man, that you should imagine yourself capable of devising and executing greater deeds of evil than God can make you will and accomplish in the cause of good? What can God do with you? Pardon you, save you, finish in you the work of redemption? Are not these things noble and worthy of him? Oh, just think, if I, an humble and feeble creature, so worthless and full of myself, I, such as I am, long so ardently for your salvation, that for its sake I would joyfully give, and he is my witness, the few days that still remain to me. Oh, think what, and how great must be the love of him who inspires me with this imperfect but ardent affection. How must he love you, what must he desire for you, who has bid and enabled me to regard you with a charity that consumes me? While these words fell from his lips, his face, his expression, his whole manner evinced his deep feeling of what he uttered. The countenance of his auditor changed from a wild and convulsive look, first to astonishment and attention, then gradually yielded to deeper and less painful emotions. His eyes, which from infancy had been unaccustomed to weep, became confused, and when the words ceased, he covered his face with his hands and burst into a flood of tears. It was the only and most evident reply. "Great and good God," exclaimed Federigo, raising his hands and eyes to heaven, "what have I ever done, an unprofitable servant, an idle shepherd, that thou shouldest call me to this banquet of grace, that thou shouldest make me worthy of being an instrument in so joyful a miracle?" So saying, he extended his hand to take that of the unnamed. "No," cried the penitent nobleman, "no, keep away from me. Defile not that innocent and beneficent hand. You don't know all that the one you would grasp has committed." "Suffer me," said Federigo, taking it with affectionate violence. "Suffer me to press the hand which will repair so many wrongs, dispense so many benefits, comfort so many afflicted, and be extended, disarmed, peacefully and humbly to so many enemies." "It is too much," said the unnamed, sobbing. "Leave me, my lord, good Federigo, leave me. A crowded assembly awaits you, so many good people, so many innocent creatures, so many come from a distance to see you for once, to hear you, and you are staying to talk." "With whom?" "We will leave the 99 sheep," replied the cardinal. "They are in safety upon the mountain. I wish to remain with that which was lost. Their minds are, perhaps, now more satisfied than if they were seeing their poor bishop. Perhaps God, who has wrought in you this miracle of mercy, is diffusing in their hearts a joy of which they know not yet the reason. These people are, perhaps, united to us without being aware of it. Perchance the Spirit may be instilling in their hearts an undefined feeling of charity, a petition which He will grant for you, an offering of gratitude of which you are, as yet, the unknown object. So saying, he threw his arms around the neck of the unnamed, who, after attempting to disengage himself and making a momentary resistance, yielded, completely overcome by this vehement expression of affection, embraced the cardinal in his turn, and buried in his shoulder his trembling and altered face. His burning tears dropped upon the stainless purple of Federigo, while the guiltless hands of the holy bishop affectionately pressed those members, and touched that garment which had been accustomed to hold the weapons of violence and treachery. Disengaging himself at length from this embrace, the unnamed again covered his eyes with his hand, and raising his face to heaven, exclaimed, God is indeed great. God is indeed good. I know myself now I understand what I am. My sins are present before me, and I shudder at the thought of myself. Yet I feel an alleviation, a joy, yes, even a joy, such as I have never before known during the whole of my horrible life. It is a little taste, said Federigo, which God gives you to incline you to His service, and encourage you resolutely to enter upon the new course of life which lies before you, and in which you will have so much to undo, so much to repair, so much to mourn over. Unhappy man that I am, exclaimed the Signor. How many, oh, how many things for which I can do nothing besides mourn. But at least I have undertakings scarcely set on foot which I can break off in the midst, if nothing more. One there is which I can quickly arrest, which I can easily undo and repair. Federigo listened attentively while the unnamed briefly related, in terms of perhaps deeper execration than we have employed, his attempt upon Lucia, the sufferings and terrors of the unhappy girl, her importunate entreaties, the frenzy that these entreaties had aroused within him, and how she was still in the castle. Ah, then, let us lose no time, exclaimed Federigo, breathless with eagerness and compassion. You are indeed blessed. This is an earnest of God's forgiveness. He makes you capable of becoming the instrument of safety to one whom you intended to ruin. God bless you. Nay, He has blessed you. Do you know where our unhappy protégé comes from? The Signor named Lucia's village. It's not far from this, said the Cardinal. God be praised, and probably... So saying, he went towards a little table and rang a bell. The cross-bearing chaplain immediately attended the summons with a look of anxiety, and instantly glanced towards the unnamed. At the sight of his altered countenance, and his eyes still red with weeping, he turned an inquiring gaze upon the Cardinal, and perceiving amidst the invariable composure of his countenance a look of solemn pleasure and unusual solicitude, he would have stood with open mouth in a sort of ecstasy, had not the Cardinal quickly aroused him from his contemplations by asking whether, among the parish priests who were assembled in the next room, there were one from... There is, your illustrious grace, replied the chaplain. Let him come in directly, said Federigo, and with him the priest of this parish. The chaplain quitted the room, and on entering the hall where the clergy were assembled, all eyes were immediately turned upon him, while with a look of blank astonishment, and a countenance in which was still depicted the rapture he had left, he lifted up his hands, and waving them in the air, exclaimed, "Signori, signori, haec mutatio dextere excelsi." And he stood for a moment without uttering another word. Then, assuming the tone and language of a message, he added, "His most noble and very reverend lordship desires to speak with the Signor Curate of this parish and the Signor Curate of—" The first party summoned immediately came forward, and at the same time there issued from the midst of the crowd an eye drawled forth with an intonation of surprise. "Are you not the Signor Curate of—" replied the chaplain. "I am, but his most noble and very reverend lordship asks for you." "Me?" again replied the same voice, clearly expressing in this monosyllable, "What can they want with me?" But this time, together with the voice, came forth the living being, Don Abbondio himself, with an unwilling step, and a countenance between astonishment and disgust. The chaplain beckoned to him with his hand, as if he meant to say, "Come, let us go. Is it so very alarming?" And escorting them to the door, he opened it, and introduced them into the apartment. The cardinal relinquished the hand of the unnamed, with whom, meanwhile, he had been concerting arrangements, and, withdrawing a little aside, beckoned to the curate of the village. Briefly relating the circumstances, he asked whether he could immediately find a trustworthy woman who would be willing to go to the castle in a litter and fetch away Lucia, a kind and clever person who would know how to conduct himself in so novel an expedition, and whose manners and language would be most likely to encourage and tranquillize the unfortunate girl, to whom, after so much anguish and alarm, even liberation itself might be an additional cause of apprehension. After a moment's thought, the curate said that he knew just the very person, and then took his departure, the cardinal, now calling to him the chaplain, desired him to have a litter and bearers immediately prepared, and to see that 2 mules were saddled for riders, and as soon as he had quitted the apartment, turned to Don Abbondio. This worthy gentleman, who had kept tolerably close to the archbishop, that he might be at a respectful distance from the other signor, and had, in the meantime, been casting side glances first to one and then to the other, dubitating the while within himself whatever all this strange manoeuvring might mean, now advanced a step forward, and, making a respectful bow, said, "I was told that your most illustrious lordship wanted me, but I think there must be some misunderstanding." "There is no misunderstanding, I assure you," replied Federigo. "I have glad news to give you, and a pleasant and most agreeable task to impose upon you. One of your parishioners, whom you must have lamented at lost, Lucia Mondella, is again found, and is near at hand, in the house of my good friend here, and you will go now with him and a woman, whom the Signore Curate of this place has gone to seek. You will go, I say, to fetch thence one of your own children, and accompany her hither." Don Abbondio did his best to conceal the vexation, what shall I say? The alarm, the dismay excited by this proposal or command, and, unable any longer to restrain or dismiss a look of inexpressible discontent already gathering in his countenance, he could only hide it by a profound reverence in token of obedient acceptance, nor did he again raise his face, but to make another equally profound obeisance to the unnamed, with a piteous look which seemed to say, I am in your hands, have pity on me, parcere subjectis. The cardinal then asked him what relations Lucia had. Of near relations with whom she lives, or might live, she has only a mother, replied Don Abbondio. Is she at home? Yes, my lord. Well, replied Federigo, since this poor girl cannot be so directly restored to her own home, it will be a great consolation to see her mother as quickly as possible. So if the signor curate of this village doesn't return before I get to church, I request you will tell him to find a cart, or some kind of conveyance, and dispatch a person of discretion to fetch her mother here. Had not I better go? Said Don Abbondio. No, not you. I've already requested you to undertake another commission, replied the cardinal. I proposed it, rejoined Don Abbondio, to prepare her poor mother for the news. She is a very sensitive woman, and it requires one who knows her disposition, and how to go to work with her in the right way, or he will do her more harm than good. And therefore I have requested you to acquaint the signor curate of my wish, that a proper person should be chosen for this office. You will do better elsewhere, replied the cardinal. And he would willingly have added, that poor girl at the castle has far more need of shortly seeing a known and trusted countenance after so many hours of agony and in such terrible ignorance as to the future. But this was not a reason to be so clearly expressed before the present third party. Indeed, the cardinal thought it very strange that it had not immediately occurred to Don Abbondio, that he had not thought of it himself, and the proffer he had made, and so warmly insisted upon, seemed so much out of place that he could not help suspecting there must be something hidden beneath. He gazed upon his face, and there readily detected his fear of journeying with that terrible person, and of being his guest even for a few moments. Anxious, therefore, entirely to dissipate these cowardly apprehensions, yet unwilling to draw the curate aside and whisper with him in secret, while his new friend formed the third of their party, he judged that the best plan would be to do what, indeed, he would have done without such a motive, that is, address the unnamed himself, and thus Don Abbondio might at length understand from his replies that he was no longer an object of fear. He returned, therefore, to the unnamed, and addressing him with that frank cordiality which may be met with a new and powerful affection, as well as in an intimacy of long standing. Don't think, said he, that I shall be content with this visit for today. You will return, won't you, with this worthy clergyman? Will I return? Replied the unnamed. Should you refuse me, I would obstinately remain outside your door, like the beggar. I want to talk with you. I want to hear you, to see you. I deeply need you. Federigo took his hand and pressed it, saying, Do the clergyman of this village, then, and me the favour of dining with us today. I shall expect you. In the meanwhile I must go to offer up prayers and praises with the people, and you to reap the first fruits of mercy. Don Abbondio, at these demonstrations, stood like a cowardly child who watches a person boldly petting and stroking a large, surly, shaggy dog with glaring eyes, and a notoriously bad name for biting and growling, and hears its master say that his dog is a good and very quiet beast. He looks at the owner and neither contradicts nor assents. He looks at the animal, afraid to approach him for fear the very gentle beast should show his teeth, were it only from habit, and equally afraid to run away lest he should be thought a coward, and can only utter an internal aspiration, "Would that I were safe in my own house." End of chapter 23, part 1. Section 46, Chapter 23, Part 2. Chapter 23, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 23, Part 2. In quitting the apartment, in company with the unnamed, whose hand he still grasped, the cardinal cast another glance upon the poor man who remained behind, looking very awkward and mortified, and with a doleful expression of countenance. Thinking that possibly his vexation arose from being apparently overlooked, and left, as it were, in a corner, particularly in contrast with the notoriously wicked character now so warmly received and welcomed, he turned towards him in passing, and hung back for a moment, and said to him with a friendly smile, "Signor Curate, thou wert ever with me in the house of our kind father, but this one, perierat et inventus est." "Oh, how glad I am to hear it," said Don Abbondio, making a profound reverence to the two together. The Archbishop then went on, gave a slight push to the door, which was immediately opened from without by two servants who stood outside, and the notable pair stood before the longing eyes of the clergy assembled in the apartment. They gazed with interest upon their two countenances, both of which bore the traces of a very different but equally profound emotion, a grateful tenderness, an humble joy, on Federigo's venerable features, and on those of the unnamed, confusion tempered with consolation, a new and unusual modesty, and a feeling of contrition, through which the vigour of his wild and fiery temper was nevertheless still apparent. It was afterwards found that the passage in the prophet Isaiah had occurred to more than one of the spectators. "The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the bullock." Isaiah 1 XV 25. Behind them came Don Abbondio, to whom no one paid any attention. When they had reached the middle of the room, the cardinal's groom of the chamber entered on the opposite side, and informed his master that he had executed all the orders communicated to him by the chaplain, that the litter and mules were in readiness, and they only waited the arrival of the female whom the curate was to bring. The cardinal bid him tell the priest when he came back that Don Abbondio wished to speak with him, and then all the rest was left under the direction of the latter and the unnamed, whom the cardinal again shook warmly by the hand on taking leave, saying, "I shall expect you." Then turning to salute Don Abbondio with a bow, he set off in the direction of the church, followed by the clergy, half grouped and half in procession, while the fellow travellers remained alone in the apartment. The unnamed stood wrapped up in his own thoughts, and impatient for the moment when he might go to liberate his Lucia from her sufferings and confinement. His, now in a very different sense from that in which she was so the day before, and his face expressed a feeling of intense agitation, which to Don Abbondio's suspicious eye might easily appear something worse. He peeped and glanced at him from the corner of his eye, and longed to start some friendly conversation. But what can I say to him, thought he. Must I say again, I am glad? Glad of what? That having been hitherto a devil, he has at last resolved to become a gentleman like others? A fine compliment indeed. However I may turn the words, I am glad can mean nothing else. And after all, will it be true that he has become a gentleman, so on a sudden? There are so many displays made in the world, and from so many motives. What do I know about it? And in the meantime I have to go with him, and to that castle. Oh, what a tale, what a tale! What a tale is this to tell! Who would have told me this morning? Ah, if I can but escape in safety, my Lady Perpetua shan't soon hear the end of it from me, for having sent me here by force when there was no necessity for it, out of my own parish, with her fine plausible reasons, that all the priests, for many a mile round, would flock hither, even those who were further off than I, and that I mustn't be behindhand, and this, that, and the other, and then to embark me in a business of this sort. Oh, poor me! But I must say something to this man, and he had just thought of that something, and was on the point of opening his mouth to say, I never anticipated the pleasure of being thrown into such honourable company, when the groom of the chamber entered with the curate of the parish, who announced that the woman was waiting in the litter, and then turned to Don Abbondio, to receive from him the further commission of the cardinal. Don Abbondio delivered himself as well as he could in the confusion of mind under which he was labouring, and then, drawing up to the groom, said to him, Pray give me, at least, a quiet beast, for to tell the truth, I am but a poor horseman. You may imagine, replied the groom, with a half-smile, it is the secretary's mule, who is a very learned man. That will do, replied Don Abbondio, and he continued to ruminate. Heaven send me a good one. The signor had readily set off the moment he had heard the announcement, but on reaching the door and perceiving that Don Abbondio was remaining behind, he stood still to wait for him. When he came up, hastily, with an apologizing look, the signor bowed and made him pass on first, with a courteous and humble air, which somewhat reanimated the spirits of the unfortunate and tormented man. But scarcely had he set foot in the courtyard when he saw a new object of alarm, which quickly dissipated all his reviving confidence. He beheld the unnamed go towards the corner, take hold of the barrel of his carabine with one hand, and of the strap with the other, and with a rapid motion, as if performing the military exercise, swing it over his shoulder. Alas! Alas! Woe is me, thought Don Abbondio. What would he do with that weapon? Suitable sackcloth, truly, fine discipline for a new convert, and supposing some fancy should take him. Oh, what an expedition! What an expedition! Could this signor have suspected for a moment what kind of thoughts they were which were passing through his companion's mind? It is difficult to say what he would not have done to reassure him, but he was far enough away from such a suspicion, and Don Abbondio carefully avoided any movement which would distinctly express, I don't trust your lordship. On reaching the door into the street, they found the two animals in readiness. The unnamed mounted one, which was held for him by a hostler. Isn't it vicious? Said Don Abbondio to the valet, as he stood with one foot suspended on the stirrup and the other still resting on the ground. You may go with a perfectly easy mind. It's a very lamb, replied the man. and Don Abbondio, grasping the saddle and assisted by the groom, gradually mounted upwards, and at last found himself safely seated on the creature's back. The litter, which stood a few paces in advance, and was borne by 2 mules, moved forward at the word of the attendant, and the party set off. They had to pass before the church, which was full to overflowing with people, and through a little square, also swarming with the villagers, and newly arrived visitors whom the building could not accommodate. The glad news had already spread, and on the appearance of the party, and more especially of him who only a few hours before had been an object of terror and execration, but was now the object of joyful wonder, there arose from the crowd almost a murmur of applause, and as they made their way for him, even their eagerness was hushed in the desire to obtain a near view of him. The litter passed on, the unnamed followed, and when he arrived before the open door of the church, took off his hat and bowed his hitherto dreaded forehead, till it almost touched the animal's mane, amidst the murmur of 100 voices exclaiming, "God bless you." Don Abbondio also took off his hat, and bending low recommended himself to heaven. But hearing the solemn harmony of his brethren as they chanted in chorus, he was so overcome with a feeling of envy, a mournful tenderness of spirit, and a sudden fervour of heart, that it was with difficulty he restrained his tears. When they got beyond the habitations into the open country, and in the often entirely deserted windings of the road, a still darker cloud overspread his thoughts. The only object on which his eye could rest with any confidence was the attendant on the litter, who, belonging to the cardinal's household, must certainly be an honest man, and who, besides, did not look like a coward. From time to time passengers appeared, sometimes even in groups, who were flocking to see the cardinal, and this was a great relief to Don Abbondio. It was, however, but transitory, and he was advancing towards that tremendous valley where he should meet none but the vassals of his companion. And what vassals! He now, more than ever, longed to enter into conversation with this companion, both to sound him a little more, and to keep him in good humour. But even this wish vanished on seeing him so completely absorbed in his own thoughts. He must then talk to himself, and we will present the reader with a part of the poor man's soliloquy during his journey, for it would require a volume to record the whole. It is a fine thing, truly, that saints as well as sinners must have quicksilver in their compositions, and cannot be content with fussing about and busying themselves, but must also bring into the dance with them the whole world, if they can, and that the greatest busybodies must just come upon me, who never meddle with anybody, and drag me by the hair into their affairs. Me, who ask for nothing but to be left alone. That mad rascal of a Don Rodrigo, what does he want to make him the happiest man in the world, if he had but the least grain of judgment? He is rich, he is young, he is respected and courted. He is sick with too much prosperity, and must needs go about making trouble for himself and his neighbour. He might follow the ways of St. Michael. Oh no, my gentleman doesn't choose. He chooses to set up the trade of molesting women. The most absurd, the most vile, the most insane business in the world. He might ride to heaven in his carriage, and chooses rather to walk halting to the devil's dwelling. And this man? And here he looked at him, as if he suspected he could hear his very thoughts. This man, after turning the world upside down with his wickedness, now he turns it upside down with his conversion. If it prove really so, in the meanwhile it falls to me to make the trial. So it is that when people are born with this madness in their veins, they must always be making a noise. Is it so difficult to act an honest part all one's life as I have done? Oh no, my good sir, they must kill and quarter, play the devil. Oh, poor me. And then comes a great stir, even when doing penance. Repentance, when there is an inclination to it, can be performed at home, quietly, without so much show, without giving so much trouble to one's neighbours. And his illustrious lordship, instantly, with open arms, calling him his dear friend, and this man listens to all he says as if he had seen him work miracles, and then he must all at once come to a resolution and rush it to hand and foot, 1 minute here, the next there. We at home should call this precipitation. And to deliver a poor curate into his hands without the smallest security, this may be called playing with a man at great odds. A holy bishop, as he is, ought to value his curates as the apple of his eye. It seems to me there might be a little moderation, a little prudence, a little charity along with sanctity. Supposing this should be all a mere show, who can tell all the intentions of men, and particularly of such a man as this? To think that it is my lot to go with him to his own house. There may be some underwork of the devil here. Oh, poor me. It is best not to think about it. How is Lucia mixed up with all this? It is plain Don Rodrigo had some designs upon her. What people, and suppose it is exactly thus, how then has this man got her into his clutches? Who knows? I wonder. It is all a secret with my lord, and to me, whom they are making trot about in this way, they don't tell a word. I don't care about knowing other people's affairs, but when I have to risk my skin in the matter, I have a right to know something. If it be only to go and fetch away this poor creature, Patience, though he could easily enough bring her straight away himself. And besides, if he is really converted, if he has become a holy father, what need is there of me? Oh, what a chaos! Well, it is heaven's will it should be thus. It will be a very great inconvenience, but patience, I shall be glad too for this poor Lucia. She also must have escaped some terrible issue. Heaven knows what she must have suffered. I pity her, but she was born to be my ruin. At least I wish I could look into his heart and see what he is thinking about. Who can understand him? Just look now. 1 minute he looks like St. Anthony in the desert. The next he is like Holofernes himself. Oh, poor me, poor me. Well, heaven is under an obligation to help me, since I didn't get myself into this danger with my own good will. In fact, the thoughts of the unnamed might be seen, so to say, passing over his countenance, as in a stormy day the clouds flit across the face of the sun, producing every now and then an alternation of dazzling light and gloomy shade. His soul, still quite absorbed in reflection upon Federigo's soothing words, and as it were renewed and made young again with fresh life, now rose with cheerful hope at the idea of mercy, pardon, and love, and then again sank beneath the weight of the terrible past. He anxiously tried to select those deeds of iniquity which were yet reparable, and those which he could still arrest in the midst of their progress. He considered what remedies would be most certain and expeditious, how to disentangle so many knots, what to do with so many accomplices, but it was all obscurity and difficulty. In this very expedition, the easiest of execution, and so near its termination, he went with a willingness mingled with grief at the thought that in the meanwhile the poor girl was suffering. God knew how much, and that he, while burning to liberate her, was all the while the cause of her suffering. At every turn or fork in the road, the mule driver looked back for directions as to the way. The unnamed signified it with his hand, and at the same time beckoned to him to make haste. They entered the valley. How must Don Abbondio have felt then? That renowned valley of which he had heard such black and horrible stories, to be actually within it. Those men of notorious fame, the flower of the bravos of Italy, men without fear and without mercy, to see them in flesh and blood, to meet 1, 2, or 3 at every turn of a corner. They bowed submissively to the signor, but their sunburnt visages, their rough mustachios, their large fierce eyes, they seemed to Don Abbondio's mind to mean, "Shall we dispatch that priest?" So that in a moment of extreme consternation the thought rushed into his mind, "Would that I had married them! Worse could not befall me." In the meanwhile they went forward along a gravelly path by the side of the torrent. On one hand was a view of isolated and solid rocks, on the other a population which would have made even a desert seem desirable. Dante was not in a worse situation in the midst of Malebolga. They passed the front of Malanotta, where bravos were lounging at the door, who bowed to the signor and gazed at his companion and the litter. They knew not what to think. The departure of the unnamed in the morning by himself had already seemed extraordinary, and his return was not less so. Was it a captive that he was conducting? And how had he accomplished it alone? And what was the meaning of a strange litter? And whose could this livery be? They looked and looked, but no one moved, because such was the command they read in his eye and expression. They climbed the ascent and reached the summit. The bravos on the terrace and round the gate retired on either side to make room for him. The unnamed motioned to them to retreat no farther, spurted forward and passed before the litter, beckoned to the driver and Don Abbondio to follow him, entered an outer court and thence into a second, went towards a small postern, made signs to a bravo, who was hastening to hold his stirrup to keep back, and said to him, "You there, and no one nearer." He then dismounted, and holding the bridle advanced towards the litter, addressed himself to the female who had just drawn back the curtain, and said to her in an undertone, "Comfort her directly. Let her understand at once that she is at liberty and among friends. God will reward you for it." He then ordered the driver to open the door and assist her to get out. Advancing then to Don Abbondio with a look of greater serenity than the poor man had yet seen, or thought it possible he could see on his countenance, in which there might now be traced joy at the good work which was at length so near its completion, he lent him his arm to dismount, saying to him at the same time in a low voice, "Signor Curate, I do not apologize for the trouble you have had on my account. You are bearing it for one who rewards bountifully, and for this his poor creature." This look and these words once more put heart into Don Abbondio, and drawing a long breath, which for an hour past had been striving ineffectually to find vent, he replied, whether or not in a submissive tone it need not be asked, "Is your lordship joking with me? But, and accepting the hand which was so courteously offered, he slid down from the saddle as he best could. The unnamed took the bridle and handed it with his own to the driver, bidding him wait there outside for him. Taking a key from his pocket, he opened the postern, admitted the curate and the woman, followed them in, advanced to lead the way, went to the foot of the stairs, and they all three ascended in silence. End of chapter 23, part 2.
Chapter 24, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 24, Part 1. Lucia had aroused herself only a short time before, and part of that time she had been striving to awaken herself thoroughly, and to sever the disturbed dreams of sleep from the remembrances and images of a reality which too much resembled the feverish visions of sickness. The old woman quickly made up to her, and, with a constrained voice of humility, said, "Ah, have you slept? You might have slept in bed. I told you so often enough last night." And receiving no reply, she continued in a tone of pettish entreaty, "Just eat something. Do be prudent. Oh, how wretched you look. You must want something to eat. And then if, when he comes back, he's angry with me." No, I want to go away. I want to go to my mother. Your master promised I should," he said. "Tomorrow morning. Where is he?" "He's gone out, but he said he'd be back soon and would do all you wished." "Did he say so? Did he say so? Very well. I wish to go to my mother. Directly. And behold, the noise of footsteps was heard in the adjoining room, then a tap at the door. The old woman ran to it and asked, "Who's there?" "Open the door," replied the well-known voice gently. The old woman drew back the bolt, and with a slight push, the unnamed half opened the door, bid her come out, and hastily ushered in Don Rodrigo and the good woman. He then nearly closed the door again, and waiting himself outside, sent the aged matron to a distant part of the castle, as he had before dismissed the other one who was keeping watch outside. All this bustle, the moment of expectation, and the first appearance of strange figures, made Lucia's heart bound with agitation, for, if her present condition was intolerable, every change was an additional cause of alarm. She looked up and beheld a priest and a woman. This somewhat reanimated her. She looked more closely. Is it he or not? At last she recognized Don Rodrigo, and remained with her eyes fixed, as if by enchantment. The female then drew near, and bending over her, looked at her compassionately, taking both her hands, as if to caress and raise her at the same time, and saying, "Oh, my poor girl, come with us. Come with us." "Who are you?" demanded Lucia, but without listening to the reply, she again turned to Don Rodrigo, who was standing 2 or 3 yards distant, even his countenance expressing some compassion. She gazed at him again, and exclaimed, "It is you, the Signor Curate. Where are we? Oh, poor me, I have lost my senses." No, replied Don Rodrigo. "It is indeed I. Take courage. Don't you see we are here to take you away? I am really your curate, come hither on purpose on horseback." As if she had suddenly regained all her strength, Lucia precipitately sprang upon her feet. Then again fixing her eyes on those two faces, she said, "It is the Madonna, then, that has sent you." "I believe indeed it is," said the good woman. "But can we go away? Can we really go away?" resumed Lucia, lowering her voice, and assuming a timid and suspicious look. "And all these people," continued she, with her lips compressed and quivering with fear and horror, "and that lord, that man, He did indeed promise. He is here himself in person, came on purpose with us, said Don Abbondio. He is outside waiting for us. Let us go at once. We mustn't keep a man like him waiting. At this moment he of whom they were speaking opened the door, and showing himself at the entrance, came forward into the room. Lucia, who but just before had wished for him, nay, having no hope in anyone else in the world, had wished for none but him, now, after having seen and listened to friendly faces and voices, could not restrain a sudden shudder. She started, held her breath, and throwing herself on the good woman's shoulder, buried her face in her bosom. At the first sight of that countenance, on which the evening before he had been unable to maintain a steady gaze, now rendered more pale, languid, and dejected by prolonged suffering and abstinence, the unnamed had suddenly checked his steps. Now, at the sight of her impulse of terror, he cast his eyes on the ground, stood for a moment silent and motionless, and then replying to what the poor girl had not expressed in words, "It is true," exclaimed he. "Forgive me. He has come to set you free. He's no longer what he was. He has become good. Don't you hear him asking for your forgiveness?" said the good woman in Lucia's ear. "Could he say more? Come, lift up your head. Don't be a baby. We can go directly," said Don Abbondio. Lucia raised her face, looked at the unnamed, and seeing his head bent low and his embarrassed and humble look, she was seized with a mingled feeling of comfort, gratitude, and pity, as she replied, "Oh, my lord, God reward you for this deed of mercy, and you 1,000-fold for the good you do me by these words." So saying, he turned round, went towards the door, and led the way out of the room. Lucia, completely reassured, followed, leaning on the worthy female's arm, while Don Abbondio brought up the rear. They descended the staircase and reached the little door that led into the court. The unnamed opened it, went towards the litter, and, with a certain politeness, almost mingled with timidity, two novel qualities in him, offered his arm to Lucia to assist her to get in, and afterwards to the worthy dame. He then took the bridles of the two mules from the driver's hand, and gave his arm to Don Abbondio, who had approached his gentle steed. "Oh, what condescension!" said Don Abbondio, as he mounted much more nimbly than he had done the first time, and as soon as the unnamed was also seated, the party resumed their way. The signor's brow was raised, his countenance had regained its customary expression of authority. The ruffians whom they passed on their way discovered indeed in his face the marks of deep thought and an extraordinary solicitude, but they neither understood nor could understand more about it. They knew not yet anything of the great change which had taken place in their master, and undoubtedly none of them would have divined it merely from conjecture. The good woman immediately drew the curtains over the little windows, and then, affectionately taking Lucia's hands, she applied herself to comfort her with expressions of pity, congratulation, and tenderness. Seeing, then, that not only fatigue from the suffering she had undergone, but the perplexity and obscurity of all that had happened, prevented the poor girl from being sensible of the joy of her deliverance, she said all she could think of most likely to recall her recollection, and to clear up and set to rights, so to say, her poor scattered thoughts. She named the village she came from, and to which they were now going. "Yes," said Lucia, who knew how short a distance it was from her own. "Ah, most holy Madonna, I praise thee, my mother, my mother!" We will send to fetch her directly, said the good woman, not knowing that it was already done. Yes, yes, and God will reward you for it. And you, who are you? How have you come? Our curate sent me, said the good woman, because God has touched this signor's heart. Blessed be his name. And he came to our village to speak to the Signor Cardinal Archbishop, for he is there in his visitation, that holy man of God, and he has repented of his great sins and wished to change his life. And he told the cardinal that he had caused a poor innocent to be seized, meaning you, at the instigation of another person, who had no fear of God, but the curate didn't tell me who it could be. Lucia raised her eyes to heaven. You know who it was, perhaps, continued the good woman. Well, the Signor Cardinal thought that, as there was a young girl in the question, there ought to be a female to come back with her, and he told the curate to look for one, and the curate, in his goodness, came to me. Oh, the Lord recompense you for your kindness. Well, just listen to me, my poor child, and the Signor Curate bid me encourage you, and to try to comfort you directly, and point out to you how the Lord has saved you by a miracle. Ah, yes, by a miracle indeed, through the intercession of the Madonna. Well, that you should have a right spirit, and forgive him who has done you this wrong, and be thankful that God has been merciful to him. Yes, and pray for him too, for besides that you will be rewarded for it, you will also find your heart lightened. Lucia replied with a look which expressed assent as clearly as words could have done, and with a sweetness which words could not have conveyed. Noble girl, rejoined the woman, and your curate too, being at our village, for there are numbers assembled from all the country round to elect 4 public officers. The Signor Cardinal thought it better to send him with us, but he has been of little use. I had before heard that he was a poor-spirited creature, but on this occasion I couldn't help seeing that he was as frightened as a chicken in a bundle of hemp. And this man, asked Lucia, this person who has become good, who is he? What, don't you know him? Said the good woman, mentioning his name. Oh, the mercy of the Lord, exclaimed Lucia. How often had she heard that name repeated with horror in more than one story, in which it always appeared as, in other stories, that of the monster Orcus, and at that thought of having once been in his dreaded power, and being now under his merciful protection, at the thought of such fearful danger and such unlooked-for deliverance, and at the remembrance of whose face it was that had at first appeared to her so haughty, afterwards so agitated, and then so humbled, she remained in a kind of ecstasy, only occasionally repeating, "Oh, what a mercy!" "It is a great mercy indeed," said the good woman. "It will be a great relief to half the world, to all the country round, to think how many people he kept in fear, and now, as our curate told me, and then, only to see his face, he is become a saint, and the fruits are seen so directly." To assert this worthy person did not feel much curiosity to know rather more explicitly the wonderful circumstances in which she was called upon to bear a part would not be the truth. But we must say, to her honour, that, restrained by a respectful pity for Lucia, and feeling, in a manner, the gravity and dignity of the charge which had been entrusted to her, she never even thought of putting an indiscreet or idle question throughout the whole journey. Her words were those of comfort and concern for the poor girl. "Heaven knows how long it is since you have eaten anything." "I don't remember, not for some time." "Poor thing, you must want something to strengthen you." "Yes," replied Lucia in a faint voice. Thank God, we shall get something at home directly. Take heart, for it's not far now." Lucia then sank languidly to the bottom of the litter, as if overcome with drowsiness, and the good woman left her quietly to repose. To Don Abbondio, the return was certainly not so harassing as the journey thither not long before, but, nevertheless, even this was not a ride of pleasure. When his overwhelming fears had subsided, he felt at first as if relieved from every burden. But very shortly 100 other fancies began to haunt his imagination, as the ground whence a large tree had been uprooted remained bare and empty for a time, but is soon abundantly covered with weeds. He had become more sensitive to minor causes of alarm, and in thoughts of the present as well as the future, failed not to find only too many materials for self-torment. He felt now, much more than in coming, the inconveniences of a mode of travelling to which he was not at all accustomed, and particularly in the descent from the castle to the bottom of the valley. The mule driver, obedient to a sign from the unnamed, drove on the animals at a rapid pace. The two riders followed in a line behind, with corresponding speed, so that, in sundry steep places, the unfortunate Don Abbondio, as if forced up by a lever behind, rolled forward, and was obliged to keep himself steady by grasping the pommel of the saddle, not daring to request a slower pace, and anxious also to get out of the neighbourhood as quickly as he could. Besides this, wherever the road was on an eminence, on the edge of a steep bank, the mule, according to the custom of its species, seemed as if aiming, out of contempt, always to keep on the outside, and to set its feet on the very brink. And Don Abbondio saw, almost perpendicularly beneath him, and a good leap, or, as he thought, a precipice. "Even you," said he to the animal in his heart, "have a cursed inclination to go in search of dangers, when there is such a safe and wide path." And he pulled the bridle to the opposite side, but in vain, so that, grumbling with vexation and fear, he suffered himself, as usual, to be guided at the will of others. The ruffians no longer gave him so much alarm, now that he knew for certain how their master regarded them. But, reflected he, if the news of this grand conversion should get abroad among them while we are still here, who knows how these fellows would take it? Who knows what might arise from it? What if they should get an idea that I am come hither as a missionary? Heaven preserve me! They would martyr me. The haughty brow of the unnamed gave him no uneasiness. To keep these visages there in awe, thought he, it needs no less than this one here. I understand that myself, but why has it fallen to my lot to be thrown among such people? But enough. They reached the foot of the descent, and at length also issued from the valley. The brow of the unnamed became gradually smoother. Don Abbondio, too, assumed a more natural expression, released his head somewhat from imprisonment between his shoulders, and stretched his legs and arms, tried to be a little more at ease, which, in truth, made him look like a different creature, drew his breath more freely, and, with a calmer mind, proceeded to contemplate other and remoter dangers. What will that villain of a Don Rodrigo say? To be left in this way, wronged and open to ridicule. Just fancy whether that won't be a bitter dose. Now's the time when he'll play the devil outright. It remains to be seen whether he won't be angry with me, because I have been mixed up with this business. If he has already chosen to send these two demons to meet me on the high road with such an intimation, what will he do now? Heaven knows. He can't quarrel with his illustrious lordship, for he's rather out of his reach. He'll be obliged to gnaw the bit with him. But all the while the venom will be in his veins, and he will be sure to vent it upon somebody. How will all these things end? The blow must always fall somewhere. The lash must be uplifted. Of course his illustrious lordship intends to place Lucia in safety. That other unfortunate misguided youth is beyond reach, and has already had his share. So behold, the lash must fall upon my shoulders. It will indeed be cruel if, after so many inconveniences and so much agitation, without my deserving it, too, in the least, I should have to bear the punishment. What will his most illustrious Grace do now to protect me, after having brought me into the dance? Can he ensure that this cursed wretch won't play me a worse trick than before? And, besides, he has so many things to think of. He puts his hand to so many businesses. How can he attend to all? Matters are sometimes left more entangled than at first. Those who do good do it in the gross. When they have enjoyed this satisfaction, they've had enough, and won't trouble themselves to look after the consequences. But they who have such a taste for evil doings are much more diligent. They follow it up to the end and give themselves no rest, because they have an ever-devouring canker within them. Must I go and say that I came here at the express command of his illustrious Grace, and not with my own good will? That would seem as if I favoured the wicked side. O sacred heaven! I favour the wicked side. For the pleasure it gives me, well, the best plan will be to tell Perpetua the case as it is, and then leave it to her to circulate it, provided my lord doesn't take a fancy to make the whole matter public, and bring even me into the scene. At any rate, as soon as ever we arrive, if he's out of church, I'll go and take my leave of him as quickly as possible. If he's not, I'll leave an apology and go off home at once. Lucia's well attended to. There's no need for me, and after so much trouble, I too may claim a little repose. And besides, what if my lord should feel some curiosity to know the whole history, and it should fall to me to give an account of that wedding business? This is all that is wanting to complete it. And if he should come out on a visit to my parish, oh, let it be what it will, I will not trouble myself about it beforehand. I have troubles enough already. For the present, I shall shut myself up at home. As long as his Grace is in this neighbourhood, Don Rodrigo won't have the face to make a stir. And afterwards, I see that my last years are to be spent in sorrow. The party arrived before the services in the church were over. They passed through the still assembled crowd, which manifested no less emotion than on the former occasion, and then separated. The two riders turned aside into a small square, at the extremity of which stood the curate's residence, while the litter went forward to that of the good woman. Don Abbondio kept his word. Scarcely dismounted, he paid the most obsequious compliments to the unnamed, and begged him to make an apology for him to his Grace, as he must return immediately to his parish on urgent business. He then went to seek for what he called his horse, that is to say his walking stick, which he had left in a corner of the hall, and set off on foot. The unnamed remained to wait till the cardinal returned from church. The good woman, having accommodated Lucia with the best seat in the best place in her kitchen, hastened to prepare a little refreshment for her, refusing, with a kind of rustic cordiality, her reiterated expressions of thanks and apology. Hastily putting some dry sticks under a vessel which she had replaced upon the fire, and in which floated a good capon, she quickly made the broth boil, and then, filling from it a porringer, already furnished with sops of bread, she was at length able to offer it to Lucia, and on seeing the poor girl refreshed at every spoonful, she congratulated herself aloud that all this had happened on a day when, as she said, the cat was not sitting on the hearthstone. "Everybody contrives to set out a table to-day," added she, "unless it be those poor creatures who can scarcely get bread of vetches, and a polenta of millet. However, they all hope to beg something to-day from such a charitable Signor. We, thank heaven, are not so badly off. What with my husband's business and a little plot of ground, we can live very well, so that you needn't hesitate to eat with a good appetite. The chicken will soon be done, and you can then refresh yourself with something better." And receiving the little porringer from her hand, she turned to prepare the dinner, and to set out the table for the family. End of chapter 24, part 1. Chapter 24, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 24, Part 2. Invigorated in body and gradually revived in heart, Lucia now began to settle her dress from an instinctive habit of cleanliness and modesty. She tied up and arranged afresh her loose and dishevelled tresses, and adjusted the handkerchief over her bosom and around her neck. In doing this, her fingers became entangled in the chaplet she had hung there. Her eyes rested upon it, aroused an instantaneous agitation in her heart. The remembrance of her vow, hitherto suppressed and stifled by the presence of so many other sensations, suddenly rushed upon her mind and presented itself clearly and distinctly to her view. The scarcely recovered powers of her soul were again at once overcome. And had she not been previously prepared by a life of innocence, resignation, and confiding faith, the consternation she experienced at that moment would have amounted to desperation. After a tumultuous burst of such thoughts as were not to be expressed in words, the only ones she could form in her mind were, "Oh, poor me, whatever have I done?" But scarcely had she indulged the thought, when she had felt a kind of terror at having done so. She recollected all the circumstances of the vow, her insupportable anguish, her despair of all human succour, the fervency of her prayer, the entireness of feeling with which the promise had been made, and after having obtained her petition, to repent of her promise seemed to her nothing less than sacrilegious and perfidy towards God and the Virgin. She imagined that such unfaithfulness would draw down upon her new and more terrible misfortunes, in which she could not find consolation even in prayer, and she hastened to abjure her momentary regret, reverently taking the rosary from her neck and holding it in her trembling hand. She confirmed and renewed the vow, imploring at the same time, with heart-rending earnestness, that strength might be given her to fulfill it, and that she might be spared such thoughts and occurrences as would be likely, if not to disturb her resolution, at least to harass her beyond endurance. The distance of Renzo, without any probability of return, that distance which she had hitherto felt so painful, now seemed to her a dispensation of Providence, who had made the two events work together for the same end, and she thought to find in one a motive of consolation for the other. And, following up this thought, she began representing to herself that the same Providence, to complete the work, would know what means to employ to induce Renzo himself to be resigned, to think no more. But scarcely had such an idea entered her mind when all was again overturned. The poor girl, feeling her heart still prone to regret the vow, again had recourse to prayer, confirmation of the promise, and inward struggles, from which she arose, if we may be allowed the expression, like the wearied and wounded victor from his fallen enemy. At this moment she heard approaching footsteps and joyous cries. It was the little family returning from church. 2 little girls and a young boy bounded into the house, who, stopping a moment to cast an inquisitive glance at Lucia, ran to their mother and gathered around her, one inquiring the name of the unknown guest, and how and why, another attempting to relate the wonderful things they had just witnessed, while the good woman replied to each and all, "Be quiet, be quiet," with a more sedate step, but with cordial interest depicted on his countenance. The master of the house then entered. He was, if we have not yet said so, the tailor of the village and its immediate neighbourhood, a man who knew how to read, who had, in fact, read more than once Il Leggendario di Santi and Il Reali di Francia, and who had passed among his fellow villagers as a man of talent and learning. A character, however, which he modestly disclaimed, only saying that he had mistaken his vocation, and that, had he applied himself to study instead of so many others, and so on. With all this, he was the best-tempered creature in the world, having been present when his wife was requested by the curate to undertake her charitable journey. He had not only given his approbation, but would also have added his persuasion, had it been necessary. And now that the services, the pomp, the concourse, and above all, the sermon of the cardinal, had, as the saying is, elevated all his best feelings, he returned home with eager anticipations, and an anxious desire to know how the thing had succeeded, and to find the innocent young creature safe. "See, there she is," said the good wife as he entered, pointing to Lucia, who blushed and rose from her seat, beginning to stammer forth some apology. But he, advancing towards her, interrupted her excuses, congratulating her on her safety, and exclaiming, "Welcome, welcome! You are the blessing of heaven in this house. How glad I am to see you here. I was pretty sure you would be brought out safely, for I have never found that the Lord began a miracle without bringing it to a good end. But I'm glad to see you here. Poor girl, but it is indeed a great thing to have received a miracle." Let it not be thought that he was the only person who thus denominated this event, because he had read the legendary. As long as the remembrance of it lasted, it was spoken of in no other terms in the whole village and throughout the neighbourhood. And, to say truth, considering its attendant and following consequences, no other name is so appropriate. Then, sidling up to his wife, who was taking the kettle off the hook over the fire, he whispered, "Did everything go on well?" "Very well. I'll tell you afterwards." "Yes, yes, at your convenience." Dinner now being quickly served up, the mistress of the house went up to Lucia, and leading her to the table, made her take a seat. Then, cutting off a wing of the fowl, she set it before her, and she and her husband sitting down, they both begged their dispirited and bashful guest to make herself at home and take something to eat. Between every mouthful the tailor began to talk with great eagerness, in spite of the interruptions of the children who stood round the table to their meal, and who in truth had seen too many extraordinary things to play for any length of time the part of mere listeners. He described the solemn ceremonies, and then passed on to the miraculous conversion. But that which had made the most impression upon him, and to which he most frequently returned, was the cardinal's sermon. To see him there before the altar, said he, a gentleman like him, like a curate, and that gold thing he had on his head, said a little girl. Hush! To think, I say, a gentleman like him, such a learned man, too, that from what people say he has read all the books there are in the world, a thing which nobody else has ever done, not even in Milan. To think that he knew how to say things in such a way that everyone understood. Even I understood very well, said another little prattler. Hold your tongue. What may you have understood, I wonder? I understood that he was explaining the gospel instead of the signor curate. Well, be quiet. I don't say those who know something, for then one is obliged to understand. But even the dullest and most ignorant could follow out the sense. Go now and ask them if they could repeat the words that he spoke. I'll engage they could not remember one, but the meaning they will have in their heads, and without ever mentioning the name of that signor. How easy it was to see that he was alluding to him. Besides, to understand that, one had only to observe him with the tears standing in his eye, and then the whole church began to weep. Yes, indeed they did, burst forth the little boy. But why were they all crying in that way, like children? Hold your tongue. Surely there are some hard hearts in this country, and he made us see so well that though there is a famine here, we ought to thank God and be content. Do whatever we can, work industriously, help one another, and then be content, because it is no disgrace to suffer and be poor. The disgrace is to do evil, and these are not only fine words, for everybody knows that he lives like a poor man himself, and takes the bread out of his own mouth to give to the hungry, when he might be enjoying good times better than anyone. Ah! Then it gives one satisfaction to hear a man preach, not like so many others. Do what I say, and not what I do. And then he showed us that even those who are not what they call gentlemen, if they have more than they actually want, are bound to share it with those who are suffering. Here he interrupted himself as if checked by some thought. He hesitated a moment, then filling a platter from the several dishes on the table, and adding a loaf of bread, he put it into a cloth, and taking it by the four corners, said to his eldest girl, Here, take this. He then put into her other hand a little flask of wine, and added, Go down to the widow Maria, leave her these things, and tell her it is to make a little feast with her children. But do it kindly and nicely, you know, that it may not seem as if you were doing her a charity. And don't say anything if you meet anyone, and take care you break nothing. Lucia's eyes glistened, and her heart glowed with tender emotion, as from the conversation she had already heard, she had received more comfort than an expressly consolatory sermon could possibly have imparted to her. Her mind, attracted by these descriptions, these images of pomp, and these emotions of piety and wonder, and sharing in the very enthusiasm of the narrator, was detached from the consideration of its own sorrows, and on returning to them, found itself strengthened to contemplate them. Even the thought of her tremendous sacrifice, though it had not lost its bitterness, brought with it something of austere and solemn joy. Shortly afterwards, the curate of the village entered, and said that he was sent by the cardinal to inquire after Lucia, and to inform her that his grace wished to see her some time during the day, and then, in his lordship's name, he returned many thanks to the worthy couple. Surprised and agitated, the three could scarcely find words to reply to such messages from so great a personage. "And her mother hasn't arrived yet," said the curate to Lucia. "My mother?" exclaimed the poor girl. Then, hearing from him how he had been sent to fetch her by the order and suggestion of the archbishop, she drew her apron over her eyes and gave way to a flood of tears, which continued to flow for some time after the curate had taken his leave. When, however, the tumultuous feelings which had been excited by such an announcement began to yield to more tranquil thoughts, the poor girl remembered that the now closely impending happiness of seeing her mother again, a happiness so unhoped for a few hours previous, was what she had expressively implored in those very hours, and almost stipulated as a condition of her vow. "Bring me in safely to my mother," she had said, and these words now presented themselves distinctly to her memory. She strengthened herself more than ever in the resolution to maintain her promise, and afresh and more bitterly lamented the struggle and regret she had for a moment indulged. Agnes, indeed, while they were talking about her, was but a very little way off. It may easily be imagined how the poor woman felt at this unexpected summons, and at the announcement, necessarily defective and confused, of an escape but fearful danger, an obscure event, which the messenger could neither circumstantiate nor explain, and of which she had not the slightest ground of explanation in her own previous thoughts. After tearing her hair, after frequent exclamations of "Ah, my God! Ah, Madonna!" after putting various questions to the messenger which he had not the means of satisfying, she threw herself impetuously into the vehicle, continuing to utter on her way numberless ejaculations and useless inquiries. But at a certain point she met Don Abbondio, trudging on, step after step, and before each step his walking stick. After an oath from both parties, he stopped. Agnes also stopped and dismounted, and drawing him apart into a chestnut grove on the roadside, she there learnt from Don Abbondio all that he had been able to ascertain and observe. The thing was not clear, but at least Agnes was assured that Lucia was in safety, and she again breathed freely. After this, Don Abbondio tried to introduce another subject, and give her minute instructions as to how she ought to behave before the archbishop, if, as was likely, he should wish to see her and her daughter, and, above all, that it would not do to say a word about the wedding. But Agnes, perceiving that he was only speaking for his own interest, cut him short, without promising, indeed without proposing anything, for she had something else to think about, and immediately resumed her journey. At length the cart arrived and stopped at the tailor's house. Lucia sprang up hastily. Agnes dismounted and rushed impetuously into the cottage, and in an instant they were locked in each other's arms. The good dame, who alone was present, tried to encourage and calm them, and share with them in their joy. Then, with her usual discretion, she left them for a while alone, saying that she would go and prepare a bed for them, for which, indeed, she had the means, though in any case both she and her husband would much rather have slept upon the ground than suffer them to go in search of shelter elsewhere for that night. The first burst of sobs and embraces being over, Agnes longed to hear Lucia's adventures, and the latter began mournfully to relate them. But, as the reader is aware, It was a history which no one knew fully, and to Lucia herself there were some obscure passages which were, in fact, quite inextricable, more particularly the fatal coincidence of that terrible carriage being in the road just when Lucia was passing on an extraordinary occasion. On this point, both mother and daughter were lost in conjecture, without ever hitting the mark, or even approaching the real cause. As to the principal author of the plot, neither one nor the other could for a moment doubt but that it was Don Rodrigo. "Ah, the black villain! Ah, the infernal firebrand!" exclaimed Agnes. "But his hour will come. God will reward him according to his works, and then he, too, will feel—" "No, no, mother, no," interrupted Lucia. "Don't predict suffering for him. Don't predict it to anyone. If you knew what it was to suffer, if you had tried it. No, no, rather let us pray God and the Madonna for him, that God would touch his heart as he has done to this other poor signor, who was worse than he is, and is now a saint." The shuddering horror that Lucia felt in retracing such recent and cruel scenes made her more than once pause in the midst. More than once she said she had not the courage to go on, and, after many tears, with difficulty resumed her account. But a different feeling checked her at a certain point of the narration, at the mention of the vow. The fear of being blamed by her mother as imprudent and precipitate, or that, as in the affair of the wedding, she should bring forward one of her broad rules of conscience and try to make it prevail, or that, poor woman, she should tell it to someone in confidence, if nothing else, to obtain light and counsel, and thus make it publicly known, from the bare idea of which Lucia shrank back with insupportable shame, together with a feeling of present shame and an inexplicable repugnance to speak on such a subject. All these things together determined her to maintain absolute silence on this important circumstance, proposing, in her own mind, to open herself first to Father Cristoforo. But what did she feel when, in inquiring after him, she heard that he was no longer at Pescaranico, that he had been sent to a town far, far away, to a town bearing such and such a name? "And Renzo," said Agnes. "He's in safety, isn't he?" said Lucia hastily. "That much is certain, because everybody says so. It is thought, too, pretty surely, that he's gone to the territory of Bergamo, but the exact place nobody knows, and hitherto he has sent no news of himself. Perhaps he hasn't yet found a way of doing so." "Ah, if he's in safety, the Lord be praised," said Lucia, and she was seeking some other subject of conversation, when they were interrupted by an unexpected novelty, the appearance of the Cardinal Archbishop. This holy prelate, having returned from church, where we last left him, and having heard from the unnamed of Lucia's safe arrival, had sat down to dinner, placing his new friend on his right hand, in the midst of a circle of priests, who were never weary of casting glances at that countenance, now so subdued without weakness, so humble without dejection, and of comparing him with the idea that had so long entertained of this formidable personage. End of chapter 24, part 2. Chapter 24, Part 3 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 24, Part 3. Dinner being removed, the two again withdrew together. After a conversation which lasted much longer than the first, the unnamed set off anew for his castle, on the same mule which had borne him thither in the morning, and the cardinal, calling the priest of the parish, told him that he wished to be guided to the house where Lucia had found shelter. "Oh, my lord," replied the parish priest, "allow me, and I will send directly to bid the young girl come here, with her mother if she has arrived, and their host too, if my lord wishes. Indeed, all that your illustrious grace desires to see." "I wish to go myself to see them," replied Federigo. "There is no necessity for your illustrious lordship to give yourself that trouble. I will send directly to fetch them. It's very quickly done," insisted the persevering spoiler of his plans. A worthy man on the whole, not comprehending that the cardinal wished by this visit to do honour at once to the unfortunate girl, to innocence, to hospitality, and to his own ministry. But the superior having again expressed the same desire, the inferior bowed and led the way. When the two companions were seen to enter the street, every one immediately gathered round them, and, in a few moments, people flocked from every direction, forming two wings at their sides, and the train behind. The curate officiously repeated, "Come, come, keep back, keep off, fie." Federigo, however, forbade him. Let them alone, and he walked on, now raising his hand to bless the people, now lowering it to fondle the children, who gathered round his feet. In this way they reached the house and entered, the crowd hedging round the door outside. In this crowd the tailor also found himself, having followed behind, like the rest, with eager eyes and open mouth, not knowing where they were going. When he saw, however, this unexpected ware, he forced the throng to make way. It may be imagined with what bustle, crying over and over again, "Make way for one who has the right to pass," and so went into the house. Agnes and Lucia heard an increasing murmur in the street, and while wondering what it could be, saw the door thrown open and admit the purple-clad prelate and the priest of the parish. "Is this she?" demanded Federigo of the curate, and on receiving a sign in the affirmative, he advanced towards Lucia, who was holding back with her mother, both of them motionless and mute with surprise and bashfulness. But the tone of his voice, the countenance, the behaviour, and above all the words of Federigo, quickly reanimated them. "Poor girl," he began, "God has permitted you to be put to a great trial. But he has surely shown you that his eye was still over you, that he has not forgotten you. He has restored you in safety, and has made use of you for a great work, to show infinite mercy to one, and to relieve, at the same time, many others." Here the mistress of the house came into the apartment, who, at the bustle outside, had gone to the window upstairs, and seeing who was entering the house, hastily ran down, after slightly arranging her dress, and almost at the same moment the tailor made his appearance at another door. Seeing their guests engaged in conversation, they quietly withdrew into one corner, and waited there with profound respect. The cardinal, having courteously saluted them, continued to talk to the women, mingling with his words of comfort many inquiries, thinking he might possibly gather from their replies some way of doing good to one who had undergone so much suffering. "It would be well if all priests were like your lordship, if they would sometimes take the part of the poor, and not to help put them into difficulties to get themselves out," said Agnes, emboldened by the kind and affable behaviour of Federigo, and annoyed at the thought that the Signor Don Abbondio after having sacrificed others on every occasion, should now even attempt to forbid their giving vent to their feelings, and complaining to one who was set in authority over him, when by an unusual chance the occasion for doing so presented itself. "Just say all that you think," said the cardinal. "Speak freely. I mean to say that if our Signor Curate had done his duty, things wouldn't have gone as they have." But the cardinal, renewing his request that she should explain herself more fully, she began to feel rather perplexed at having to relate a story in which she, too, had borne a part she did not care to make known, especially to such a man. However, she contrived to manage it with the help of a little curtailing. She related the intended match and the refusal of Don Abbondio, nor was she silent on the pretext of the superiors which he had brought forward. Ah, Agnes! And then she skipped on to Don Rodrigo's attempt, and how, having been warned of it, they had been able to make their escape. "But indeed," added she in conclusion, "we only escaped to be again caught in the snare. If instead, the Signor Curate had honestly told us the whole, and had immediately married my poor children, we would have gone away altogether directly, privately, and far enough off, to a place where not even the wind would have known us. But in this way time was lost, and now has happened what has happened." "The Signor Curate shall render me an account of this matter," said the cardinal. "Oh, no, Signor, no," replied Agnes. "I didn't speak on that account. Don't scold him, for what is done, and besides it would do no good. It is his nature, and on another occasion he would do just the same." But Lucia, dissatisfied with this way of relating the story, added, "We have also done wrong. It shows it was not the Lord's will that the plan should succeed." "What can you have done wrong, my poor girl?" asked Federigo. And in spite of the threatening glances which her mother tried to give her secretly, Lucia in her turn related the history of their attempt in Don Abbondidio's house, and concluded by saying, "We have done wrong, and God has punished us for it. Take, as from his hand, the sufferings you have undergone, and be of good courage," said Federigo, "for who have reason to rejoice and be hopeful, but those who have suffered, and are ready to accuse themselves?" He then asked where was the betrothed, and hearing from Agnes, Lucia stood silent with her head bent and downcast eyes, how he had been outlawed. He felt and expressed surprise and dissatisfaction, and asked why it was. Agnes stammered out what little she knew of Renzo's history. "I have heard speak of this youth," said the cardinal, "but how happens it that a man involved in affairs of this sort is in treaty of marriage with this young girl?" "He was a worthy youth," said Lucia, blushing, but in a firm voice. "He was even too quiet a lad," added Agnes. "And you may ask this of anybody you like, even of the Signor Curate. Who knows what confusion they may have made down there, what intrigues. It takes little to make poor people seem rogues." "Indeed, it is true," said the cardinal. "I'll certainly make inquiries about him." And learning the name and residence of the youth, he made a memorandum of them on his tablets. He added that he expected to be at their village in a few days, that then Lucia might go thither without fear, and that in the meanwhile he would think about providing her some secure retreat, till everything was arranged for the best. Then, turning to the master and mistress of the house, who immediately came forward, he renewed the acknowledgment which he had already conveyed through the priest of the parish, and asked them whether they were willing to receive for a few days the guests which God has sent them. "Oh, yes, sir," replied the woman, in a tone of voice and with a look which meant much more than the bare words seemed to express. But her husband, quite excited by the presence of such an interrogator, and by the wish to do him honour in so important an occasion, anxiously sought for some fine reply. He wrinkled his forehead, strained and squinted with his eyes, compressed his lips, stretched his intellect to its utmost extent, strove, fumbled about in his mind, and there found an overwhelming medley of unfinished ideas and half-formed words. But time pressed. The cardinal signified that he had already interpreted his silence. The poor man opened his mouth and pronounced the words, "You may imagine." At this point not another word would occur to him. This failure not only disheartened and vexed him at the moment, but the tormenting remembrance ever after spoiled his complacency in the great honour he had received. And how often, in thinking it over, and fancying himself again in the same circumstances, did numberless words crowd upon his mind, as it were, out of spite, any of which would have been better than that silly "you may imagine." But are not the very ditches full of wisdom? Too late. The cardinal took his leave, saying, "The blessing of God be upon this house." The same evening he asked the curate in what way he could best compensate to the tailor, who certainly could not be rich, for the expenses he must have incurred, especially in these times, by his hospitality. The curate replied that, in truth, neither the profits of his business nor the produce of some small fields which the good tailor owned would be enough this year to allow of his being liberal to others, but that, having laid by a little in the preceding years, he was among the most easy in circumstances in the neighbourhood, and could afford to do a kindness without inconvenience, as he certainly would with all his heart, and that under any circumstances he would deem it an insult to be offered money in compensation. "He will probably," said the cardinal, "have demands on people unable to pay. You may judge yourself, my most illustrious lord. These poor people pay from the overplus of the harvest. Last year there was no overplus, and this one, everybody falls short of absolute necessaries." "Very well," replied Federigo. "I will take all these debts upon myself, and you will do me the pleasure of getting from him a list of sums and discharging them for me. It will be a tolerable sum. So much the better, and you will have, I dare say, many more wretched and almost destitute of clothing, who have no debts because they can get no credit. Alas, too many. One does what one can, but how can we supply all in times like these? Tell him to clothe them at my expense, and pay him well. Really, this year, all that does not go for bread seems a kind of robbery, but this is a particular case. We cannot close the history of this day without briefly relating how the unnamed concluded it. This time the report of his conversion had preceded him in the valley, and quickly spreading throughout it, had excited among all the inhabitants consternation, anxiety, and angry whisperings. To the first bravos or servants, it mattered not which, whom he met, he made signs that they should follow him, and so on either hand. All fell behind with unusual perplexity of mind, but with their accustomed submission, so that with a continually increasing train he at length reached the castle. He beckoned to those who were loitering about the gate to follow him with the others, entered the first court, went towards the middle, and here, seated all the while on his saddle, uttered one of his thundering calls. It was the accustomed signal at which all his dependents, who were within hearing, immediately flocked towards him. In a moment, all those who were scattered throughout the castle attended to the summons, and mingled with this already assembled party, gazing eagerly at their master. "Go and wait for me in the great hall," said he, and from his higher station on horseback he watched them all move off. He then dismounted, led the animal to the stable himself, and repaired to the room where he was expected. On his appearance, a loud whispering was instantly hushed, and retiring to one side, they left a large space in the hall quite clear for him. There may have been perhaps about 30. The unnamed raised his hand as if to preserve the silence his presence had already created, raised his head, which towered above all those of the assemblage, and said, "Listen, all of you, and let no one speak unless I bid him. My friends, the path we have hitherto followed leads to the depths of hell. I do not mean to upbraid you, I who have been foremost of you all, the worst of all, but listen to what I have to say. The merciful God has called me to change my life, and I will change it. I have already changed it, so may He do with you all. Know then, and hold it for certain, that I am resolved rather to die than to do anything more against His holy laws. I revoke all the wicked commands you may any of you have received from me. You understand me. Indeed, I command you not to do anything I have before commanded, and hold it equally certain that no one, from this time forward, shall do evil with my sanction in my service. He who will remain with me under these conditions shall be to me as a son, and I shall feel happy at the close of that day in which I shall not have eaten, that I may supply the last of you with the last loaf I have left in the house. He who does not wish to remain shall receive what is due of his salary, and an additional gift. He may go away, but must never again set foot here, unless it be to change his life. For this purpose he shall always be received with open arms. Think about it tonight. Tomorrow morning I will ask you one by one for your reply, and will then give you new orders. For the present, retire, every one to his post, and God, who has exercised such mercy towards me, incline you to do good resolutions." Here he ceased, and all continued silent. How various and tumultuous soever might be the thoughts at work in their hardened minds, they gave no outward demonstration of emotion. They were accustomed to receive the voice of their master as the declaration of a will from which there was no appeal, and that voice, announcing that the will was changed, in no way denoted that it was enfeebled. It never crossed the mind of one of them that, because he was converted, they might therefore assume over him, and reply to him as to another man. They beheld in him a saint, but one of those saints who are depicted with a lofty brow and a sword in their hands. Besides the fear he inspired, they also entertained for him, especially those born in his service, and they were a large proportion, the affection of subjects. They had all, besides, a kindly feeling of admiration for him, and experienced in his presence a species of, I will even say, modest humility, such as the rudest and most wanton spirits feel before an authority which they have once recognized. Again, the things they had just heard from his lips were doubtless odious to their ears, but neither false nor entirely alien to their understandings. If they had 1,000 times ridiculed them, it was not because they disbelieved them, but to obviate by ridicule the fear which any serious consideration of them would have awakened. And now, on seeing the effect of this fear on the mind like that of their master, there was not one who did not either more or less sympathize with him, at least for a little while. In addition to all this, those among them who had first heard the grand news beyond the valley had at the same time witnessed and related the joy, the exultation of the people, the new favour with which the unnamed was regarded, and the veneration so suddenly exchanged for their former hatred, their former terror. So that in the man whom they had always regarded, so to say, as a superior being, even while they, in a great measure, themselves constituted his strength. They now beheld the wonder, the idol of a multitude. They beheld him exalted above others, in a different but not less real manner, ever above the common throng, ever at the head. They stood now confounded, uncertain one of another, and each one of himself. Some murmured, some began to plan whether they could go to find shelter and employment. Some questioned with themselves whether they could make up their minds to become honest men. Some even, moved by his words, felt a sort of inclination to do so. Others, without resolving upon anything, proposed to promise everything readily, to remain in the meanwhile where they could share the loaf so willingly offered, and in those days so scarce, and thus gain time for decision. No one, however, uttered a syllable, and when, at the close of his speech, the unnamed again raised his authoritative hand and beckoned to them to disperse, they all moved off in the direction of the door as quietly as a flock of sheep. He followed them out, and placing himself in the middle of the courtyard, stood to watch them by the dim evening light as they separated from each other and repaired to their several posts. Then, returning to fetch a lantern, he again traversed the courts, corridors, and halls, visited every entrance, and after seeing that all was quiet, at length retired to sleep. Yes, to sleep, because he was sleepy. Never, though he had always industriously courted them, had he, in any conjuncture, been so overburdened with intricate and at the same time urgent affairs, as at the present moment. Yet he was sleepy. The remorse which had robbed him of rest the night before was not only unsubdued, but even spoke more loudly, more sternly, more absolutely. Yet he was sleepy. The order, the kind of government established by him in that castle for so many years, with so much care and such a singular union of rashness and perseverance, he had now himself overturned by a few words. The unlimited devotion of his dependents, their readiness for any undertaking, their ruffian-like fidelity, on which he had long been accustomed to depend, these he had himself shaken. His various engagements had become a tissue of perplexities. He had brought confusion and uncertainty into his household. Yet he was sleepy. He went therefore into his chamber, approached that bed, which the night before he had found such a thorny couch, and knelt down at its side with the intention of praying. He found, in fact, in a deep and hidden corner of his mind, the prayers he had been taught to repeat as a child. He began to recite them, and the words, so long wrapped up, as it were, together, flowed one after another, as if emerging once more to light. He experienced in this act a mixture of undefined feelings, a kind of soothing pleasure in this actual return to the habits of innocent childhood, a doubly bitter contrition at the thought of the gulf that he had placed between those former days and the present, an ardent desire to attain, by works of expiation, a clearer conscience, a state more nearly resembling that of innocence, to which he could never return, together with a feeling of deep gratitude and of confidence in that mercy which could lead him towards it, and had already given so many tokens of willingness to do so. Then, rising from his knees, he lay down, and was quickly wrapped in sleep. Thus ended a day still so much celebrated, when our anonymous author wrote, a day of which, had he not written, nothing would have been known, at least nothing of the particulars. For Ripamonti and Riviola, whom we have quoted above, merely recorded that, after an interview with Federigo, this remarkable tyrant wonderfully changed his course of life, and forever. And how few are there who have read the works of these authors! Fewer still are there who will read this of ours, and who knows whether in the valley itself, if anyone had the inclination to seek and the ability to find it, there now remains the smallest trace, the most confused tradition of such an event. So many things have taken place since that time. End of chapter 24, part 3.
Chapter 25, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeannie. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 25, Part 1. Next day there was no one spoken of in Lucia's village, and throughout the whole territory of Lecco, but herself, the unnamed, the archbishop, and one other person, who, however ambitious to have his name in men's mouths, would willingly, on this occasion, have dispensed with the honor. We mean the Señor Don Rodrigo. Not that his doings had not before been talked about, but they were detached, secret conversations, and that man must have been very well acquainted with his neighbor who would have ventured to discourse with him freely on such a subject. Nay, people did not even exercise those feelings on the subject of which they were capable, for generally speaking, when men cannot give vent to their indignation without imminent danger, they not only show less than they feel, or disguise it entirely, but they feel less in reality. But now, who could refrain from inquiring and reasoning about so notorious an event, in which the hand of heaven had been seen, and in which two such personages bore a conspicuous part? One, in whom such a spirited love of justice was united to so much authority; the other, who with all his boldness had been induced, as it were, to lay down his arms and submit. By the side of these rivals, Don Rodrigo looked rather insignificant. Now all understood what it was to torment innocence with the wish to dishonor it, to persecute it with such insolent perseverance, with such atrocious violence, with such abominable treachery. They reviewed, on this occasion, all the other feats of the Señor, and said what they thought about all, each one being emboldened by finding everybody else of the same opinion. There were whisperings and general murmurs, cautiously uttered, however, on account of the numberless bravos he had around him. A large share of public animadversion fell also upon his friends and flatterers. They said of the Señor Podesta that he richly deserved, always deaf and blind and dumb on the doings of this tyrant, but this also cautiously, for the Podesta had bailiffs, with the Doctor Azica Garbuli, who had no weapons but gossiping and cabals, and with other flatterers like himself. They did not use so much ceremony. These were pointed at and regarded with very contemptuous and suspicious glances, so that for some time he judged it expedient to keep as much within his doors as possible. Don Rodrigo, astounded at this unlooked-for news, so different to the tidings he had expected day after day, and hour after hour, remained ensconced in his den-like palace with no one to keep him company but his bravos, devouring his rage for 2 days, and on the third set off for Milan. Had there been nothing else but the murmuring of the people, perhaps, since things had gone so far, he would have stayed on purpose to face it, or even to seek an opportunity of making an example to others of one of the most daring. But the certain intelligence that the cardinal was coming into the neighborhood fairly drove him away. The count, his uncle, who knew nothing of the story but what he had been told by Attilio, would certainly expect that on such an occasion Don Rodrigo should be the first to wait upon the cardinal and receive him in public the most distinguished reception. Everyone must see how he was on the road to this consummation. The count expected it, and would have required a minute account of the visit, for it was an important opportunity of showing in what esteem his family was held by one of the head powers. To extricate himself from so odious a dilemma, Don Rodrigo, rising one morning before the sun, threw himself into his carriage. Griso and some other bravos outside, both in front and behind, and leaving orders that the rest of his household should follow him, took his departure, like a fugitive, like, it will perhaps be allowed us to exalt our characters by so illustrious a comparison, like Catiline from Rome, fretting and fuming and swearing to return very shortly in a different guise to execute his vengeance. In the meanwhile, the cardinal proceeded on his visitation among the parishes in the territory of Lecco, taking one each day. On the day in which he was to arrive at Lucia's village, a large part of the inhabitants were early on the road to meet him. At the entrance of the village, close by the cottage of our two poor women, was erected a triumphal arch, constructed of upright stakes and poles laid crosswise, covered with straw and moss, and ornamented with green boughs of holly, distinguishable by its scarlet berries and other shrubs. The front of the church was adorned with tapestry. From every window ledge hung extended quilts and sheets, and infant swaddling clothes, disposed like drapery. In short, all the few necessary articles which could be converted, either bodily or otherwise, into the appearances of something superfluous. Towards evening, the hour at which Federigo usually arrived at the church on his visitation tours, all who had remained within doors, old men, women, and children, for the most part, set off to meet him, some in procession, some in groups, headed by Don Abbondio, who, in the midst of the rejoicing, looked disconsolate enough, both from the stunning noise of the crowd, and from the continual hurrying to and fro of the people, which, as he himself expressed it, quite dimmed his sight, together with a secret apprehension that the women might have been babbling, and that he would be called upon to tender an account of the wedding. At length the cardinal came in sight, or, to speak more correctly, the crowd in the midst of which he was carried in his litter, surrounded by his attendants, for nothing could be distinguished of his whole party, but a signal towering in the air above the heads of the people, part of the cross, which was borne by the chaplain mounted upon his mule. The crowd, which was dancing with Don Abbondio, hurried forward in a disorderly manner to join the approaching party, while he, after ejaculating 3 or 4 times, "Gently, in procession, what are you doing?" turned back in vexation, and muttering to himself, "It is a perfect babel, went to take refuge in the church until they had dispersed, and here he awaited the cardinal. The holy prelate, in the meanwhile, advanced slowly, bestowing benedictions with his hand, and receiving them from the mouths of the multitude, while his followers had enough to do to keep their places behind him. As Lucia's countrymen, the villagers were anxious to receive the archbishop with more than ordinary honors, but this was no easy matter, for it had long been customary, wherever he went, for all to do the most they could. At the very beginning of his episcopate, on his first solemn entry into the cathedral, the rush and crowding of the populace upon him were such as to excite fears for his life, and some of the gentlemen who were nearest to him had actually drawn their swords to terrify and repulse the press. Such were their violent and uncouth manners, that even in making demonstrations of kindly feelings to a bishop in church, and attempting to regulate them, it was necessary almost to have recourse to bloodshed, and that deference would not perhaps have proven sufficient, had not 2 priests, strong in body and bold in spirit, raised him in their arms, and carried him at once from the door of the temple to the very foot of the high altar. From that time forward, in the many episcopal visits he had to make, his first entrance into the church might, without joking, be reckoned among his pastoral labors, and sometimes even among the dangers he had incurred. On this occasion he entered as best he could, went up to the altar, and thence, after a short prayer, addressed, as was his custom, a few words to his auditors of his affection for him, his desire for their salvation, and the way in which they ought to prepare themselves for the services of the morrow. Then, retiring to the parsonage, among many other things he had consult about with the curate, He questioned him as to the character and conduct of Renzo. Don Abbondio said that he was rather a brisk, obstinate, and hot-headed fellow, but on more particular and precise interrogations he was obliged to admit that he was a worthy youth, and that he himself could not understand how he could have played all the mischievous tricks at Milan which had been reported of him. "And about the young girl," resumed the Cardinal, "do you think she may not now return in security to her own home?" "For the present," replied Don Abbondio, "she might come and be as safe, the present, I say, as she wishes. But," added he with a sigh, "your illustrious lordship ought to be always here, or at least near at hand." "The Lord is always near," said the Cardinal. "As to the rest, I will think about placing her in safety." And he hastily gave orders that next morning early a litter should be dispatched, with an attendant, to fetch the two women. Don Abbondio came out from the interview quite delighted that the Cardinal had talked to him about the two young people without requiring an account of his refusal to marry them. "Then he knows nothing about it," he said to himself. "Agnesa has held her tongue. Wonderful! They have to see him again, but I will give them further instructions, that I will." He knew not, poor man, that Federigo had not entered upon the discussion, just because he intended to speak to him about it more at length when they were disengaged, and that he wished, before giving him what he deserved, to hear his side of the question. But the intentions of the good prelate for the safe placing of Lucia had, in the meanwhile, been rendered unnecessary. After he had left her, other circumstances had occurred which we will now proceed to relate. The two women, during the few days which they had to pass in the tailor's hospitable dwelling, had resumed, as far as they could, each her former accustomed manner of living. Lucia had very soon begged some employment, and, as at the monastery, diligently plied her needle in a small retired room shut out from the gaze of the people. Agnesa occasionally went abroad, and at other times sat sewing with her daughter. Their conversations were more melancholy, as well as more affectionate. Both were prepared for a separation, since the lamb could not return to dwell so near the wolf's den. And when and what would be the end of this separation? The future was dark, inextricable, for one of them in particular. Agnesa, nevertheless, indulged in her own mind many cheerful anticipations that Renzo, if nothing evil had happened to him, would sooner or later send some news of himself, and if he had found some employment to which he could settle, if, and how could it be doubted, he still intended to keep faith with Lucia, why could they not go and live with him? With such hopes she often entertained her daughter, who found it is difficult to say, whether more mournful to listen to them or painful to reply. Her great secret she had always kept to herself, and uneasy, certainly, at concealing anything from so good a mother, yet restrained invincibly, as it were, by shame, and by the different fears we have before mentioned. She went from day to day without speaking. Her designs were very different from those of her mother, or rather she had no designs, and she had entirely given herself up to Providence. She always, therefore, endeavored to divert or to let drop the conversation, or else said, in general terms, that she had no longer any hope or desire for anything in this world except to be soon restored to her mother. More frequently, however, tears came opportunely instead of words. "Do you know why it appears so to you?" said Agnesa. "Because you've suffered so much, and it doesn't seem possible that it can turn out for good to you. But leave it to God, and if let a ray come in, but one ray, and then I know whether you will always care about nothing." Lucia kissed her mother and wept. Besides this, a great friendship quickly sprang up between them and their host. Where indeed should it exist unless between benefactors and the benefited, when both one and the other are worthy, good people? Agnesa particularly had many long chats with the mistress of the house. The tailor, too, gave them a little amusement with his stories and moral discourses, and at dinner especially had always some wonderful anecdote to relate of Buovo d'Antona, or the Fathers of the Desert. End of chapter 25, part 1. Recording by Jeannie Whitfield. Chapter 25, Part 2. The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeannie Whitfield. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 25, Part 2. A few miles from this village resided, at their country house, a couple of some importance. Don Ferrante and Donna Prasada. Their family, as usual, is unnamed by our anonymous author. Donna Prasada was an old lady, very much inclined to do good, the most praiseworthy employment, certainly, that a person can undertake, but which, like every other, can be too easily abused. To do good, we must know how to do it, and like everything else, we can only know this through the medium of our own passions, our own judgment, our own ideas, which not unfrequently are rather as correct as they are capable of being, than as they ought to be. Donna Prasada acted towards her ideas as it is said one ought to do towards one's friends. She had few of them, but to those few she was very much attached. Among the few there were, unfortunately, many distorted ones, nor was it these she loved the best. Hence it happened, either that she proposed to herself as a good end what was not such in reality, or employed means which would rather produce an opposite effect, or thought them allowable when they were not at all so. From a certain vague supposition that he who does more than his duty may also go beyond his right, it happened that she could not see in an event what was actually there, or did see what was not there, and many other similar things, which may and do happen to all, not excepting the best, but to Donna Prasada far too often, and not unfrequently all at once. On hearing Lucia's wonderful case, and all that was reported on this occasion of the young girl, she felt a great curiosity to see her, and sent a carriage with an aged attendant to fetch both mother and daughter. The latter shrugged her shoulders and besought the tailor, who was the bearer of the message, to find some sort of excuse for her, so long as it only related to the common people who tried to make acquaintance with the young girl who had been the subject of a miracle. The tailor had willingly rendered her that service. But in this instance resistance seemed in his eyes a kind of rebellion. He made so many faces, uttered so many exclamations, used so many arguments, that it wasn't customary to do so, and that it was a grand house, and that one shouldn't say no to great people, and that it might be the making of their fortune, and that the Signora Donna Prasada, besides all the rest, was a saint too. In short, so many things that Lucia was obliged to give way, more especially as Agnese confirmed all these reasonings with a corresponding number of ejaculations. Certainly, surely. Arrived in the lady's presence, she received them with much courtesy and numberless congratulations, questioning and advising them with a kind of almost innate superiority, but corrected by so many humble expressions, tempered by so much interest in their behalf, and sweetened with so many expressions of piety, that Agnese almost immediately, and Lucia not long afterwards, began to feel relieved from the oppressive sense of awe with which the presence of such a lady had inspired them. Nay, they even found something attractive in it. In short, hearing that the cardinal had undertaken to find Lucia a place of retreat, and urged by a desire to second and at the same time anticipate his good intention, Donna Prasada proposed to take the young girl into her own house, where no other services would be required of her than the use of her needle, scissors, and spindle, adding that she would take upon herself the charge of informing his lordship. Beyond the obvious and immediate good in this work, Donna Prasada saw in it, and proposed to herself another, perhaps a more considerable one in her ideas, that of directing a young mind, and of bringing into the right way one who greatly needed it. For from the first moment she had heard Lucia mentioned, she became instantly persuaded that, in a young girl who could have promised herself to a scoundrel, a villain, in short, a scape-gallows, there must be some fault, some hidden wickedness lurking within. Tell me what company you keep, and I'll tell you what you are. Lucia's visit had confirmed this persuasion. Not that, on the whole, as the saying is, she did not seem to Donna Prasada a good girl, but there were many things to favor the idea. That head hung down till her chin was buried in her neck. Her not replying at all, or only in broken sentences, as if by constraint, might indicate modesty, but they undoubtedly denoted a great deal of wilfulness. It did not require much discernment to discover that that young brain had its own thoughts on the subject, and those blushes every moment, and those suppressed sighs. Two such eyes, too, which did not please Donna Prasada at all. She held it for certain, as if she knew it on good grounds, that all Lucia's misfortunes were a chastisement from heaven for her attachment to a rascal, and a warning to her to give him up entirely. And these premises being laid down, she proposed to cooperate towards so good an end, because, as she often said both to herself and others, she made it her object to second the will of heaven. But she often fell into the misconception of taking for the will of heaven the fancies of her own brain. However, she took care not to give the least hint of the second intention we have named. It was one of her maxims that to bring a good design to a useful issue, the first requisite, in the greater number of instances, is not to let it be discovered. The mother and daughter looked at each other. Considering the mournful necessity of their separating, the offer seemed to both of them most acceptable. When they had no choice for it on account of the vicinity of the residence to their village, whither, let the worst come to the worst, they would return and be able to meet at the approaching festivity. Seeing assent exhibited in each other's eyes, they both turned to Donna Prasada with such acknowledgment as expressed their acceptance of the proposal. She renewed her kind affability and promises, and said that they would shortly have a letter to present to his lordship. After the women had taken their departure, she got Don Ferrante to compose the letter. He, being a learned person, as we shall hereafter relate more particularly, was always employed by her as secretary on occasions of importance. On one of such magnitude as this, Don Ferrante exerted his utmost stretch of ingenuity, and on delivering the rough draft to his partner to copy, warmly recommended the orthography to her notice, this being one of the many things he had studied, and the few over which he had any command in the house. Donna Prasada copied it very diligently, and then dispatched the letter to the tailors. This was 2 or 3 days before the cardinal sent the letter to convey the two women home. Arriving at the village before the cardinal had gone to church, they alighted at the curate's house. There was an order to admit them immediately. The chaplain, who was the first to see them, executed the order, only detaining them so long as was necessary to school them very hastily in the ceremonials they ought to observe towards his lordship, and the titles by which they should address him, his usual practice wherever he could effect it, unknown to his grace. It was a continual annoyance to the poor man to see the little ceremony that was used towards the cardinal in this particular. All, said he to the rest of the household, through the excess of kindness of that saintly man, from his great familiarity. And then he related how, with his own ears, he had more than once even heard the reply, "Yes, sir," and "No, sir." The cardinal was at this moment busily talking with Don Abbondio on some parish matters, so that the latter had not the desired opportunity of giving his instructions also to the women. He could only bestow upon them in passing as he withdrew, and they came forward, a glance, which meant to say how well pleased he was with them, and conjuring them, like good creatures, to continue silent. After the first kind greeting on one hand, and the first reverent salutation on the other, Agnes drew the letter from her bosom, and handed it to the cardinal, saying, "It is from the Signora Donna Prasada, who says she knows your most illustrious lordship well. My lord, it's natural enough among such great people that they should know each other. When you have read it, you will see." "Very well," said Federigo. When he had read the letter and extracted the honey from Don Ferrante's flowers of rhetoric, he knew the family well enough to feel certain that Lucia had been invited thither with good intention, and that there she would be secure from the machinations and violence of her persecutor. What opinion he entertained of Donna Prasada's head, we have no positive information. Probably she was not the person whom he would have chosen for such a purpose, but as we have said, or hinted, elsewhere, it was not his custom to undo arrangements made by those whose duty it was to make them, that he might do them over again better. Take this separation also, and the uncertainty in which you are placed calmly, he added. Trust that it will soon be over, and that God will bring matters to that end to which he seems to have directed them. But rest assured that whatever he wills shall happen, will be the best for you. To Lucia in particular he gave some further kind advice, another word or two of comfort to both, and then bestowing on them his blessing, he let them go. At the street door they found themselves surrounded by a crowd of friends of both sexes, the whole population, we may almost say, who were waiting for them, and who conducted them home, as in triumph. Among the women there was quite a rivalry in congratulations, sympathy, and inquiries, and all exclaimed with dissatisfaction on hearing that Lucia would leave them the next day. The men vied with each other in offering their services. Every one wished to keep guard at the cottage for that night. Upon this fact our anonymous author thinks fit to ground a proverb. Would you have many ready to help you? Be sure not to need them. So many welcomes confounded and almost stunned Lucia, though on the whole they did her good, by somewhat distracting her mind from those thoughts and recollections which, even in the midst of the bustle and excitement, rose only too readily on crossing that threshold, on entering those rooms, at the sight of every object. When the bells began to ring, announcing the approach of the hour for divine service, everybody moved towards the church, and to our newly returned friends it was a second triumphal march. Service being over, Don Abbondio, who had hastened forward to see if Perpetua had everything well arranged for dinner, was informed that the cardinal wished to speak with him. He went immediately to his noble guest's apartment, who, waiting until he drew near, "Signor Curate," he began, and these words were uttered in such a way as to convey the idea that they were the preface to a long and serious conversation. "Signor Curate, why did you not unite in marriage this Lucia with her betrothed husband?" "Those people have emptied the sack this morning," thought Don Abbondio as he stammered forth in reply. "Your most illustrious lordship will doubtless have heard speak of the confusions which have risen out of this affair. It has all been so intricate that to this very day one cannot see one's way clearly in it, as your illustrious lordship may yourself conclude from this, that the young girl is here after so many accidents, as it were by a miracle, and that the bridegroom, after other accidents, is nobody knows where." "I ask," replied the cardinal, "whether it is true that before all these circumstances took place, you refused to celebrate the marriage when you were requested to do so on the appointed day, and if so, why?" "Really, if your illustrious lordship knew what intimations, what terrible injunctions I have received not to speak—" He paused, without concluding, with a certain manner intended respectfully to insinuate that it would be indiscreet to wish to know more. "But," said the cardinal, with a voice and look much more serious than usual, "it is your bishop who, for his own duty's sake, and for your justification, wishes to learn from you why you have not done what, in your regular duties, you were bound to do." "My lord," said Don Abbondio, shrinking almost into a nutshell, "I did not like to say before, but it seemed to me that things being so entangled, and so long gone by, and now irremediable, it was useless to bring them up again. However, I say, I know your illustrious lordship will not betray one of your poor priests. For you see, my lord, your illustrious lordship cannot be everywhere at once, and I remain here exposed. But when you command it, I will tell you all." "Tell me. I only wish to find you free from blame." Don Abbondio then began to relate the doleful history, but suppressing the principal name, he merely substituted a great signor, thus giving to prudence the little that he could in such an emergency. "And you had no other motive?" asked the cardinal, having attentively heard the whole. "Perhaps I have not sufficiently explained myself," replied Don Abbondio. "I was prohibited, under pain of death, to perform this marriage." "And does this appear to you a sufficient reason for omitting a positive duty?" "I have always endeavored to do my duty, even at very great inconvenience. But when one's life is concerned—" "And when you presented yourself to the Church," said Federigo, in a still more solemn tone, "to receive holy orders, did she caution you about your life? Did she tell you that the duties belonging to the ministry were free from every obstacle, exempt from every danger? Or did she tell you that where danger begins, there duty would end? Did she not expressly say to the contrary? Did she not warn you that she sent you forth as a sheep among wolves? Did you not know that there are violent oppressors to whom what you are commanded to perform would be displeasing? He from whom we have received teaching and example, in imitation of whom we suffer ourselves to be called, and call ourselves shepherds, when he descended upon the earth to execute his office, did he lay down as a condition the safety of his life, and to save it, to preserve it, I say, a few days longer upon earth, at the expense of charity and duty, did he institute the holy unction, the imposition of hands, the gift of the priesthood? Leave it to the world to teach this virtue, to advocate this doctrine. What do I say? Oh, shame! The world itself rejects it. The world also makes its own laws, which fix the limits of good and evil. It, too, has its gospel, a gospel of pride and hatred. And it will not have it said that the love of life is a reason for transgressing its precepts. It will not, and it is obeyed. And we, children and proclaimers of the promise, what would the Church be if such language as yours were that of all your brethren? Where would she be, had she appeared in the world with these doctrines?" Don Abbondio hung his head. His mind during these arguments was like a chicken in the talons of a hawk, which holds its prey elevated to an unknown region, to an atmosphere it has never before breathed. Finding that he must make some reply, he said in an unconvinced tone of submission, "My lord, I shall be to blame. When one is not to consider one's life, I don't know what to say. But when one has to do with some people who possess power, and won't hear reason, I don't see what is to be gained by it, even if one were willing to play the bravo. The signor is one whom it is impossible either to conquer or win over." "Don't you know that suffering for righteousness' sake is our conquest? If you know not this, what do you preach? What are you teacher of? What is the good news you announce to the poor? Who requires from you that you should conquer force by force? Surely you will not one day be asked if you were able to overcome the powerful. For this purpose neither your mission nor rule was given to you. But you will assuredly be demanded whether you employed the means you possessed to do what was required of you, even when they had the temerity to prohibit you." "These saints are very odd," thought Don Abbondio meanwhile. "In substance, to extract the plain meaning, he has more at heart the affections of two young people than the life of a poor priest. And as to himself, he would have been very well satisfied had the conversation ended here. But he saw the cardinal, at every pause, wait with the air of one who expects a reply, a confession, or an apology. In short, something. "I repeat, my lord," he answered therefore, "that I shall be to blame. One can't give oneself courage." "And why then, I might ask you, did you undertake an office which binds upon you a continual warfare with the passions of the world? But I will rather say, how is it you do not remember that if in this ministry, however you may have been placed there, courage is necessary to fulfill your obligation, there is one who will infallibly bestow it upon you, when you ask him, think you all the millions of martyrs naturally possessed courage? That they naturally held life in contempt? So many young persons just beginning to enjoy it. So many aged ones accustomed to regret that it is so near its end. So many children, so many mothers, all possessed courage, because courage was necessary, and they relied upon God. Knowing your own weakness and the duties to which you were called, have you ever thought of preparing yourself for the difficult circumstances in which you might be placed, in which you actually are placed at present? Ah, if for so many years of pastoral labors you have loved your flock, and how could you not love them? If you have placed in them your affection, your cares, your happiness, courage ought not fail you in the moment of need. Love is intrepid. Now, surely if you love those who have been committed to your spiritual care, those whom you call children, when you saw two of them threatened as well as yourself, surely, as the weakness of the flesh made you tremble for yourself, so love would have made you tremble for them. You would feel humbled for your former fears. As the effect of your corrupt nature, you would have implored strength to overcome them, to expel them as a temptation. But a holy and noble fear for others, for your children, this you would have listened to. This would have given you no peace. This would have incited, constrained you to think and to do all you could to avert the dangers that threatened them. With what has this fear, this love inspired you? What have you done for them? What have you thought for them? And he ceased, in token of expectation. End of chapter 25, part 2. Recording by Jeannie Whitfield, Mississippi, USA.
Chapter 26, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 26, Part 1. At such a question, Don Rodrigo, who had been studying to find some reply in the least precise terms possible, stood without uttering a word. And, to speak the truth, even we, with the manuscript before us, and pen in hand, having nothing to contend with but words, nor anything to fear but the criticisms of our readers, even we, I say, feel a kind of repugnance in proceeding. We feel somewhat strange in this setting forth with so little trouble such admirable precepts of fortitude and charity, of active solicitude for others, and unlimited sacrifice of self, but remembering that these things were said by one who also practiced them, we will confidently proceed. You give me no answer, resumed the Cardinal. Ah, if you had done on your part what charity and duty required of you, however things had turned out, you would now have something to answer. You see, then, yourself what you have done. You have obeyed the voice of iniquity, unmindful of the requirements of duty. You have obeyed her punctually. She showed herself to you to signify her desire, but she wished to remain concealed from those who could have sheltered themselves from her reach, and been on their guard against her. She did not wish to resort to arms. She desired secrecy, to mature her designs of treachery and force at leisure. She required of you transgression and silence. You have transgressed and kept silent. I ask you now whether you have not done more. You will tell me whether it be true that you alleged false pretexts for your refusal, that you might not reveal the true motive. And he paused a while, awaiting a reply. The telltales have reported this too, thought Don Rodrigo. But as he gave no token in words of having anything to say, the cardinal continued, "If it be true, then, that you told these poor people what was not the case, to keep them in the ignorance and darkness in which iniquity wished them to be, I must believe it then. It only remains for me to blush for it with you, and to hope that you will weep for it with me. See then to what this solicitude, good God, and but just now you adduced it as a justification. This solicitude for your temporal life has led you. It has led you. Repel freely these words if you think them unjust. Take them as a salutary humiliation if they are not. It has led you to deceive the weak, to lie to your own children. Just see now how things go," thought Don Rodrigo again to himself, to that fiend, meaning the unnamed, his arms round his neck, and to me, for the half-lie uttered for the sole purpose of saving my life, all this fuss and noise. But they are our superiors. They're always in the right. It's my ill star that everybody sets upon me, even saints. And, speaking aloud, he said, "I have done wrong. I see that I have done wrong. But what could I do in an extremity of that kind? Do you still ask this? Have not I told you already? Must I tell you again? You should have loved, my son, loved and prayed. Then you would have felt that iniquity may, indeed, have threats to employ, blows to bestow, but not commands to give. You would have united, according to the law of God, those whom man wished to put asunder. You would have extended towards these unhappy innocents the ministry they had a right to claim from you. God himself would have been surety for the consequences, because you had followed his will. By following another's, you have come in as answerable, and for what consequences? But supposing all human resources failed you, supposing no way of escape was open, when you looked anxiously around you, thought about it, sought for it, then you might have known that when your poor children were married, they would themselves have provided their escape, that they were ready to flee from the face of their powerful enemy, and had already designed a place of refuge. But even without this, did you not remember that you had a superior? How would he have this authority to rebuke you for having been wanting in the duties of your office? Did he not feel himself bound to assist you in fulfilling them? Why did you not think of acquainting your bishop with the impediment that infamous violence had placed in the way of the exercise of your ministry? The very advice of Perpetua, thought Don Rodrigo pettishly, who, in the midst of this conversation, had most vividly before his eyes the image of the bravos, and the thought that Don Rodrigo was still alive and well, and that he would, some day or other, be returning in glory and triumph, and furious with revenge. And though the presence of so high a dignitary, together with his countenance and language, filled him with confusion and inspired him with fear, yet it was not such a fear as completely to subdue him, or expel the idea of resistance, because this idea was accompanied by the recollection that, after all, the cardinal employed neither musket nor sword nor bravos. "Why did you not remember," pursued the bishop, "that if there were no other retreat open to these betrayed innocents, I at least was ready to receive them and put them in safety, had you directed them to me, the desolate, to a bishop, as belonging to him as a precious part, I don't say of his charge, but of his riches. And as to yourself, I should have become anxious for you. I should not have slept till I was sure that not a hair of your head would be injured. Do you think I had not the means of securing your life? Think you that he who was so very bold would have remitted nothing of his boldness when he was aware that his plots and contrivances were known elsewhere, were known to me, that I was watching him, and was resolved to use all the means within my power in your defence? Didn't you know that if men too often promise more than they can perform, so they not unfrequently threaten more than they would attempt to execute? Didn't you know that iniquity depends not only on its own strength, but often also on the fears and credulity of others? Just Perpetua's arguments, again thought Don Abbondio, never reflecting that his singular concurrence of his servant and Federigo Borromeo in deciding on what he might and should have done would tell very much against him. But you, pursued the cardinal in conclusion, saw nothing and would see nothing but your own temporal danger. What wonder that it seemed to you sufficient to outweigh every other consideration? It was because I myself saw those terrible faces, escaped from Don Abbondio in reply. I myself heard their words. Your illustrious lordship can talk very well, but you ought to be in a poor priest's shoes, and find yourself brought to the point. No sooner, however, had he uttered these words than he bit his tongue with vexation. He saw that he had allowed himself to be too much carried away by petulance, and said to himself, "Now comes the storm." But raising his eyes doubtfully, he was utterly astonished to see the countenance of that man whom he never could succeed in divining or comprehending, pass from solemn air of authority and rebuke to a sorrowful and pensive gravity. "'Tis too true," said Federigo. "Such is our miserable and terrible condition. We must rigorously exact from others what God only knows whether we should be ready to yield. We must judge, correct, reprove, and God knows what we ourselves should do in the same circumstances, what we actually have done in similar ones. But woe unto me, had I to take my own weaknesses as the measure of other people's duties, or the rule of my own teaching. Yet I certainly ought to give a good example as well as a good instruction to others, and not to be like the Pharisees, who laid men with burdens grievous to be borne, while they themselves touched not the burden with one of their fingers. Well then, my son, my brother, as the errors of those in authority are often better known to others than to themselves, if you are aware of my having, from pusillanimity or from any other motive, failed in any part of my duty, tell me of it candidly, and help me to amend, so that where example has been wanting, confession at least may supply its place. Remonstrate freely with me on my weaknesses, and then my words will acquire more value in my mouth, because you will feel more vividly that they are not mine, but are the words of Him who can give both to you and me the necessary strength to do what they prescribe. Oh, what a holy man, but what a tormentor, thought Don Abbondio. He doesn't even spare himself, that I should examine, interfere with, criticize, and accuse even himself. He then said aloud, "Oh, my lord, you are joking with me. Who does not know the fortitude of mind, the intrepid zeal of your illustrious lordship?" And in his heart he added, "Even too much so." "I did not ask you for praise, which makes me tremble," said Federigo, "for God knows my failings, and what I know of them myself is enough to confound me. But I wish that we should humble ourselves together before Him, that we might depend upon Him together. I would, for your own sake, that you should feel how your conduct has been, and your language still is, opposed to the law you nevertheless preach, and according to which you will be judged." "All falls upon me," said Don Abbondio. "But these people, who have told you this, didn't probably tell you too of their having introduced themselves treacherously into my house, to take me by surprise, and to contract a marriage contrary to the laws. They did tell me, my son, but it is this that grieves, that depresses me, to see you still anxious to excuse yourself, still thinking to excuse yourself by accusing others, still accusing others of what ought to make part of your own confession. Who placed them, I don't say under the necessity, but under the temptation to do what they have done? Would they have sought this irregular method had not the legitimate one been closed against them? Would they have thought of snaring their pastor had they been received to his arms, assisted, advised by him, or of surprising him had he not concealed himself? Or do you lay the blame upon them? And are you indignant because after so many misfortunes, what do I say in the midst of misfortune, they have said a word or two to give vent to their sorrows, to their and your pastor, that the appeals of the oppressed and the complaints of the afflicted are odious to the world, is only too true. But what advantage would it have been to you had they remained silent? Would it turn to your profit that their cause should be left entirely to the judgment of God? Is it not a fresh reason why you should love these persons? And you have many already, that they have afforded you an opportunity of hearing the sincere voice of your pastor, that they have given you the means of knowing more clearly, and in part discharging the great debt you owe them. Ah, if they have provoked, offended, annoyed you, I would say to you, and need I say it, love them exactly for that reason. Love them because they have suffered, because they still suffer, because they are yours, because they are weak, because you have need of pardon, to obtain which, think of what efficacy their prayer may be. Don Abbondio was silent, but it was no longer an unconvinced and scornful silence. It was that of one who has more things to think about than to say. The words he had heard were unexpected consequences, novel applications, of a doctrine he had nevertheless long believed in his heart, without a thought of disputing it. The misfortunes of others, from the contemplation of which his fears of personal misfortune had hitherto diverted his mind, now made a new impression upon him. And if he did not feel all the contrition which the address was intended to produce, for this same fear was ever at hand to execute the office of defensive advocate, yet he felt it in some degree. He experienced dissatisfaction with himself, a kind of pity for others, a mixture of compunction and shame. It was, if we may be allowed the comparison, like the crushed and humid wick of a candle, which, on being presented to the flame of a large torch, at first smokes, spurts, crackles, and will not ignite, but it lights at length, and, well or ill, burns. He would have accused himself bitterly, he would even have wept, had it not been for the thought of Don Rodrigo, and, as it was, betrayed sufficient emotion to convince the cardinal that his words had not been entirely without effect. Now, pursued he, the one a fugitive from his home, the other on the point of abandoning it, both with two good reasons for absenting themselves, and without a probability of ever meeting again here, even if God proposes to reunite them. Now, alas, they have too little need of you. Now you have no opportunity of doing them any service, nor can our limited foresight predict any for the future. But who knows whether a God of mercy may not be preparing some for you? Ah, suffer them not to escape. Seek them, be on the watch for them, beseech him to create them for you. I will not fail, my lord, I will not fail, I assure you, replied Don Abbondio, in a tone that showed it came from the heart. Ah, yes, my son, yes, exclaimed Federigo, and with a dignity full of affection, he concluded, Heaven knows how I should have wished to hold a different conversation with you. We have both lived long. Heaven knows if it has not been painful to me to be obliged thus to grieve your grey hairs with reprimands. How much more gladly I would have shared with you our common cares and sorrows, and conversed with you on the blessed hope to which we have so nearly approached. God grant that the language which I have been compelled to use may be of use to us both. You would not wish that he should call me to account at the last day for having countenanced you in a course of conduct in which you have so unhappily fallen short of your duty. Let us redeem the time. The hour of midnight is at hand. The bridegroom cannot tarry. Let us therefore keep our lamps burning. Let us offer our hearts, miserable and empty as they are, to God, that he may be pleased to fill them with that charity which amends the past, which is a pledge of the future, which fears and trusts, weeps and rejoices with true wisdom, which becomes in every instance the virtue of which we stand in need. So saying, he left the room, followed by Don Abbondio. Here our anonymous author informs us that this was not the only interview between these two persons, nor Lucia the only subject of these interviews, but that he had confined himself to the mention of this one, that he might not digress too far from the principal object of his narrative, and, for the same reason, he does not make mention of other notable things said and done by Federigo throughout the whole course of his visitation, or of his liberality, or of the dissensions composed and the ancient feuds between individuals, families, and entire towns, extinguished, or, which was at last far more frequent, suppressed, or of the sundry ruffians and petty tyrants tamed either for life or for some time, all of them things which occurred more or less in every part of the diocese where this excellent man made any stay. He then goes on to say how, next morning, Donna Prasidi came, according to agreement, to fetch Lucia and to pay her respects to the cardinal, who spoke in high terms of the young girl, and recommended her warmly to the signora. Lucia parted from her mother, it may be imagined with what tears, left her cottage, and a second time said farewell to her native village, with that sense of doubly bitter sorrow which is felt on leaving a spot which was once dearly loved, and can never be so again. But this parting from her mother was not the last, for Donna Prasidi had announced that she should still reside some time at their country house, which was not very far off, and Agnes had promised her daughter to go thither, to give and receive a more mournful adieu. End of chapter 26, part 1. Chapter 26, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 26, Part 2. The Cardinal was himself just starting for another parish when the curate of that in which the castle of the unnamed was situated arrived and requested to speak to him. On being admitted, he presented a packet and a letter from that nobleman, wherein he besought Federigo to prevail upon Lucia's mother to accept 100 scudi of gold, which were contained in the parcel, to serve either as a dowry for the young girl or for any other use which the two women might deem more suitable, requesting him at the same time to tell them that if ever, on any occasion, they thought he could render them any service, the poor girl knew too well where he lived, and that, for him, this would be one of the most desirable events that could happen. The cardinal immediately sent for Agnes, who listened with equal pleasure and amazement to the courteous message, and suffered the packet to be put into her hand without much scrupulous ceremony. "May God reward the Signor for it," said she, "and will your illustrious lordship thank him very kindly. And don't say a word about it to anybody, because this is a kind of country. Excuse me, sir, I know very well that a gentleman like you won't chatter about these things, but you understand me." Home she went as quickly as possible, shut herself up in her room, unwrapped the parcel, and, however prepared by anticipation, beheld with astonishment so many of those coins all together, and all her own, of which she had, perhaps, never seen more than one at once before, and that but seldom. She counted them over, and then had some trouble in putting them together again, and making the whole 100 stand up upon their edges, for every now and then they would jut out and slide from under her inexpert fingers. At length, however, she succeeded in rolling them up after a fashion, put them in a handkerchief so as to make quite a large parcel, and wrapping a piece of cord several times round it, went and tucked it into a corner of her straw mattress. The rest of the day was spent in castle building, devising plans for the future, and longing for the morrow. After going to bed, she lay for a long time awake, with the thought of the 100 scudi she had beneath her to keep her company, and when asleep she saw them in her dreams. By break of day she arose, and set off in good time towards the villa where her daughter was residing. Though Lucia's extreme reluctance to speak of her vow was in no degree diminished, she had, on her part, resolved to force herself to open her mind to her mother in this interview, as it would be the last they should have for a long time. Scarcely were they left alone, when Agnes, with a look full of animation, and at the same time in a suppressed tone of voice, as if there were someone present who she was afraid would hear, began, "I've a grand thing to tell you," and proceeded to relate her unexpected good fortune. "God bless this, Signor," said Lucia. "Now you have enough to be well off yourself, and you can also do good to others." "Why," replied Agnes, "don't you see how many things we may do with so much money? Listen, I have nobody but you too, I may say, for the time that he began to address you, I've always considered Renzo as my son. The whole depends upon whether any misfortune has happened to him, seeing he gives no sign of being alive. But oh, surely all won't go ill with us. We'll hope not. For me, I should have liked to lay my bones in my native country, but now that you can't be there, thanks to that villain, and when I remember that he is near, even my country has become hateful to me, and with you too, I can be happy anywhere. I was always inclined to go with you both to the very end of the world, and have ever been in readiness, but how could we do it without money? Do you understand now? The little sum that the poor fellow had been scarcely able to lay by, with all his frugality, justice came and cleared it away. But the Lord has sent us a fortune to make up for it. Well, when he has found a way of letting us know that he is alive, where he is, and what are his intentions, I'll come to Milan and fetch you. I'll come myself. Once upon a time, I should have thought twice about such a thing. But misfortune makes one experienced and independent. I've gone as far as Monza, and know what it is to travel. I'll bring with me a proper companion, a relation, as I may say, Alessio of Maglianico. For, to say the truth, a fit person isn't to be found in the country at all. I'll come with him. We'll pay the expense, and, do you understand? But perceiving that, instead of cheering up, Lucia became more and more dejected, and only exhibited emotion unmixed with pleasure, she stopped abruptly in the midst of her speech and said, "But what's the matter with you? Don't you see it?" "Poor mamma!" exclaimed Lucia, throwing her arm around her neck and burying her weeping face in her bosom. "What is the matter?" again asked her mother anxiously. "I ought to have told you at first," said Lucia, raising her head and composing herself, "but I never had the heart to do it. Pity me. But tell me then, now. I can no longer be that poor fellow's wife." "Why? Why?" With a head hung down, a beating heart, and tears rolling down her cheeks, like one who relates something which, though a misfortune, is unalterable, Lucia disclosed her vow, and, at the same time, clasping her hands, again besought her mother's forgiveness for having hitherto concealed it from her. She implored her not to speak of such a thing to any living being, and to give her help and facilitate the fulfilment of what she had promised. Agnes remained stupefied with consternation. She would have been angry with her for her silence to her mother, but the more serious thoughts the case itself aroused stifled this personal vexation. She would have reproached her for the act, but it seemed to her that that would be a murmuring against heaven, the more so as Lucia began to depict, more vividly than ever, the horrors of that night, the absolute desolation, and the unhoped-for deliverance, between which the promise had been so expressly, so solemnly made. And all the while example after example rose to the recollection of the listener, which she had often heard repeated, and had repeated herself to her daughter, of strange and terrible punishments following upon the violation of a vow. After a few moments of astonishment, she said, "And what will you do now?" "Now," replied Lucia, "it is the Lord who must think for us, the Lord and the Madonna. I have placed myself in their hands. They have not forsaken me hitherto. They will not forsake me now. The mercy I ask for myself of the Lord, the only mercy after the salvation of my soul, is that he will let me rejoin you, and he will grant it to me. Yes, I feel sure he will. That day, in that carriage, oh, most holy Virgin, those men who would have told me that they were bringing me to this, that they would bring me to join my mother the next day." "But not to tell your mother of it at once," said Agnes, with a kind of anger, subdued by affection and pity. "Oh, pity me! I had not the heart. And what use would it have been to grieve you so long ago?" "And Renzo?" said Agnes, shaking her head. "Ah!" exclaimed Lucia, with a sudden start. "I must think nothing more of that poor fellow. Long ago God had not destined. See how it appears that it was his will we should be kept asunder. And who knows? But no. The Lord will have preserved him from danger, and will make him even happier without me." "But now, you see," replied Agnes, "if it were not that you are bound forever, for all the rest, if no misfortune has happened to Renzo, I might have found a remedy with so much money." "But should we have got this money," replied Lucia, "if I had not passed through such a night? It is the Lord who has ordered everything as it is. His will be done." And here her voice was choked with tears. At this unexpected argument, Agnes remained silent and thoughtful. In a few moments, however, Lucia, suppressing her sobs, resumed, "Now that the deed is done, we must submit to it with cheerfulness. And you, my poor mother, you can help me, first by praying to the Lord for your unhappy daughter, and then, that poor fellow must be told of it, you know. Will you see to this, and do me also this kindness, for you can think about it? When you can find out where he is, get someone to write to him. Find a man. Oh, your cousin, Alessio, is just the man, a prudent and kind person who has always wished us well and won't gossip and tell tales. Get him to write the things just as it is, where I have been, how I have suffered, and that God has willed it should be thus, and that he must set his heart at rest, and that I can never, never be anybody's wife. And tell him of it in a kind and clever way. Explain to him that I have promised, that I have really made a vow. When he knows that I have promised the Madonna, he has always been good and religious. And you, the moment you have any news of him, get somebody to write to me. Let me know that he is well, and then let me never hear anything more. Agnes, with much feeling, assured her daughter that everything should be done as she desired. There's one thing more I have to say, resumed Lucia. This poor fellow, if he hadn't had the misfortune to think of me, all that has happened to him never would have happened. He's a wanderer in the wide world. They've ruined him on setting out in life. They've carried away all he had, all those little savings he had made. Poor fellow, you know why. And we have so much money. Oh, mother, as the Lord has sent us so much wealth, and you look upon this poor fellow, true enough, as belonging to you. Yes, as your son. Oh, divide it between you, for most assuredly God won't let us want. Look out for the opportunity of a safe bearer, and send it to him, for heaven knows how much he wants it. Well, what do you think? Replied Agnes. I'll do it indeed. Poor youth. Why do you think I was so glad of this money? But I certainly came here very glad, so I did. Well, I'll send it to him. Poor youth. But he, too, I know what I would say. Certainly, money gives pleasure to those who want it. But it isn't this that will make him rich. Lucia thanked her mother for her ready and liberal assent, with such deep gratitude and affection as would have convinced an observer that her heart still secretly clung to Renzo, more perhaps than she herself believed. And what shall I, a poor solitary woman, do without you? Said Agnes, weeping in her turn. And I without you, my poor mother, and in a stranger's house, and down there in Milan. But the Lord will be with us both, and afterwards will bring us together again. Between 8 and 9 months hence we shall see each other once more here, and by that time, or even before it, I hope he will have disposed matters to our comfort. Leave it to him. I will ever, ever beseech the Madonna for this mercy. If I had anything else to offer her, I would do it. But she is so merciful that she will obtain it for me as a gift. With these and other similar and oft-repeated words of lamentation and comfort, of opposition and resignation, of interrogation and confident assurance, with many tears, and after long and renewed embraces, the women tore themselves apart, promising, by turns, to see each other the next autumn at the latest, as if the fulfillment of these promises depended upon themselves, and as people always do, nevertheless, in similar cases. Meanwhile, a considerable time passed away, and Agnes could hear no tidings of Renzo. Neither letter nor message reached her from him, and among all those whom she could ask from Bergamo or the neighborhood, no one knew anything at all about him. Nor was she the only one who made inquiries in vain. Cardinal Federigo, who had not told the poor woman merely out of compliment that he would seek for some information concerning the unfortunate man, had, in fact, immediately written to obtain it. Having returned to Milan after his visitation, he received a reply in which he was informed that the address of the person he had named could not be ascertained, that he had certainly made some stay in such a place where he had given no occasion for any talk about himself, but that one morning he had suddenly disappeared, that a relative of his with whom he had lodged there knew not what had become of him, and could only repeat certain vague and contradictory rumours which were afloat, that the youth had enlisted for the Levant, had passed into Germany, or had perished in fording a river, but that the writer would not fail to be on the watch, and if any better authenticated tidings came to light, would immediately convey them to his most illustrious and very reverend lordship. These and various other reports at length spread throughout the territory of Lazio, and consequently reached the ears of Agnes. The poor woman did her utmost to discover what was the true account, and to arrive at the origin of this and that rumour, but she never succeeded in tracing it further than they say, which, even at the present day, suffices by itself to attest the truth of facts. Sometimes she had scarcely heard one tale, when someone would come and tell her not a word of it was true, only, however, to give her another in compensation, equally strange and disastrous. The truth is, all these rumours were alike unfounded. The governor of Milan and captain general in Italy, Don Gonzalo Fernandez de Cordova, had complained bitterly to the Venetian minister resident at Milan, because a rogue and public robber, a promoter of plundering and massacre, the famous Renzo Tramaglino, who, while in the very hands of justice, had excited an insurrection to force his escape, had been received and harboured in the Bergamascan territory. The minister in residence replied that he knew nothing about it. He would write to Venice, that he might be able to get His Excellency any explanation that could be procured on the subject. It was a maxim of Venetian policy to second and cultivate the inclination of Milanese silk weavers to emigrate into the Bergamascan territory, and with this object to provide many advantages for them, more especially that without which every other was worthless, we mean security. As, however, when two great diplomatists dispute in however trifling a matter, third parties must always have a taste in the shape of consequences. Bartolo was warned in confidence, it was not known by whom, that Renzo was not safe in that neighbourhood, and that he would do wisely to place him in some other manufacture for a while, even under a false name. Bartolo understood the hint, raised no objections, explained the matter to his cousin, took him with him in a carriage, conveyed him to another new silk mill about 15 miles off, and presented him under the name of Antonio Riviolta to the owner, who was a native of the Milanese and an old acquaintance. This person, though the times were so bad, needed little entreaty to receive a workman who was recommended to him as honest and skilful by an intelligent man like Bartolo. On the trial of him afterwards, he found he had only reason to congratulate himself on the acquisition, excepting that, at first, he thought the youth must be naturally rather stupid, because, when anyone called Antonio, he generally did not answer. Soon after, an order came from Venice, in peaceable form, to the sheriff of Bergamo, requiring him to obtain and forward information, whether in his jurisdiction or more expressly in such a village, such as an individual was to be found. The sheriff, having made the necessary researches in the manner he saw was desired, transmitted a reply in the negative, which was transmitted to the minister at Milan, who transmitted it to Don Gonzalo Fernandez de Cordova. There was not wanting inquisitive people who tried to learn from Bartolo why this youth was no longer with him, and where he had gone. To the first inquiry he replied, "Nay, he has disappeared." But afterwards, to get rid of the most pertinacious, without giving them a suspicion of what was really the case, he contrived to entertain them, some with one, some with another, of the stories we have before mentioned, always, however, as uncertain reports which he also had heard related, without having any positive accounts. But when inquiries came to be made of him by commission from the cardinal, without mentioning his name, and with a certain show of importance and mystery, merely giving him to understand that it was in the name of a great personage, Bartolo became the more guarded, and deemed it the more necessary to adhere to his general method of reply. Nay, as a great personage was concerned, he gave out by wholesale all the stories which he had published, one by one, of his various disasters. Let it not be imagined that such a person as Don Gonzalo bore any personal enmity to the poor mountain silk weaver. That, informed, perhaps, of his irreverence and ill language towards his Moorish king, chained by the throat, he would have wreaked his vengeance upon him, or that he thought him so dangerous a subject as to be worth pursuing, even in flight, and not suffer to live even at a distance, like the Roman Senate with Hannibal. Don Gonzalo's had too many and too important affairs in his head to trouble himself about Renzo's doings, and if it seemed that he did not trouble himself about them, it arose from a singular combination of circumstances, by which the poor unfortunate fellow, without desiring it and without being aware of it, either then or even afterwards, found himself linked, as by a very subtle and invisible chain, to these same too many and too important affairs. End of chapter 26, part 2.
Chapter 27, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed, or I Promessi Sposi, by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 27, Part 1. It has already occurred to us more than once to make mention of the war which was at this time raging for the succession of the states of the Duke Vincenzo Gonzaga, the second of that name. But it has always occurred in a moment of great haste, so that we have never been able to give more than a cursory hint of it. Now, however, for the due understanding of our narrative, a more particular notice of it is required. They are matters which anyone who knows anything of history must be acquainted with. But as, from a just estimate of ourselves, we must suppose that this work can be read by none but the ignorant, it will not be amiss that we should here relate as much as will suffice to give some idea of them to those who need it. We have said that, on the death of this Duke, the first in the line of succession, Carlo Gonzaga, head of a younger branch now established in France, where he possessed the duchies of Nevers and Rethel, had entered upon the possession of Mantua, and we now add of Montferrat, for our haste made us leave this name on the point of the pen. The Spanish minister, who was resolved to any compromise, we have said this too, to exclude the new prince from these two fiefs, and who, to exclude him, wanted some pretext, because wars made without any pretext would be unjust, had declared himself the upholder of the claims which another Gonzaga, Ferrante, Prince of the Guastalla, pretended to have upon Mantua, and Carlo Emmanuel I, Duke of Savoy, and Margherita Gonzaga, Dowager Duchess of Lorraine, upon Montferrat. Don Gonzalo, who was of the family of the great commander, and bore his name, who had already made war in Flanders, and was extremely anxious to bring one into Italy, was perhaps the person who made most stir that this might be undertaken, and in the meanwhile, interpreting the intentions, and anticipating the orders of the above-named minister, he concluded a treaty with the Duke of Savory for the invasion and partition of Montferrat, and afterwards readily obtained a ratification of it from the Count Duke, by persuading him that the acquisition of Casale would be very easy, which was the most strongly defended point of the portion assigned to the King of Spain. He protested, however, in the King's name, against any intention of occupying the country further than under the name of a deposit until the sentence of the Emperor should be declared, who, partly from the influence of others, partly from private motives of his own, had, in the meanwhile, denied the investiture to the new Duke, and intimated to him that he should give up to him a sequestration of the controverted states. Afterwards, having heard the different sides, he would restore them to him who had the best claim. To these conditions the Duke of Nevers would not consent. He had, however, friends of some eminence in the Cardinal de Richelieu, the Venetian nobleman, and the Pope. But the first of these, at that time engaged in the siege of La Rochelle, and in a war with England, and thwarted by the party of the Queen Mother, Maria de Medici, who, for certain reasons of her own, was opposed to the House of Nevers, could give nothing but hopes. The Venetians would not stir, nor even declare themselves in his favour, unless a French army were first brought into Italy, and while secretly aiding the Duke as they best could, they contented themselves with putting off the court of Madrid and the governor of Milan with protests, propositions, and peaceable or threatening admonitions according to circumstances. Urban VIII recommended Nevers to his friends, interceded in his favour with his enemies, and designed projects of accommodation, but would not hear a word of sending men into the field. By this means the two confederates for offensive measures were enabled the more securely to begin their concerted operations. Carlo Emanuel invaded Montferrat from his side. Don Gonzalo willingly laid siege to Casale, but did not find in the undertaking all the satisfaction he had promised himself, for it must not be imagined that war is a rose without a thorn. The court did not provide him with nearly all the means he demanded. His ally, on the contrary, assisted him too much. That is to say, after having taken his own portion, he went on to take that which was assigned to the King of Spain. Don Gonzalo was enraged beyond expression, but fearing that, if he made any noise about it, this Duke, as active in intrigues and fickle in treaty, as bold and valiant in arms, would revolt to the French, he was obliged to shut his eyes to it, gnaw the bit, put on a satisfied air. The siege, besides, went on badly, being protracted to a great length, and sometimes thrown back, owing to the steady, cautious, and resolute behaviour of the besieged, the lack of sufficient numbers on the part of the besiegers, and, according to the report of some historian, the many false steps taken by Don Gonzalo. On which point we leave truth to choose her own side, being inclined even, as it were really so, to consider it a very happy circumstance, if it were the cause that in this enterprise there were some fewer than usual slain, beheaded, or wounded, and, cataris paribus, rather fewer tiles injured in Casale. In the midst of these perplexities, the news of the sedition at Milan arrived, to the scene of which he repaired in person. Here, in the report which was given him, mention was also made of the rebellious and clamorous flight of Renzo, and of the real or supposed doings which had been the occasion of his arrest. And they could also inform him that this person had taken refuge in the territory of Bergamo. This circumstance arrested Don Gonzalo's attention. He had been informed from another quarter that great interest had been felt at Venice in the insurrection at Milan, that they had supposed he would be obliged on this account to abandon the siege of Kassala, and that they imagined he was reduced to great despondency and perplexity about it, the more so as shortly after this event the tidings had arrived, so much desired by these noblemen and dreaded by himself, of the surrender of La Rochelle. Feeling considerably annoyed, both as a man and a politician, that they should entertain such an opinion of his proceedings, he sought every opportunity of undeceiving them, and persuading them, by induction, that he had lost none of his former boldness. For to say explicitly, "I have no fear," is just to say nothing. One good plan is to show displeasure, to complain, and to expostulate. Accordingly, the Venetian ambassador, having waited upon him to pay his respects, and at the same time to read in his countenance and behaviour how he felt within, Don Gonzalo, after having spoken lightly of the tumult, like a man who had already provided a remedy for everything, made those complaints about Renzo which the reader already knows, as he is also acquainted with what resulted from them in consequence. From that time he took no further interest in an affair of so little importance, which, as far as he was concerned, was terminated. And when, a long time afterwards, the reply came to him at the camp of Casale, whither he had returned, and where he had very difficult things to occupy his mind, he raised and threw back his head, like a silkworm searching for a leaf, reflected for a moment, to recall more clearly to his memory a fact of which he had only retained a shadowy idea, remembered the circumstances, had a vague momentary recollection of the person, passed on to something else, and thought no more about it. But Renzo, who, from the little which he had darkly comprehended, was far from supposing so benevolent an indifference, had, for a time, no other thought, or rather, to speak more correctly, no other care, than to keep himself concealed. It may be imagined whether he did not ardently long to send news of himself to the women, and receive some from them in exchange. But there were two great difficulties in the way. One was that he also would have been forced to trust to an amanuensis, for the poor fellow knew not how to write, nor even read, in the broad sense of the word, and if, when asked the question, as the reader may perhaps remember, by the doctor Arzenka Garbugli, he replied in the affirmative, it was not certainly a boast, a mere bravado, as they say. It was the truth that he could manage to read print, when he could take his time over it. Writing, however, was a different thing. He would be obliged then to make a third party the depository of his affairs, and of a secret so jealously guarded, and it was not easy in those times to find a man who could use his pen, and in whom confidence could be placed, particularly in a country where he had no old acquaintances. The other difficulty was to find a bearer, a man who was going just to the place he wanted, who would take charge of the letter, and really recollect to deliver it. All these, too, qualifications rather difficult to be met within one individual. At length, by dint of searching and sounding, he found somebody to write for him. But, ignorant where the women were, or whether they were still at Monza, he judged it better to enclose the letter directed to Agnesi under cover to Father Cristoforo, with a line or two also for him. The writer undertook the charge, moreover, of forwarding the packet, and delivered it to one who would pass not far from Pescorenico. This person left it with many strict charges at an inn on the road, at the nearest point to the monastery, and, as it was directed to a convent, it reached this destination. But what became of it afterwards was never known. Renzo, receiving no reply, sent off a second letter, nearly like the first, which he enclosed in another to an acquaintance or distant relation of his at Lecco. He sought for another bearer, and found one. This time the letter reached the person to whom it was addressed. Agnesi, posted off to Maglianico, had it read and interpreted to her by her cousin Alessio, concerted with him a reply, which he put down in writing for her, and found means of sending it to Antonio Rivolta in his present place of abode. All this, however, not quite so expeditiously as we have recounted it. Renzo received the reply, and in time sent an answer to it. In short, a correspondence was set on foot between the two parties, neither frequent nor regular, but still kept up by starts and at intervals. To form some idea, however, of this correspondence, it is necessary to know a little how such things went on in those days, indeed, how they go on now, for in this particular, I believe, there is little or no variation. The peasant who knows not how to write, and finds himself reduced to the necessity of communicating his ideas to the absent, has recourse to one who understands the art, taking him, as far as he can, from among those of his own rank, for, with others, he is either shamefaced or afraid to trust them. He informs them, with more or less order and perspicuity, of past events, and in the same manner describes to him the thoughts he is to express. The man of letters understands part, misunderstands part, gives a little advice, proposes some variation, says, "Leave it to me," then he takes the pen, transfers the idea he has received as best he can, from speaking to writing, corrects it in his own way, improves it, puts in flourishes, abbreviates, or even omits, according as he deems most suitable for his subject. For so it is, and there is no help for it, he who knows more than his neighbours will not be a passive instrument in their hands. And when he interferes in other people's affairs, he will force them to do things his own way. In addition to all this, it is not always quite a matter of course that the above-named literate himself expresses all that he intended. Nay, sometimes it happens just the reverse, as indeed it does even to us who write for the press. When the letter thus completed reaches the hands of the correspondent, who is equally unpractised in his ABC, he takes it to another learned genius of that tribe, who reads and expounds it to him. Questions arise on the matter of understanding it, because the person interested, presuming upon his acquaintance with the antecedent circumstances, asserts that certain words mean such and such a thing. The reader, resting upon his greater experience in the art of composition, affirms that they mean another. At last, the one who does not know is obliged to put himself into the hands of the one who does, and trusts him the task of writing a reply, which, executed like the former example, is liable to a similar style of interpretation. If, in addition, the subject of the correspondence be a rather delicate topic, if secret matters be treated of in it, which it is desirable should not be understood by a third party, in case the letter should go astray, If with this view there be a positive intention of not expressing things quite clearly, then, however short a time the correspondence is kept up, the parties invariably finish by understanding each other as well as the two schoolmen who had disputed for 4 hours upon abstract mutations. Not to take our simile from living beings, lest we expose ourselves to have our ears boxed. Now the case of our two correspondents was exactly what we have described. The first letter, written in Renzo's name, contained many subjects. Primarily, besides an account of the flight, by far more concise, but at the same time more confused than that which we have given, was a relation of his actual circumstances, from which both Agnese and her interpreter were far from deriving any lucid or tolerably correct idea. Then he spoke of secret intelligence, change of name, his being in safety, but still requiring concealment. Things in themselves not very familiar to their understandings, and related in the letter rather enigmatically. Then followed warm and impassioned inquiries about Lucia's situation, with dark and mournful hints of the rumours which had reached even his ears. There were, finally, uncertain and distant hopes and plans in reference to the future, and for the present promises and entreaties to keep their plighted faith, not to lose patience or courage, and to wait for better days. Some time passed away, and Agnese found a trusty messenger to convey an answer to Renzo, with the 50 scudi assigned to him by Lucia. At the sight of so much gold, he knew not what to think, and, with a mind agitated by wonder and suspense, which left no room for gratification, he set off in search of his amanuensis, to make him interpret the letter and find the key to so strange a mystery. Agnese's scribe, after lamenting in the letter the want of perspicuity in Renzo's epistle, went on to describe, in a way at least quite as much to be lamented, the tremendous history of that person. So he expressed himself. And here he accounted for the 50 scudi. Then he went on to speak of the vow, employing much circumlocution in the expression of it, but adding, in more direct and explicit terms, the advice to set his heart at rest and think no more about it. Renzo very nearly quarrelled with the reader. He trembled, shuddered, became enraged with what he had understood, and with what he could not understand. 3 or 4 times did he make him read over the melancholy writing, now comprehending better, now finding what had first appeared clear, more and more incomprehensible. And in this fervour of passion he insisted upon his amanuensis immediately taking pen in hand and writing a reply. After the strongest expressions imaginable of pity and horror at Lucia's circumstances, "Write," he pursued, as he dictated to his secretary, "that I won't set my heart at rest, and that I never will, and that this is not advice to be giving to a lad like me, and that I won't touch the money, that I'll put it by, and keep it for the young girl's dowry, that she already belongs to me, and that I know nothing about a vow, and that I have often heard say that the Madonna interests herself to help the afflicted, and obtains favours for them, but that she encourages them to despise and break their word I never heard, and that this vow can't hold good, and that with this money we have enough to keep house here, and that I am somewhat in difficulties now, it's only a storm which will quickly pass over, and other similar things." Agnese received this letter also, and replied to it, and the correspondence continued in the manner we have described. End of chapter 27, part 1. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England. Chapter 27, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed, or I Promessi Sposi, by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 27, Part 2. Lucia felt greatly relieved when her mother had contrived, by some means or other, to let her know that Renzo was alive, safe, and acquainted with her vow, and desired nothing more than that he should forget her, or, to express it more exactly, that he should try to forget her. She, on her part, made a similar resolution 100 times a day with respect to him, and employed, too, every means she could think of to put it into effect. She continued to work indefatigably with her needle, trying to apply her whole mind to it, and when Renzo's image presented itself to her view, would begin to repeat or chant some prayers to herself. But that image, just as if it were actually by pure malice, did not generally come so openly. It introduced itself stealthily behind others, so that the mind might not be aware of having harboured it, till after it had been there for some time. Lucia's thoughts were often with her mother. How should it have been otherwise? And the ideal Renzo would gently creep in as a third party, as the real person has so often done. So, with everybody, in every place, in every remembrance of the past, he never failed to introduce himself. And if the poor girl allowed herself sometimes to penetrate in fancy into the obscurities of the future, there, too, he would appear, as if it were only to say, I, 10 to 1, shall not be there. However, if not to think of him at all were a hopeless undertaking, yet Lucia succeeded up to a certain point in thinking less about him and less intensively than her heart would have wished. She would have even succeeded better had she been alone in desiring to do so. But there was Donna Promessi, who, bent on her part upon banishing the youth from her thoughts, had found no better expedient than constantly talking about him. Well, she would say, have you given up thinking about him? I am thinking of nobody, replied Lucia. Donna Promessi, however, not to be appeased by so evasive an answer, replied that there must be deeds, not words, and enlarged upon the usual practices of young girls, who, she said, when they have set their hearts upon a dissolute fellow, and it is just to such they have a leaning, won't consent to be separated from them. An honest and rational conduct to a worthy man, a well-tried character, which by some accident happens to be frustrated, they are quickly resigned. But let it be a villain, and it is an incurable wound. And then she commenced a panegyric upon the poor absentee, the rascal who had come to Milan to plunder the town and massacre the inhabitants, and tried to make Lucia confess all the knavish tricks he had played in his own country. Lucia, with a voice tremulous with shame, sorrow, and such indignation as could find place in her gentle breast and humble condition, affirmed and testified that the poor fellow had done nothing in his country to give occasion for anything but good to be said of him. She wished, she said, that someone were present from his neighbourhood, that the lady might hear his testimony. Even on his adventures at Milan, the particulars of which she could not learn, she defended him merely from the knowledge that she had of him and his behaviour from his very childhood. She defended him, or intended to defend him, from the simple duty of charity, from her love of truth, and, to use just the expression by which she described her feelings to herself, as her neighbour. But Donna Promessi drew fresh arguments from these apologies to convince Lucia that she had quite lost her heart to this man. And, to say the truth, in these moments it is difficult to say how the matter stood. The disgraceful picture the old lady drew of the poor youth revived, from opposition, more vividly and distinctly than ever in the mind of the young girl, the idea which long habit had established there. The recollections she had stifled by force returned in crowds upon her. Aversion and contempt recalled all her old motives of esteem and sympathy, and blind and violent hatred only excited stronger feelings of pity. With these feelings, who can say how much there might or might not be of another affection which follows upon them, and introduces itself so easily into the mind? Let it be imagined what it would do in one whence it was attempted to eject it by force. However it may be, the conversation on Lucia's side was never carried to any great length, for words were very soon resolved into tears. Had Donna Promessi been induced to treat her in this way for some inveterate hatred towards her, these tears might, perhaps, have vanquished and silenced her. But as she spoke with the intention of doing good, she went on without allowing herself to be moved by them, as groans and imploring cries may arrest the weapons of an enemy, but not the instrument of the surgeon. Having, however, discharged her duty for that time, she would turn from reproaches and denunciation to exhortation and advice, sweetened also by a little praise, thus designing to temper the bitter with the sweet, the better to obtain her purpose, by working upon the heart under every state of feeling. These quarrels, however, which had always nearly the same beginning, middle, and end, left no resentment, properly speaking, in the good Lucia's heart against the harsh sermonizer, who, after all, treated her in general very kindly, and even in this instance evinced a good intention. Yet they left her in such agitation, with such a tumult of thoughts and affections, that it required no little time and much effort to regain her former degree of calmness. It was well for her that she was not the only one to whom Donna Promessi had to do good, for by this means these disputes could not occur so frequently. Besides, the rest of the family, all of whom were persons more or less needing amendment and guidance beside all the other occasions which offered themselves to her, or she contrived to find, of extending the same kind of office of her own free will to many to whom she was under no obligations. She had also 5 daughters, none of whom were at home, but who gave her more to think about than if they had been. 3 of these were nuns, 2 were married. Hence Donna Promessi naturally found herself with 3 monasteries and 2 houses to superintend, a vast and complicated undertaking, and the more arduous because 2 husbands, backed by fathers, mothers, and brothers, 3 abbesses, supported by other dignitaries, and many nuns would not accept her superintendence. It was a complete warfare, alias 5 warfares, concealed and even courteous up to a certain point, but ever active, ever vigilant. There was in every one of these places a continued watchfulness to avoid her solicitude, to close the door against her counsels, to elude her inquiries, and to keep her in the dark as far as possible on every undertaking. We do not mention the resistance and the difficulties she encountered in the management of other still more extraneous affairs. It is well known that one must generally do good to men by force. The place where her zeal could best exercise itself and have full play was in her own house. Here everybody was subject in everything and for everything to her authority, saving Don Ferrante, with whom things went on in a manner entirely peculiar. A man of studious turn, he neither loved to command nor obey. In all household matters his wife was the mistress, with his free consent, but he would not submit to be her slave. And if, when requested, he occasionally lent her the assistance of his pen, it was because it suited his taste, and after all he knew how to say no, when he was not convinced of what she wished him to write. "Use your own sense," he would say in such cases. "Do it yourself, since it seems so clear to you." Donna Promessi, after vainly endeavouring for some time to induce him to recant, and to do what she wanted, would be obliged to content herself with murmuring frequently against him, with calling him one who hated trouble, a man who would have his own way, and a scholar, a title which, though pronounced with contempt, was generally mixed with a little complacency. Don Ferrante passed many hours in his study, where he had a considerable collection of books, scarcely less than 300 volumes, all of them choice works and the most highly esteemed on their numerous several subjects, in each of which he was more or less versed. In astrology he was deservedly considered as more than a dilettante, for he not only possessed the generic notions and common vocabulary of influences, aspects, and conjunctions, but he knew how to talk very aptly, and as it were ex cathedra, of the 12 houses of the heavens, of the great circles, of lucid and obscure degrees, of exaltation and dejection, of transitions and revolutions, in short, of the most assured and most recondite principles of science. And it was for perhaps 20 years that he maintained, in long and frequent disputes, the system of Cardano against another learned man who was staunchly attached to that of Alcabizio from mere obstinacy, as Don Ferrante said, who, readily acknowledging the superiority of the ancients, could not, however, endure that unwillingness to yield to the moderns, even when they evidently had reason on their side. He was also more than indifferently acquainted with the history of the science. He could, on an occasion, quote the most celebrated predictions which had been verified, and reason clearly and learnedly on other celebrated predictions which had failed, showing that the fault was not in the science, but in those who knew not how to apply it. He had learnt as much of ancient philosophy as might have sufficed him, but still went on acquiring more from the study of Diogenes Laertius. As, however, these systems, how beautiful soever they may be, cannot all be held at once, and as, to be a philosopher, it is necessary to choose an author, so Don Ferrante had chosen Aristotle, who, he used to say, was neither ancient nor modern. He was the philosopher and nothing more. He possessed also various works of the wisest and most ingenious disciples of that school among the moderns. Those of its impugners he would never read, not to throw away time, as he said, nor buy, not to throw away money. Surely, by way of exception, did he find room in his library for those celebrated 22 volumes De Subtilitate, and for some other anti-peripatetic work of Cardano's, in consideration of his value in astrology. He said that he who could write the treatise Don Restitutione Temporum et Motum Colestium, and the book Duodecim Geniturarum, deserved to be listened to even when he erred. That the great defect of this man was that he had too much talent, and that no one could conceive what he might have arrived at, even in philosophy, had he kept himself in the right way. In short, although, in the judgment of the learned, Don Ferrante passed for a consummate peripatetic, yet he did not deem that he knew enough about it himself, and more than once he was obliged to confess, with great modesty, that essence, universals, the soul of the world, and the nature of things were not so very clear as might be imagined. He had made a recreation rather than a study of natural philosophy. The very works of Aristotle on this subject he had rather read than studied, and yet, with this slight perusal, with the notices incidentally gathered from treatises on general philosophy, with a few cursory glances at the Magia Naturale of Porta, at the 3 histories Lapidum, Animalium, Plantarum of Cardano, at the treatise on herbs, plants, and animals by Albert Magnus, and a few other works of less note, he could entertain a party of learned men for a while with dissertations on the most wonderful virtues and most remarkable curiosities of many medicinal herbs. He could minutely describe the forms and habits of sirens and the solitary phoenix, and explain how the salamander exists in the fire without burning, how the remora, that diminutive fish, has strength and ability completely to arrest a ship of any size in the high seas, how drops of dew become pearls in the shell, how the chameleon feeds on air, how ice, being generally hardened, is formed into crystal in the course of time, with many others of the most wonderful secrets of nature. Into those of magic and witchcraft he had penetrated still more deeply, as it was a science, says our anonymous author, much more necessary and more in vogue in those days, in which the facts were of far higher importance and it was more within reach to verify them. It is unnecessary to say that he had no other object in view in such a study than to inform himself and to become acquainted with the very worst arts of the sorcerers, in order that he might guard against them and defend himself. And, by the guidance principally of the great Martino del Rio, a leader of the science, he was capable of discoursing ex professo upon the fascination of love, the fascination of sleep, the fascination of hatred, and the infinite varieties of these three principal genuses of enchantment, which are only too often, again says our anonymous author, beheld in practice at the present day, attended by such lamentable effects. Not less vast and profound was his knowledge of history, particularly universal history, in which his authors were Tarcagnotta, Dolce, Bugatti, Campagna, and Guazzo, in short, all the most highly esteemed. But what is history, said Don Ferrante frequently, without politics? A guide who walks on and on, with no one following to learn the road, and who consequently throws away his steps, as politics without history is one who walks without a guide. There was therefore a place assigned to statistics on his shelf, where, among many humbler rank and less renown, appeared, in all their glory, Bedino, Cavalcante, Sansovino, Paruta, and Boccalini. There were two books, however, which Don Ferrante infinitely preferred above all others on this subject, two which, up to a certain time, he used to call the first, without ever being able to decide which of the two this rank should exclusively belong. One was the Principia and Discorsi of the celebrated Florentine secretary, a great rascal, certainly, said Don Ferrante, but profound. The other, the Ragione di Stato of the no less celebrated Giovanni Botero. An honest man, certainly, said he again, but shrewd. Shortly after, however, just at the period which our story embraces, a work came to light which terminated the question of preeminence, by surpassing the work of even those two matadors, said Don Ferrante. A book in which was enclosed and condensed every trick of the system that might be known and every virtue that it might be practised. A book of small dimensions, but all of gold. In one word, the Statista Regnante of Don Valeriano Castiglione, that most celebrated man, of whom it might be said that the greatest scholars rivalled each other in sounding his praises, and the greatest personages in trying to rob him of them. That man, whom Pope Urban VIII honoured, as is well known, with magnificent encomiums, whom the Cardinal Borghese and the Viceroy of Naples, Don Pietro di Toledo, entreated to relate, one, the doings of Pope Paul V, the other, the wars of his Catholic Majesty in Italy, and both in vain. That man whom Louis XIII, King of France, at the suggestion of Cardinal Richelieu, nominated his historiographer, on whom Don Carlo Emanuel of Savoy conferred the same office, in praise of whom, not to mention other lofty testimonials, the Duchess Christina, daughter of the most Christian King Henry IV, could, in a diploma, among many other titles, enumerate the certainty of the reputation he is obtaining in Italy of being the first writer of our times. But if, in all the above-mentioned sciences, Don Ferrante might be considered a learned man, there was one in which he merited and enjoyed the title of professor, the science of chivalry. Not only did he argue on it in a really masterly manner, but, frequently requested to interfere in affairs of honour, always gave some decision. He had in his library, and one may say indeed in his head, the works of the most renowned writers on this subject, Paris del Pozzo, Fausto de Loggiano, Urea, Musio, Romei, Albergato, the first and second Forno of Torquato Tasso, of whose other works, Jerusalem Delivered, as well as Jerusalem Taken, he had ever in readiness, and could quote from memory, on occasion, all the passages which might serve as a text on the subject of chivalry. The author, however, of all authors, in his estimation, was our celebrated Francesco Birago, with whom he had more than once associated in giving judgment on cases of honour, and who, on his side, spoke of Don Ferrante in terms of particular esteem. And from the time that the Discorsi Cavallereschi of this renowned writer made their appearance, he predicted, without hesitation, that this work would destroy the authority of Olivano, and would remain, together with its other noble sisters, as a code of primary authority among posterity. And everyone may see, says our anonymous author, how this prediction has been verified. From this he passes on to the study of belles lettres. But we begin to doubt whether the reader has really any great wish to go forward with us in this review, and even to fear that we may already have won the title of servile copyist for ourselves, and that of a bore, to be shared with the anonymous author for having followed him out so simply, even thus far, into a subject foreign to the principal narrative, and in which, probably, he was only so diffuse for the purpose of parading erudition and showing that he was not behind his age. However, leaving written what is written, that we may not lose our labour, we will omit the rest to resume the thread of our story. The more willingly, as we have a long period to traverse without meeting with any of our characters, and a longer still before finding those in whose success the reader will be most interested, if anything in the whole story has interested him at all. Until the autumn of the following year, 1629, they all remained, some willingly, some by force, almost in the state in which we left them, nothing happening to anyone, and no one doing anything worthy of being recorded. The autumn at length approached, in which Agnese and Lucia had counted upon meeting again. But a great public event frustrated that expectation, and this certainly was one of its most trifling effects. Other great events followed, which, however, made no material change in the destinies of our characters. At length new circumstances, more general, more influential, and more extensive, reached even to them, even to the lowest of them according to the world's scale. It was like a vast, sweeping, and irresistible hurricane, which, uprooting trees, tearing off roots, levelling battlements, and scattering their fragments in every direction, stirs up the straws hidden in the grass, pries into every corner for the light in withered leaves, which a gentler breeze would only have lodged there more securely, and bears them off in its headlong course of fury. Now that the private events which yet remain for us to relate may be rendered intelligible, it will be absolutely necessary for us, even here, to promise some kind of account of these public ones, and thus make a still further digression. End of chapter 27, part 2. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Chapter 28, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 28, Part 1. After the sedition of St. Martin's and the following day, it seemed that abundance had returned to Milan as by enchantment. The bread shops were plentifully supplied, the price as low as in the most prolific years, and flour in proportion. They who during those 2 days had employed themselves in shouting or doing something worse, had now, excepting a few who had been seized, reason to congratulate themselves, and let it not be imagined that they spared these congratulations, after the first fear of being captured had subsided. In the squares at the corners of the street and in the taverns there was undisguised rejoicing, a general murmur of applauses and half-uttered boasts of having found a way to reduce bread to a moderate price. In the midst, however, of this vaunting and festivity, there was, and how could it be otherwise, a secret feeling of disquietude and presentiment that the thing could not last long. They besieged the bakers and meal sellers, as they had before done in the former artificial and transient abundance procured by the first tariff of Antonio Ferrer. He who had a little money in advance invested it in bread and flour, which were stored up in chests, small barrels, and iron vessels. By thus emulating each other in enjoying present advantage, they rendered, I do not say, its long duration impossible, for such as it was of itself already, but even its continuance from moment to moment ever more difficult. And lo, on the 15th of November, Antonio Ferrer, de Orden de su Excellencia, issued a proclamation in which all who had any corn or flour in their houses were forbidden to buy either one or the other, and everyone else to purchase more than would be required for 2 days, under pain of pecuniary and corporal punishments at the will of His Excellency. It contained also intimations to the elders, a kind of public officer, and insinuations to all other persons to inform against offenders, orders to magistrates to make strict search in any houses which might be reported to them, together with fresh commands to the bakers to keep their shops well furnished with bread, under pain, in case of failure, of 5 years in the galleys, or even greater penalties, at the will of His Excellency. He who can imagine such a proclamation executed must have a very clever imagination, and, certainly, had all those issued at that time taken effect, the Duchy of Milan would have had at least as many people on the seas as Great Britain itself may have at present. At any rate, as they ordered the bakers to make so much bread, it was also necessary to give some orders that the materials for making it should not fail. They had contrived, as in times of scarcity, the endeavour is always renewed to reduce into bread different elementary materials, usually consumed under another form. They had contrived, I say, to introduce rice into a composition called mixed bread. On the 23rd of November, an edict was published to limit to the disposal of the superintendent and the 12 members who constituted the Board of Provision 1/2 of the dressed rice, Rizioni it was then, and is still, called there, which everyone possessed, with the threat to anyone who should dispose of it without permission of these noblemen, of the loss of the article, and a fine of 3 crowns a bushel. The honesty of this proceeding everyone can appreciate. But it was necessary to pay for this rice, and at a price very disproportioned to that of bread. The burden of supplying the enormous inequality had been imposed upon the city, but the council of the Decurioni, who had undertaken to discharge the debt in behalf of the city, deliberated the same day, the 23rd of November, about remonstrating with the governor on the impossibility of any longer maintaining such an engagement. And the governor, in a decree of the 7th of December, fixed the price of the above-named rice at 12 livres per bushel, to those who should demand a higher price, as well as to those who should refuse to sell. He threatened the loss of the article and a fine of equal value, and greater pecuniary and even corporal punishment, including the galleys, at the will of His Excellency, according to the nature of the case and the rank of the offender. The price of undressed rice had been already limited before the insurrection, as the tariff, or, to use the most famous term of modern annals, the maximum of wheat and other of the commonest grains, had probably been established in different decrees, which we have not happened to meet with. Bread and flour being thus reduced to a moderate price at Milan, it followed of consequence that people flocked thither in crowds to obtain a supply. To obviate this inconvenience, as he said, Don Gonzalo, in another edict of the 15th of December, prohibited carrying bread out of the city beyond the value of 20 pence, under penalty of the loss of the bread itself, and 25 crowns, or, in the case of inability, of 2 stripes in public, and greater punishment still, as usual, at the will of His Excellency. On the 22nd of the same month, and why so late, it is difficult to say, a similar order was issued with regard to flour and grain. The multitude had tried to procure abundance by pillage and incendiarism. The legal arm would have maintained it with the galleys and the scourge. The means were convenient enough in themselves, but what they had to do with the end, the reader knows how they actually answered their purpose. He will see directly. It is easy, too, to see, and not useless to observe, the necessary connection between these stranger measures. Each was an inevitable consequence of the antecedent one, and all of the first, which fixed a price upon bread so different to that which would have resulted from the real state of things. Such a provision ever has, and ever must have, appeared to the multitude as consistent with justice, as simple and easy of execution. Hence, it is quite natural that, in the deprivations and grievances of a famine, they should desire it, implore it, and, if they can, enforce it. In proportion, then, as the consequences began to be felt, it is necessary that they whose duty it is should provide a remedy for each, by a regulation, prohibiting men to do what they were impelled to do by the preceding one. We may be permitted to remark here, in passing, a singular coincidence. In a country and at a period by no means remote, a period the most clamorous and most renowned of modern history, in similar circumstances, similar provisions obtained, the same, we may almost say, in substance, with the sole difference of proportions, and in nearly the same succession. They obtained, in spite of the march of intellect and the knowledge which had spread over Europe and in that country, perhaps more than any other, and this principally because the great mass of the people, whom this knowledge had not yet reached, could in the long run make their judgment prevail, and, as it were there said, compel the hands of those who made the laws. But to return to our subject, on a review of the circumstances, there were 2 principal fruits of the insurrection: destruction and actual loss of provision. In the insurrection itself, and a consumption, while the tariff lasted, immense, immeasurable, and so to say jovial, which rapidly diminished the small quantity of grain that was to have sufficed till the next harvest. To these general effects may be added the punishment of 4 of the populace, who were hung as ringleaders of the tumult, 2 before the bakehouse of the Crutches, and 2 at the end of the street where the house of the superintendent of provisions was situated. As to the rest, the historical accounts of those times have been written so much at random that no information is to be found as to how and when this arbitrary tariff ceased. If, in the failure of positive notices, we may be allowed to form a conjecture, we are inclined to believe that it was withdrawn shortly before or soon after the 24th of December, which was the day of the execution. As to the proclamations, after the last we have quoted, of the 22nd of the same month, we find no more on the subject of provisions, whether it be that they have perished or have escaped our researches, or finally, that the government, discouraged, if not instructed, by the inefficiencies of these remedies, and quite overwhelmed with different matters, abandoned them to their own course. We find, indeed, in the records of more than one historian, inclined as they were rather to describe great events than to note the cause and progress of them, a picture of the country, and chiefly of the city, in the already advanced winter and following spring, when the cause of the evil, the disproportion, that is, between food and demand for it, which far from being removed, was even increased by the remedies which temporarily suspended its effects, when the true cause, I say, of the scarcity, or to speak more correctly, the scarcity itself, was operating without a check and exerting its full force. It was not even checked by the introduction of a sufficient supply of corn from without, to which remedy were opposed the insufficiency of public and private means, the poverty of the surrounding countries, the prevailing famine, the tediousness and the restriction of commerce, and the laws themselves, tending to the production and violent maintenance of moderate prices. We will give a sketch of the mournful picture. At every step the shops closed, manufactories for the most part deserted, the streets presenting an indescribable spectacle, an incessant train of miseries, a perpetual abode of sorrows. Professed beggars of long standing now become the smallest number, mingled and lost in a new swarm, and sometimes reduced to contend for alms with those from whom in former days they had been accustomed to receive them. Apprentices and clerks dismissed by shopkeepers and merchants, who, when their daily profits diminished or entirely failed, were living sparingly on their savings or on their capital. Shopkeepers and merchants themselves, to whom the cessation of business had brought failure and ruin. Workmen in every trade and manufacture, the commonest as well as the most refined, the most necessary as well as those more subservient to luxury, wandering from door to door and from street to street, leaning against the corners, stretched upon the pavement, along the houses and churches, begging piteously or hesitating between want and a still unsubdued shame, emaciated, weak, and trembling from long fasting and the cold that pierced through their tattered and scanty garments, which still, however, in many instances, retain traces of having been once in a better condition. As their present idleness and despondency ill disguised indications of former habits of industry and courage, mingled in the deplorable throng, and forming no small part of it, were servants dismissed by their masters, who either had sunk from mediocrity into poverty, or otherwise from wealthy and noble citizens, had become unable in such a year to maintain their accustomed pomp of retinue. And for each one, so to say, of these different needy objects was a number of others, accustomed in part to live by their gains, children, women, and aged relatives, grouped around their old supporters, or dispersed in search of relief elsewhere. There were also easily distinguishable by their tangled locks, by the relics of their showy dress, or even by something in their carriage and gestures, and by that expression which habits impress upon the countenance, the more marked and distinct, as the habits are strange and unusual. Many of that vile race of bravos, who having lost in the common calamity their wickedly acquired substance, now went about imploring it for charity, subdued by hunger, contending with others only in entreaties, and reduced in person, they dragged themselves along through the streets, which they had so often traversed with a lofty brow and a suspicious and ferocious look, dressed in sumptuous and fantastic liveries, furnished with rich arms, plumed, decked out, and perfumed, and humbly extended the hand which had so often been insolently raised to threaten, or treacherously to wound. But the most frequent, the most squalid, the most hideous spectacle was that of the country people, alone, in couples, or even in entire families, husbands and wives with infants in their arms, or tied up in a bundle upon their backs, with children dragged along by the hand, or with old people behind. Some there were who, having had their houses invaded and pillaged by the soldiery, had fled thither, either as residents or passengers, in a kind of desperation, and among these were some who displayed stronger incentives to compassion and greater distinction in misery, in the scars and bruises from the wounds they had received in the defence of their few remaining provisions, while others gave way to blind and brutal licentiousness. Others again, unreached by that particular scourge, but driven from their homes by those too, from which the remotest corner was not exempt, sterility and prices more exorbitant than ever to meet what were called the necessities of war, had come, and were continually pouring into the city, as to the ancient seat and ultimate asylum of plenty and pious munificence. The newly arrived might be distinguished not only by a hesitating step and novel air, but still more by a look of angry astonishment at finding such an accumulation, such an excess, such a rivalry of misery, in a place where they had hoped to appear singular objects of compassion, and to attract to themselves all assistance and notice. The others, who, for more or less time, had haunted the streets of the city, prolonging life by the scanty food obtained, as it were, by chance, in such a disparity between supply and demand, or expressed in their looks and carriage still deeper and more anxious consternation, various in dress, or rather rags, as well as appearance, in the midst of the common prostration. There were the pale faces of the marshy districts, the bronze countenances of the open and hilly country, and the ruddy complexion of the mountaineer, all alike wasted and emaciated, with sunken eyes, a stare between sternness and idiocy, matted locks, and long and ghastly beards, bodies once plump and inured to fatigue, now exhausted by want, shriveled skin on their parched arms, legs, and bony breasts, which appeared through their disordered and tattered garments, while different from, but not less melancholy than, this spectacle of wasted vigour was that of a more quickly subdued nature, of languor and a more self-abandoning debility in the weaker sex and age. Here and there, in the streets and crossways, along the walls and under the eaves of the houses, were layers of trampled straw and stubble, mixed with dirty rags. Yet such revolting filth was the gift and the provision of charity. There were places of repose prepared for some of those miserable wretches, where they might lay their heads at night. Occasionally, even during the day, someone might be seen lying there, whom faintness and abstinence had robbed of breath and the power of supporting the weight of his body. Sometimes these wretched couches bore a corpse. Sometimes a poor exhausted creature would suddenly sink to the ground and remain a lifeless body upon the pavement. Bending over some of these prostrate sufferers, a neighbour or passer-by might frequently be seen, attracted by a sudden impulse of compassion. In some places assistance was tendered, organized with more distant foresight, and proceeding from a hand rich in the means and experienced in the exercise of doing good on a large scale, the hand of the good Federigo. He had made a choice of 6 priests, whose ready and persevering charity was united with and ministered to by a robust constitution. These he divided into pairs, and assigned to each a third part of the city to perambulate, followed by porters laden with various kinds of food, together with other more effective and more speedy restoratives, and clothing. Every morning these three pairs dispersed themselves through the streets in different directions, approached those whom they found stretched upon the ground, and administered to each the assistance he was capable of receiving. Some in the agonies of death, and no longer able to partake of nourishment, received at their hands the last succours and the consolations of religion. To those whom food might still benefit, they dispensed soup, eggs, bread, or wine, while to others, exhausted by longer abstinence, they offered jellies and stronger wines, reviving them first, if need were, with cordials and powerful acids. At the same time they distributed garments to those who were most indecorously and miserably clothed. Nor did their assistance end here. It was the good bishop's wish that, at least where it could be extended, efficacious and more permanent relief should be administered. Those poor creatures who felt sufficiently strengthened by the first remedies to stand up and walk were also provided, by the same kindly ministry, with a little money that returning need and the failure of further succour might not bring them again immediately into their first condition. For the rest, they sought shelter and maintenance in some of the neighbouring houses. Those among the inhabitants who were well off in the world afforded hospitality out of charity, and on the recommendation of the cardinal, and where there was the will, without the means, the priests requested that the poor creature might be received as a boarder, agreed upon the terms, and immediately defrayed a part of the expense. They then gave notice of those who were thus lodged to the parish priests, that they might go to see them, and they themselves would also return to visit them. It is unnecessary to say that Federigo did not confine his care to this extremity of suffering, nor wait till the evil had reached its height, before exerting himself. His ardent and versatile charity must feel all, be employed in all, hasten where it could not anticipate, and take, so to say, as many forms as there were varieties of need. In fact, by bringing together all his means, saving with still more rigorous economy, and applying sums destined to other purposes of charity, now, alas, rendered of secondary importance, he had tried every method of making money to be expended entirely in alleviating poverty. He made large purchases of corn, which he dispatched to the most indigent parts of his diocese, and as the succours were far from equalling the necessity, he also sent plentiful supplies of salt, with which, says Ripamonti, relating the circumstances, the herbs of the field and the bark from the trees might be converted into human sustenance. He also distributed corn and money to the clergy of the city. He himself visited it by districts, dispensing alms. He relieved in secret many destitute families. In the archiepiscopal palace, large quantities of rice were daily cooked, and according to the account of the contemporary writer, the physician Alessandro Tadino, in his Ragguaglio, which we shall frequently have occasion to quote in the sequel, 2,000 porringers of this food were here distributed every morning. But these fruits of charity, which we may certainly specify as wonderful, when we consider that they proceeded from one individual and from his sole resources, for Federigo habitually refused to be made a dispenser of the liberality of others. These, together with the bounty of other private persons, if not so copious, at least more numerous, and the subsidies granted by the Council of the Decurioni to meet this emergency, the dispensation of which was committed to the Board of Provision, were, after all, in comparison of the demand, scarce and inadequate. while some few mountaineers and inhabitants of the valleys who were ready to die of hunger had their lives prolonged by the cardinal's assistance. Others arrived at the extremest verge of starvation. The former, having consumed their measured supplies, returned to the same state in other parts, not forgotten, but considered as less straitened by a charity which was compelled to make distinctions. The suffering became fatal. In every direction they perished. From every direction they flocked to the city. Here 2,000, we will say, of famishing creatures, the strongest and the most skilful in surmounting competition and making way for themselves, obtained perhaps a bowl of soup so as not to die that day. But many more thousands remained behind, envying those, shall we say, more fortunate ones, when among them who remained behind were often their wives, children, or parents. And while in 2 or 3 parts of the city some of the most destitute and reduced were raised from the ground, revived, recovered, and provided for some time, in 100 other quarters many more sank, languished, or even expired, without assistance, without alleviation. Throughout the day a confused humming of lamentable entreaties was to be heard in the streets. At night a murmur of groans, broken now and then by howls, suddenly bursting upon the ear, by loud and long accents of complaint, or by deep tones of invocation, terminating in wild shrieks. It is worthy of remark that in such an extremity of want, in such a variety of complaints, not one attempt was ever made, not one rumour ever raised, to bring about an insurrection. At least, we find not the least mention of such a thing. Yet, among those who lived and died in this way, there was a great number of men brought up to anything rather than patient endurance. There were, indeed, in hundreds those very same individuals who, on St. Martin's Day, had made themselves so sensibly felt. Nor must it be imagined that the example of those 4 unhappy men who bore in their own persons the penalty of all was what now kept them in awe. What force could not the sight but the remembrance of punishments have on the minds of a dispersed and reunited multitude, who saw themselves condemned, as it were, to a prolonged punishment, which they were already suffering? But so constituted are we mortals in general that we rebel indignantly and violently against medium evils, and bow in silence under extreme ones. We bear, not with resignation, but stupefaction, the weight of what at first we had called insupportable. The void daily created by mortality in this deplorable multitude was every day more than replenished. There was an incessant concourse, first from the neighbouring towns, then from all the country, then from the cities of the state to the very borders, even of others. And in the meantime old inhabitants were every day leaving Milan, some to withdraw from the sight of so much suffering, others being driven from the field, so to say, by new competitors for support, in a last desperate attempt to find sustenance elsewhere, anywhere at least, where the crowds and the rivalry in begging were not so dense and importunate. These obstinately bound travellers met each other on their different routes, all spectacles of horror, and disastrous omens of the fate that awaited them at the end of their respective journeys. They prosecuted, however, the way they had once undertaken, if no longer with the hope of changing their condition, at least not to return to a scene which had become odious to them, and to avoid the sight of a place where they had been reduced to despair. Some even, whose last vital powers were destroyed by abstinence, sank down by the way and were left where they expired, still more fatal tokens to their brethren in condition, an object of horror, perhaps of reproach to other passengers. I saw, writes Ripamonti, lying in the road, surrounding the wall, the corpse of a woman. Half-eaten grass was hanging out of her mouth, and her contaminated lips still made almost a convulsive effort. She had a bundle at her back, and secured by bands to her bosom, hung an infant, which with bitter cries was calling for the breast. Some compassionate persons had come up, who, raising the miserable little creature from the ground, brought it some sustenance, thus fulfilling in a measure the first maternal office. End of chapter 28, part 1. Chapter 28, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 28, Part 2. The contrast of gay clothing and rags, of superfluity and misery, the ordinary spectacle of ordinary times, had, in these peculiar ones, entirely ceased. Rags and misery had invaded almost every rank, and what now at all distinguished them was but an appearance of frugal mediocrity. The nobility were seen walking in becoming and modest, or even dirty and shabby, clothing some because the common cause of misery had affected their fortunes to this degree, or even given a finishing hand to fortunes already much dilapidated. Others, either from fear of provoking public desperation by display, or from a feeling of shame at thus insulting public calamity. Petty tyrants, once hated and looked upon with awe, and accustomed to wander about with an insolent train of bravos at their heels, now walked almost unattended, crestfallen, and with a look which seemed to offer an entreat peace. Others who, in prosperity also, had been of more humane disposition and more civil bearing, appeared nevertheless confused, distracted, and, as it were, overpowered by the continual view of a calamity which excluded not only the possibility of relief, but, we may also say, the power of commiseration. They who were able to afford any assistance were obliged to make a melancholy choice between hunger and hunger, between extremity and extremity. And no sooner was the compassionate hand seen to drop anything into the hand of a wretched beggar, than a strife immediately rose between the other miserable wretches. Those who retained still a little strength pressed forward to solicit with more importunity. The feeble, aged people and children extended their emaciated hands. Mothers, from behind, raised and held out their weeping infants, miserably clad in their tattered swaddling clothes, and reclining languidly in their arms. Thus passed the winter and the spring. For some time the Board of Health had been remonstrating with the Board of Provision on the danger of contagion which threatened the city from so much suffering accumulated in and spread throughout it, and had proposed that all the vagabond mendicants should be collected together into the different hospitals. While this plan was being debated upon and approved, while the means, methods, and places were being devised to put it into effect, corpses multiplied in the streets, every day bringing additional numbers, and in proportion to this followed all the other concomitants of loathsomeness, misery, and danger. It was proposed by the Board of Provision as more practicable and expeditious to assemble all the mendicants, healthy or diseased, in one place, the lazaretto, and there to feed and maintain them at the public expense, and this expedient was resolved upon, in spite of the Board of Health, which objected that, in such an assemblage, the evil would only be increased, which they wished to obviate. The lazaretto at Milan, perchance this story should fall into the hands of anyone who does not know it, either by sight or description, is a quadrilateral and almost equilateral enclosure outside the city, to the left of the gate called the Porta Orientale, and separated from the bastions by the width of the fosse, a road of circumvallation, and a smaller moat running round the building itself. The two larger sides extend to about the length of 500 paces, the other two, perhaps 15 less, all on the outside, divided into little rooms on the ground floor, while running round three sides of the interior is a continuous vaulted portico supported by small light pillars. The number of the rooms was once 288, some larger than others, but in our days a large aperture made in the middle and a smaller one in one corner of the side that flanks the highway have destroyed I know not how many. At the period of our story there were only two entrances, one in the centre of the side which looked upon the city wall, the other facing it in the opposite side. In the midst of the clear and open space within rose a small octagonal temple, which is still in existence. The primary object of the whole edifice, begun in the year 1489, with a private legacy, and afterwards continued with the public money and that of other testators and donors, was, as the name itself denotes, to afford a place of refuge, in cases of necessity, to such as were ill of the plague, which, for some time before that epoch, and for a long while after it, usually appeared 2, 4, 6, or 8 times a century, now in this, now in that European country, sometimes taking a great part of it, sometimes even traversing the whole, so to say, from one end to the other. At the time of which we are speaking, the lazaretto was merely used as a repository for goods suspected of conveying infection. To prepare it on this occasion for its new destination, the usual forms were rapidly gone through, and having hastily made the necessary cleansings and prescribed experiments, all the goods were immediately liberated. Straw was spread out in every room, purchases were made of provisions, of whatever kind and in whatever quantities they could be procured, and, by a public edict, all beggars were invited to take shelter there. Many willingly accepted the offer. All those who were lying ill in the streets or squares were carried thither, and in a few days there were altogether more than 3,000 who had taken refuge there. But far more were they who remained behind, whether it were that each one expected to see others go, and hoped that there would thus be a smaller party left to share the relief which could be obtained in the city, or from the natural repugnance to confinement, or from the distrust felt by the poor of all that is proposed to them by those who possess wealth or power, a distrust always proportioned to the common ignorance of those who feel it and those who inspire it, to the number of the poor and the strictness of the regulations, or from the actual knowledge of what the offered benefit was in reality, or whether it were all these put together, and whatever else it might be. Certain it is that the greater number, paying no attention to the invitation, continued to wander about begging through the city. This being perceived, it was considered advisable to pass from invitation to force. Bailiffs were sent round, who drove all the mendicants to the lazaretto, who even brought those bound who made any resistance, for each one of whom a premium of 10 soldi was assigned to them. So true it is that, even in the scarcest times, public money may always be found to be employed foolishly. And though, as it has been imagined and even expressly intended by the provision, a certain number of beggars made their escape from the city to go and live or die elsewhere, if it were only in freedom, yet the compulsion was such that in a short time the number of refugees, what with guests and prisoners, amounted to nearly 10,000. We must naturally suppose that the women and children were lodged in separate quarters, though the records of the time make no mention of it. Regulations, besides, and provisions for the maintenance of good order would certainly not be wanting, but the reader may imagine what kind of order could be established and maintained, especially in those times and under such circumstances, in so vast and diversified an assemblage, where the unwilling inmates associated with the willing, those to whom mendacity was a mournful necessity and subject of shame, with those whose trade and custom it had long been, many who had been trained to honest industry in the fields or warehouses, with many others who had been brought up in the streets, taverns, or some other vile resorts, to idleness, roguery, scoffing, and violence. How they fared altogether for lodging and food might be sadly conjectured, had we no positive information on the subject. But we have it. They slept crammed and heaped together by 20 and 30 in each little cell, or lying under the porticos, on pallets of putrid and fetid straw, or even on the bare ground. It was ordered, indeed, that the straw should be fresh and abundant, and frequently changed, but, in fact, it was scarce, bad, and never renewed. There were orders, likewise, that the bread should be of good quality, for what administration ever decreed that bad commodities should be manufactured and dispensed? But how to obtain, under the existing circumstances, and in such confusion, what in ordinary cases could not have been procured, even for a less enormous demand? It was affirmed, as we find in the records of the times, that the bread of the lazaretto was adulterated with heavy but unnutritional materials, and it is too likely that this was not a mere unfounded complaint. There was also a great deficiency of water, that is to say, of wholesome spring water. The common beverage must have been from the moat that washed the walls of the enclosure, shallow, slow, in places even muddy, and become, too, what the use and the vicinity of such and so vast a multitude must have rendered it. To all these causes of mortality, the more effective as they acted upon diseased or enfeebled bodies, was added the most unpropitious season, obstinate rains, followed by a drought still more obstinate, and with it an anticipated and violent heat. To these evils were added a keen sense of them, the tedium and frenzy of captivity, a longing to return to old habits, grief for departed friends, anxious remembrances of absent ones, disgust and dread inspired by the misery of others, and many other feelings of despair or madness either brought with them or first awakened there, together with the apprehension and constant spectacle of death, which was rendered frequently by so many causes, and had become itself a new and powerful cause. Nor is it to be wondered at that mortality increased and prevailed in this confinement to such a degree as to assume the aspect, and with many the name, of pestilence. Whether it were that the union and augmentation of all these causes only served to increase the activity of a merely epidemic influenza, or, as it seems frequently to happen in less severe and prolonged famines, that a real contagion had gained ground there, which, in bodies disposed and prepared for it by the scarcity and bad quality of food, by unwholesome air, by uncleanliness, by exhaustion, and by consternation, found its own temperature, so to say, and its own season. The conditions, in short, necessary for its birth, preservation, and multiplication, if one unskilled in these matters may be allowed to put forth these sentiments, after the hypotheses propounded by certain doctors of medicine, and repropounded at length with many arguments and much caution by one as diligent as he is talented. Or whether, again, the contagion first broke out in the lazaretto itself, as, according to an obscure and inexact account, it seems was thought by the physicians of the Board of Health, or whether it were actually in existence and hovering above before that time, which seems perhaps the most likely, if we recollect that the scarcity was already universal and of long date, and the mortality frequent, and that, when once introduced there, it spread with fresh and terrible rapidity, owing to the accumulation of bodies which were rendered still more disposed to receive it, from the increasing efficacy of the other causes. Whichever of these conjectures be the true one, the daily number of deaths in the lazaretto shortly exceeded 100. While all the rest here was languor, suffering, fear, lamentations, and horror, in the Board of Provision there was shame, stupefaction, and incertitude. They consulted and listened to the advice of the Board of Health, and could find no other course than to undo what had been done with so much preparation, so much expense, and so much unwillingness. They opened the lazaretto, and dismissed all who had any strength remaining, who made their escape with a kind of furious joy. The city once more resounded with its former clamour, but more feeble and interrupted. It again saw that more diminished and more miserable crowd, says Ripamonti, when remembering how it had been thus diminished. The sick were transported to Santa Maria della Stella, at that time a hospital for beggars, and here the greater part perished. In the meanwhile, however, the blessed fields began to whiten. The mendicants from the country set off, each one to his own parts, for this much desired harvest. The good Federigo dismissed them with last effort and new invention of charity. To every countryman who presented himself at the archiepiscopal palace, he gave a guilo and a reaping sickle. With the harvest, the scarcity at length ceased. The mortality, however, whether epidemic or contagious, though decreasing from day to day, was protracted even into the season of autumn. It was on the point of vanishing, when, behold, a new scourge made its appearance. Many important events of that kind, which are more peculiarly denominated historical facts, had taken place during this interval. The Cardinal Richelieu having, as we have said, taken La Rochelle, and having patched up an accommodation with the King of England, had proposed and carried by his potential voice in the French council that some effectual succour should be rendered to the Duke of Nevers, and had, at the same time, persuaded the king himself to conduct the expedition in person. While making the necessary preparations, the Count de Nassau, imperial commissary, suggested at Mantua to the new duke that he should give up the states into Ferdinand's hands, or that the latter would send an army to occupy them. The duke, who, in more desperate circumstances, had scorned to accept so hard and little to be trusted a condition, and encouraged now by the approaching aid from France, scorned it so much the more, but in terms in which the no was wrapped up and kept at a distance, as much as might be, and with even more apparent but less costly proposals of submission. The commissary took his departure, threatening that they would come to decide it by force. In the month of March, the Cardinal Richelieu made a descent, with the king at the head of an army. He demanded a passage from the Duke of Savoy, entered upon a treaty, which, however, was not concluded, and after an encounter in which the French had the advantage, again negotiated and concluded an agreement, in which the Duke stipulated, among other things, that Cordova should raise the siege of Casale, pledging himself, in case of his refusal, to join with the French for the invasion of the Duchy of Milan. Don Gonzalo, reckoning it too a very cheap bargain, withdrew his army from Casale, which was immediately entered by a body of French to reinforce the garrison. It was on this occasion that Acciolini addressed to King Louis his famous sonnet, Sudate o foci a preparar metalli, and another in which he exhorted him to repair immediately to the deliverance of Terra Santa. But there is a fatal decree that the advice of poets should not be followed, and if any doings happen to be found in history in conformity with their suggestions, we may safely affirm that they were resolved upon beforehand. The Cardinal Richelieu determined instead to return to France on affairs which he considered more urgent. Girolamo Soranzo, the Venetian envoy, urged indeed much stronger reason to divert his resolution. But the king and the cardinal, paying no more attention to his prose than to the verses of Acciolini, returned with the greater part of the army, leaving only 6,000 men in Susa to occupy the pass and maintain the treaty. While this army was retiring on one hand, that of Ferdinand, headed by the Count di Colalto, approached on the other. It invaded the country of Grisons and Valtellini, and prepared to descend upon the Milanese. Besides all the terrors to which the announcement of such a migration gave rise, the alarming rumour got abroad, and was confirmed by express tidings, that the plague was lurking in the army, of which there were always some symptoms at that time in the German troops. According to Varchi, in speaking of that which, a century before, had been introduced into Florence by their means, Alessandro Tadino, one of the conservators of the public health, there were 6, besides the president, 4 magistrates and 2 physicians, was commissioned by the board, as he himself relates in his Ragu Aglio, already quoted, to remonstrate with the governor on the fearful danger which threatened the country, if that vast multitude obtained a passage through it to Mantua. As the report ran, from the whole behaviour of Don Gonzalo, it appeared he had a great desire to make a figure in history, which, in truth, cannot avoid giving an account of some of his doings. But, as often happens, it knew not or took no pains to record an act of his, the most worthy of remembrance and attention. The answer he gave to the physician Tadino on this occasion, he replied that he knew not what to do, that the reasons of interest and reputation which had caused the march of that army were of greater weight than the represented danger, but that, nevertheless, he must try to remedy it as well as he could, and must then trust in Providence. To remedy it, therefore, as well as he could, the 2 physicians of the Board of Health, the above-mentioned Tadino and Senatore Setella, son of the celebrated Lodovicio, proposed in this committee to prohibit, under severe penalties, the purchase of any kind of commodities whatsoever from the soldiers who were about to pass. But it was impossible to make the president understand the advantage of such a regulation. A kind-hearted man, says Tadino, who would not believe that the probability of the death of so many thousands must follow upon traffic with these people and their goods. We quote this extract as one of the singularities of those times, for certainly, since there have been boards of health, no other president of one of them ever happened to use such an argument, if argument it be. As to Don Gonzalo, this reply was one of his last performances here, for the ill success of the war, promoted and conducted chiefly by himself, was the cause of his being removed from his post in the course of the summer. On his departure from Milan, a circumstance occurred which, by some contemporary writer, is noticed as the first of that kind that ever happened there to a man of his rank. On leaving the palace, called the City Palace, surrounded by a great company of noblemen, he encountered a crowd of the populace, some of whom preceded him in the way, and others followed behind, shouting and upbraiding him with imprecations, as being the cause of the famine they had suffered. By the permission, they said, he had given to carry corn and rice out of the city. At his carriage, which was following the party, they hurled worse missiles than words, stones, bricks, cabbage stalks, rubbish of all sorts, the usual ammunition, in short, of these expeditions. Repulsed by the guards, they drew back, but only to run, augmented on the way by many fresh parties, to prepare themselves at the Porta Ticinese, through which gate he would shortly have to pass in his carriage. When the equipage made its appearance, followed by many others, they showered down upon them all, both with hands and slings, a perfect torrent of stones. The matter, however, went no further. The Marquis Ambrogio Spinola was dispatched to supply his place, whose name had already acquired, in the wars of Flanders, the military renown it still retains. In the meanwhile, the German army had received definite orders to march forward to Mantua, and in the month of September they entered the Duchy of Milan. The military forces in those days were still chiefly composed of volunteers, enlisted under commanders by profession, sometimes by commission from this or that prince, sometimes also on their own account, that they might dispose of themselves and their men together. These were attracted to this employment, much less by the pay than by the hopes of plunder and all the gratifications of military license. There is no fixed and universal discipline in an army so composed, nor was it possible easily to bring into concordance the independent authority of so many different leaders. These two, in particular, were not very nice on the subject of discipline, nor, had they been willing, can we see how they could have succeeded in establishing and maintaining it. For soldiers of this kind would either have revolted against an innovating commander who should have taken it into his head to abolish pillage, or at least would have left him by himself to defend his colours. Besides, as the princes who hired these troops sought rather to have hands enough to secure their undertakings than to proportion the number to their means of remuneration, which were generally very scanty, so the payments were for the most part late, on account, and by little at a time, and the spoils of the countries they were making war upon or overran became, as it were, a compensation tacitly accorded to them. It was a saying of Wallenstein's, scarcely less celebrated than his name, that it was easier to maintain an army of 100,000 men than one of 12,000, and that of which we are speaking was in great part composed of men who under his command had desolated Germany in that war, so celebrated among other wars both for itself and for its effects, which afterwards took its name from the 30 years of its duration. It was then the 11th year. There was, besides, his own special regiment, conducted by one of his lieutenants. Of the other leaders, the greatest part had commanded under him, and there were also more than one of those who, 4 years afterwards, had to assist in bringing him to that evil end which everybody knows. There were 28,000 foot and 7,000 horse, and in descending from Valtellini to reach the territory of Mantua, they had to follow, more or less closely, the course of the Adda, where it forms two branches of a lake, then again as a river to its junction with the Po, and afterwards for some distance along the banks of this river, on the whole 8 days' march in the Duchy of Milan. A great part of the inhabitants retired to the mountains, taking with them their most valuable effects, and driving their cattle before them. Others stayed behind, either to tend upon some sick person, or to defend their houses from the flames, or to keep an eye upon precious things which they had concealed underground. Some because they had nothing to lose, and a few villains also to make acquisitions. When the first detachment arrived at the village where they were to halt, they quickly spread themselves through this and the neighboring ones, and plundered them directly. All that could be eaten or carried off disappeared, not to speak of the destruction of the rest, of the fields laid waste, of the houses given to the flames, the blows, the wounds, the rapes committed. All the expedients, all the defenses employed to save property, often proved useless, sometimes even more injurious to the owners. The soldiers, far more practiced in the stratagems of this kind of war, too, rummaged every corner of the dwellings, tore down walls easily discovered in the gardens, the newly disturbed soil, penetrated even to the hills to carry off the cattle, went into caves under the guidance of some villain, as we have said, in search of any wealthy inhabitant who might be concealed there, despoiled his person, dragged him to his house, and, by dint of threats and blows, compelled him to point out his hidden treasure. At length, however, they took their departure, and the distant sound of drums or trumpets gradually died away on the ear. This was followed by a few hours of death-like calm, and then a new hateful clashing of arms, a new hateful rumbling announced another squadron. These, no longer finding anything to plunder, applied themselves with the more fury to make destruction and havoc of the rest, burning furniture, doorposts, beams, casks, wine vats, and sometimes even the houses. They seized and ill-used the inhabitants with double ferocity, and so on, from worst to worst, for 20 days. For into this number of detachments the army was divided. Ciolizio was the first town of the duchy invaded by these fiends. Afterwards they threw themselves into Belano. Thence they entered and spread themselves through Valsassina, and then poured down into the territory of Leccio. End of chapter 28, part 2. Chapter 29, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 29, Part 1. And here we find that persons of our acquaintance were sharers in the widespread alarm. One who saw not Don Abbondio the day that the news were suddenly spread of the descent of the army, of its near approach and destructive proceedings, knows very little of what embarrassment and consternation really are. They are coming, they are 30, there are 40, there are 50,000. They are devils, heretics, antichrists. They've sacked Cortenova. They've set fire to Premaluna. They've devastated Introbio, Pasturo, Parisio. They've been seen at Balabio. They'll be here tomorrow. Such were the reports that passed from mouth to mouth, some hurrying to and fro, others standing in little parties, together with tumultuous consultations, hesitation whether to fly or remain, the women assembling in groups and all utterly at a loss of what to do. Don Abbondio, who had resolved before anyone else, and more than anyone else, to fly by any possible mode of flight, and to any conceivable place of retreat, discovered insuperable obstacles and fearful dangers. "What shall I do?" exclaimed he. "Where shall I go?" The mountains, letting alone the difficulty of getting there, were not secure. It was well known that the German foot soldiers climbed them like cats, where they had the least indication or hope of finding booty. The lake was wide, there was a very high wind. Besides, the greater part of the boatmen, fearing they might be compelled to convey soldiers or baggage, had retreated with their boats to the opposite side. The few that had remained were gone off overladen with people, and, distressed by their own weight and violence of the storm, were considered in greater peril every moment. It was impossible to find a vehicle, horse, or conveyance of any kind to carry him away from the road the army had to traverse, and on foot Don Abbondio could not manage any great distance, and feared being overtaken by the way. The confines of the Bergamascan territory were not so very far off, but that his limbs could have borne him thither at a stretch. But a report had been already spread that a squadron of Cappelletti had been dispatched from Bergamo in haste, who were occupying the borders to keep the German troops in order. And those were neither more nor less devils incarnate than these, and on their part did the worst they could. The poor man ran through the house with eyes starting from his head, and half out of his senses. He kept following Perpetua to concert some plan with her, but Perpetua, busied in collecting the most valuable household goods and hiding them under the floor, or in any other out-of-the-way place, pushed by hurriedly, eager and preoccupied with her hands or arms full, and replied, "I shall have done directly putting these things away safely, and then will do what others do." Don Abbondio would have detained her and discussed with her the different courses to be adopted, but she, what with her business and her hurry, and the fear which she, too, felt within, and the vexation which that of her master excited, was, in this juncture, less tractable than she had ever been before. "Others do the best they can, and so will we. I beg your pardon, but you are good for nothing but to hinder one. Do you think that others haven't skins to save too? That the soldiers are only coming to fight with you? You might even lend a hand at such a time, instead of coming crying and bothering at one's feet." With these and similar answers she at length got rid of him, having already determined, when this bustling operation was finished as well as might be, to take him by the arm like a child, and to drag him along to one of the mountains. Left thus alone, he retreated to the window, looked, listened, or, seeing someone passing, cried out in a half-crying and half-reproachful tone, "Do your poor curate this kindness, to seek some horse, some mule, some ass for him. Is it possible that nobody will help me? Oh, what people! Wait for me, at least, that I may go with you. Wait till you are 15 or 20 to take me with you, that I may not be quite forsaken. Will you leave me in the hand of dogs? Don't you know they are nearly all Lutherans, who think it a meritorious deed to murder a priest? Will you leave me here to be martyred? Oh, what a set! Oh, what a set!" But to whom did he address these words? To men who were passing along, bending under the weight of their humble furniture, and their thoughts turned towards that which they were leaving at home exposed to plunder. One driving before him a young cow, another dragging after him his children, also laden as heavily as they could bear, while his wife carried in her arms such as were unable to walk. Some went on their way without replying or looking up. Others said, Sir, you too must do as you can. Happy you who have no family to think for. You must help yourself and do the best you can." "Oh, poor me!" exclaimed Don Abbondio. "Oh, what people! What hard hearts! There's no charity. Everybody thinks of himself, but nobody will think for me." And he set off again in search of Perpetua. "Oh, I just wanted you," said she. "Your money. What shall we do? Give it to me, and I'll go and bury it in the garden here by the house, together with the silver and the knives and forks." But, give it here. Keep a few pence for whatever may happen, and then leave it to me." Don Abbondio obeyed, went to his trunk, took out his little treasure, and handed it to Perpetua, who said, "I'm going to bury it in the garden at the foot of the fig tree," and went out. Soon afterwards she reappeared with a packet in her hand, containing some provision for the appetite, and a small empty basket, in the bottom of which she hastily placed a little linen for herself and her master, saying, at the same time, "You carry the breviary at least." "But where are we going?" "Where are all the rest going? First of all, we'll go into the street, and there we shall see and hear what's best to be done." At this moment Agnes entered, also carrying a basket slung over her shoulder, and with an air of one who comes to make an important proposal. Agnes herself, equally resolved not to await guests of this sort, alone as she was in the house, and with little of the money of the unnamed still left, had been hesitating for some time about a place of retreat. The remainder of those scudi, which in the months of famine had been of such use to her, was now the principal cause of her anxiety and irresolution, from having heard how, in the already invaded countries, those who had any money had found themselves in a worse condition than anybody else, exposed alike to the violence of the strangers and the treachery of their fellow countrymen. True it was that she had confided to no one, save Don Abbondio, the wealth that had fallen, so to say, into her lap. To him she had applied, from time to time, to change her escudo into silver, always leaving him something to give to someone who was poorer than herself. But hidden riches, particularly with one who is not accustomed to handle much, keep the possessor in continual suspicion of the suspicion of others. While, however, she was going about hiding here and there, as best she could, what she could not manage to take with her, and thinking about the scudi which she kept sewn up in her stays, she remembered that, together with them, the unnamed had sent her the most ample proffers of service. She remembered what she had heard related about his castle being in so secure a situation, where nothing could reach it against its owner's will, but birds, and she resolved to go and seek an asylum there. Wondering how she was to make herself known to the Signor, Don Abbondio quickly occurred to her mind, who, after the conversation we have related with the Archbishop, had always shown her particular marks of kindness, the more heartily as he could do so without committing himself to any one, and the two young people being far enough off, the probability was also distant that a request would be made him which would have put this kindness to a very dangerous test. Thinking that in such confusion the poor man would be still more perplexed and dismayed than herself, and that this course might appear desirable also to him, she came to make the proposal. Finding him with Perpetua, she suggested it to them both together. "What say you to it, Perpetua?" asked Don Abbondio. "I say that it is an inspiration from heaven, and that we mustn't lose time, but set off at once on our journey. And then, when we get there, we shall find ourselves very well satisfied. It is well known now that the Signor desires nothing more than to benefit his fellow creatures, and I've no doubt he'll be glad to receive us. There, on the borders, and as it were in the air, the soldiers certainly won't come. And then, we shall find something to eat there, for up in the mountains, when this little store is gone," and so saying, she placed it in the basket upon the linen, "we should find ourselves very badly off. He's converted. He's really converted, isn't he? Why should we doubt it any longer, after all that's known about him? Nay, after what you yourself have seen? And supposing we should be going to put ourselves in prison?" "What prison? I declare, with all your silly objections." "I beg your pardon. You'd never come to any conclusion. Well done, Agnes. It was certainly a capital thought of yours." And setting the basket on a table, she passed her arms through the straps, and lifted it upon her back. "Couldn't we find some man," said Don Abbondio, "who would come with us as a guard to his curate? If we should meet any ruffians, for there are plenty of them, roving about, what help could you two give me?" "Another plan, to waste time!" exclaimed Perpetua. "To go now and look for a man, when everybody has to mind himself? Up with you! Go and get your breviary and hat, and let us set off." Don Abbondio obeyed, and soon returned with the breviary under his arm, his hat on his head, and his staff in his hand, and the three companions went out by a little door which led into the churchyard. Perpetua locked it after her, rather not to neglect an accustomed form, than from any faith she placed in bolts and doorposts, and put the key in her pocket. Don Abbondio cast a glance at the church in passing, and muttered between his teeth, "It's the people's business to take care of it, for it is they who use it. If they've the least love for their church, they'll see to it. If they've not, why, it's their own lookout." They took the road through the fields, each silently pursuing his way, absorbed in thought on his own particular circumstances, and looking rather narrowly around. More particularly Don Abbondio, who was in continual apprehension of the apparition of some suspicious figure, or something not to be trusted. However, they encountered no one. All the people were either in their houses to guard them, to prepare bundles, and to put away goods, or on the roads which led directly to the mountain heights. After heaving a few deep sighs, and then giving vent to his vexation in an interjection or two, Don Abbondio began to grumble more connectedly. He quarrelled with the Duke of Nevers, who might have been enjoying himself in France and playing the prince there, yet was determined to be Duke of Mantua, in spite of the world, with the Emperor, who ought to have sense for the follies of others, to let matters take their own course, and not stand so much upon punctilio. For, after all, he would always be Emperor, whether Titius or Sempronius were Duke of Mantua, and, above all, with the governor whose business it was to do everything he could to avert these scourges of the country, while in fact he was the very person to invite them, all from the pleasure he took in making war. "I wish," said he, "that these gentry were here to see and try how pleasant it is. They will have a fine account to render. But, in the meanwhile, we have to bear it who have no blame in the matter." "Do let these people alone, for they'll never come to help us," said Perpetua. "This is some of your usual prating. I beg your pardon, which just comes to nothing. What rather gives me uneasiness? What's the matter?" Perpetua, who had been leisurely going over in her mind, during their walk, her hasty packing and stowing away, now began her lamentations at having forgotten such a thing and badly concealed such another. Here she had left traces which might serve as a clue to the robbers. There. Well done, cried Don Abbondio, gradually sufficiently relieved from fear for his life to allow of anxiety for his worldly goods and chattels. Well done. Did you really do so? Where was your head? What? Exclaimed Perpetua, coming to an abrupt pause for a moment, and resting her hands on her sides, as well as the basket she carried would allow. What? Do you begin now to scold me in this way, when it was you who almost turned my brain, instead of helping and encouraging me? I believe I've taken more care of the things of the house than of my own. I'd not a creature to lend me a hand. I've been obliged to play the parts of both Martha and Magdalene. If anything goes wrong, I've nothing to say. I've done more than my duty now. Agnes interrupted these disputes by beginning, in her turn, to talk about her own grievances. She lamented not so much the trouble and damage as finding all her hopes of soon meeting her Lucia dashed to the ground. For, the reader may remember, this was the very autumn on which they had so long calculated. It was not at all likely that Donna Prasidi would come to reside in her country house in that neighbourhood. Under such circumstances, on the contrary, she would more probably have left it, had she happened to be there, as all the other residents in the country were doing. The sight of the different places they passed brought these thoughts to Agnes's mind more vividly, and increased the ardour of her desires. Leaving the footpath through the fields, they had taken the public road, the very same along which Agnes had come when bringing home her daughter for so short a time, after having stayed with her at the tailor's. The village was already in sight. "We will just say, 'How-de-do' to these good people," said Agnes. "Yes, and rest there a little, for I begin to have had enough of this basket, and to get a mouthful to eat too," said Perpetua. "On condition we don't lose time, for we are not journeying for our amusement," concluded Don Abbondio. They were received with open arms and welcomed with much pleasure. It reminded them of a former deed of benevolence. "Do good to as many as you can," here remarks our author, "and you will the more frequently happen to meet with countenances which bring you pleasure." Agnes burst into a flood of tears on embracing the good woman, which was a great relief to her, and could only reply with sobs to the questions which she and her husband put about Lucia. "She is better off than we are," said Don Abbondio. "She's at Milan, out of all danger, and far away from these diabolical dangers." "Are the Signor Curate and his companion making their escape then?" asked the tailor. "Certainly," replied both master and servant in one breath. "Oh, how I pity you both!" "We are on our way," said Don Abbondio, "to the castle of—" "That's a very good thought. You'll be as safe there as in paradise." "And you've no fear here," said Don Abbondio. "I tell you, Signor Curate, they won't have to come here to halt, or as you know the saying is, in polite language, in ospitazione. We are too much out of their road, thank heaven. At the worst, there'll only be a little party of foragers, which God forbid, but in any case there's plenty of time. We shall first hear the intelligence from the other unfortunate towns, where they go to take up their quarters." It was determined to stop here and take a little rest, and it was just the dinner hour. "My friends," said the tailor, "will do me the favour of sharing my poor table. At any rate, you will have a hearty welcome." Perpetua said she had brought some refreshments with them, and after exchanging a few complimentary speeches, they agreed to put all together and dine in company. End of chapter 29, part 1.
Chapter 29, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lonnie Small. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 29, Part 2. The children gathered with great glee round their old friend Agnese. Very soon, however, the tailor desired one of his little girls, the same that had carried that gift of charity to the widow Maria, who knows if any reader remembers it, to go and shell a few early chestnuts, which were deposited in one corner, and then put them to roast. "And you," he said to a little boy, "go into the garden and shake the peach tree till some of the fruit falls, and bring them all here. Go. And you," said he to another, "go climb the fig tree and gather a few of the ripest figs. You know that business too well already." He himself went to tap a little barrel of wine, his wife to fetch a clean tablecloth. Perpetua took out the provisions. The table was spread. A napkin and earthenware plate were placed at the most honorable seat for Don Abbondio, with a knife and fork which Perpetua had in the basket. The dinner was dished, and the party seated themselves at the table, and partook of the repast, if not with great merriment, at least with much more than any of the guests had anticipated enjoying that day. "What say you, Signor Curate, to a turn out of this sort?" said the tailor. "I could fancy I was reading the history of the Moors in France." "What say I? To think that even this trouble should fall to my lot." "Well, you've chosen a good asylum," resumed the host. "People would be puzzled to get up there by force, and you'll find company there. It's already reported that many have retreated thither, and many more are daily arriving." "I would fain hope," said Don Abbondio, "that we shall be well received." "I know this brave signor, and when I once had the pleasure of being in his company, he was so exceedingly polite." "And he sent word to me," said Agnese, "by his most illustrious lordship, that if I ever wanted anything I had only to go to him." "A great and wonderful conversion," resumed Don Abbondio. "And does he really continue to persevere?" "Oh, yes," said the tailor, and he began to speak at some length upon the holy life of the unnamed, and how from being a scourge to the country he had become its example and benefactor. "And all those people he kept under him, that household?" rejoined Don Abbondio, who had more than once heard something about them, but had never been sufficiently assured of the truth. "They are most of them dismissed," replied the tailor, "and they who remain have altered their habits in a wonderful way. In short, this castle has become like the Thebaid. You, signor, understand these things." He then began to recall with Agnese the visit of the cardinal. "A great man," said he, "a great man. Pity that he left us so hastily, for I did not and could not do him any honor. How often I wish I could speak to him again, a little more at my ease." Having left the table, he made them observe an engraved likeness of the cardinal, which he kept hung up on one of the doorposts, in veneration for the person, and also that he might be able to say to any visitor that the portrait did not resemble him, for he himself had had an opportunity of studying the cardinal close by, and at his leisure, in that very room. "Did they mean this thing here for him?" said Agnese. "It's like him in dress, but—" "It doesn't resemble him, does it?" said the tailor. "I always say so too, but it bears his name, if nothing more. It serves as a remembrance." Don Abbondio was in a great hurry to be going. The tailor undertook to find a conveyance to carry them to the foot of the ascent, and having gone in search of one, shortly returned to say that it was coming. Then, turning to Don Abbondio, he added, "Signor Curate, if you should ever like to take a book with you up there to pass away the time, I shall be glad to serve you in my poor way, for I sometimes amuse myself a little with reading. They're not things to suit you, being all in the vulgar tongue, but perhaps—" "Thank you, replied Don Abbondio. "Under present circumstances, one has hardly brains enough to attend to what we are bid to read." While offering and refusing thanks, and exchanging condolence, good wishes, invitations, and promises to make another stay there on their return, the cart arrived at the front door. Putting in their baskets, the traveling party mounted after them, and undertook with rather more ease and tranquillity of mind the second half of their journey. The tailor had related the truth to Don Abbondio about the unnamed. From the day on which we left him, he had steadily persevered in the course he had proposed to himself, atoning for wrongs, seeking peace, relieving the poor, and performing every good work for which an opportunity presented itself. The courage he had formerly manifested in offence and defence now showed itself in abstaining from both one and the other. He had laid down all his weapons, and always walked alone, willing to encounter the possible consequence of the many deeds of violence he had committed, and persuaded that it would be the commission of an additional one to employ force in defence of a life which owed so much to so many creditors, and persuaded too that every evil which might be done to him would be an offence offered to God, but with respect to himself a just retribution, and that he, above all, had no right to constitute himself a punisher of such offences. However, he had continued not less inviolate than when he had kept in readiness for his security so many armed hands and his own. The remembrance of his former ferocity, and the sight of his present meekness, one of which it might have been expected would have left so many longings for revenge, while the other rendered that revenge so easy, conspired instead to procure and maintain for him an admiration which was the principal guarantee for his safety. He was that very man whom no one could humble, and who had now humbled himself. Every feeling of rancour, therefore, formerly irritated by his contemptuous behaviour and by the fears of others, vanished before this new humility. They whom he had offended had now obtained beyond all expectation and without danger a satisfaction which they could not have promised themselves from the most complete revenge, the satisfaction of seeing such a man mourning over the wrongs he had committed, and participating, so to say, in their indignation. More than one, whose bitterest and greatest sorrow had been for many years that he saw no probability of ever finding himself, in any instance, stronger than this powerful oppressor, that he might revenge himself for some great injury, meeting him afterwards alone, unarmed, and with the air of one who would offer no resistance, felt only an impulse to salute him with demonstrations of respect. In his voluntary abasement, his countenance and behaviour had acquired, without his being aware of it, something more lofty and noble, because there was in them, more clearly than ever, the absence of all fear. The most violent and pertinacious hatred felt, as it were, restrained and held in awe by the public veneration for so penitent and beneficent a man. This was carried to such a length that he often found it difficult to avoid the public expression of it which was addressed to him, and was obliged to be careful that he did not evince too plainly in his looks and actions the inward compunction he felt, nor abuse himself too much, lest he should be too much exalted. He had selected the lowest place in church, and woe to anyone who should have attempted to preoccupy it. It would have been, as it were, usurping a post of honour. To have offended him, or even to have treated him disrespectfully, would have appeared not so much a criminal or cowardly as a sacrilegious act, and even they who would scarcely have been restrained by this feeling on ordinary occasions participated in it, more or less. These and other reasons sheltered him also from the more remote animadversions of public authority, and procured for him even in this quarter the security to which he himself had never given a thought. His rank and family, which had at all times been some protection to him, availed him more than ever, now that personal recommendations, the renown of his conversion, was added to his already illustrious and famous, or rather infamous, name. Magistrates and nobles publicly rejoiced with the people at the change, and it would have appeared very incongruous to come forward irritated against a man who was the subject of so many congratulations. Besides, a government occupied with a protracted and often unprosperous war against active and oft-renewed rebellions would have been very well satisfied to be freed from the most indomitable and irksome without going in search of another, the more so as this conversion produced reparations which the authorities were not accustomed to obtain nor even to demand. To molest a saint seemed no very good means to ward off the reproach of having never been able to repress a villain, and the example they would have made of him would have had no other effect than to dissuade others like him from following his example. Probably, too, the share that Cardinal Federigo had had in his conversion, and the association of his name with that of the convent, served the latter as a sacred shield. And in the state of things and ideas of those times, in the singular relations between the ecclesiastical authority and the civil power, which so frequently contended with each other without at all aiming at mutual destruction, nay, were always mingling expressions of acknowledgment and protestations of deference with hostilities, and which not unfrequently cooperated toward a common end without ever making peace, in such a state of things it might also seem in a manner that the reconciliation of the first carried along with it, if not the absolution, at least the forgetfulness of the second, when the former alone had been employed to produce an effect equally desired by both. Thus that very individual who, had he fallen from his eminence, would have excited emulation among small and great in trampling him under foot, now, having spontaneously humbled himself to the dust, was reverenced by many and spared by all. True it is that there were indeed many to whom this much talked of change brought anything but satisfaction. Many hired perpetrators of crime, many other associates in guilt, who thereby lost a great support on which they had been accustomed to depend, and who beheld the threads of a deeply woven plot suddenly snapped, at the moment perhaps when they were expecting the intelligence of its completion. But we have already seen what various sentiments were awakened by the announcement of this conversion in the ruffians who were with their master at the time, and heard it from his own lips: astonishment, grief, depression, vexation, a little indeed of everything except contempt and hatred. The same was felt by the others whom he kept dispersed at different posts, and the same by his accomplices of higher rank when they first learned of the terrible tidings, and by all for the same reasons. Much hatred, however, as we find it in the passages elsewhere cited by Ripamonti, fell to the share of the Cardinal Federigo. They regarded him as one who had intruded like an enemy into their affairs. The unnamed would see to the salvation of his own soul, and nobody had any right to complain of what he did. From time to time, the greater part of the ruffians in his household, unable to accommodate themselves to the new discipline, and seeing no probability that it would ever change, gradually took their departure. Some went in search of other masters, and found employment, perchance, among the old friends of the patron they had left. Others enlisted in the terzo of Spain or Mantua, and any other belligerent power. Some infested the highways to make war on a smaller scale and on their own account, and others again contented themselves with going about as beggars at liberty. The same courses were pursued by the rest who had acted under his orders in different countries. Of those who had contrived to assimilate themselves to his new mode of life, or had embraced it of their own free will, the greater number, natives of the valley, returned to the fields, or to the trades which they had learnt in their early years, and had afterwards abandoned for a life of villainy. The strangers remained in the castle as domestic servants, and both natives and strangers, as if blessed at the same time with their master, lived contentedly as he did, neither giving nor receiving injuries, unarmed and respected. But when, on the descent of the German troops, several fugitives from the threatened or invaded dominions arrived at his castle to request an asylum, he rejoiced that the weak and oppressed sought refuge within his walls, which had so long been regarded by them at a distance as an enormous scarecrow, received these exiles with expressions of gratitude rather than courtesy. He caused it to be proclaimed that his house would be open to any who should choose to take refuge there, and soon proposed to put not only his castle, but the valley itself into a state of defense, if ever any of the German or Bergamascan troops should attempt to come thither for plunder. He assembled the servants who still remained with him, like the verses of Torti, few and valiant, addressed them on the happy opportunity that God was giving both to them and himself of employing themselves for once in aid of their fellow creatures, whom they had so often oppressed and terrified, and with that ancient tone of command, which expressed a certainty of being obeyed, announced to them in general what he wished them to do, and above all impressed upon them the necessity of keeping a restraint over themselves, that they who took refuge there might see in them only friends and protectors. He then had brought down from one of the garrets all the firearms and other warlike weapons which had been for some time deposited there, and distributed them among his household, ordered that all the peasants and tenants of the valley who were willing to do so should come with arms to the castle, provided those who had none with a sufficient supply, selected some to act as officers, and placed others under their command, assigned to each his post at the entrance and in various parts of the valley, on the ascent, and at the gates of the castle, and established hours and methods of relieving the guards, as in a camp, or as he had been accustomed to do in that very place during his life of rebellion. In one corner of this garret, divided from the rest, were the arms which he alone had borne, his famous carabine, muskets, swords, pistols, huge knives, and poniards, either lying on the ground or set up against the wall. None of the servants laid a finger on them, but they determined to ask the signor which he wished to be brought to him. "Not one of them," replied he, and whether from a vow or intentional design, he remained the whole time unarmed at the head of this species of garrison. He employed at the same time other men and women of his household or dependents in preparing accommodation in the castle for as many persons as possible, in erecting bedsteads and arranging straw beds, mattresses, and sacks stuffed with straw in the apartments which were now converted into dormitories. He also gave orders that large stores of provisions should be brought in for the maintenance of the guests whom God should send him, and who thronged in daily increasing numbers. He, in the meanwhile, was never stationary. In and out of the castle, up and down the ascent, round about through the valley, to establish, to fortify, to visit the different posts, to see and be seen, to put and to keep all in order by his directions, oversight, and presence. Indoors and by the way, he gave hearty welcomes to all the newcomers whom he happened to meet, and all who had either seen this wonderful person before, or now beheld him for the first time, gazed at him in rapture, forgetting for a moment the misfortunes and alarm which had driven them thither, and turning to look at him, when having severed himself from them, he again pursued his way. End of chapter 29, part 2.
Chapter 30, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 30, Part 1. Though the greatest concourse was not from the quarter by which our three fugitives approached the valley, but rather at the opposite entrance, yet in this second half of their journey they began to meet with fellow travellers, companions in misfortune, who from crossroads or bypaths had issued or were issuing into the main road. In circumstances like these, all who happen to meet each other are acquaintances. Every time that the cart overtook a pedestrian traveller, there was an exchanging of questions and replies. Some had made their escape like our friends, without awaiting the arrival of the soldiers. Some had heard the clanging of arms and kettle-drums, while others had actually beheld them, and painted them as the terror-stricken usually paint the objects of their terror. "We are fortunate, however," said the two women. "Let us thank heaven for it. Our goods must go, but at least we are out of the way." But Don Abbondio could not find so much to rejoice at. Even this concourse, and still more the far greater one which he'd heard was pouring in from the opposite direction, began to throw a gloom over his mind. "Oh, what a state of things," muttered he to the women, at a moment when there was nobody at hand. "Oh, what a state of things! Don't you see that to collect so many people into one place is just the same thing as to draw all the soldiers here by force? Everybody is hiding, everybody carries off his things, nothing's left in the houses, so they'll think there must be some treasures up here. They'll surely come. Oh, poor me, what have I embarked in?" "What should they have to come here for?" said Perpetua. "They are obliged to go straight on their way, and besides I've always heard say that it's better to be a large party when there's any danger." "A large party, a large party," replied Don Abbondio. "Foolish woman, don't you know that a single German soldier could devour 100 of such as they? And then if they should take into their heads to play any pranks, it would be a fine thing, wouldn't it, to find ourselves in the midst of a battle? Oh, poor me, it would have been less dangerous to have gone to the mountains. Why should everybody choose to go to one place? Tiresome folks," muttered he in a still lower voice. "All here, still coming, one after the other, like sheep that have no sense." "In this way," said Agnes, "they might say the same of us." "Hush, hush," said Don Abbondio. All this talk does no good. What's done is done. We are here, and now we must stay here. It will be as Providence wills. Heaven send it may be good." But his horror was greatly increased when, at the entrance of the valley, he saw a large body of armed men, some at the door of a house, and others quartered in the lower rooms. He cast a side glance at them. They were not the same faces which it had been his lot to see on his former melancholy entrance, or if there were any of the same, they were strangely altered. But with all this, it is impossible to say what uneasiness this sight gave him. "Oh, poor me," thought he. "See now if they won't play pranks. It isn't likely it could be otherwise. I ought to have expected it from a man of this kind. But what will he want to do? Will he make war? Will he play the king, eh? Oh, poor me. In circumstances when one would wish to bury oneself underground, and this man seeks every way of making himself known and attracting attention, it seems as he wished to invite them." "You see now, Signor Master," said Perpetua, addressing him, "these are brave people here who will know how to defend us. Let the soldiers come now. These people are not like our clowns, who are good for nothing but to drag their legs after them." "Hold your tongue," said Don Abbondio, in a low and angry tone. "Hold your tongue. You don't know what you are talking about. Pray heaven that the soldiers may make haste, or that they may never come to know what is doing here, that the place is being fortified like a fortress. Don't you know it's the soldiers' business to take fortresses? They wish nothing better. To take a place by storm is to them like going to a wedding, because all they find they take to themselves, and the inhabitants they put to the edge of the sword. Oh, poor me! Well, I'll surely see if there's no way of putting oneself in safety on some of these peaks. They won't reach me there in a battle. Oh, they won't reach me there." "If you're afraid, too, of being defended and helped," Perpetua was again beginning, but Don Abbondio sharply interrupted her, though still in a suppressed tone. "Hold your tongue, and take good care you don't report what we've said. Woe unto us if you do. Remember that we must always put on a pleasant countenance here, and approve all we see." At Malinette they found another watch of armed men, to whom Don Abbondio submissively took off his hat, saying, in the meanwhile, in his heart, "Alas, alas, I've certainly come to an encampment." Here the cart stopped. They dismounted. Don Abbondio hastily paid and dismissed the driver, and with his two companions silently mounted the steep. The sight of those places recalled to his imagination, and mingled with his present troubles, the remembrance of those which he had suffered here once before, and Agnes, who had never seen these scenes, and who had drawn to herself an imaginary picture, which presented itself to her mind whenever she thought of the circumstances that had occurred here, on seeing them now as they were in reality, experienced a new and more vivid feeling of those mournful recollections. "Oh, Signor Curate," exclaimed she, "to think that my poor Lucia has passed along this road." "Will you hold your tongue, you absurd woman?" cried Don Abbondio in her ear. "Are those things to be bringing up here? Don't you know we are in his place? It was well for us nobody heard you then, but if you talk in this way—" "Oh," said Agnes, "now that he's a saint—" "Well, be quiet," replied Don Abbondio again in her ear. "Do you think one may say without caution even to saints all that passes through one's mind? Think rather of thanking him for his goodness to you." "Oh, I've already thought of that. Do you think I don't know even a little civility?" "Civility is, not to say things that may be disagreeable to a person, particularly to one who is not accustomed to hear them. And understand well, both of you, that this is not a place to go chattering about, and saying whatever may happen to come into your heads. It is a great signor's house. You know that already. See what a household there is all around. People of all sorts come here, so be prudent if you can. Weigh your words, and above all, let there be few of them, and only when there is a necessity. One can't get wrong when one is silent." "You do far worse with your—" Perpetua began, but— "Hush!" cried Don Abbondio in a suppressed voice, at the same time hastily taking off his hat and making a profound bow, for, on looking up, he had discovered the unnamed coming down to meet them. He, on his part, had noticed and recognised Don Abbondio, and was now hastening to welcome him. "Signor Curate," said he, when he had reached him, "I should have liked to offer you my house on a pleasanter occasion, but under any circumstances I am exceedingly glad to be able to be of some service to you." "Trusting in your illustrious lordship's great kindness," replied Don Abbondio. "I have ventured to come under these melancholy circumstances to intrude upon you, and as your illustrious lordship sees, I have also presumed to bring company with me. This is my housekeeper." "She is welcome," said the unnamed. "And this," continued Don Abbondio, "is a woman to whom your lordship has already been very good, the mother of Lucia," said Agnes. "Of Lucia!" exclaimed the unnamed, turning with a look of shame towards Agnes. "Been very good! Ay, immortal God, you are very good to me to come here, to me, to this house. You are most heartily welcome. You bring a blessing with you." "Oh, sir," said Agnes, "I come to give you trouble." "I have too," continued she, going very close to his ear, "to thank you." The unnamed interrupted these words by anxiously making inquiries about Lucia, and having heard the intelligence they had to give, he turned to accompany his new guests to the castle, and persisted in doing so in spite of their ceremonious opposition. Agnes cast a glance at the curate, which meant to say, "You see now whether there's any need for you to interpose between us with your advice." "Have they reached your parish?" asked the unnamed, addressing Don Abbondio. "No, signor, for I would not willingly await the arrival of these devils," replied he. "Heaven knows if I should have been able to escape alive out of their hands and come to trouble your illustrious lordship." "Well, well, you may take courage," resumed the nobleman, "for you are now safe enough. They'll not come up here, and if they should wish to make the trial, we're ready to receive them." "We'll hope they won't come," said Don Abbondio. "I hear," added he, pointing with his finger towards the mountains which enclosed the valley on the opposite side, "I hear that another band of soldiers is wandering about in that quarter too, but—" "True," replied the unnamed, "but you need have no fear, we are ready for them also." "Between two fires, in the meanwhile," said Don Abbondio to himself, "exactly between two fires. Where have I suffered myself to be drawn, and by two silly women, and this man seems actually in his element in it all. Oh, what people there are in the world!" On entering the castle, the Signor had Agnes and Perpetua conducted to an apartment in the quarter assigned to the women, which occupied 3 of the 4 sides of the inner court in the back part of the building, and was situated on a jutting and isolated rock overhanging a precipice. The men were lodged in the sides of the other court to the right and left, and in that which looked on the esplanade. The central block, which separated the 2 quadrangles, and afforded a passage from one to the other through a wide archway opposite the principal gate, was partly occupied with provisions, and partly served as a depository for any little property the refugees might wish to secure in this retreat. In the quarters appropriated to the men was a small apartment destined for the use of any clergy who might happen to take refuge there. Hither the unnamed himself conducted Don Abbondio, who was the first to take possession of it. 3 or 24 days our fugitives remained at the castle, in a state of continual bustle, forming a large company, which at first received constant additions, but without any incidents of importance. Perhaps, however, not a single day passed without their resorting to arms. Lansquenets were coming in this direction. Cappelletti had been seen in that. Every time this intelligence was brought, the unnamed sent men to reconnoitre, and, if there were any necessity, took with him some whom he kept in readiness for the purpose, and accompanied them beyond the valley in the direction of the indicated danger. And it was a singular thing to behold a band of brigands, armed cap a pie, and conducted like soldiers by one who was himself unarmed. Generally it proved to be only foragers and disbanded pillagers, who contrived to make off before they were taken by surprise. But once, when driving away some of these, to teach them not to come again into that neighbourhood, the unnamed received intelligence that an adjoining village was invaded and given up to plunder. They were soldiers of various corps, who, having loitered behind to hunt for booty, had formed themselves into a band, and made a sudden irruption into the lands surrounding that where the army had taken up its quarters, despoiling the inhabitants, and even levying contributions from them. The unnamed made a brief harangue to his followers, and bid them march forward to the invaded village. They arrived unexpectedly. The plunderers, who had thought of nothing but taking the spoil, abandoned their prey in the midst, on seeing men in arms and ready for battle coming down upon them, and hastily took to flight, without waiting for one another, in the direction whence they had come. He pursued them a little distance, then making a halt, waited a while to see if any fresh object presented itself, and at length returned homewards. It is impossible to describe the shouts of applause and benediction which accompanied the troop of deliverers and its leader on passing through the rescued village. Among the multitude of refugees assembled in the castle, strangers to each other and differing in rank, habit, sex, and age, no disturbance of any moment occurred. The unnamed had placed guards in various posts, all of whom endeavoured to ward off any unpleasantness with the care usually exhibited by those who are held accountable for any misdemeanours. He had also requested the clergy, and others of most authority among those to whom he afforded shelter, to walk round the place and keep a watch, and as often as he could, he himself went about, to show himself in every direction, while, even in his absence, the remembrance of who was in the house served as a restraint to those who needed it. Besides, they were all people that had fled from danger, and hence generally inclined to peace, while the thoughts of their homes and property, and in some cases of relatives and friends whom they had left exposed to danger, and the tidings they heard from without, depressed their spirits, and thus maintained and constantly increased this disposition. End of chapter 30, part 1. Chapter 30, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 30, Part 2. There were, however, some unburdened spirits, some men of firmer mould and stronger courage, who tried to pass these days merrily. They had abandoned their homes because they were not strong enough to defend them, but they saw no use in weeping and sighing over things that could not be helped, or in picturing to themselves and contemplating beforehand, in imagination, the havoc they would only too soon witness with their own eyes. Families acquainted with each other had left their homes at the same time, and had met with each other again in this retreat. New friendships were formed, and the multitude were divided into parties, according to their several habits and dispositions. They who had money and consideration went to dine down in the valley, where eating-houses and inns had been hastily run for the occasion. In some, mouthfuls were interchanged with lamentations, or no subject but their misfortunes was allowed to be discussed. In others, misfortunes were never remembered, unless it were to say that they must not think about them. To those who either could not, or would not, bear part of the expenses, bread, soup, and wine were distributed in the castle, besides other tables which were laid out daily for those whom the Signor had expressly invited to partake of them, and our acquaintances were among this number. Agnes and Perpetua, not to eat the bread of idleness, had begged to be employed in the services which, in so large an establishment, must have been required, and in these occupations they spent a great part of the day, while the rest was passed in chatting with some friends whose acquaintance they had made, or with the unfortunate Don Abbondio. This individual, though he had nothing to do, was nevertheless never afflicted with ennui. His fears kept him company. The direct dread of an assault had, I believe, subsided, or if it still remained, it was one which gave him the least uneasiness, because whenever he bestowed upon it the slightest thought, he could not help seeing how unfounded it was. But the idea of the surrounding country, inundated on both sides with brutal soldiers, the armour and armed men he had constantly before his eyes, the remembrance that he was in a castle, together with the thought of the many things that might happen any moment in such a situation, all contributed to keep him in indistinct, general, constant alarm, let alone the anxiety he felt when he thought of his poor home. During the whole time he remained in this asylum, he never once went more than a stone's throw from the building, nor ever set foot on the descent. His sole walk was to go out upon the esplanade and pace up and down, sometimes to one, sometimes to the other side of the castle, there to look down among the cliffs and precipices, in hopes of discovering some practicable passage, some kind of footpath by which he might go in search of a hiding place in case of being very closely pressed. On meeting any of his companions in this asylum, he failed not to make a profound bow or respectful salutation, but he associated with very few. His most frequent conversations were with the two women, as we have related, and to them he poured out all his griefs, at the risk of being sometimes silenced by Perpetua, and completely put to shame, even by Agnes. At table, however, where he sat but little, and talked still less, he heard the news of the terrible march which arrived daily at the castle, either reported from village to village, and from mouth to mouth, or brought thither by some one who had at first determined to remain at home, and had after all made his escape without having been able to save anything, and probably also after receiving considerable ill treatment, and every day brought with it some fresh tale of misfortune. Some, who were newsmongers by profession, diligently collected the different rumours, weighed all the various accounts, and then gave the substance of them to the others. They disputed which were the most destructive regiments, and whether infantry or cavalry were the worst. They reported, as well as they could, the names of some of the leaders, related some of their past enterprises, specified the places of halting and the daily marches. That day such a regiment would spread over such a district, tomorrow it would ravage such another, where in the meanwhile another had been playing the very devil and worse. They chiefly, however, sought information, and kept count of the regiments which from time to time crossed the bridge of Lecco, because these might be considered as fairly gone, and really out of the territory. The cavalry of Wallenstein passed it, and the infantry of Maradas, the cavalry of Anslalt, and the infantry under Brandenburgo, the troops of Montecuccolo, then those of Ferrari, then follow Altringer, then Fürstenberg, then Colloredo. After them came the Croatians, Torquato Conti, and this, that, and the other leader, and last of all, is heaven's good time, come at length Galasso. The flying squadron of Venetians made their final exit, and the whole country on either hand was once more set at liberty. Those belonging to the invaded villages which were first cleared of their ravagers had already begun to evacuate the castle, and every day people continued to leave the place. As after an autumnal storm, the birds may be seen issuing on every side from the leafy branches of a great tree, where they had sought a shelter from its fury. Our three refugees were perhaps the last to take their departure, owing to Don Abbondio's extreme reluctance to run the risk, if they returned home immediately, of meeting some straggling soldiers who might still be loitering in the rear of the army. It was in vain Perpetua repeated and insisted that the longer they delayed, the greater opportunities they afforded to the thieves of the neighbourhood to enter the house and finish the business. Whenever the safety of life was at stake, Don Abbondio invariably gained the day, unless indeed the imminence of the danger was such as to deprive him of the power of self-defence. On the day fixed for their departure, the unnamed had a carriage in readiness at Melanot, in which he had already placed a full supply of clothes for Agnes. Drawing her a little aside, he also forced her to accept a small store of scuddy, to compensate for the damages she would find at home, although, striking her breast, she kept repeating that she had still some of the first supply left. "When you see your poor good Lucia," said he, the last thing, "I am already convinced she prays for me, because I have done her so much wrong. Tell her then that I thank her, and trust in God her prayers will return, also in equal blessings upon her own head." He then insisted upon accompanying his three guests to the carriage. The obsequious and extravagant acknowledgments of Don Abbondio and the complimentary speeches of Perpetua we leave to the reader's imagination. They set off, made a short stay, according to agreement, at the tailor's cottage, and there heard 100 particulars of the march, the usual tale of theft, violence, destruction, and obscenity. But there, fortunately, none of the soldiery had been seen. "Ah, Signor Curate," said the tailor, as he offered him his arm to assist him again into the carriage, "they'll have matter enough for a printed book in a scene of destruction like this." As they advanced a little on their journey, our travellers began to witness, with their own eyes, something of what they had heard described. Vineyards despoiled, not as by the vintager, but as though a storm of wind and hail combined had exerted their utmost energies. Branches strewn upon the earth, broken off and trampled underfoot, stakes torn up, the ground trodden and covered with chips, leaves and twigs, trees uprooted or their branches lopped, hedges broken down, stiles carried away. In the villages, too, doors shivered to pieces, windows destroyed, straw, rags, rubbish of all kinds lying in heaps, or scattered all over the pavement, a close atmosphere, and horrid odours of a more revolting nature proceeding from the houses. Some of the villagers busy in sweeping out the accumulation of filth within them, others in repairing the doors and windows as they best could. some again weeping in groups and indulging in lamentations together, and as the carriage drove through, hands stretched out on both sides at the doors of the vehicle, imploring alms. With these scenes now before his eyes, now pictured in their minds, and with the expectation of finding their own houses in just the same state, they at length arrived there, and found that their expectations were indeed realised. Agnes deposited her bundles in one corner of her little yard, the cleanest spot that remained about the house. She then set herself to sweep it thoroughly, and collect and rearrange the little furniture which had been left her. She got a carpenter and blacksmith to come and mend the doors and window frames, and then, unpacking the linen which had been given her, and secretly counting over her fresh stores of coins, she exclaimed to herself, "I've fallen upon my feet. God and the Madonna and that good Signor be thanked. I may indeed say, I've fallen upon my feet." Don Abbondio and Perpetua entered the house without the aid of keys, and at every step they took in the passage encountered a fetid odour, a poisonous effluvia, which almost drove them back. Holding their noses they advanced to the kitchen door, entered on tiptoe, carefully picking their way to avoid the most disgusting parts of the filthy straw which covered the ground, and cast a glance around. Nothing was left whole, but relics and fragments of what once had been, both here and in other parts of the house, were to be seen in every corner. Quills and feathers from Perpetua's fowls, scraps of linen, leaves out of Don Abbondio's calendars, remnants of kitchen utensils, all heaped together or scattered in confusion upon the floor. On the hearth might be discovered tokens of a riotous scene of destruction, like a multitude of ordinary ideas scattered through a widely diffused period by a professional orator. There were the vestiges of extinguished faggots and billets of wood, which showed them to have been once the arm of a chair, a table foot, the door of a cupboard, a bedpost, or a stave of the little cask which contained the wine so beneficial to Don Abbondio's stomach. The rest was cinders and coal, and with some of these very coals the spoilers, by way of recreation, had scrawled on the walls distorted figures, doing their best by the help of sundry square caps, shaven crowns, and large bands, to represent priests studiously exhibited in all manner of horrible and ludicrous attitudes, an intention certainly in which such artists could not possibly have failed. "Ah, the dirty pigs!" exclaimed Perpetua. "Ah, the thieves!" cried Don Abbondio, and as if making their escape, they went out by another door that led into the garden. Once more drawing their breath, they went straight up to the fig tree, but even before reaching it, they discovered that the ground had been disturbed, and both together uttered an exclamation of dismay, and on coming up, they found in truth, instead of the dead, only the empty tomb. This gave rise to some disputes. Don Abbondio began to scold Perpetua for having hidden it so badly. It may be imagined whether she would fail to retort, and after indulging in mutual recrimination till they were tired, they returned with many a lingering look cast back at the empty hole, grumbling into the house. They found things nearly in the same state everywhere. Long and diligently they worked to cleanse and purify the house, the more so as it was then extremely difficult to get any help, and they remained for I know not what length of time as if in encampment, arranging things as best they could, and bad was the best, and gradually restoring doors, furniture, and utensils with money lent to them by Agnes. In addition to these grievances, the disaster was, for some time afterwards, the source of many other very ticklish disputes. For Perpetua, by dint of asking, peeping, and hunting out, had come to know for certain that some of her master's household goods, which were thought to have been carried off or destroyed by the soldiers, were instead safe and sound with some people in the neighbourhood, and she was continually tormenting her master to make a stir about them and claim his own. A chord more odious to Don Abbondio could not have been touched, considering that his property was in the hands of ruffians, of that species of persons, that is to say, with whom he had it most at heart to remain at peace. "But if I don't want to know about these things," said he, "how often am I to tell you that what is gone is gone? Am I to be harassed in this way too, because my house has been robbed?" "I tell you," replied Perpetua, "that you would let the very eyes be eaten out of your head. To rob others is a sin, but with you it is a sin not to rob you." "Very proper language for you, certainly," answered Don Abbondio. "Will you hold your tongue?" Perpetua did hold her tongue, but not so directly, and even then everything was a pretext for beginning again. so that the poor man was at last reduced to the necessity of suppressing every lamentation on the lack of this or that article of furniture at the moment he most wanted to give vent to his regrets, for more than once he had been doomed to hear, "Go seek it at such a one's who has it, and who wouldn't have kept it till now if he hadn't had to do with such an easy man." Another and more vivid cause of disquietude was the intelligence that soldiers continued daily to be passing in confusion, as he had too well conjectured. Hence he was ever in apprehension of seeing a man, or even a band of men, arriving at his door, which he had had repaired in haste the first thing, and which he kept barred with the greatest precaution. But, thank heaven, this catastrophe never occurred. These terrors, however, were not appeased when a new one was added to their number. But here we must leave the poor man on one side, for other matters are now to be treated of than his private apprehensions, the misfortunes of a few villages, or a transient disaster. End of chapter 30, part 2.
Chapter 31, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed, or I Promessi Sposi, by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 31, Part 1. The plague, which the Board of Health had feared might enter with German troops into the Milanese, had entered it indeed, as is well known, and it is likewise well known that it paused not here, but invaded and ravaged the great part of Italy. Following the thread of our story, we now come to relate the principal incidents of this calamity in the Milanese, or rather in Milan almost exclusively, for almost exclusively of that city do the records of the time treat, nearly as it always and everywhere happens, for good reasons or bad. And to say the truth, it is not only our object in this narrative to represent the state of things in which our characters will shortly be placed, but at the same time to develop as far as may be in so limited a space, and from our pen, an event in the history of our country more celebrated than well known. Of the many contemporary accounts, there is not one which is sufficient by itself to convey a distinct and connected idea of it, as there is not, perhaps, one which may not give us some assistance in forming that idea. In every one, not excepting that of Ripamonti, which considerably exceeds all the rest, both in copiousness and its selection of facts, and still more in its method of viewing them, essential facts are omitted which are recorded in others. In every one there are errors of material importance, which may be detected and rectified with the help of some other, or in the few printed manuscript acts of public authority which still remain. And we may often discover in one those causes, the effects of which were found partially developed in another. In all, too, a strange confusion of times and things prevailed, and a perpetual wandering backwards and forwards, as it were at random, without design, special or general. The character, by the by, of books of all classes in those days, chiefly among such as were written in the vulgar tongue, at least in Italy, whether also in the rest of Europe, the learned will know, and we shrewdly suspect it so to have been. No writer of later date has attempted to examine and compare these memoirs with the view of extracting thence a connected series of events, a history of this plague, so that the idea generally formed of it must necessarily be very uncertain and somewhat confused, a vague idea of the great evils and great errors, and assuredly there were both one and the other beyond what can possibly be imagined, an idea composed more of opinions than of facts, mingled indeed with a few scattered events, but unconnected sometimes with their most characteristic circumstances, and without distinction of time, that is to say, without perception of cause and effect, of course and progress. We, having examined and compared, with at least much diligence, all the printed accounts, more than one unpublished one, and, in comparison to the few that remain on the subject, many official documents have endeavoured to do not perhaps all that is needed, but something which has not hitherto been done. We do not propose relating every public act, nor all the results worthy in some degree of remembrance. Still less do we pretend to render needless to such as would gain no more complete acquaintance with the subject the perusal of the original writings. We are too well aware what lively, peculiar, and, so to say, incommunicable force invariably belongs to works of that kind, in whatever manner designed and executed. We have merely endeavoured to distinguish and ascertain the most general and important facts, to arrange them in their real order of succession, so far as the matter and the nature of them will allow, to observe their reciprocal effect, and thus to give for the present, and until some one else shall do better, a succinct but plain and continuous account of this calamity. Throughout the whole tractment of the territory traversed by the army, corpses might be found either in the houses or lying upon the highway. Very shortly, single individuals or whole families began to sicken and die of violent and strange complaints, with symptoms unknown to the greater part of those who were then alive. There were only a few who had ever seen them before, the few, that is, who could remember the plague, which 53 years previously had desolated a great part of Italy indeed, but especially the Milanese, where it was then, and is still, called the Plague of San Carlo. So powerful is charity. Among the various and awful recollections of a general calamity, she could cause that of one individual to predominate, because she had inspired him with the feelings and actions more memorable even than the evils themselves. She could set upon him in men's minds as a symbol of all these events, because in all she had urged him onward and held him to the view as guide and helper, example and voluntary victim, and could frame for him, as it were, an emblematical device out of a public calamity, and name it after him as though it had been a conquest or discovery. The oldest physician of his time, Ludovico Setala, who had not only seen that plague, but had been one of its most active, intrepid, and, though then very young, most celebrated successful opponents, and who now, in strong suspicion of this, was on the alert and busily collecting information, reported on the 20th of October in the Council of the Board of Health that the contagion had undoubtedly broken out in the village of Chiuso, the last in the territory of Lecco, and on the confines of the Bergamascan district. No resolution, however, was taken on this intelligence, as appears from the narrative of Tadino. Similar tidings arrived from Lecco and Belano. The board then decided upon, and contented themselves with, dispatching a commissioner, who should take a physician from Como by the way, and accompany him on a visit to the places which had been signified. Both of them, either from ignorance or from some other reason, suffered themselves to be persuaded by an ignorant old barber of Belano that this sort of disease was not the pestilence, but in some places the ordinary effects of the autumnal exhalations from the marshes, and elsewhere of the privations and sufferings undergone during the passage of the German troops. This affirmation was reported to the board, who seemed to have been perfectly satisfied with it. But additional reports of the mortality in every quarter pouring in without intermission, 2 deputies were dispatched to see and provide against it, the above-named Tadino and an auditor of the committee. When these arrived, the evil had spread so widely that proofs offered themselves to their view without being sought for. They passed through the territory of Lecco, the Val Sassina, the shores of the Lake of Como, and the district denominated Il Monte di Brenazza and La Guerra d'Ada, and everywhere found the towns barricaded, others almost deserted, and the inhabitants escaped and encamped in the fields or scattered throughout the country, who seemed, says Tadino, like so many wild savages, carrying in their hands, one a sprig of mint, another of rue, another of rosemary, another a bottle of vinegar. They made inquiries as to the number of deaths, which was really fearful. They visited the sick and dead, and everywhere recognized the dark and terrible marks of the pestilence. They then speedily conveyed the disastrous intelligence by letter to the Board of Health, who, on receiving it on the 30th of October, prepared, says Tadino, to issue warrants to shut out of the city any persons coming from the countries where the plague had shown itself. And, while preparing the decree, they gave some summary orders beforehand to the custom house officers. In the meanwhile, the commissioners, in great haste and precipitation, made what provisions they knew or could think of for the best, and returned with the melancholy consciousness of their insufficiency to remedy or arrest an evil already so far advanced and so widely disseminated. On the 14th of November, having made their report, both by word of mouth and afresh in writing, to the board, they received from this committee a commission to present themselves to the governor and to lay before him the state of things. They went accordingly and brought back word that he was exceedingly sorry to hear such news, and had shown a great deal of feeling about it. But the thoughts of war were more pressing. Sed belli graviores ise curas. So says Ripamonti after having ransacked the records of the Board of Health, and compared them with Tadino, who had been specially charged with this mission. It was the second, if the readers remember, for this purpose, and with this result. 2 or 3 days afterwards, the 18th of November, the governor issued a proclamation in which he prescribed public rejoicing for the birth of the Prince Charles, the firstborn son of the king, Philip IV, without thinking of, or without caring for, the danger of suffering a large concourse of people under such circumstances. Everything as in common times, just as if he had never been spoken to about anything. This person was, as we have elsewhere said, the celebrated Ambrogio Spinola, sent for the very purpose of adjusting this war, to repair the errors of Don Gonzalo, and, incidentally, to govern. And we may here incidentally mention that he died a few months later in that very war which he had so much at heart, not wounded in the field of battle, but on his bed, of grief and anxiety occasioned by reproaches, affronts, and ill-treatment of every kind, received from those whom he had served. History has bewailed his fate, and remarked upon the ingratitude of others. It has described with much diligence his military and political enterprises, and extolled his foresight, activity, and perseverance. It might also have inquired what he did with all these when pestilence threatened and actually invaded a population committed to his care, or rather entirely given up to his authority. But that which, leaving censure, diminishes our wonder at his behaviour, which even creates another and greater feeling of wonder, is the behaviour of the people themselves. Of those, I mean, who, unreached as yet by the contagion, had so much reason to fear it. On the arrival of the intelligence from the territories which were so grievously infected with it, territories which formed almost a semicircular line round the city, in some places not more than 20 or even 18 miles distant from it, who would not have thought that a general stir would have been created, that they would have been diligent in taking precautions, whether well or ill selected, or at least have felt a barren disquietude? Nevertheless, if in anything the records of the times agree, it is in attesting that there was none of these. The scarcity of the antecedent year, the violence of the soldiery, and their suffering of mind, seems to them more than enough to account for the mortality. And if any one had attempted, in the streets, shops, and houses, to throw out a hint of danger and mention the plague, it would have been received with incredulous scoffs or angry contempt. The same incredulity, or, to speak more correctly, the same blindness and perversity, prevailed in the Senate, in the Council of the Decurioni, and in all the magistrates. I find that Cardinal Federigo, immediately on learning the first cases of a contagious sickness, enjoined his priests, in a pastoral letter, among other things, to impress upon the people the importance and obligation of making known every similar case, and of delivering up any infected or suspected goods, and this too may be reckoned among his praiseworthy peculiarities. The Board of Health solicited precautions and cooperation. It was all but in vain, and in the board itself their solicitude was far from equalling the urgency of the case. It was the two physicians, as Tadino frequently affirms, and as appears still better from the whole context of his narrative, who, persuaded and deeply sensible of the gravity and imminence of the danger, urged forward that body which was then to urge forward others. We have already seen how, on the first tidings of the plague, there had been indifference and remissness in acting, and even in obtaining information. We now give another instance of dilatoriness not less portentous, if indeed it was not compelled by obstacles interposed by the superior magistrates. That proclamation in the form of warrants, resolved upon on the 30th of October, was not completed till the 23rd of the following month, nor published till the 29th. The plague had already entered Milan. Tadino and Ripamonti would record the name of the individual who first brought it thither, together with the other circumstances of the person and the fact, and, in truth, in observing the beginnings of a widespread destruction, which in the victims not only cannot be distinguished by name, but their numbers can scarcely be expressed with any degree of exactness, even by the 1,000, one feels a certain kind of interest in ascertaining those first and few names which could be noted and preserved. It seems as if this sort of distinction, a precedence in extermination, invests them and all the other minutiae which would otherwise be most indifferent with something fatal and memorable. But one and the other historian can say that it was an Italian soldier in the Spanish service, but in nothing else do they agree, not even in the name. According to Tadino, it was a person of the name of Pietro Antonio Lavato, quartered in the territory of Lecco. According to Ripamonti, a certain Pier Paolo Locati, quartered at Chiavenna. They differ also as to the day of his entrance into Milan, the first placing it on the 22nd of October, the second on the same day in the following month, yet it cannot be on either one or the other. Both the dates contradict others which are far better authenticated. Yet Ripamonti, writing by order of the General Council of the Decurioni, ought to have had many means at his command of gaining the necessary information, and Tadino, in consideration of his office, might have been better informed than any one else on the subject of this nature. In short, comparing other dates, which, as we have said, appear to us more authentic, it would seem that it was prior to the publication of the warrants, and if it were worth while, it might even be proved, or near so, that it must have been very early in that month. But the reader will, doubtless, excuse us the task. However it may be, this soldier, unfortunate himself, and the bearer of misfortune to others, entered the city with a large bundle of clothes purchased or stolen from the German troops. He went to stay at the house of one of his relatives in the suburbs of the Port Orientale, near to the Capuchin convent. Scarcely had he arrived there when he was taken ill. He was conveyed to the hospital. Here a spot discovered under one of the armpits excited some suspicion in the mind of the person who tended him, of what was in truth the fact, and on the 4th day he died. The Board of Health immediately ordered his family to be kept separate and confined within their own house, and his clothes and the bed on which he had lain at hospital were burned. 2 attendants, who had there nursed him, and a good friar who had rendered him his assistance, were all 3 within a few days seized with the plague. The suspicions which had here been felt from the beginning of the nature of the disease and the precautions taken in consequence prevented the further spread of the contagion from this source. But the soldier had left seed outside, which delayed not to spring up and shoot forth. The first person in whom it broke out was the master of the house where he had lodged, one Carlo Colonna, a lute player. All the inmates of the dwelling were then, by order of the board, conveyed to the lazaretto, where the greater number took to their beds, and many shortly died of evident infection. In the city, that which had been already disseminated there by intercourse with the above-mentioned family, and by clothes and furniture belonging to them preserved by relations, lodgers, or servants, from the searches and the flames prescribed by the board, as well as that which was afresh introduced by defectiveness in the regulations, by negligence in executing them, and by dexterity in eluding them, continued lurking about, and slowly insinuating itself among the inhabitants, all the rest of the year, and in the earlier months of 1630, the year which followed. From time to time, now in this, now in that quarter, someone was seized with the contagion, someone was carried off with it, and the very infrequency of the cases contributed to lull all suspicions of pestilence, and confirmed the generality more and more in the senseless and murderous assurance that plague it was not, and never had been for a moment. Many physicians, too, echoing the voice of the people, was it, in this instance also, the voice of heaven? Derided the ominous predictions and threatening warnings of the few, and always had at hand the names of common diseases to qualify every case of pestilence which they were summoned to cure, with what symptom or token soever it evinced itself. The reports of these instances, when they reached the Board of Health at all, reached it for the most part tardily and uncertainly. Dread of sequestration and the lazaretto sharpened everyone's wits. They concealed the sick, they corrupted the grave-diggers and elders, and obtained false certificates, by means of bribes, from subalterns of the board itself, deputed by it to visit and inspect the dead bodies. As, however, on every discovery they succeeded in making, the board ordered the wearing apparel to be committed to the flames, put the houses under sequestration, and sent the inmates to the lazaretto, it is easy to imagine what must have been the anger and dissatisfaction of the generality, of the nobility, merchants, and lower orders, persuaded, as they were, that they were mere causeless vexations without any advantage. The principal odium fell upon the two doctors, our frequently mentioned Tadino and Senatore Setala, son of the senior physician, and reached such a height that thenceforward they could not publicly appear without being assailed with opprobrious language, if not with stones. And certainly the situation in which these individuals were placed for several months is remarkable, and worthy of being recorded, seeing a horrible scourge advancing towards them, labouring by every method to repulse it, and yet meeting with obstacles, not only in the arduousness of the task, but from every quarter, in the unwillingness of the people, and being made the general object of execration, and regarded as the enemies of their country. Pro patria ostibus, says Ripamonti. Sharers also in the hatred were the other physicians, who, convinced like them of the reality of the contagion, suggested precautions, and sought to communicate to others their melancholy convictions. The most knowing taxed them with credulity and obstinacy, while, with the many, it was evidently an imposture, a planned combination to make a profit by the public fears. End of chapter 31, part 1. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England. Chapter 31, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed, or I Promessi Sposi, by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 31, Part 2. The aged physician Ludovico Setala, who had almost attained his 80th year, who had been professor of medicine in the University of Pavia, and afterwards of moral philosophy at Milan, the author of many works at that time in very high repute, eminent for the invitations he had received to occupy the chairs of other universities, Ingolstadt, Pisa, Bologna, and Padua, and for his refusal of all these honours, was certainly one of the most influential men of his time. To his reputation for learning was added that of his life, and to admiration for his character, a feeling of goodwill for his great kindness in curing and benefiting the poor. Yet there is one circumstance which, in our minds, disturbs and overclouds the sentiment of esteem inspired by these merits, but which at that time must have rendered it stronger and more general. The poor man participated in the commonest and most fatal prejudices of his contemporaries. He was in advance of them, but not distinguished from the multitude, a station which only invites trouble and often causes the loss of an authority acquired by other means. Nevertheless, that which he enjoyed in so great a degree was not only insufficient to overcome the general opinion on this subject of the pestilence, but it could not even protect him from the animosity and the insults of that part of the populace which readily steps from opinions to their exhibition by actual deeds. One day, as he was going in a litter to visit his patients, crowds began to assemble round him, crying out that he was the head of those who were determined, in spite of everything, to make out that there was a plague, that it was he who put the city in alarm, with his gloomy brow and shaggy beard, and all to give employment to the doctors. The multitude and their fury went on increasing, so that the bearers, seeing their danger, took refuge with their master in the house of a friend which fortunately happened to be at hand. All this occurred to him for having foreseen clearly, stated what was really the fact, and wished to save thousands of his fellow creatures from the pestilence, when having, by his deplorable advice, co-operated in causing a poor unhappy wretch to be put to the torture, racked and burnt as a witch, because one of her masters had suffered extraordinary pains in his stomach, and another, some time before, had been desperately enamoured of her, he had received from the popular voice additional reputation for wisdom and, what is intolerable to think of, the additional title of the well-deserving. Towards the latter end of March, however, sickness and deaths began rapidly to multiply, first in the suburbs of the Porta Orientale, and then in all the other quarters of the city, with the unusual accompaniments of spasms, palpitation, lethargy, delirium, and those fatal symptoms, livid spots and sores. And these deaths were, for the most part, a rapid, violent, and not unfrequently sudden, without any previous tokens of illness. Those physicians who were opposed to the belief of contagion, unwilling now to admit what they had hitherto derided, yet obliged to give a generical name to the new malady, which had become too common and too evident to go without one, adopted that of malignant or pestilential fevers, a miserable expedient, a mere play upon words, which was productive of much harm, because, while it appeared to acknowledge the truth, it only contributed to the disbelief of what it was most important to believe and discern, viz., that the infection was conveyed by means of the touch. The magistrates, like one awakening from a deep sleep, began to lend a little more ear to the appeals and proposals of the Board of Health, to support its proclamations and second the sequestrations prescribed and the quarantines enjoined by this tribunal. The board was also constantly demanding money to provide for the daily expenses of the lazaretto, now augmented by so many additional services, and for this they applied to the decurione, while it being decided, which was never done, I believe, except by practice, whether such expenses should be charged to the city or to the royal exchequer. The High Chancellor also applied importunately to the decurione, by order, too, of the governor, who had again returned to lay siege to the unfortunate Casale. The Senate likewise applied to them, imploring them to see to the best method of victualling the city, before they should be forbidden, in the case of the unhappy dissemination of the contagion, to have any intercourse with other countries, and to find means of maintaining a large proportion of the population which was now deprived of employment. The decurione endeavoured to raise money by loans and taxes, and of what they thus accumulated they gave a little to the Board of Health, a little to the poor, purchased a little corn, and thus, in some degree, supplied the existing necessity. The severest sufferings had not yet arrived. In the lazaretto, where the population, although decimated daily, continued daily on the increase, there was another arduous undertaking, to ensure attendance and subordination, to preserve the enjoined separations, and to maintain, in short, or rather to establish, the government prescribed by the Board of Health. For, from the very first, everything had been in confusion, from the ungovernableness of many of the inmates, and the negligence or connivance of the officials. The board of the decurione, not knowing which way to turn, bethought themselves of applying to the Capuchins, and besought the Father Commissary, as he was called, of the province, who occupied the place of the Father Provincial, lately deceased, to give them a competent person to govern this desolate kingdom. The commissary proposed to them as their governor one Father Felice Cassati, a man of advanced age who enjoyed a great reputation for charity, activity, and gentleness of disposition, combined with a strong mind, a character which, as the sequel will show, was well deserved. And as his coadjutor and assistants, one Michele Pozzo Bonelli, still a young man, but grave and stern in mind as in countenance. Gladly enough were they accepted, and on the 30th of March they entered the lazaretto. The President of the Board of Health conducted them round, as it were, to put them in possession, and having assembled the servants and officials of every rank, proclaimed Father Felice in their presence governor of the place, with primary and unlimited authority. In proportion as the wretched multitude there assembled increased, other Capuchins resorted thither, and here were superintendents, confessors, administrators, nurses, cooks, overlookers of the wardrobe, washerwomen, in short, everything that was required. Father Felice, ever diligent, ever watchful, went about day and night through the porticos, chambers, and open spaces, sometimes carrying a spear, sometimes armed only with haircloth. He animated and regulated every duty, pacified tumults, settled disputes, threatened, punished, reproved, comforted, dried and shed tears. At the very outset he took the plague, recovered, and with fresher clarity resumed his first duties. Most of his brethren here sacrificed their lives, and all joyfully. Such a dictatorship was certainly a strange expedient. Strange as was the calamity, strange as were the times, and even did we know more about it, this alone would suffice as an argument, as a specimen, indeed, of a rude and ill-regulated state of society. But the spirit, the deeds, the self-sacrifice of these friars deserve no less than they should be mentioned with respect and tenderness, and with that species of gratitude which one feels en masse, as it were, for the great services rendered by men to their fellows. To die in a good cause is a wise and beautiful action, at any time, under any state of things whatsoever. For had not ye fathers repaired hither, says Tadino, assuredly ye whole city would have been annihilated, for it was a miraculous thing that ye fathers effected so much for ye public benefit in so short a space of time, and, receiving no assistance, or at least very little, from ye city, contrived, by their industry and prudence, to maintain so many thousands of poor in ye lazaretto. Among the public also, this obstinacy in denying the pestilence gave way naturally and gradually disappeared in proportion as the contagion extended itself, and extended itself too before their own eyes, by means of contact and intercourse, and still more when, after having been for some time confined to the lower orders, it began to take effect upon the higher. And among these, as he was then the most eminent, so by us now the senior physician Setala deserves express mention. People must at least have said, the poor old man was right. But who knows? He, with his wife, 2 sons, and 7 persons in his service, all took the plague. One of these sons and himself recovered, the rest died. These cases, says Tadino, occurring in the city in the first families, disposed the nobility and common people to think, and the incredulous physicians and the ignorant and rash lower orders began to bite their lips, grind their teeth, and arch their eyebrows in amazement. But the revolutions, the reprisals, the vengeance, so to say, of the contrived obstinacy are sometimes such as to raise a wish that it had continued unshaken and unconquered, even to the last, against reason and evidence. And this was truly one of those occasions. They who had so resolutely and perseveringly impugned the existence of a germ of evil near them, or among them, which might propagate itself by natural means, and make much havoc, unable now to deny its propagation, and unwilling to attribute it to those means, for this would have been to confess at once a great delusion and a great error, were so much the more inclined to find some other cause for it, and to make good any that might happen to present itself. Unhappily, there was one in readiness in the ideas and traditions common to that time, not only here, but in every part of Europe, of magical arts, diabolical practices, people sworn to disseminate the plague by means of contagious poisons and witchcraft. These and similar things had already been supposed and believed during many other plagues, and at Milan especially in that half a century before. It may be added that, even during the preceding year, a despatch signed by King Philip IV had been forwarded to the governor, in which he was informed that 4 Frenchmen had escaped from Madrid, who were sought upon suspicion of spreading poisonous and pestilential ointments, and requiring to be on the watch, perchance they should arrive at Milan. The governor communicated the dispatch to the Senate and the Board of Health, and thenceforward, it seems, they thought no more about it. When, however, the plague broke forth, and was recognized by all, the return of this intelligence to memory may have served to confirm and support the vague suspicion of an iniquitous fraud. It may even have been the first occasion of creating it. But 2 actions, one of blind and undisciplined fear, the other of I know not what malicious mischief, were what converted this vague suspicion of a possible attempt into more than suspicion, and, with many, a certain conviction of a real plot. Some persons who fancied they had seen people, on the evening of the 17th of May, in the cathedral, anointing a partition which was used to separate the spaces assigned to the two sexes, had this partition and a number of benches enclosed within it brought out during the night. Although the President of the Board of Health, having repaired thither with 4 members of his committee, and having inspected the screen, the benches, and the stoups of holy water, and found nothing that could confirm the ignorant suspicion of a poisonous attempt, had declared, to humour other people's fancies, and rather to exceed in caution than from any conviction of necessity, that it would be sufficient to have the partition washed. This mass of piled-up furniture produced a strong impression of consternation among the multitude, to whom any object so readily became an argument. It was said, and generally believed, that all the benches, walls, and even the bell-ropes in the cathedral had been rubbed over with unctuous matter. Nor was this affirmed only at the time. All the records of contemporaries, some of them written after a lapse of many years, which allude to this incident, speak of it with equal certainty of asseveration, and we should be obliged to conjecture its true history did we not find it in a letter from the Board of Health to the Governor, preserved in the archives of San Fedele, from which we have extracted it, and whence we have quoted the words we have written in italics. Next morning, a new, stranger, and more significant spectacle struck the eyes and minds of the citizens. In every part of the city they saw the doors and walls of the houses stained and daubed with long streaks of I know not what filthiness, something yellowish and whitish, spread over them as if with a sponge. Whether it were a base inclination to witness a more clamorous and more general consternation, or a still more wicked design to augment the public confusion, or whatever else it may have been, the fact is attested in such a manner that it seems to us less rational to attribute it to a dream of the imagination than to a wickedly malicious trick, not entirely new, indeed, to the wit of man not, alas, deficient in corresponding effects, in every place, so to say, and every age. Ripamonti, who frequently on this subject of the anointing ridicules and still more frequently deplores the popular credulity, here affirms that he had seen this plastering and then describes it. In the above-quoted letter, the gentlemen of the Board of Health relate the circumstances in the same terms. They speak of inspections, of experiments made with this matter upon dogs without any injurious effect, and add that they believe such temerity proceeded rather from insolence than from any guilty design, an opinion which evinces that, up to this time, they retained sufficient tranquillity of mind not to see what really did not exist. Other contemporary records, not to reckon their testimony as to the truth of the fact, signify at the same time that it was at first the opinion of many that this bespattering had been done in joke, in a mere frolic. None of them speak of any one who denied it, and had there been any, they certainly would have mentioned them, were it only to call them irrational. I have deemed it not out of place to relate and put together these particulars, in part little known, in part entirely unknown, of a celebrated popular delirium, because in errors, and especially in the errors of a multitude, what seems to me most interesting and most useful to observe is the course they have taken, their appearances, and the ways by which they could enter men's minds and hold sway there. The city, already tumultuously inclined, was now turned upside down. The owners of the houses, with lighted straw, burned at the besmeared spots, and passers-by stopped, gazed, and shuddered, murmured. Strangers, suspected of this alone, and at that time easily recognized by their dress, were arrested by the people in the streets, and consigned to prison. Here, interrogations and examinations were made of captured, captors, and witnesses. No one was found guilty. Men's minds were still capable of doubting, weighing, understanding. The Board of Health issued a proclamation, in which they promise reward and impunity to any one who would bring to light the author or authors of the deed. In any wise not thinking it expedient, say these gentlemen in the letter we have quoted, which bears the date of the 21st of May, but which was evidently written on the 19th, the day signified in the printed proclamation, that this crime should by any means remain unpunished, specially in times so perilous and suspicious, we have, for the consolation and peace of the people, this day published an edict, etc. In the edict, however, there is no mention, at least no distinct one, of that rational and tranquilizing conjecture they had suggested to the governor. A reservation which indicates at once a fierce prejudice in the people, and in themselves a degree of obsequiousness, so much the more blamable as the consequences might prove more pernicious. While the board were thus making inquiries, many of the public, as is usually the case, had already found the answer. Among those who believed this to be a poisonous ointment, some were sure that it was an act of revenge by Don Gonzalo Fernandez de Cordoba for the insults received at his departure. Some, that it was an idea of Cardinal Richelieu's to desolate Milan and make himself the master of it without trouble. Others, again, it is not known with what motives, would have it that the Count Calato was the author of the plot, or Wallenstein, or this or that Milanese nobleman. There wanted not, too, as we have said, those who saw nothing in this occurrence but a mischievous jest, and attributed it to the students, to gentlemen, to officers who were weary of the siege of Casale. It did not appear, however, as had been dreaded, that infection and universal slaughter immediately ensued, and this was probably the cause that this first fear began by degrees to subside, and the matter was, or seemed to be, forgotten. There was, after all, a certain number of persons not yet convinced that it was indeed the plague, and because, both in the lazaretto and in the city, some were restored to health, it was affirmed, the final arguments for an opinion contradicted by evidence are always curious enough, it was affirmed by the common people, and even yet by many partial physicians, that it was not really the plague, or all would have died. To remove every doubt, the Board of Health employed an expedient conformable to the necessity of the case, a means of speaking to the eye, such as the times may have required or suggested. On one of the festal days of Whitsuntide, the citizens were in the habit of flocking to the cemetery of San Gregorio, outside the Porta Orientale, to pray for the souls of those who had died in the former contagion, and whose bodies were there interred. And borrowing from devotion an opportunity of amusement and sightseeing, everyone went thither in his best and gayest clothing. One whole family, amongst others, had this day died of the plague. At the hour of the thickest concourse, in the midst of the carriages, riders on horseback and foot passengers, the corpses of this family were, by order of the board, drawn naked on a car to the above-named burying ground, in order that the crowd might behold in them the manifest token, the revolting seal and symptom of the pestilence. A cry of horror and consternation arose whenever the car was passing. A prolonged murmur was predominant where it had passed. Another murmur preceded it. The real existence of the plague was more believed. Besides, every day it continued to gain more belief by itself, and that very concourse would contribute not a little to propagate it. First, then, it was not the plague. Absolutely not, by no means. The very utterance of the term was prohibited. Then it was pestilential fevers. The idea was indirectly admitted in an adjective. Then it was not the true nor real plague, that is to say, it was the plague, but only in a certain sense, not positively and undoubtedly the plague, but something to which no other name could be affixed. Lastly, it was the plague without doubt, without dispute. But even then another idea was appended to it, the idea of poison and witchcraft, which altered and confounded that conveyed in the word they could no longer repress. There is no necessity, I imagine, to be well versed in the history of words and ideas, to perceive that many others have followed a similar course. Heaven be praised that there have not been many of such a nature, and of so vast importance, which contradict their evidence at such a price, and to which accessories of such a character may be annexed. It is possible, however, both in great and trifling concerns, to avoid in great measure so lengthened and crooked a path, by following the method which has so long been laid down of observing, listening, comparing, and thinking before speaking. But speaking, this one thing by itself, is so much easier than all the others put together, that even we, I say, we men in general, are somewhat to be pitied. End of chapter 31, part 2. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.